Life is but a singular journey, however. There exists a life simulator that enables one to experience the myriad forms of existence. Chapter 1. The Life Simulator, beginning with a fortune of 100 million. Some assert that the wealthy in who are exceedingly numerous. In response, Lully contends that, in truth, the impoverished are far more prevalent. As a member of those who lower the average wealth line, Lully believes he has exerted considerable effort. Yet, he remains in a state of financial struggle. Following his university graduation, Lully has toiled in factories, delivered packages, and driven taxis, and he is now employed in sales at a restaurant. Nevertheless, a salary of over 5,000 yuan, once the rent, utilities, communication fees, transport costs, and living expenses are deducted, leaves him with little to spare. For daily necessities and clothing, any minor ailment can lead to financial ruin. Earning money proves to be a formidable challenge, and restaurant sales have become increasingly difficult. In recent years, due to the broader economic climate, the business has waned significantly. Current revenue primarily stems from business banquets, corporate team building, and wedding receptions. For business banquets, Lully lacks the requisite status to engage. With regard to wedding receptions, as an outsider working in who for merely 2 years, his network is quite limited. As for corporate team building, how many companies engage in such activities daily? Apologies, Mr. Liu. Our company currently has no team building plans. Should the need arise, we will reach out to you. Yet again, a business negotiation has ended in failure. Very well, please do not hesitate to contact me when the need arises. Lully maintains a smile as he politely bids farewell. Facing rejection a dozen times daily has rendered Lully capable of confronting such situations with equanimity. While polite refusals are bearable, he often encounters far more brusque responses. I have no time to converse with you. Do not interrupt my work. Who allowed you to enter? Leave. Even in the face of clients' harsh words, Lully must remain composed. Anger is not an option, nor can he afford to clash with clients. A complaint could jeopardize his livelihood. At times, Lully feels exceedingly humble. Reflecting on the years past, he recalls a time of vigor and ambition, when he could point to the rivers and mountains and inspire with words, and when he viewed the past as mere dust beneath the feet of the wealthy. What has rendered me so humble? It is poverty. The absence of wealth has brought me to this state. Loosening the collar of his shirt, Lully took a swig from a water bottle, exhaling deeply. Sentiment and nostalgia cannot be consumed. Life must persist. There are still several businesses to pursue. Hailing a shared electric bike from the roadside, Lully sets off once more. Virum ate that moment. A Bugatti sped past, its futuristic design and sleek curves glistening in the sunlight, exuding an air of opulence and luxury. The shimmering wheels nearly blinded Lully. Damn the wealthy! He glanced down at the electric bike beneath him, then at the car valued at over 50 million yuan, feeling a pang in his stomach. Both are successors of socialism. Both have undergone 9 years of compulsory education. So why do others drive sports cars while I am relegated to an electric bike? No wonder Liu Bang expressed admiration upon seeing the emperor's chariot, proclaiming, a true man should aspire to such heights. Ah, the envy and resentment. Regrettably, I cannot utter Xiang Yu's words. He can be replaced. While I harbor bold thoughts, the nation possesses a comprehensive criminal code. Deep down, I too long for such a life. Ding. System binding successful. Life simulator activated. Life is but a singular journey, however. The life simulator allows you to experience an array of diverse existences. Current simulation option. What is it like to possess a fortune of billions? Activated. A system? A life simulator? A fortune of billions. I am so obsessed with wealth that I might lose my sanity. Lully is no stranger to systems, having encountered numerous narratives in online literature and a plethora of imaginative systems abound, with even system suppliers dedicated to selling them. Yet, this is merely fiction. Rationality informs him that in reality, such systems cannot exist. However, a voice within him screams, what if it is true? If only it were. What must it feel like to possess billions? I too yearn to know. I long to experience it. Lully halted the electric bike, patiently waiting by the roadside for the initiation of his billionaire life experience. Yet, nothing transpired. No sudden influx of savings, no unexpected inheritance of 1 trillion, no limitless bank card, nor a building gifted upon signing in. No change whatsoever. Life remained unaltered. He remained on the electric bike, still pursuing business. Indeed, this was mere delusion, merely an illusion. Thus, rather than fantasizing about a system, it would be better to wash up and sleep in dreams Anything is possible. That I'm not destined for such fortune. It will never fall to me. Unconsciously humming a tune, Luli felt disheartened, hastily riding the electric bike to the next destination to continue his business endeavors. At the end of a day filled with unsuccessful negotiations, he had consumed 2 bottles of water, a loaf of bread, a meal, and spent over 10 yuan on transport. The so-called experience of possessing billions remained entirely elusive to Luli. After a tiring day, he returned home just as night fell. Luli quickly showered and collapsed on his bed. Time to sleep, wishing for billions. In dreams, anything is possible. Ding ding. Ding ding. In a daze, Luli was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Lazily turning over, he reached beneath his pillow for the device. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he beheld the screen displaying. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account ending in 2221 has received a deposit of 100 million yuan on May 12th at midnight. Current account balance, 100,002,359 yuan. A deposit of 100 million. Luli rubbed his eyes again, meticulously counting the zeros, and then flung the phone aside and buried his head back into the pillow. A deposit of 100 million? I must still be dreaming. In daylight, I ponder becoming wealthy, and at night, I dream of receiving 100 million. Truly, as the ancient said, what one thinks by day, one dreams by night. Dreams indeed encompass everything. He pinched his thigh to confirm his reality. It hurt. This dream feels astonishingly real. If this is a dream, please do not wake me. Excitement and apprehension coursed through him as he struggled to discern reality from fantasy. Luli could not return to slumber. Once more, he pinched his thigh, wincing at the pain. In dreams, if one experiences pain, the instinct for self-preservation will awaken the body. Oh, this is not a dream. Is this real? Have I truly acquired a fortune of billions? Is this wondrous event the result of that system? Luli's mind spun, filled with erratic thoughts. What should he do first with his newfound wealth? Certainly, resign from his job. He had endured enough of this business where he must appease others. Next, purchase a home. The landlord had mentioned a rent increase recently he would not be renewing. Furthermore, a luxury car is a must, along with a wave of extravagant items. Young models and such. Cough. Wait. Amid his erratic thoughts, Luli's expression shifted suddenly. This 100 million could have been transferred in error? There appears to be a legal stipulation regarding mistakenly transferred funds that prohibits tampering. If spent, one could face incarceration. At that moment, Luli felt a weight pressing upon his chest. Is it possible that the bank transfer was made incorrectly? Surely not. Please do not tell me that this is a mistake in the bank transfer. Chapter 2. Is wealth enough? What need for ability? Anxious, conflicted, fearful of loss, contemplating and deliberating, turning things over in my mind until dawn broke. Luli finally picked up his phone and dialed the bank's customer service hotline. The call connected, and a voice responded, "Customer service, employee number 2356 at your service. How may I assist you?" Taking a deep breath, Luli inquired. "Hello, my account ending in 2221 received a transfer of 100 million RMB early this morning. Could you please check where this money came from?" "Certainly, sir. Please hold for a moment." A life simulation? A system? Could it truly be the system's doing? Luli recalled the system that had appeared yesterday, which had unveiled the experience of possessing immense wealth. Thus, this 100 million must have been conjured by the system. Not a banking error. Have I genuinely acquired a system? Have I truly transformed into a wealthy individual? Am I indeed beginning to experience the life of the affluent? Oh, what joy! After hanging up, the exhilaration within him could no longer be contained, and Luli clenched his fists, letting out a triumphant shout. It was simply unbelievable. It felt like a dream. Who would have thought that Luli could also achieve prosperity? I laughed with pride. Seeking a lifetime of carefree joy. Overcome with excitement, Luli began to sing. He danced, daydreamed, and giggled, reveling in his newfound fortune. After a while, he took a cold shower to compose himself. He admired those who could remain calm in the face of sudden wealth. Their psychological resilience was commendable, whether their savings grew with every breath or they inherited vast fortunes. Their composure suggested they were accustomed to grand spectacles. Truly admirable. As a newly minted billionaire, there was much for me to learn, especially in terms of psychological fortitude. Remain calm. Why can't I help but laugh? As an ordinary citizen, I have never encountered such grandeur before. Clearly, my psychological strength needs improvement. Now that I am wealthy, the first step is to resign from my job. Then, I must buy a house, purchase a car, and fully enjoy the lifestyle of the affluent. With that thought in mind, Luli rose and stepped outside. Resignation was imperative. I have grown weary of presenting a smiling face to others while running errands. He took a taxi to a nearby noodle shop for breakfast. Notably, today he indulged in a lavish dish of spicy chicken, which cost 24 yuan, a mere side dish for his noodles. In the past, Luli would never have permitted himself such extravagance. After finishing his meal, Luli prepared to resign from his job. As he approached the roadside, he instinctively pulled out his phone to hail a bike. Suddenly, he paused. Why would I need to hail a bike? I am a wealthy man. Wealthy individuals do not ride electric bikes. At the very least, I should take a taxi. Thus, Luli turned and flagged down a taxi. Once seated, he quickly realized his error. In Huhai, taking a taxi during rush hour was an exercise in futility. Compared to riding an electric bike, the taxi not only cost 10 times more, but also took 3 times longer. Indeed, taking the subway for long distances and an electric bike for shorter ones is the ideal commuting method for office workers. Thankfully, I no longer need to commute. The taxi finally crawled to his destination, and Luli alighted, entering the Yuhua seafood restaurant where he had previously worked. As he walked into the sales department office, he encountered his colleague, Du Yuanming. Dressed in a cheap suit and tie, carrying a briefcase, Du Yuanming was preparing to head out on business. Luli? Why are you so late? Upon seeing Luli, Du Yuanming quickly pulled him aside and whispered, You were mentioned in the morning meeting. Be careful. Oh, there was some traffic, Luli replied with a smile. Traffic? A sharp voice interjected nearby. What does traffic have to do with you? It's as if you own a car. Find a more logical excuse. A woman in her 30s approached, dressed in a formal suit. Her expression icy as she fixed a cold stare on Luli. Manager Wang, hello? Du Yuanming's face paled at the sight of her, and he hurriedly greeted her before leaving. Manager Wang approached Luli, her gaze sweeping over his casual attire, her expression growing even colder. Late again, and dressed inappropriately. Your performance has consistently ranked low for months. Are you considering quitting? If so, yes, Luli replied calmly, nodding. I am resigning. Manager Wang, taken aback by his unexpected declaration, struggled for words. You are really resigning? Luli presented a resignation letter he had prepared earlier while eating breakfast. I believe that business development is not suited for me. Are you certain about this decision? Manager Wang took the letter, her expression perplexed. Young people should seize every opportunity to develop their skills. Business roles can enhance your capabilities and benefit your future. You are correct. Luli nodded, then added. But what need is there for ability when wealth suffices? Manager Wang was momentarily speechless, unable to counter his logic. I understand that wealth is sufficient, but the issue is whether you possess it. Well, since you've made up your mind, I want to dissuade you. Thank you. Luli turned to leave the office. Manager Wang watched his retreating figure, glancing at the resignation letter in her hand, shaking her head slightly. What need is there for ability? Wealth suffices. Everyone knows this. But the question is, do you have wealth? Young people aim too high. Clearly, they have not yet faced enough of society's trials. Chapter 3. I never expected to have today. Luli collected his salary of less than 3,000 yuan from the finance office. Standing on the street, he glanced back at the company, exhaling deeply, farewell to the past, and stepping into a new life. From this moment on, I shall fully embrace the life of a billionaire. Next, I will buy a house, purchase a car, enjoy life. He found a nearby Starbucks and settled in, casually ordering a cup of coffee. Luli was not well versed in coffee culture. He only knew of a variety called cat poop coffee, and he did not consider drinking coffee to signify a high-quality life. Sipping the so-called Blue Mountain coffee, he mused that it was not as good as tea. Of course, Luli was not there for the coffee. He merely sought a place to sit. Taking out his phone, he began searching for real estate listings. Of course, this was of little use. Now that I possess 100 million, why not purchase a property here? Nonetheless, Luli managed to find some investment properties that had never been occupied. In Binjiang Garden, located in Lujiazui, he discovered a rather appealing apartment. The 5th building on the 28th floor, nearly 200 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, priced at 25 million. On the webpage, he found the real estate agent's contact number and promptly dialed it. Hello, this is Liz Real Estate. I am Agent Yang Li, and I am pleased to assist you. A soft, melodic voice answered. Hello, my surname is Liu, and I intend to buy a house. Skipping the pleasantries, Luli got straight to the point. I am interested in the apartment on the 28th floor of Binjiang Garden, the one priced at 25 million. When can you arrange for an on-site property viewing? As Luli conversed on the phone, he was oblivious to the hush that fell over the CAF when he mentioned purchasing a home with a price tag of 25 million. If we set aside the topic of real estate, we could still remain friends. Some patrons in the CAF lowered their heads silently, as if burdened by an overwhelming weight. Why is it that you can purchase a home while I struggle to save for a down payment? Even a simple coffee seems to deliver a blow. Is there no sanctuary left in this world? I must leave. Staying here any longer would surely shatter my composure. My hairline is already receding. I cannot afford to exacerbate my hypertension. A few individuals rose and exited the CAF, while one person grew curious about Lu Li's call. Across from Lu Li, seated in a booth, was a young woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a simple white dress with a light touch of makeup. Sitting gracefully at the table, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her fair visage, which seemed pure and translucent. Her slightly curled eyelashes and gentle smile exuded tranquility and elegance, akin to a white lotus blooming in a pond. It was she who expressed curiosity about Lu Li's phone call. When Lu Li mentioned the 28th floor of Building 5 in Binjiang Huayuan, the young woman glanced up at him, her eyes reflecting surprise, curiosity, and a hint of scrutiny. At that moment, Lu Li remained engrossed in his conversation, entirely unaware that his phone call had stirred the inner thoughts of some around him. When am I free? I am free right now. You can come pick me up? That works. I'm at the Starbucks across from Jinxiu Road, Jining Building. Yes, all right. See you soon. Lu Li ended the call, took a sip of his coffee, and resumed browsing on his phone. After purchasing a home, I will need to buy a car. What kind of car should I choose? A Bugatti? A Porsche? A Maserati? After perusing the options, Lu Li discovered that the limited edition supercars were nearly all marked as sold out. This meant that these exclusive vehicles were either sold out or simply unattainable for the average person. It appeared that acquiring a limited edition supercar would not be feasible. As a secondary option, Lu Li settled on the Porsche 911, deeming it a fine choice. After finalizing the house purchase, he would proceed to acquire a car. After waiting for over 20 minutes in the CAF, Lu Li's phone rang again. This time, it was the real estate agent, Yang Li, calling. Hello? You've arrived? So soon? Are we going to view the property now? All right, I'll come out immediately. Lu Li was astonished by Yang Li's promptness. Her efficiency was remarkable. After settling the bill, Lu Li exited the CAF. Outside, on the roadside, he spotted the real estate agent, Yang Li. Yang Li was a mature woman in her 30s, with short hair and a professional outfit, exuding competence. You must be Mr. Lu, am I correct? I am Yang Li, and it is a pleasure to assist you. Yang Li approached with a warm smile and shook Lu Li's hand. As a professional real estate agent, Yang Li had seen her fair share of clients. She understood that wealth could not be discerned solely by one's attire. Some individuals, despite their considerable wealth, dressed in a remarkably modest manner, lacking any ostentatious accessories. Yet they were indeed affluent. Yang Li had encountered numerous clients of this nature. It was not that the wealthy wished to appear unassuming. Rather, it was a necessity for those who could not afford the luxury of visibility. Mr. Lu, shall we proceed to view the property? Yang Li led Lu Li to the car, and upon receiving his confirmation, she drove towards Binjiang Huayuan. Shortly after, they arrived at Binjiang Huayuan. Mr. Lu, the environment here is exquisite, with over 65% green coverage, making it an ideal residential area. As they walked through the community, Yang Li provided Lu Li with an overview. Lu Li raised his gaze, taking in the lush trees, the pristine artificial lake, and the towering buildings. Feeling a surge of emotion, purchasing a home in Shanghai is a dream that remains elusive for many. I never anticipated reaching this milestone. Life is fraught with challenges, yet it also holds unexpected delights. However, this surprise seems to have come rather grandly. Chapter 4. A billion almost spent. They arrived at the 28th floor of Building 5. Yang Li guided Lu Li into the apartment. Upon entering, Lu Li noted that the residence was not only exquisitely decorated but also fully furnished. The overall design leaned towards a Chinese aesthetic, elegant yet not overly traditional. The living room featured a balcony overlooking a clear artificial lake, with a panoramic view of the Huangpu River in the distance, expansive and picturesque. After touring the apartment, Lu Li felt quite satisfied. Mr. Lu, the owner of this apartment is from Gangxing. 3 years ago, the owner purchased this unit with the intention of residing in Shanghai. However, before they could move in, the owner passed away in Gangxing. Yang Li continued, explaining that due to inheritance issues, the property's ownership had not been clarified until last month, when the owner's daughter inherited it and entrusted our company with its sale. At this point, Yang Li reiterated, Mr. Lu, I assure you that this apartment has never been inhabited since its completion. Though it is a second-hand property, it is by no means old. Indeed. Lu Li nodded and looked at Yang Li, expressing his satisfaction with the apartment. I am prepared to buy it. Ah, wonderful. Yang Li was taken aback by the swift decision and quickly responded, Mr. Lu, I will handle the transfer procedures for you. Furthermore, if you require assistance with a mortgage, I can also coordinate with the bank. No need for a mortgage. I will pay in full. Lu Li was far from lacking in funds. Why would he choose a mortgage? Mortgages accrue significant interest. In full, Yang Li felt a rush of astonishment. To casually produce over 20 million in cash demonstrated Mr. Lu's considerable wealth. Indeed, Mr. Lu's background aligned perfectly with her initial assumptions. He was undoubtedly one who had to maintain a low profile. Very well, Mr. Lu. Let us proceed with the paperwork. The procedures were completed, the contract was signed, and payment was made, the property was secured. Mr. Liu, I will now take care of the property transfer for you. Handing Liu Li a folder of documents along with the keys, Yang Li beamed, stating that from this moment forth, the apartment on the 28th floor of Building 5 in Binjiang Huayuan was officially yours. Thank you for your hard work. Liu Li accepted the keys and documents, feeling a surge of joy. A property valued at over 20 million, once a distant dream, was now effortlessly within his grasp. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? What does it feel like to possess billions? I am beginning to understand. With the house secured, it was time to purchase a car. Bidding farewell to Yang Li and declining her kind offer to escort him, Liu Li stepped out. As he approached the intersection, he planned to hail a taxi to head directly to the car dealership. While waiting for a ride, a white Lamborghini glided by, coming to a stop before Liu Li. The window rolled down, revealing a radiant and strikingly beautiful young woman. Mr. Liu, it is good to see you again, she greeted him with a smile. See you again? Liu Li paused, confused. Have we met? The young woman chuckled lightly, reminding him, at the Starbucks CAF. The CAF? Liu Li suddenly recalled. This was indeed the woman who had sat opposite him in the CAF. Hello, Liu Li nodded and inquired, do you need something? Upon hearing this, the young woman's eyes twitched slightly, wondering if he was indeed the notorious steel-strong man. Fortunately, I am not here for a date. Well, Mr. Liu, the apartment you just purchased on the 28th floor of Building 5 in Binjiang Huayuan was originally mine. The young woman smiled as she explained a statement and then inquired, Mr. Liu, do you still have any intentions of continuing to purchase real estate? Continuing to buy properties? I apologize, but I have little interest. One house is sufficient. Why would I need so many? I want to save money to enjoy life. This was Liu Li's thought process. It was not residential properties, but commercial ones. Specifically on Nanjing Road. The young woman beamed. Mr. Liu, if you are interested, shall we sit down and discuss? Commercial properties? On Nanjing Road. Nanjing Road is the most bustling street in Shanghai, with each shop's rent nearing $1 million annually. Is someone really selling them? Even if I had $100 million in my bank account, I couldn't rely on it without a new source of income. Purchasing a shop not only holds potential for appreciation, but also provides rental income, which seems quite appealing. Liu Li felt a spark of interest and nodded. Very well. Let us discuss. Mr. Liu, my name is Li Fei, and I hail from Gangcheng. Li Fei opened the door and shook hands with Liu Li, suggesting they find a tea house to sit and talk. After Liu Li got into the car, Li Fei drove them to a tea house. Mr. Liu, I have 4 commercial properties on East Nanjing Road, each exceeding 100 square meters. Once seated in a private room at the tea house, Li Fei introduced, currently, all the shops are rented out, and the leases are long-term. Each of the 4 properties brings in over $4 million annually, before tax. If that is the case, why sell? Liu Li was puzzled. Why would one sell such a golden goose? Some personal reasons, which I cannot explain, Li Fei replied before directly asking. I am offering all 4 shops for $65 million. Would you be interested? Personal reasons? Liu Li recalled what the real estate agent Yang Li had mentioned about the death of an old owner in Gangcheng and the inheritance issues that led to the daughter recently inheriting the property rights. Thus, Li Fei must be the old owner's daughter. The personal reasons she referred to likely involved family disputes. Li Fei's urgency in selling the shops suggested she needed money quickly. I need to see the shops in person before making a decision. Liu Li was indeed interested, but he understood the necessity of an on-site visit. Of course, Li Fei nodded, rising from her seat. Shall we go now? Clearly, she was in a hurry. Liu Li smiled. All right, let us proceed. After leaving the tea house and getting into Li Fei's car, Liu Li took out his phone to message real estate agent Yang Li, inquiring about the prices of the shops on East Nanjing Road. Thank you. I am just gathering information. With each shop being at least 100 square meters, totaling around 600 square meters, the price of $65 million seemed reasonable. Buying a house for $25 million and commercial properties for $65 million totaled $90 million. This is the transaction price before taxes. After taxes, would my $100 million be nearly depleted? Liu Li was stunned, realizing that $100 million could vanish quickly. He hadn't even bought a luxury car yet. Chapter 5. Life Simulation Experience Completed. Following Li Fei to East Nanjing Road, Liu Li inspected the 4 shops. After viewing them, even an outsider like Liu Li could discern that these 4 shops were quite impressive. The locations were excellent, and all were currently leased and operational. Shops on East Nanjing Road are undoubtedly a source of wealth. To acquire them is to seize an opportunity. Purchasing these 4 shops would not only ensure a prosperous life for himself, but also provide for generations to come. With an annual rental income exceeding $4 million. Even after taxes, there would still be around $3 million left. $3 million a year would suffice for living expenses. So I will buy them. With firm resolve, Liu Li decided to acquire the 4 shops. Mr. Liu, you will definitely not regret purchasing these 4 properties. Upon seeing Liu Li's decision, Li Fei felt both joy and a tinge of melancholy. Clearly, She was somewhat reluctant to part with the shops. Together, they went to the real estate transaction center to complete the paperwork and finalize the deal. Subsequently, Lu Li called real estate agent Yang Li to also handle the transfer of the residential property. After payment, taxes, and finalizing the paperwork, Lu Li was left with just over 4 million from his initial 100 million. After the transaction was complete, Li Fei hurriedly took her leave. Lu Li still needed to buy a car, and Yang Li accompanied him to the Porsche dealership. The limited edition supercar was unavailable, and currently, Lu Li could not afford it. He selected a Porsche 911, spending 350,000, leaving him with 600,000. With this remaining amount, after paying property management fees, it would soon be gone. What does it feel like to possess a fortune of hundreds of millions? It seems 100 million can disappear in the blink of an eye. I haven't even had the chance to indulge yet. Thankfully, next month, he would receive several 100,000 in rental income from the shops, allowing him to enjoy life gradually. After a long day, Lu Li felt fatigued, unable to appreciate the beauty of his new mansion. He hurriedly took a shower and went to bed. In a drowsy state, Lu Li was awakened by an odd ding-dong sound. Who could disturb his dreams so early in the morning? After a long day of buying houses and cars, he finally lay down to enjoy a lazy sleep on his luxurious bed, only to be interrupted by an early morning phone call. Grumbling, he turned over. But the sensation beneath him indicated that the bed was quite hard. How could it be hard? I purchased a Swedish imported mattress filled with pure natural linen, woven with horsehair, which should be soft and comfortable. Shaking his head, he sat up, and upon opening his eyes, he realized he was not in the luxurious mansion of Binjiang Huayuan, but rather in a dilapidated rental apartment. Where's my mansion? Where are my shops? Where's my Porsche? Lu Li shivered, instantly becoming alert, his heart racing with a dreadful suspicion as he quickly retrieved his phone. It was still his old, shabby phone, and no one had called. Looking closely at the time displayed on the phone, it read May 12th, 7:35 a.m. May 12th. The very day I received 100 million. There were no bank transfer notifications in my messages. So this was all a dream? If this is a dream, it ended far too soon. What does it feel like to have a fortune of hundreds of millions? Just one day? I experienced it for only a day, without even having the chance to enjoy life. A heavy feeling settled in Lu Li's heart, rendering his emotions indescribable. Life simulation, newbie storyline concluded. Current simulation option. What does it feel like to possess a fortune of hundreds of millions? Completed. At that moment, a series of prompt sounds echoed in Lu Li's mind. And a luminous screen gradually unfolded. Spending 100 million in a single day? Surely, this is not mere extravagance. It is not my recklessness. It is you who are toying with me. Just like that, 100 million vanished, causing a sharp pain in my heart. They say a man becomes corrupt when he has wealth, yet you have not. What nonsensical morality. Do you think I desired to become corrupt? I had not even begun to indulge before it all came to an end. At this point, Lu Li fully comprehended that the so-called experience of possessing a fortune of hundreds of millions was merely a game, a narrative simulated by the system. 100 million. My hard-earned 100 million. I experienced it for just one day, without even having had the chance to enjoy life, and it abruptly concluded. Having known that spending 100 million would lead to an end, I would have surely been more frugal, taking the time to savor and relish the experience. But now, I am overwhelmed with a desire to unleash my frustrations. What should I do? Upon completing the novice storyline, I was bestowed with a novice privilege once. Novice privilege. The player may receive one item for free from the novice storyline. Please make your selection wisely, as this privilege is granted only once. Just as Lu Li was grappling with his frustrations, an unexpected delight arrived. Novice privilege. The ability to designate a reward of my choosing? Should there be any doubt? It must be 100 million. The most valuable item in the novice storyline is undoubtedly that sum. Previously, I had no option. Now, all I desire is to be a wealthy individual. Designating novice privilege reward. 100 million renminbi. Is this confirmation? Absolutely, undoubtedly, and emphatically. It must be 100 million. I would not settle for even a single cent less. Lu Li nearly shouted in excitement. The novice privilege has been selected, and the reward has been dispersed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Li's phone buzzed with the anticipated bank transfer notification. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2221 received a deposit of 100,000,000 renminbi on May 12th at 7:40. Current account balance 10,000,235,900,000 renminbi. The same information appeared before Lu Li's eyes once again. However, this time, it was no longer a simulation, nor a narrative, nor a dream, but a stark reality. Chapter 6. A sense of life at its pinnacle. 100 million regained. This time, my wealth is no longer a mere simulation. It is genuine and substantial. Achieving wealth is indeed remarkably effortless. Even having experienced it once, Even having navigated through the simulated storyline, Luli could hardly contain his elation. What a thrill. I feel as if I have reached the zenith of existence. Leaning against the headboard, Luli began to sing once more. The life simulator has ushered in a transformative change in my existence. This is merely a novice storyline, and surely there will be more narratives to come, promising even greater surprises. Yet, how exactly does one operate this life simulator? How does one unlock subsequent storylines? Based on the novice storyline, it seems that simply desiring wealth initiated a life experience of immense fortune. Is this how future narratives will unfold? If I wish for eternal life, to attain immortality, or to shatter a universe with a mere gesture, is that feasible? The system remains silent. It seems that not everything I desire materializes. There must be corresponding rules in place. But what are these rules? How does one navigate this life simulator? Why is there even a lack of a user interface? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden hum resonated within Luli's consciousness, and a luminous screen unfurled gradually. This was a system interface. On the pale blue screen, Luli's avatar appeared on the left, while an hourglass icon graced the right. As his gaze fell upon the avatar, a radiant glow emerged, revealing a row of information below. Player, Luli, level, novice. Milestone, what is the experience of possessing immense wealth? Novice storyline, completed. Novice privilege, already utilized. The hourglass quivered slightly, and the glow rippled like water, causing countless cards to emerge from the luminous waves. These white cards, comparable in size to playing cards, were seemingly infinite. Countless white cards swirled upward, resembling a vast galaxy. As Luli scanned, he noticed that each white card bore indistinct human figures. These cards likely represent the simulated storylines to be unlocked in the future, akin to new maps within a game. Upon realizing this, Luli had already formed a hypothesis. Among the myriad of white cards, only the one at the very bottom was colored. This colorful card displayed Luli's figure. On the card, Luli was seen speeding by in a Porsche against a backdrop of bustling streets and towering skyscrapers. Novice storyline. What is the experience of possessing immense wealth? Completed. This colorful card represents the novice storyline that Luli had just finished experiencing. It is evident that the other white cards signify the narratives yet to be unveiled. However, how does one unlock these storylines? His gaze fell upon a white card adjacent to the novice storyline, which illuminated with a glow, revealing a piece of information. Level storyline card. Note, the current storyline card is random. Upon activation, it will randomly select a life simulation option. Random. The prospect of randomly embarking on a life experience feels perilously daunting. What if it leads to a life experience in a dubious establishment, or worse, a life as a friend? I fear I would have no choice but to end it all. I hope luck does not turn against me. As Luli's gaze drifted toward the other white cards, he also observed higher-level storyline cards, such as level storyline, upper-level storyline, elite storyline, and even supreme storyline. As for the extent of these advanced storylines, do not inquire. They are simply extraordinary. If possessing immense wealth is merely a novice storyline, one can only imagine the grandeur of the higher-level narratives. Naturally, Luli considered another possibility. The level of storyline cards may correlate with the degree of danger inherent in the narrative. This question can only be answered through gradual exploration in the future. Closing the system interface. Having reviewed this, Luli gained a foundational understanding of the life simulator. This simulator can unlock various experiential narratives, allowing one to traverse myriad forms of existence. Furthermore, each narrative experience appears to yield additional rewards, akin to the 100 million acquired through the novice privilege. Novice privilege. The player may receive one item for free from the novice storyline. Please make your selection wisely. The mention of free serves as a hint. Since there is a free option, there must be others that are not. With this thought in mind, Luli could not help but critique the operational methods of the system. Previously, I suspected there should be an interface, and only then did the system reveal it. Had I not considered this, it might never have appeared. Now, even the system functionalities, operational modes, and narrative activation methods require me to guess and explore one by one. There are no prompts, no explanations, and certainly no initiative. The intelligence of the system is practically non-existent, making it seem utterly incompetent. Who designed this system? The programmer ought to be held accountable. Of course, despite my grievances, Luli cherished the life simulator, merely indulging in habitual complaints. With this system and this life simulator, I feel as though I have reached the pinnacle of existence. Chapter 7. My dear girl, your persona has crumbled. After familiarizing myself with the system's functionalities, Luli prepared to venture outside. The novice privilege had bestowed upon him 100 million, which now lay in the bank awaiting expenditure. Contemplating how to spend this fortune, Luli concluded that the consumer habits experienced during the life simulation were the most fitting. Purchasing a residence for personal use, acquiring properties for rental, living the blissful life of a landlord. What could be more delightful? Should Luli invest this money, he might end up losing it all. Thus, being a landlord is the wisest choice, as it is both worry-free and effortless. After freshening up and dressing appropriately, Luli set out, exiting his rental apartment. He enjoyed breakfast at a noodle shop at the corner, casually penning a resignation letter before heading to the office to resign. Thus, the novice storyline of possessing immense wealth appears to be a simulation crafted upon the foundation of reality. Confirming this is a simple task. All it requires is a visit to that Starbucks CAF to see if Li Fei will make an appearance. After all, the shop also belongs to Li Fei, making it the perfect opportunity to purchase it. Once again found himself in that Starbucks CAF, seated in the very spot that had previously borne witness to the unfolding drama. The booth across from him remained vacant, as Li Fei had yet to arrive. He ordered a cup of coffee and resumed his perusal of real estate listings on his phone. Indeed, he stumbled upon the apartment on the 28th floor of Building 5 in Binjiang Huayuan, with the same real estate agent, Yang Li. This time, however, refrained from calling Yang Li, opting instead to await Li Fei's arrival. After all, the property belonged to her, and it would be more straightforward to negotiate directly with her to purchase both the shop and the apartment. As the clock approached 9, a white Lamborghini pulled into the CAF's parking lot, and a woman clad in a white dress emerged from the vehicle. She had indeed arrived. A smile crept across her face, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the unfolding narrative. Li Fei gracefully approached and took her seat in the booth opposite him. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she exuded an air of simplicity and elegance, her long fingers deftly navigating her phone screen while she wore headphones, embodying a serene composure. Since she was present, it was time to finalize the purchase of the property and shop. Li Fei appeared engrossed in some material, her gaze fixed on her phone as her fingers continued to scroll. This young woman seemed to have endured considerable hardship. Recalled from his experience in the narrative that she was likely entangled in familial disputes, forced to sell her property and business. Fortuitously, she had crossed paths with him. Otherwise, her assets would not have been so easily sold. With a smile, rose and walked down the aisle toward Li Fei. As he approached her table, he glanced at her phone screen and paused in surprise. Playing? I had assumed you were valiantly battling the pressures of familial strife, diligently seeking information and devising plans. Yet here you are, poised with elegance, indulging in a game? My dear, your persona has crumbled. I always envisioned you as a refined lady of high society. It seems I was mistaken. Moreover, your gameplay skills. Oh dear, those kills were rather generously gifted. Young lady, you are a support character. Kai Wenji is not meant for frontline combat. Did you not notice your teammates becoming increasingly frustrated? The game concluded swiftly. Why such a rapid end? No need to inquire. Did you not hear your teammates calling you a primary school student? What can I do for you? Li Fei finally noticed someone standing before her, gracefully setting aside her phone, calmly disregarding the barrage of primary school student comments, and wearing a subtle smile that reflected her genteel demeanor. Oh, my apologies, just passing by, chuckled lightly, having inadvertently observed her playing. Out of curiosity, he had lingered a moment longer, hoping he hadn't disturbed her. Directly broaching the subject of purchasing her property and shop would be inappropriate. After experiencing the narrative, understood Li Fei's situation well. Due to familial conflicts, she was compelled to sell her real estate to cover financial gaps. At this juncture, she would undoubtedly be wary and quite sensitive. If he were to speak outright, she might become suspicious and defensive. How do you know me? How did you learn I was selling my property? This could lead to unnecessary complications. In the narrative, Li Fei had approached about selling her shop only after he had contacted the real estate agent to purchase her apartment. Believed he could adapt a similar strategy with slight modifications. Thus, he dialed his former colleague, Du Yuanming. Hello, is this Liz Realty? I'm interested in a property you have listed online. The apartment on the 28th floor of Building 5 in Binjiang Huayuan. When might I be able to schedule a viewing? He deliberately kept his voice low, ignoring Du Yuanming's exclamations of Lao Go. Who are you trying to fool this time? As he spoke while walking. At that moment, Li Fei was preparing for another round of when she suddenly heard his voice on the phone. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she quickly looked up. What a coincidence. He wants to buy my apartment? I just arrived in Shanghai yesterday and have never spent time here before. He couldn't possibly know me. It must be sheer coincidence. I am in urgent need of money and ready to sell both my apartment and shop. Since he is interested in the apartment, perhaps he might also have an interest in the shop? Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment? As approached the CAF counter to settle his bill, Li Fei promptly stood up and called out to him. Did you call me? Yes. Li Fei gathered her belongings and walked over to, saying, I just heard you were looking to buy an apartment. May I ask if you have any interest in a shop as well? A shop? I am indeed in the market for one, thought to himself, feeling a surge of amusement as events unfolded according to his expectations. Are you interested? That is wonderful. My shop is located on Nanjing East Road. Would you like me to take you to see it? "Of course," replied with a nod. The two exited the CAF together. Once they departed, the CAF fell into a hushed silence. A group of young patrons, sipping their coffee, wore expressions of bitter disbelief, feeling as though they had been dealt a harsh blow. Indeed, it appeared that wealth afforded one the freedom to act as they pleased. Despite being of the same generation, he was able to purchase real estate. What was more infuriating was that the elegant and composed beauty had taken the initiative to engage him, seemingly delivering herself on a silver platter. Life was undeniably unfair. Chapter 8. Embarking on a new life experience. The subsequent developments unfolded precisely as had anticipated. Next came the acquisition of a vehicle, household items, bedding, and moving logistics. After all was said and done, once again settled into the apartment on the 28th floor of Building 5 in Binjiang, Huayuan. Henceforth, he would embrace the blissful life of a landlord. This initiation into a new narrative had granted the opportunity to live a life he had once only dared to dream of. The life simulator contained countless stories awaiting his exploration, promising an infinitely bright future. Thus, it was time to embark on yet another life experience. Reclining on the sofa, accessed the system interface and once again beheld a multitude of white narrative cards. Which life experience should he initiate? The experience of being a billionaire continued in reality. Having already spent 100 million, what might it be like to experience another round of extravagant wealth? That would be truly exhilarating. Alas, the initiation of narratives was random. With randomness comes a reliance on fortune. May luck be on his side. Rising to enter the washroom, he diligently washed his face, returned to the sofa, and reopened the system interface. System, activate the narrative card and commence a new life experience. From a literal standpoint, possessing a sound moral compass is undoubtedly more commendable than squandering wealth. Having resolved to select a narrative that embodies positive values, chose the one he deemed most virtuous. Countless white cards whirled and danced in a chaotic flurry. Moments later, a single white card burst forth, soaring before. The level narrative card has been selected. A brilliant radiance enveloped the floating white card, which instantaneously transformed into a vibrant array of colors. Study diligently and strive for progress every day. The card displayed 8 resplendent characters. Upon reading those words, S. countenance turned serious. The level narrative card has been selected. The life simulator is activated. Current simulation option. What is it like to be an academic prodigy? This has been activated. Notification. The player has commenced the formal narrative. The system will no longer provide narrative character templates during subsequent narrative experiences. How did I randomly draw this narrative? Observing this newly activated life experience, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Throughout his life, he had consistently hovered around average academic performance, ultimately managing to secure a place at a second-tier university through sheer determination. What is the experience of being an academic prodigy like? Luli has never truly experienced it. In the past, he greatly envied the prodigious figures who dominated the campus, witnessing their brilliance and the accolades that adorned them, wishing he could step into their shoes. Now, with an opportunity to experience the life of a scholar, it seems like a chance to rectify his past regrets. However, as the narrative unfolds, the system no longer provides character templates. In the introductory plot, with a fortune of billions, the system offered 1 billion, transforming him directly into a billionaire. Is this what is meant by a template? Now, in this scholarly life experience, the absence of a scholar template raises the question, how can one proceed? The superiority of a scholar lies in the knowledge that one possesses, contrasting with the ignorance of others. Yet, without any advantages, who can my ordinary intellect surpass? Since I have embarked on this scholarly journey, surely I should at least be granted some form of enhancement? A radiant glow illuminated the surroundings as a light screen unfolded gracefully. The main plot commenced, and the system unveiled options for narrative assistance. According to the current storyline, what is the experience of being a scholar like? The following auxiliary tools are available for purchase. Note, narrative assistance options can only be utilized within the plot and must be exchanged separately for real-life use. Indeed, enhancements can be acquired. Yet purchasing? Could this be a pay-to-win system? Luli silently mused as he glanced at the array of narrative assistance options laid out below. 1. Talent. Genius. Your intellect has reached the zenith of human capacity, allowing you to intellectually dominate the world. Of course, minor issues such as baldness pale in comparison. 2. Tool. Smart biological chip. With an intelligent brain installed, you can transform into a computing prodigy. After scanning the exchange price, Luli hung his head in silence. It was exorbitant. I thought poverty would only limit my imagination, but it seems it can also restrict my intellect. These auxiliary tools are incredibly powerful, yet their prices are staggering. Exclude the excessively expensive options. Only retain what I can afford. The system presented limited choices, merely 3. 1. Auxiliary tool. Intelligence recharge. 10,000 RMB exchanges for 1 point of intelligence. lasting 24 hours. With sufficient funds, even a simpleton can become a scholar. Reminder, remember to recharge in time, lest your intelligence run low. This is undoubtedly a product from the Penguin Company. Unaffordable. Unaffordable. Lu Li promptly disregarded this option. 2. Auxiliary tool, Scholar's Black Technology System, Imitation. Capable of issuing tasks and gaining learning experience, it can also modify the brain to enhance intelligence, albeit with a chance of overheating and fainting as side effects. A knockoff product, as one would understand. Brain overheating? A sprinkle of salt and chili, and wouldn't tea that be akin to cooking hot pot? Who would dare to use this? 3. Talent, photographic memory. Having seen, having observed, everything remains etched in your memory. This is the final option. Thus, to become a scholar, possessing a photographic memory is essential. Chapter 9. The Extraordinary Photographic Memory. The experience of being a scholar? I genuinely look forward to it. Lu Li turned and entered his room, lying on the bed, chuckling to himself. Who would have thought that I, Lu, would have a day where I could intellectually surpass others? From the initiation of the novice plot, it appeared that upon the plot's commencement, one would not immediately enter the narrative. One must first fall asleep. This rule suggests that my consciousness will enter the storyline. Therefore, are these narrative worlds merely a virtual dream, or have I activated a parallel universe? As his mind raced with thoughts, perhaps influenced by the system, Lu Li soon drifted into slumber. An utter humiliation. An utter humiliation. The homeroom teacher, Lao Su, slammed his palm on the podium, roaring with the ferocity of an enraged lion. This time, our class suffered a dismal defeat in the monthly exam. As an elite class, to be outperformed by a regular class is nothing short of disgraceful. As your homeroom teacher, I feel deeply remorseful for not having adequately guided you. I am ashamed of the salary bestowed upon me by the state. I am ashamed of the trust your parents placed in me. And I am even more ashamed of the honor of being an esteemed teacher. Lao Su, visibly agitated, shouted, his sparse, graying hair trembling, his black-rimmed glasses nearly falling from his nose. But do you feel guilt? Lao Su gestured around the classroom, asking each student to introspect. Have you been earnest? Have you put in effort? Have you worked hard? As his finger traversed the room, the students bowed their heads in shame, except for Lu Li. Recognizing the familiar surroundings and the faces of his classmates, Lu Li felt astonished and bewildered. This life simulation has granted me a chance to experience urban rebirth? Is this truly a virtual illusion, or have I genuinely entered a parallel dimension? Even the fierce visage of Lao Su at the podium seemed oddly comforting, and an involuntary smile crept onto Lu Li's face. Under the teacher's furious reprimand, the class bowed their heads, yet you remained with your head held high. Is it bravery or shamelessness? Lu Li was both startled and delighted, his smile growing ever brighter. In this moment of the lion's roar, where all beasts bowed, the only one remaining unbowed, grinning foolishly, was Lu Li, making him stand out remarkably. Thus, you still dare to laugh. Lao Su, noticing Lu Li's unabashed grin, felt his anger intensify. Lu Li, this exam has seen your failure in mathematics, and you are dragging everyone down. How can you still smile? Do you take shame as pride? Lao Su seized a pointer and stepped down from the podium, striding towards Lu Li. Stand up. Extend your hand. The pointer was raised. The scene of Lao Su striking a palm was all too familiar, a vivid memory. When provoked by Lao Su, a slap on the palm became the standard routine. Some people hit you, and you would rather fight back. Others, like Lao Su, strike, and yet you bear it without complaint. Today, once again, Lu Li experienced Lao Su's discipline. In reality, by the time Lu Li graduated from university, Lao Su had already passed away. As he saw the pointer raised, a torrent of emotions surged within him, and he quickly rose to present his palm. The pointer struck his hand with a resounding clap, neither too hard nor too soft. Not red nor swollen, yet painfully sharp. Lao Su's technique remained as masterful as ever. To ensure the horse runs swiftly, one must whip it fiercely. This is motivation. Are you punishing me? Lao Su, with a stern expression, inquired. Lao Su is a good man, genuinely devoted to his students, caring for each and every one. His moral integrity inspires deep respect, even if he enjoys striking palms. A glimmer of surprise crossed Lao Su's eyes as he regarded Lu Li thoughtfully. Pondering, motivation is indeed an apt term. Motivation? This term is excellent, quite fitting. Lao Su nodded, and the pointer once again tapped lightly on Lu Li's back. Since you understand it as motivation, then you must quicken your pace. If you perform poorly next time, be prepared for more motivation. Following this exchange, Lao Su lost the inclination to continue scolding. Having completed the test, Lu Li was astonished to find that every detail of the exam paper was imprinted in his mind, as if captured in a photograph. All the questions, all the answers, even the corrections, and Lao Su's annotations were crystal clear. Goodness, is this the photographic memory? I always thought it meant being able to memorize an entire book after reading it once. Yet, This version of photographic memory implies that once seen, it cannot be forgotten. How remarkable! It is simply extraordinary. Given such remarkable abilities, what significance does being a top student hold? My esteemed elder, Lu Yi, aspires to become a genius. The thrill surged within Lu Li's heart. He glanced at his deskmate and retrieved a Chinese textbook from his desk drawer, flipping through its pages with keen interest. Following this assessment, Lu Li discovered that if his gaze lingered on the pages for more than a second, he could effortlessly commit all the content to memory. Much like a photograph. Extraordinary. This transcends the talents of a mere scholar. It is akin to a supernatural ability. As he flipped through the pages, the bell rang for recess, and Lu Li astonishingly completed the entire textbook. Not only could he recite all the content, but he also remembered every punctuation mark and page number with impeccable clarity. With such a skill, achieving full marks becomes a mere formality. And securing the first position is akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. I am indeed a born genius. Lu Li laughed heartily, cast aside the Chinese book, and fetched an English book from the drawer. Just as he was about to delve into it, his deskmate, Yuan, tapped him on the shoulder and inquired, Lao Lu, are you feeling all right? What? Lu Li was taken aback and turned to Yuan. Who do you think is unwell? You just claimed that full marks are a basic operation? That you are a born genius? Yuan scrutinized Lu Li for a moment. You must be experiencing a hysterical episode. Lao Lu, your psychological pressure is too great. You need to learn to adjust your mindset. This weekend, shall we spend the night at the internet CAF playing dungeon? Hysterical episode, my foot. Lu Li smirked. Do you think I would reveal my cheat code to you? You have no idea of the joy of being a top student. I used to be oblivious too, but ever since acquiring this photographic memory, I am finally beginning to grasp it. Seeing you struggle for ages to memorize vocabulary, while I remember it effortlessly after just a glance. Observing you grapple with problems that I solve with ease. This feeling of superiority is indescribably delightful. In my interactions with classmates, I am indifferent to their academic performance, for none can surpass mine. Do you understand? That is the essence. Chapter 10. Achieving success requires indulgence. Naturally, ostentation is secondary. So what are we waiting for? Let us indulge. Why did the moon fall into the water? Because I have already made quite the splash. With this thought, Lu Li tossed aside his book and turned to Yuan. Who do you think has a higher IQ between us? IQ? Yuan, engrossed in a novel, barely looked up, casually replied. In our class of 54 students, you rank 31st while I rank 30th. Who do you think has a higher IQ? Even elementary students know that 30 ranks ahead of 31. Do you believe you are smarter than I? Lu Li grinned with a mischievous smile. All right. Allow me to pose a question to test you. What is 20,000 multiplied by 30,000? 60,000, of course. Are you foolish to ask such an elementary question? Lu Li erupted into laughter. With that IQ, you haven't even graduated elementary school, have you? Come clean. How did you manage to get into high school? How much did your family spend? Yuan remained lost in his novel, failing to grasp the absurdity of his answer. 20,000 multiplied by 30,000 equals 60,000. What is the problem? It's 600 million. Aren't thousands supposed to be multiplied differently? You just showcased your IQ. Although this was a sneak attack, it is not a glorious victory. Yuan, now the subject of mockery, could no longer sit still. Casting aside his novel, he turned to Lu Li. I didn't pay attention. You caught me off guard. Now, let me pose a question to you. Come on. Who is afraid? Listen closely. Last weekend, we spent the night at the internet CAF. You played for 8 hours on one computer while I played for 4. You bought a bottle of Sprite, and I only drank a third, while you consumed 2/3. Here comes the question. How much does it cost to spend a night at the internet CAF per hour? Yuan's face was filled with indignation. Have you figured it out? You shameless scoundrel. How dare you compare IQ with me? Lu Li blinked. Can you tell me how much a bottle of Sprite costs at the CAF? After so many years, I really can't recall. How much does it cost this year? No way. Yuan scoffed. Oh, you think that will stump me? Lu Li raised an eyebrow. If you want to tell me, I can still deduce it. The answer is 1/6 of a bottle of Sprite. Spending a night at the internet CAF costs the equivalent of 1/6 of a bottle of Sprite per hour. Lu Li tossed his head back, brimming with pride. Holy cow, you really calculated that? Yuan was livid. Lu, we spent the night together. You played for 8 hours while I played for 4. You only bought me a bottle of Sprite and drank most of it yourself. Are you even human? Lu Li froze. Aren't you posing a math question? Math, my foot. Yuan shouted in fury. I'm Yuan Shu. Pay attention. This week, you must compensate me for the night at the CAF. Yuan Shu, such a distinctive name, I can hardly forget it. When it comes to compensation, we must calculate it seriously. Lu Li grinned mischievously. I just remembered that a bottle of Sprite at the CAF costs 6 yuan. For the night. We averaged out. I played 2 extra hours. Compensating you with 1/3 of a bottle of Sprite means 2 yuan. The CAF charges exactly 1 yuan per hour, which is entirely reasonable. Huh. Yuan was left speechless, silently calculating in his mind, and to his astonishment, it was indeed correct. Holy cow. We spent the night together. You played for 8 hours, I played for 4. You bought a bottle of Sprite, I drank a third, and you drank 2/3, and it all balances out perfectly? This is utterly absurd. You can't bully someone so blatantly. Though your answer lacks reason, it is mathematically sound. Thus, you have outsmarted others. Yuan, you are truly my lucky star. Luli nearly laughed himself breathless. It seems that Yuan still has potential to be tapped. Do you? Luli was eager to continue his banter, but unexpectedly, Yuan waved him off. Get lost. I don't want to deal with you. Deeply wounded. Yuan was on the verge of a breakdown. Why is it that when 2 people spend the night at the CAF, one plays for 8 hours while the other plays for 4? One buys a bottle of Sprite, one drinks a third, and the other drinks 2/3, and it balances out perfectly? I can't comprehend it. Yuan buried himself in his novel, and Lu Li, having lost an opportunity to score points, had to devise another plan. Scanning the surroundings, Lu Li spotted a new target, a true academic prodigy. Her name is Lu Qin, a girl of remarkable intelligence and beauty, truly the embodiment of wisdom and grace. In reality, Lu Li and Lu Qin inhabit entirely different worlds. After graduating from university, Lu Li toiled in Shanghai, struggling to earn a meager monthly salary. In contrast, Lu Qin pursued her doctorate in the United States, effortlessly enjoying life on Wall Street, driving luxury cars and residing in opulent homes, accumulating wealth in abundance. Back then, in the class group and on social media, Lu Qin basked in the limelight, while Lu Li remained an inconspicuous figure, left with no common topics to discuss beyond a casual 666. Now, first, let us seize the opportunity to score some points. With this thought, Lu Li stood up and approached Lu Qin. Scholar comrade, you are universally recognized as the student with the highest IQ in the school. Lu Li sat down across from Lu Qin, flashed a grin. Shall we engage in an intellectual game? Thus, when the opportunity arises, one must seize it vigorously. Even the beautiful academic prodigy must be challenged. Chapter 11, The First Reversal. An intellectual game? Lu Qin, who was drawing comics in her notebook, raised her head in surprise at Lu Li's words. Is there really a boy willing to play an intellectual game with me? Boys typically wish to showcase their prowess and strengths in front of girls. Intellectual games. Well, I shall strive to ponder a little longer, so as not to let him feel utterly overwhelmed by my intellect. Alas, a high IQ can indeed be a burden. I find everyone else to be rather simple-minded, which makes socializing with classmates quite inconvenient. As for pretending to be unable to answer or feigning defeat, such trivialities are far too challenging for me. Very well. What game would you like to play? Lu Qin closed her notebook and smiled at Lu Li, exclaiming, It has been ages since I last played an intellectual game. Indeed, it has been quite a while, as no one is willing to play with me. Even my mother forbids me from joining her in mahjong, claiming I would memorize the cards. I truly do not deliberately memorize them. My memory is just too exceptional, and I cannot help it. Lu Li, you wish to play an intellectual game with Lu Qin? Wang Min, Lu Qin's deskmate, was preening her eyebrows in front of a small mirror when she heard about Lu Li's intention. She looked over, astonished. Is there anyone brave enough to play an intellectual game with Lu Qin? We do not even dare to play do di ju with her. Wang Min regarded Lu Li with eyes full of pity, as if to ask, What kind of trauma have you suffered? Why seek out such torment? Lu Li was not seeking torment. He merely aimed to achieve something. It was now recess. Today, it happened to rain, so there was no outdoor exercise, allowing the students to engage in free activities. The classroom had many vacant seats. Lu Qin, this game tests memory, Lu Li declared, sitting across from her. He randomly picked up a book from a classmate's desk. It was a geography book. Let us use the same book. You may choose any number and select a page. We shall compete to see who remembers more in 10 minutes. Memory, is it? Very well. Lu Qin blinked, somewhat speechless, her expectations for this game already diminished. Memory was not my strong suit, yet you dare to challenge me? What gives you such confidence? Take out your geography book. Then casually mention a number and select a page. Lu Li raised the geography book he held, signaling Lu Qin to proceed. All right. Lu Qin nodded, retrieving her geography textbook and placing it on the desk. She looked up at Lu Li and said, I choose page 123. 10 minutes, correct? Then, Lu Qin turned to her deskmate Wang Min. Wang Min, will you time us? You really intend to compete? Wang Min glanced at Lu Li, sighed, and removed the electronic watch from her wrist. All right, I will time you. Ready? Lu Li and Lu Qin exchanged glances, and together they opened the geography textbook to page 123. Begin. Wang Min waved her hand and pressed the timer on her watch. Lu Li lowered his gaze to the open page. In a mere second, he had memorized all the content with crystal clarity. Such is the power of photographic memory. 10 minutes? Huh, I only need a second. I merely claimed 10 minutes to avoid causing too much astonishment. Even having completed his memorization in an instant, Lu Li still pretended to be diligently recalling the material, waiting until Wang Min announced that time was up before closing the book and looking up. How much did you remember? Lu Li inquired, resting his hand on the geography book and gazing at Lu Qin. All of it. Lu Qin smiled slightly. And you? Likewise. Lu Li nodded. Now, the rules of the competition are, we shall ask each other questions based on that page. Whoever fails to answer loses. Ladies first. You may ask first. Very well. Lu Qin regarded Lu Li with a deep look, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Could he truly have memorized it? He even lets me ask first. The truth would soon be revealed with her inquiry. Lu Qin placed her hands flat on the desk, her expression a mixture of amusement and challenge as she looked at Lu Li. Lu Li answered without hesitation. He really remembers? Lu Qin was genuinely astonished, taken aback by Lu Li's performance. He actually memorized it? This is unbelievable. Wang Min hastily opened the geography book to page 123, carefully verifying the answers. Yet she remained incredulous. Now it is my turn to ask, Lu Qin said, her expression growing serious as she furrowed her brow in contemplation before presenting her question. Rock. The rock of magma. Impressive, Lu Li remarked. You have indeed answered correctly, showcasing your scholarly prowess. Lu Li's ability to recall was due to his extraordinary memory. However, Lu Qin's prowess was a gift from the heavens, an innate talent. Now, it is my turn to ask. Lu Li cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qin, thinking, do you still wish to mislead me? I have an exceptional memory, down to the very punctuation marks. You actually answered that? Lu Qin thought, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I did not anticipate this. He typically keeps a low profile, yet his memory is so strong. His abilities are on par with mine. In that moment, Lu Qin felt an exhilarating rush of having finally found a worthy rival. Throughout her life, due to her high IQ, Lu Qin had learned swiftly and excelled in her studies, often feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. Now, discovering Lu Li as a concealed opponent brought her unexpected excitement. Lu Li, however, was oblivious to Lu Qin's thoughts, preoccupied with achieving his goals. My turn, Lu Li exclaimed. A comma? What kind of absurd question is this? This is too much. Wang Min, who had been observing the competition, gasped in shock and anger upon hearing Lu Li's question, jumping up in frustration. This question is indeed excessive. Who would memorize punctuation marks? Lu Qin furrowed her brow tightly, pondering for a moment, but ultimately could not provide an accurate answer. With a resigned sigh, she admitted, I cannot answer. The correct answer is 5 commas. Lu Li laughed heartily. I have won this game. A triumphant comeback. You have defeated a true academic elite, albeit in a seemingly trivial game. This victory was somewhat fortuitous, as the rules were established by Lu Li, and the competition centered on his area of expertise. His remarkable memory ensured his victory. If the contest were to focus on actual knowledge, Lu Li's understanding would fall far short of Lu Qin's, thus he chose to retreat strategically for the time being. Should Lu Qin, unwilling to accept defeat, challenge him to solve mathematical problems, his true abilities would be laid bare. After Lu Li's departure, Wang Min remained engrossed in counting punctuation marks in the book. Could it truly be 5 commas? He even memorized the punctuation marks? Wang Min raised her head, turning to Lu Qin, her expression filled with confusion. How is this possible? How could anyone memorize an entire page of a book in 10 minutes, including punctuation marks? Is he even human? Indeed, he remembered every single punctuation mark. Lu Qin exhaled deeply, watching Lu Li's departing figure, her smile radiant. I have truly encountered a worthy opponent. Initially, I had little anticipation for high school life, merely remaining to avoid regrets. However now, Lu Li, you have brought me unexpected delight. With you as my rival, my high school journey shall undoubtedly be far more thrilling. This time, you triumphed. However, it was merely due to my underestimation of you. I did not take the challenge seriously, allowing you to catch me off guard. Next time, I shall regard you as a true contender and grant you no opportunities. Having an evenly matched rival is a truly exhilarating experience. As for Lu Li's previously unassuming demeanor and average performance, Lu Qin found it not at all surprising. A high IQ often leads to a lack of friends. Lu Li chose to disguise his true abilities, blending in with the crowd, which was quite reasonable, so long as he reveals his true potential during the college entrance examination. Lu Qin, I have discovered Lu Li's secret. Just as Lu Qin was lost in thought, Wang Min suddenly exclaimed, pulling Lu Qin close and whispering in her ear, Lu Qin, Lu Li is confessing his feelings for you. Lu Qin stared at Wang Min in astonishment for quite some time before finally exclaiming, your imagination is truly boundless. Xiao Min, perhaps you should watch fewer Korean dramas to salvage some of your intelligence. It has nothing to do with Korean dramas. Wang Min retorted, "Humph. Don't doubt me. Just think about it. Lu Li's usual academic performance is rather average, right? Why has his memory suddenly improved? Why did he suddenly seek you out to compare memory skills? It's because he prepared in advance to confess his feelings. Impossible. I randomly selected a page. He has no way of knowing which one I would choose." Lu Qin held her own judgment, refusing to believe Wang Min's nonsensical claims. Isn't it simple? He memorized the entire geography textbook beforehand, even the punctuation marks. Wang Min wore an expression of deep admiration. For love, he has exerted tremendous effort. I can only imagine how many days and nights he spent to memorize this book and find the opportunity to confess to you. Stop being ridiculous. Lu Qin rolled her eyes. We are only in the second semester of our first year. This semester just started a month ago. This book was only distributed a month ago. How many days and nights could it possibly be? You are too deeply influenced by Korean dramas. So what if it's been a month? The power of love is limitless. For love, he worked himself to exhaustion, staying up all night. Which is why he memorized this book and sought the opportunity to confess. Wang Min felt like a detective, certain that she had unraveled the truth. I am at a loss for words. Lu Qin sighed deeply, feeling that Wang Min's imagination had transcended all bounds. It would be a shame if she didn't write novels. Be even bolder. One could even earn achievements in every subject. But how long will this academic experience of a top student last? If the time is short, one must find every possible way to earn achievements. As for now, one should focus on studying. To become a top student, one cannot neglect studying. Lu Li picked up an English book from his desk and began to study. He flipped through the pages at a rapid pace, appearing to be casually browsing, yet his remarkable photographic memory allowed him to firmly grasp the content of the book. Page after page, book after book, whether in class or during breaks, Lu Li continued to read. A day passed, and by the time school ended in the afternoon, Lu Li was astonished to discover that he had completed all the textbooks for the semester and remembered all the content. However, his head was pounding. His mind was overwhelmed with so much information, a chaotic array of knowledge filling his brain. Lu Li felt dizzy and listless, as if his body had been completely drained. He had studied too much too quickly. The influx of knowledge had not been digested in time, leading to this outcome. Clearly, he could not repeat this approach. One cannot expect to achieve everything in one go. It must be gradual. Yuan observed Lu Li's exhausted state and shook his head. What nonsense. I'm just dizzy. I might be coming down with a cold. Lu Li casually offered an excuse and waved goodbye to Yuan, leaving first. Lu Qin and Wang Min happened to witness this scene. You see, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Wang Min pointed at Lu Li and said to Lu Qin, look at him now. It's evident that he has exhausted his energy. My judgment is correct. He has sacrificed countless nights for you. Now that he has completed his task, he relaxes, and his spirit collapses. Impossible. Lu Qin frowned. Your speculation is unfounded and quite unreliable. I trust my own judgment more. You still don't believe me. Wang Min snorted. If you doubt it, challenge him to another memory test tomorrow with a different book. If he can answer correctly, I'll write my name backward. Another test could be arranged. Chapter 13. Mother no longer needs to worry about my studies. Upon exiting the school gate, Lu Li boarded the number 2 bus at the bus stop. His home was in the county town, not far from the school. It took just a few stops on the number 2 bus to arrive. After disembarking, he walked along the familiar alley to his doorstep. Taking out his keys to unlock the door, he was greeted with a scene identical to his memories, still the same familiar home. Was this life experience a mere illusion? Or had he truly undergone a rebirth in this urban setting? Lu Li found it hard to discern. He called out and stepped inside. He recalled that during his high school years, his parents often left home early and returned late, and dinner was typically consumed while watching the evening news. His head began to throb. This was the after effect of excessive studying. His mind was inundated with an overwhelming amount of knowledge, and it needed to be processed quickly, otherwise it would become a significant problem. Lying on the sofa and closing his eyes, Lu Li began to tackle the consequences of his intensive studying. Ouch! Lu Li winced in pain. This time, as he delved into his memories, he finally understood where the issue lay. He had crammed all the subjects for the semester at once without summarizing or digesting the information. At that moment, the knowledge stored in his mind was utterly chaotic, akin to tearing numerous books into countless fragments and jamming them haphazardly into his brain. This disorganized information needed to be promptly categorized and organized. With the problem identified, Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he summarized and organized this knowledge, he would resolve the issue. Lu Li's current state resembled that of a computer burdened with countless files, yet these files lacked names and directories. The process of organizing them was indescribably painful. I truly brought this upon myself. Next time, I must ensure to digest one book before moving on to the next. The process of summarizing and organizing his memory was initially arduous, often accompanied by bouts of headache. Fortunately, after overcoming the initial difficulties in establishing order, the subsequent stages became increasingly smoother and more manageable. He finally completed the organization of his language knowledge. Lu Li exhaled deeply, feeling that his foggy mind had improved significantly. Since it was effective, he decided to press on. Just as Lu Li was about to muster all his energy to process the plethora of knowledge in his mind, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from his mother. Upon answering, he barely managed to greet her with "Mom," before hearing her say, "Child, why haven't you come over yet?" "Huh, come over? Where am I supposed to go?" Lu Li was momentarily confused. "Today is your third uncle's housewarming party. Didn't I tell you this morning? They've already started serving food. Hurry up and come. The electric bike is under the awning. Ride it over yourself." His third uncle's housewarming? How could he still remember that after all these years? Just as he was about to tackle the mental blockage, Lu Li was naturally disinclined to attend any housewarming feast. He hung up the phone, made a bowl of instant noodles, and returned to the sofa to continue processing the knowledge that had accumulated in his mind. After language, he moved on to mathematics, followed by English, physics, chemistry, biology, history, geography, and political science. Like piecing together a puzzle, he categorized and organized the content from the chaotic memories of knowledge page by page, completing the picture. The process of summarizing and organizing was also one of digesting, absorbing, and mastering the information. During this process, Lu Li discarded some meaningless memories, such as covers, illustrations, prefaces, page numbers, and publisher information. He also developed his own understanding and insights regarding the various points of knowledge presented in the textbooks. By the time the entire process concluded, Lu Li felt an immense sense of relief, and his mind was refreshingly clear. He exhaled deeply, shook his head, and felt that his head had become much lighter. As if he had cleared the cache, his thoughts were now sharper. After this summarization and organization, Lu Li had fundamentally grasped the knowledge from the second semester of his first year. LL has established a grading system for his learning progress, which consists of 5 levels. Level 1, memory. Level 2, comprehension. Level 3, mastery. Level 4, proficiency. And Level 5, expertise. According to this classification, his current progress is as follows: Chinese language, Level 3, mastery, mathematics, Level 2, comprehension, English, Level 3, mastery, physics, Level 3, mastery, chemistry, Level 3, mastery, biology, Level 3, mastery, history, Level 3, mastery, geography, Level 3, mastery, political science, Level 3, mastery. This grading system is merely a self-assessment by LL to gauge his grasp of various subjects. At present, in the second semester of his first year of high school, he has essentially mastered all subjects except mathematics. To progress beyond mastery, he must engage in extensive practice, continually solving problems until he becomes proficient, perhaps even reaching expertise. LL feels that his understanding of mathematics is somewhat lacking, as he perceives himself to be only at the level of comprehension. Mathematics, after all, is not a discipline that thrives solely on memorization. Logical reasoning and problem-solving strategies are paramount. To enhance his proficiency in mathematics, the only viable method remains relentless practice. The strategy of immersing oneself in problems proves universally effective. Through this introspection, LL recognizes a significant shortcoming. His foundational knowledge is insufficiently robust. The knowledge acquired during the first semester of high school, along with that from junior high, has not yet been firmly established. To become a true academic prodigy, it is essential to solidify the foundation and eliminate any weaknesses. It seems he can now immerse himself in his studies once more. With an extraordinary photographic memory, he can effortlessly retain information after a single glance, alleviating his mother-esque concerns about his studies. However, he must avoid overexerting himself. The lesson learned from earlier is profound. It is crucial to digest one book thoroughly before moving on to the next, resisting the temptation to rush and jeopardize his progress. As Chapter 14 unfolds, LL prepares to rise, but realizes he has yet to eat the instant noodles he prepared earlier. Returning to his room, he sits at his desk and retrieves last semester's high school textbooks. He resumes his study session, flipping through the pages of last semester's Chinese textbook. Under the influence of his remarkable memory, he swiftly completes the book. This time, he remembers the lesson learned. Rather than continuing to read, he closes his eyes, reflecting and assimilating the material in his mind. He comprehensively processes the content, achieving mastery of the first volume of Chinese language. Next, he delves into mathematics, revisiting various formulas, theorems, operational rules, calculation methods, and problem-solving strategies in his mind. He thinks, analyzes, comprehends, and internalizes. After finishing mathematics, he transitions to English, followed by other subjects, digesting each book thoroughly before proceeding to the next. As he concludes studying all the textbooks from the previous semester, He is astonished to realize that an entire night has passed. To his disbelief, LL has actually studied through the night. The experience of being engrossed in learning is truly remarkable. Shaking his head in disbelief, he reflects on how he has managed to study overnight, a feat he had not accomplished even during his senior year in high school. Checking the time on his phone, he sees that it is now 6 o'clock in the morning. Indeed, he has stayed up all night, and his stomach grumbles in hunger. He recalls that since last night, he has only consumed a bowl of instant noodles. Could this be what they refer to as being so engrossed in study that one forgets to eat and sleep? Tidying his desk, LL rises to wash up and prepare a meal. Just as he finishes washing his face, he hears the sound of keys in the lock. Exiting the bathroom, he sees his parents entering. "Child, you're up." His mother, holding a plastic bag, calls out to him, "Come quickly. I've packed you some meatballs. I also have some 8 treasure rice here." His father waves, "It's all your favorites. It's still warm. Hurry up and eat." Standing at the doorway, seeing the familiar figures and hearing the comforting words, LL feels a wave of emotion wash over him. "I'll be right there." He quickly wipes his face and approaches. His mother has set out the meatballs and 8 treasure rice, complete with chopsticks ready for use. Picking up a meatball, he takes a bite, savoring the familiar taste, the flavor of parental love. No matter where parents are, they will always remember their child. Even if one day they become so old that they forget who they are, they will never forget you. "Eat slowly, don't rush," his father says, handing him a glass of water. His face, tanned from years of labor under the sun, lights up with a radiant smile. "You've been so focused on your studies that you didn't even go to the moving party. Our child has become so responsible." He continues, "If you can get into college, all my hard work will be worth it." LL nods vigorously, "Yes, I will definitely get into college." Stuffing his mouth with meatballs, he feels a lump in his throat. Although LL once entered a university, it was a mediocre one. Regardless of whether this is merely a fictional scenario, the love of parents remains the most genuine. After finishing the meatballs and 8 treasure rice, LL pats his stomach, feeling satisfied. Glancing at the time, he realizes it is now 6:40. With an early self-study session starting at 7:30, it's time for him to head to school. He slings his backpack over his shoulder and bids his parents farewell. "Dad, Mom, I'm off to school. Study hard and listen to your teachers," they reply, smiling and nodding. Stepping outside, LL takes a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. As he takes in the familiar sights, he quietly resolves to make a change. Regardless of whether this is a fictional narrative, it no longer matters. At least in this chapter of his life, he aims to rectify past regrets and make his parents proud, instilling in them a sense of pride and joy. Upon boarding the bus, he arrives at the school entrance after several stops. Entering the school gate, he unexpectedly spots Li Qin. "Li Qin, what are you doing here?" LL approaches to greet her, astonished. In his memory, Li Qin has always lived on campus. "How is she here at this hour?" "I'm waiting for you." Li Qin replies nonchalantly, nodding at him. "Waiting for me?" LL finds this hard to believe. "Isn't our relationship not quite at that level yet?" "Don't misunderstand," she counters. "A challenge?" LL feels a sudden wave of pressure. Li Qin is a true academic powerhouse, perhaps the most formidable student in the history of YZH-ing. Despite having studied several books, LL lacks confidence when facing her. Taking a deep breath, he asks, "What do you want to compete in? Let us revisit where we fell and rise again. Today, we'll compete in memory." Upon hearing this, LL breathes a sigh of relief. "Memory? This time, you might just stumble again. I have a photographic memory. How can you compete with me?" However, Li Qin adds with a smile, "This time, we won't be reciting texts." She gestures towards the corridor of famous figures. "Do you see that? Let us walk through it together and see who remembers more. We'll quiz each other, and if you can't answer, you lose." "All right." LL raises an eyebrow. "But since it's a competition, there should be some reward, right? What do you want?" Li Qin comes from a well-off family, so prizes are trivial for her. Furthermore, she doesn't believe she will lose. "I want you. Can you promise me that?" LL murmured quietly to himself, not truly crossing any lines. "Do you have any video materials for English speaking and listening? For would suffice. Could you lend them to me?" After finishing the textbooks for all subjects, LL realized that his English still lacked in speaking and listening, and he intended to find an opportunity to improve. "No problem." Li Qin nodded, stating that if he could win, anything would be possible. Anything would be possible. "Forgive me, I have a wicked mind. The thoughts of an adult man can easily stray. I cannot be blamed for that." Chapter 15. How can we talk about love when our IQs are so different? The celebrity corridor is a distinctive pathway at YZH-ing. It stretches 200 meters in length, with 100 celebrity statues placed on either side, each engraved with a famous quote. 200 celebrity statues and 200 famous sayings. At a normal walking speed, it takes approximately 3 to 4 minutes to traverse this distance. Memorizing 200 famous quotes in such a short time while correlating them with their respective figures. Truly tests one's memory. LL and Li Qin walked side by side towards the celebrity corridor. With Li Qin's high profile, the sight of the two walking together quickly attracted the attention of many. It was peak time for students arriving at school, and the students passing through the campus couldn't help but gossip upon seeing Li Qin walking alongside a boy. Hey, isn't that Li Qin? The super scholar who embodies both wisdom and beauty. Is she actually in a relationship? A sophomore boy exclaimed, pounding his chest in disbelief. It can't be a relationship. A bespectacled boy, resembling Conan, adjusted his glasses and remarked that given Li Qin's intelligence, most people in this world are akin to under-evolved hominids. How can we talk about love with such differing IQs? Yes, it must not be a relationship. Oh, brother, it seems you have quite a story to tell. The bespectacled boy grinned widely, urging, come on, share your misfortune and entertain us. I'll share. I'm not the only one who has faced setbacks. Portuguese. The bespectacled boy grinned, having deciphered the language she used and translated it, saying the phrase means, how can we talk about love when our IQs are so different? Upon hearing this, a silence fell over the crowd, and the boys lowered their heads in contemplation. Meanwhile, the nearby girls couldn't help but snored in disdain. With differing IQs, how can we talk about love? Just wait and see, you'll be single for life. If you want to find someone with a similar IQ. Einstein has already passed away. Oh, they've gone to the celebrity corridor. It seems they are engaged in conversation. Let us go see what they are discussing. Some curious onlookers, seeing LL and Li Qin walking side by side into the celebrity corridor, couldn't resist following them. In the celebrity corridor, LL and Li Qin stood side by side, exchanging a glance and nodding in unison before stepping forward together, their strides perfectly synchronized. As they walked, they scanned the towering celebrity statues on either side, memorizing each celebrity's name, birth and death dates, along with the famous quote etched on the pedestal. For over 3 minutes, they walked while jotting down each celebrity and their corresponding quote. Such a game is not something just anyone can play. Walking side by side, as if in perfect formation, they exited the celebrity corridor. Let us begin. With his remarkable memory, LL recalled each celebrity statue and their quotes with ease. Feeling assured, he brimmed with confidence. You can start with the questions. Li Qin smiled lightly, exuding her own confidence. All right. LL nodded. Spring silkworms die only when their silk is exhausted. What comes next? Who said it? This question is not simple. Upon hearing spring silkworms die only when their silk is exhausted, the immediate association is the wax torch turns to ash, tears dry. However, in this context, it would be incorrect. Spring silkworms die only when their silk is exhausted. When one reaches the age of 100, they do not cease. While breath remains, one must strive, leaving a good example for the youth. Correct. LL nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for her to proceed. That was too easy. It holds little significance for us. Let me pose a more challenging question. Li Qin tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and asked LL, which celebrity in the corridor has the most popular meme? Oh, that is a rather unique angle for a question. LL was caught off guard by Li Qin's approach, but quickly regained composure. LXN, I never said such a thing. LXN. Yes, that was indeed my statement. There are many memes of this. Li Qin chuckled, clearly impressed. As expected, you are not easily stumped. Now it's your turn. Since you mentioned memes, I shall ask something entertaining as well. LL snapped his fingers and said, pay attention. Who is the most beloved celebrity in the celebrity corridor? Most beloved? Li Qin frowned, momentarily perplexed. Which celebrity is the most loved? There is no such statistic. Oh, wait, did he say entertaining? Li Qin's eyes lit up as she immediately grasped the answer. Franklin, the face on the dollar bill. You consider this a riddle? Haha, I thought your answer would be the founding father. LL burst into laughter. I also considered that answer. However, between the $100 bill and the 100 yuan bill, one would undoubtedly choose the $100 bill. I took the more pedestrian route and chose Franklin. Li Qin also laughed heartily. Engaging in this competition with LL, the feeling of being evenly matched is truly delightful. Your turn. LL tilted his chin, signaling Li Qin to continue. Then I shall raise the difficulty once more. Li Qin pondered and posed a question. Which celebrity in the corridor would be 144 years old if they were alive today? This question does carry some difficulty, but it cannot stump me. There are 200 celebrities in the corridor. First, let us exclude those born after 1900, leaving us with only a few. LL quickly arrived at the correct answer. Madame Curie. If she were alive in 2011, she would be 144 years old. Impressive. You managed to answer that. Li Qin couldn't help but praise him. This question was simply a random pick from her side, without any particular pattern. For LL to answer so swiftly is indeed remarkable. Elling. At that moment, the bell for the start of class rang. They had yet to determine a winner, and class was starting. The result of this contest, A tie. We shall continue next time. Li Qian cheerfully nodded. Beckoning to LL, let us go. It's time for class. All right. LL hurriedly followed, and the two made their way to the classroom. Behind them, a group of curious onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. So this is how a scholar engages in a romantic relationship? There actually exists a boy whose IQ matches Li Qian's? No wonder Li Qian said that with differing IQs, how can we talk about love? It turns out there truly is someone who meets the standard. What was this fellow's name again? I think it's LL. Which class is he in? Chapter 16, New Achievement, Master of Self-Destruction. LL and Li Qian entered the classroom together. No one among their classmates found anything amiss. After all, how can we talk about love when our IQs are so different? Li Qian, I brought 2 copies of the XN who's EDN. You wanted to compete with LL again, right? Let us use the dictionary. I guarantee he won't be able to answer anything. WMN said as she pulled out 2 hefty dictionaries from her backpack. No need to compete anymore. Li Qian laughed and shook her head. I just had a match with him. You've already competed? WMN was taken aback and quickly asked, so did he understand nothing? Does he remember nothing? I knew he was a fraud. He was just trying to confess to you. No, he is quite strong. This time we tied. I feel it will be very challenging to surpass him. Lu Qin's face broke into a faint smile, yet her expression remained incredibly serious. He is quite strong. You are evenly matched? How can this be? Wang Min found it hard to believe. She lifted her gaze towards the direction of Lu Li and saw him sprawled over his desk, fast asleep. He was napping during morning self-study. My reasoning was not mistaken. Lu Li had clearly prepared in advance, intentionally confessing his feelings to Lu Qin. But how could Lu Qin claim that she and Lu Li were evenly matched? Considering Lu Li's considerable strength? Could it be? A glimmer of insight flashed in Wang Min's eyes. The only truth was that Lu Qin had accepted Lu Li's confession. She was deliberately protecting him. Wang Min turned to scrutinize Lu Qin from head to toe, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. I never expected this. Lu Qin, you are actually in a relationship? Buzz. At that moment, Wang Min's phone vibrated. Picking it up, she saw a message from a girl in the neighboring class. Wang Min, is it true that Lu Qin from your class is in a relationship? Wang Min was taken aback. I just deduced the truth. How does the whole world know? In the accompanying photo, Lu Li and Lu Qin stood side by side, gazing at each other with deep affection. Their bright eyes and smiling expressions were unmistakable. Even a blind person could sense the sweetness radiating from the image. Wow, it has already developed to this extent? Wang Min stole a glance at Lu Qin, noticing her composed demeanor. And couldn't he help but snicker quietly. What a master of disguise. Unfortunately, my eyes have seen through everything. Gossip circulated silently. In this digital age, the speed at which rumors spread is unimaginable. Without the knowledge of those involved, the tale of Lu Li and Lu Qin's romance had become widespread. Mr. Su, there is something you might need to pay attention to. English teacher Zhang Li, a young woman who maintained a close rapport with her students, had stealthily infiltrated several class groups, making her well informed. Pay attention? What has happened? Mr. Su responded, a hint of surprise in his expression as he glanced at Zhang Li. Furrowing his brow, is there a student in my class misbehaving in your class? Zhang Li reassured him, don't worry, I will handle them sternly. No. Zhang Li leaned in closer, whispering, I have seen many students spreading rumors that Lu Qin from your class seems to be in a relationship. Lu Qin? That is impossible. If it were any other student, Mr. Su might not have been able to judge accurately. However, with Lu Qin, there was simply no possibility. Lu Qin was the most intelligent student in the history of Yizhong. Her intellect was so high that it created an invisible chasm, preventing others from approaching her. With such a disparity in intelligence, how could she possibly engage in a romantic relationship? Mr. Su was well aware of her famous saying. I didn't believe it either. Zhang Li shook her head, extending her phone towards him. You should see for yourself. There's even a photo. A photo? Mr. Su's brows furrowed as he took the phone. Upon seeing the image of Lu Li and Lu Qin gazing deeply into each other's eyes, he was taken aback. Lu Li? Lu Qin and Lu Li? What kind of international joke is this? Lu Li and Lu Qin were completely different realms of individuals. One was unremarkable, while the other stood at the pinnacle. How could two people with such a vast difference possibly come together? How could they share common ground? Mr. Su, you need to take this seriously. Zhang Li reminded him. Romance is truly irrational. The higher the intelligence, the sillier one becomes in love. We cannot let such a rare talent as Lu Qin be ruined for such reasons. Zhang Li's words held merit, and Mr. Su's expression turned grave as he nodded slowly. Yet, handling such matters was indeed quite tricky. As a high school homeroom teacher, the worst fear is students falling in love. Teenagers, at this age, are at their most rebellious. A gentle reminder may go unheard, while a harsh reprimand could wound their pride. Let us start with Lu Li. He should be easier to handle. Mr. Su lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a long plume of smoke. After all, Lu Li's academic performance was lacking, making him aware of reality, and the discrepancies could spur his ambition, especially with statements like, "If you wish to be with Lu Qin, at least you must attend the same university as her." As Mr. Su entered the classroom, he scanned the room and found Lu Li still slumped over his desk, which only deepened Mr. Su's frown. "Lu Li, come to my office." Mr. Su called out from the doorway. Lu Li remained oblivious, still asleep. Nearby, classmate Yuan, sensing the impending trouble, shook Lu Li vigorously. "Lu, wake up. The homeroom teacher is calling you." "The homeroom teacher? Which homeroom teacher?" Lu Li asked drowsily. "Mr. Su. Mr. Su is calling you." Yuan was sweating with anxiety. "Mr. Su, what are you talking about? He has been dead for years." Lu Li was still groggy, struggling to grasp the situation. The classroom fell silent, students exchanging bewildered glances. Yuan was left speechless. "Bro, you're incredible. You just cursed the homeroom teacher to death. I've never seen anyone so audacious." Mr. Su's face darkened ominously. This insolent lad was truly provoking. "You must be tired of living if you dare to curse the homeroom teacher. What if I say this is a misunderstanding? Would you believe me?" Lu Li looked up at Mr. Su, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "I believe you." Mr. Su nodded seriously before reaching for the teaching stick. "As for whether my teaching stick believes you, that's another matter." Chapter 17, Campus Celebrity. In the office, Mr. Su sat at his desk, lighting another cigarette and taking slow, deliberate puffs, silently fixing his cold gaze upon Lu Li. Standing at the desk, Lu Li watched Mr. Su smoke incessantly, recalling that the teacher had apparently succumbed to lung cancer. "Teacher, you should smoke less. It's bad for your health. If he quit now, perhaps Mr. Su could still be saved." Lu Li couldn't help but remind him. "I'm nearly dead from your antics. What do you mean smoking is bad for health?" Mr. Su scoffed heavily. "Now, tell me, what heinous crime have I committed to deserve your curse of death?" "It's a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding." Lu Li struggled to explain. "You know, Yuan and I were middle school classmates. I was half asleep and thought he was referring to our middle school teacher, not you." "Humph." Mr. Su let out another heavy huff, extinguishing the cigarette butt, and did not pursue the matter further. He looked at Lu Li and said, "In the first monthly exam, your math score was failing. Your attitude towards studying has been quite inappropriate these past few days. You even dare to sleep in class?" Rapping his fingers on the desk, Mr. Su's tone grew stern. "Your current academic performance is quite average. If you don't improve, it will be too late. Lu Qin is a genius. You cannot compare yourself to her. However, even among your classmates, you still fall short. Your efforts are far from sufficient. I believe I am not inferior to Lu Qin." Lu Li insisted. "I came here to be a top student and even have a cheat code. How could I possibly be worse than her?" While Lu Qin was indeed impressive, Lu Li was unwilling to concede defeat. "You are not better than Lu Qin?" Mr. Su nearly choked on his smoke, coughing for a while before finally catching his breath. It was evident that there were some issues between Lu Li and Lu Qin. The mere mention of her name made Lu Li bristle. Mr. Su set down his cigarette and looked at Lu Li. "Since you believe you are not inferior to Lu Qin, then prove it to me. The midterm exam is at the end of the month. I won't ask you to score first like Lu Qin, but if you can rank in the top 20, I will be satisfied." When it comes to students dating, it must be viewed from two perspectives. If guided correctly, transforming negative influences into motivation for study can yield even better results. As long as one devotes their energy to studying, when would there be time for romance? The constant practice of exam questions can be overwhelming. Achieving a place in the top 20 of the midterm exams? Lu Li chuckled. "Teacher, it is said that one should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. You underestimate me. To be modest, let's say the top 3. "What? The top 3? Still being modest?" Lao Su swayed slightly, nearly dropping the teacup he had just lifted, turning to Lu Li with a look that clearly conveyed disbelief. "I am not joking," Lu Li replied earnestly. "Teacher Su, if I make it into the top 3, would you agree to one condition?" "A condition?" Lao Su's heart skipped a beat. Could he be requesting not to interfere with his romance with Lu Qin? If he truly makes it into the top 3, that could be considered. As long as they are not overly intimate, a hint of mutual affection is understandable. "What condition?" Lao Su inquired, nodding at Lu Li, indicating he could consider it as long as it was not excessive. "Teacher, please quit smoking." Lu Li said sincerely. "If I achieve a top 3 ranking in the midterm exams, you must quit smoking. It is beneficial for your health." In the past, Lao Su had succumbed to lung cancer shortly after Lu Li graduated from university. Now, Lu Li wanted to see if he could alter Lao Su's fate. "Quitting smoking? Is that your condition?" Lao Su was taken aback, staring at Lu Li for a long while, unable to comprehend. That Lu Li would propose such a condition was completely unexpected. After gathering his thoughts, Lao Su glanced at the cigarette pinched between his fingers, gritted his teeth, and extinguished it in the ashtray. "I agree. If you can place in the top 3, I will never smoke again for the rest of my life. It's a deal. Lu Li extended his palm for a handshake to seal the promise. All right, let's seal this deal. Lao Su stood up and slapped Lu Li's hand. I am eager to see what you can achieve. The top 3, I await your success. I will accomplish the task. Lao Su waved his hand, reminding him that a man's word is unchangeable. Remember what you said today. If you fail, be prepared for the consequences. Don't worry, teacher. Lu Li waved goodbye and left the office. How could Lu Li have such confidence to rank in the top 3? Was it mere bravado? Or did he truly possess the ability? Time would tell. If it turned out to be mere boasting, well, the nickname Su Bien was earned through true merit. Yuan stared at Lu Li for a while, repeatedly clicking his tongue. Under Lao Su's encouragement, your hand must be swollen, right? Disappointed, Lu Li opened his palm, revealing a fair and rosy hand, devoid of any whip marks. Teacher Su is a highly respected educator. How could he possibly resort to corporal punishment? That defies logic. Yuan's eyes widened in shock, cursing Lao Su in front of him. And you didn't even get whipped? You think Su Bien earned his reputation for nothing? His formidable reputation is truly well-deserved. Just as Lu Li sat down, he sensed something and turned to see Lu Qin gazing at him. Lu Li smiled and nodded. Lu Qin reciprocated the gesture. Wang Min, nearby, grinned widely. It's confirmed. They are publicly displaying affection. As the class progressed, time passed slowly. By the time of the break, the rumors of their supposed romance had spread widely. Wow, no way, Yuan exclaimed, having seen the gossip in the literature enthusiast group, along with a photo of Lu Li and Lu Qin gazing into each other's eyes. Lu Yi, you are truly remarkable. I admire you immensely. As Lu Li was immersed in his studies, he suddenly heard Yuan's exclamation. What's going on? Lu Li looked up to see Yuan grinning strangely, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Achievement unlocked. Campus celebrity, level. You have gained notoriety at school, albeit due to a mere rumor. What kind of nonsense is this? A rumor? Lu Li was dumbfounded. Chapter 18. Have you even thought of the child's name? Lao Lu. I never imagined you would be pursuing Lu Qin. Just as Lu Li was in a daze, Yuan leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. I never would have guessed, Lao Lu. Pursuing Lu Qin? Me? Lu Li was bewildered. What are you talking about? Still trying to deny it? Yuan handed over his phone. Look for yourself. Evidence has been captured. Lu Li glanced at the photo, where he and Lu Qin stood side by side, smiling and gazing at each other, appearing quite affectionate. However, this was during the competition in the celebrity corridor. They were merely nodding at each other to signal the start of the event. How did it turn into a romantic rumor? Lu Li felt indifferent about the gossip. As an adult, he was not concerned about such baseless claims. What is romance? After all, even a casual outing. Let us not digress. In any case, Lu Li was unconcerned about rumors. However, Lu Qin was different. As a 16-year-old girl, regardless of her intelligence, she must find such matters troubling. With this thought in mind, Lu Li turned to Lu Qin, who was engrossed in writing and drawing, seemingly unaffected. Taking out his phone, he opened the class group chat and sent Lu Qin a friend request. While she was busy, Lu Qin felt her phone vibrate, glanced at it, and then looked up at Lu Li. Lu Li smiled, and Lu Qin nodded in response. The friend request was accepted. Observing this, Yuan grinned, while Wang Min displayed her teeth in delight, still claiming you're not dating. The dog food is flying everywhere. Lu Li messaged Lu Qin. Have you heard the rumors circulating at school? Lu Qin replied, yes, I just found out. Lu Li continued, I apologize for causing you any distress. Such rumors can be troublesome, and the more they are emphasized, the worse they become. It's best to treat it casually and ignore them. In time, the rumors will naturally dissipate. Lu Qin responded, no need to worry. I am not troubled at all. All right. If you are unconcerned, I am even less so. Back to studying. I have a bet with Lao Su for a top 3 ranking. When rumors first emerge, they spread the fastest. By the end of the day, as Lu Li walked down the street, he noticed people pointing and whispering. Isn't that Lu Li? He does look a bit handsome. No wonder Lu Qin would date him. He is handsome, but he is poor. A relationship without financial stability is unreliable. We're just high school students. What does financial stability even matter? Romance can be about the thrill. As he walked, Lu Li overheard various strange comments. Fortunately, these whispers did not affect him. He was indifferent. However, Lu Qin did not have it so easy. After their earlier competition, although there was no clear winner, Lu Qin felt that since Lu Li had proposed to borrow a book to improve her English speaking and listening skills, she should offer her assistance. Shortly after boarding the bus, Lu Qin's phone rang. After hanging up, she furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, the rumors about her romance had reached her parents' ears. Although she had told Lu Li she was unbothered, any situation would have some impact. It was impossible to be completely unaffected. Nevertheless, Lu Qin believed this would not significantly affect her. As she pushed open the door to her home, her mother was sitting in the living room, peeling fruit, appearing quite normal. However, typically after work, her mother would be busy playing mahjong, not sitting here peeling fruit. Lu Qin greeted her with a smile, her face composed. Here, have some fruit, her mother said, holding out a piece of pear on a toothpick. All right, you must have something to discuss. Lu Qin took the pear, swallowed a few bites, and shook her head at Lu Mama, indicating that she was well aware of the ruse that had been employed for many years. It's not a ruse, truly. Lu Mama's smile bore a hint of embarrassment. Very well then. With a resigned sigh, Lu Mama laid her cards on the table. I have heard some rather unfavorable rumors today concerning you. Since they are merely rumors, why inquire further? Lu Qin picked up a piece of pear from the fruit platter and offered it to her mother. You need not worry, nor let your thoughts wander. With your daughter's intellect, it is impossible for her to be swayed by mere flattery. I certainly believe that. Such a good girl. Your mother has also passed through this stage of life. Parents inevitably worry about certain matters. You can understand that, right? Lu Mama picked a piece of pear and handed it back to Lu Qin. You are still young, lacking in experience, and it is inevitable that moments of confusion will arise. During these times, it is our duty as parents to protect you. I understand your intentions, and I appreciate your concern. Lu Qin swallowed the piece of pear her mother had offered and casually handed one back. Firstly, this matter is purely fictitious. It is entirely rumor. Secondly, she paused, contemplating whether to speak. I must clarify that my relationship with Lu Li has not yet reached the stage of romance. Not yet reached that stage, meaning you do not dismiss the possibility of it? Lu Mama's expression grew tense. Lu Qin set down her toothpick, fell silent for a moment, then told her mother, Mom, who can predict the future? I can only say I do not harbor any aversion towards him. As for affection or romance, we are far from that. Your lack of aversion is quite perilous. How can I possibly feel at ease? Lu Mama sighed deeply, her face filled with resignation. Let me put it this way. Lu Qin looked up at her mother. Why do I not dislike him? Because he is the only person among my acquaintances whose intellect matches my own. However, a girl with too high an IQ may find it challenging to find a partner. Many female PhD holders remain single. Are you contemplating marriage already? Lu Mama's hands trembled. Had I not discovered this early, would you have even chosen a name for your future child? Chapter 19. This young man seems quite good. You are missing the point. Lu Qin was exasperated, staring incredulously at her mother. Missing the point? My blood pressure is rising. My daughter is only 16 and is already considering marriage. Is there anything more serious? Actually, there is. That is, if the daughter is pregnant. Lu Mama suddenly stood up, her face filled with anxiety as she looked at Lu Qin. Daughter, you are not pregnant. Are you? That is good. That is good. Lu Mama breathed a sigh of relief. I am speaking of intellect. Intellect. Lu Qin was infuriated, stomping her foot. How could such a peculiar mother give birth to such an intelligent daughter? A genetic mutation, perhaps? Oh, intellect, intellect. Lu Mama finally grasped the situation. A flicker of surprise in her eyes. Are you implying that this Lu Li's intellect is comparable to yours? Lu Li. Lu Qin rolled her eyes. His intellect is certainly not inferior to mine. We competed yesterday, and I lost. This morning, we had a tie. What? There is someone in Yucheng whose intellect can match my daughter's? Lu Mama was astonished. That is impossible. I work at the Education Bureau. If such a person existed, how could I not have heard of him? His perspective is different. Lu Qin explained. He chooses to conceal his abilities, blending in with the crowd. I understand his approach. Having an exceptionally high IQ can often lead to social isolation. Conceal? Daughter, you haven't been deceived, have you? Lu Mama found it hard to believe. Who would hide their remarkable talents? Glory and accolades are things everyone desires. This morning, we walked through the Hall of Fame together. And in just over 3 minutes, we memorized the birth and death years of all the notable figures and all their famous quotes. Lu Qin patiently elaborated. We quizzed each other and ended in a draw. By the way, the rumors regarding our supposed romance stemmed from someone witnessing our competition. Really? That is incredible. Hearing Lu Qin's account, Lu Mama's expression turned even more astonished. The Hall of Fame at Yucheng No. 1 High School was well known, and memorizing over 200 notable figures in just over 3 minutes is no ordinary feat. There's even more remarkable. Lu Qin continued, revealing another of Lu Li's achievements. In our first competition, I randomly mentioned a page number, and we both memorized that page of text simultaneously, then quizzed each other. I lost to him. He even remembered the punctuation. Is that so? This young man is indeed impressive. A smile broke across Lu Mama's face. If Lu Li's intellect truly matched Lu Qin's, then there would be no cause for concern. With such high intelligence, her daughter's future prospects would be bright. Soon, her daughter would be heading to university, and after graduation, she would need to consider romance and finding a partner. With her daughter's intellect, finding a boyfriend of equal caliber would indeed be a challenge. In today's society, a man with a high IQ is considered an asset, whereas a woman with a high IQ often finds it difficult to find a partner. My dear daughter, you should invite Lu Li over to our home sometime. I will ensure he meets my approval. Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Qin was exasperated. I am not in a relationship. Lu Li and I are merely ordinary classmates. Why do you sound like you are selecting a son-in-law? Besides, I am only 16. Oh, yes, you are only 16. It is still too early. Lu Mama absent-mindedly skewered the pair while her thoughts wandered. Lu Li, this young man, possesses intellect comparable to her daughter S. If they were to marry, what astonishingly intelligent children might they produce? Perhaps our grandchild could become a great scientist like Einstein. Haha. My grandchild will undoubtedly be a great scientist. Lu Mama laughed heartily. What? You're already talking about grandchildren? Lu Qin was left speechless, pondering the eccentricity of her mother. Never mind, I won't engage with her. With a sudden thought, Lu Qin picked up her phone and messaged Lu Li. What are you doing? Lu Li, who was at home working on practice questions, was taken aback to receive Lu Qin's message. Why is Lu Qin messaging me? Does she want to continue our unfinished competition? Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Upon reading the message, Lu Li's mouth twitched. I've only been on a roll for 2 days. While you've had a head start for over a decade, my foundation cannot possibly match yours. What? Lu Li scoffed. Sis, you are quite cocky. Just wait for the midterm exam. I will show you who reigns supreme. Lu Qin replied. Is this the 3rd round of our competition? If so, I accept your challenge. Let us settle this in the midterm exam. Hiss. For the midterm exam, I am confident of placing in the top 3. To surpass Lu Qin, that will be quite the pressure. The disparity mainly lay in mathematics. Lu Qin had always been a top student, with a solid foundation in math from elementary to high school. However, Lu Li had only recently become a top student, and his middle school foundation was still shaky. Now, faced with Lu Qin's challenge, Lu Li was determined not to back down. I came here to be a top student. How can I call myself a top student if I don't surpass the true top student? I accept this battle. Lu Qin exclaimed, oh, is this the legendary path of slaying one's sister to achieve enlightenment? Lu Li was astonished. You read novels? Lu Qin replied, is that surprising? Do you think I only know how to study? I not only read novels, but also play games. Dungeon, level 60 demon swordsman. Impressive, right? Lu Li responded, big shot. 666. Level 55 rogue, seeking support, will keep you warm at night. Upon sending the message, Lu Li felt a pang of anxiety. How could I have habitually uttered such words? Lu Qin might not think I am teasing her, would she? Lu Li declared emphatically, I will not enter the palace. Not even under threat of death. Chapter 20. Alas, old Lu is beyond salvation. The following morning, as Lu Li entered the school gates, he encountered Lu Qin once more. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, Lu Qin unabashedly waved at Lu Li. Sister, are we not embroiled in a scandal? You come over here. Fearing the rumors are not lively enough? Of course, since Lu Qin dared to approach, Lu Li would not shy away. What is this? Are you blocking me here again this morning? Eager to continue yesterday's unfinished duel? Lu Li greeted her with a smile. The 2nd round of their contest had ended in a draw, while the 3rd would be during the midterm exams. Lu Qin pulled a folder from her backpack and handed it to Lu Li. Didn't you say you wanted to improve your English speaking and listening skills? I brought you some materials I've previously used. Even in defeat, there are rewards? Lu Li accepted the folder without pretense. The English resources were indeed invaluable to him. Having Lu Qin provide them was an opportunity he would not refuse. After all, classmates ought to help one another. Moreover, Lu Qin cast a glance at Lu Li, raising an eyebrow. If the midterm exams are won too easily, it would lack excitement. Such arrogance. Lu Li smirked, lifting his chin. It seemed that unless he showed her some prowess, she would continue to underestimate the heroes of the world. Heroes of the world? Lu Qin feigned grandeur, puffing out her chest. For over a decade, I have traversed the rivers and lakes, sword in hand, gazing around at the gathered heroes. Alas, I seek a worthy opponent, yet cannot find one. Truly, it is a desolate plight. Lu Li's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lu Qin's figure. He inwardly marveled. This woman indeed possesses the spirit of mountains and rivers. Even clad in the most unflattering school uniform, her proud essence cannot be concealed. As the two engaged in playful banter, they entered the classroom together. Given the widespread rumors, their supposed romance had become common knowledge among their classmates. Initially, many had been skeptical, but upon witnessing Lu Li and Lu Qin enter the classroom side by side, the atmosphere shifted to one of intrigue. Goodness. A couple returning home together. Just as Lu Li settled into his seat, classmate Yuan approached with a mischievous grin. No, this is a meeting of equals. A clash of talent. Lu Li casually retorted, opening the folder Lu Qin had given him, donning headphones, and beginning to listen to English. A meeting of equals? Just you? Yuan shrugged, smirking. If you tell me you wooed Lu Qin with good looks and sweet words, I might believe it. But relying on intelligence? That would be laughable. To Yuan's surprise, Lu Li was genuinely studying, listening to the audio while perusing his English textbook. When did old Lu become so diligent? Could it be that he truly intends to keep pace with Lu Qin? What a preposterous notion. Old Lu Qin is the moon in the sky, unattainable. What you see is merely the moon's reflection in the water, seemingly within reach. Yet it is a mere illusion, a fleeting dream. Yuan lamented, shaking his head. Throughout the ensuing week, Lu Li devoted himself entirely to his studies. During self-study periods, he refrained from idle chatter. After class, he no longer engaged in playful antics. And even discussions about video game strategies were set aside. This transformation left Yuan feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Old Lu, what has come over you? Have you lost your senses? Lost my senses? I am studying. Diligent study leads to progress. Lu Li buried himself in his work, knowledge swirling in his mind. Inspiration flowing through his fingertips as he diligently wrote down his thoughts, continuously digesting and assimilating new information. I know you're studying, but this isn't right. Yuan expressed concern. Since the rumors about you and Lu Qin emerged, you have changed. Do you truly harbor intentions toward her? After several days, the classmates had observed the situation between Lu Li and Lu Qin clearly. Following the incident with the photos, the two had hardly interacted. Old Su Henti intervened to break them apart, and the matter had faded into the background, no one taking it seriously anymore. Yuan stood up and placed a hand on Lu Li's shoulder, adopting a grave tone. Brother, I must remind you, pursuing Lu Qin is a grave error. No amount of effort can bridge the gap in talent. Lu Qin is the moon in the sky, and we mere mortals can only gaze up in admiration. Forever out of reach. That has nothing to do with it. Lu Li waved his hand dismissively without lifting his head. Studying brings me joy. I have become utterly captivated by it. I think you are bewitched, ensnared by Lu Qin. Yuan muttered, flipping open a novel. Young man, unrequited love has always led to lingering regrets. You should follow my example. Novels are far more captivating than mere girls. Lu Li shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. This state of affairs persisted until Friday after school, when Yuan could no longer contain himself. Old Lu, it's Friday. We're gathering at Fengfan Internet CAF tonight for an all-nighter to conquer the dungeons. I absolutely must obtain the demon's sword. As they left school, Yuan grabbed Lu Li. This time, we each need our own computer, no co-op nonsense. After a week of diligent study, Lu Li had finally reviewed all subjects from middle school to the first year of high school, forming a preliminary knowledge system. However, several subjects had not yet met his expected progress. One was mathematics. Lu Li estimated that his mastery of the subject still fell short. Occasionally, he stumbled on difficult problems, even encountering some he could not solve. The other was English speaking and listening. These skills could not be memorized instantly. Lu Li would have to invest time practicing pronunciation and listening comprehension. What did you say? You haven't completed your study tasks? Weekend exercises? No internet CAF? Yuan stared in disbelief. Old Lu, what is going on? We fought side by side for so long. How could you suddenly betray the revolution? Yuan, you don't understand. Solving problems is just like gaming. It's incredibly satisfying. Lu Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Conquering one challenging problem after another, removing obstacles. That feeling, surpasses even the thrill of dungeon raids. Yuan's lips twitched. Alas, old Lu is truly beyond redemption. For the sake of pursuing Lu Qin, you're really giving it your all. Yet some disparities cannot be bridged by effort alone. The despair of never being able to catch up to Lu Qin's pace, of not even being able to see the taillights of her car, would eventually awaken you. Yuan sighed, patting Lu Li on the shoulder. Brother, take care of yourself. Chapter 21. Midterm examinations are underway. There are 3 weeks until the midterm exams at the end of the month. Mathematics requires nothing but problem solving, endlessly tackling exercises. One after another, various workbooks filled with questions, Lu Li diligently worked through them. The more problems he solved, the deeper his understanding of mathematics became. Each knowledge point was dissected and thoroughly understood, then organically woven together, creating a cohesive understanding. His thought processes expanded, and inspiration flowed freely. Concurrently, Lu Li's ability to retain information played a significant role during this period. After encountering a particular type of problem, he would firmly engrave it in his memory. The next time he faced a similar question, the solution methods and steps would come to him effortlessly. The more problems he tackled, the richer his accumulation of knowledge became. Until one day, Lu Li purchased a new mathematics workbook and, upon opening it, wondered why the problems seemed so simple. At this moment, he finally grasped Lu Qin's point about the purpose of solving problems. Why bother with questions that seemed easy to him? Reaching this stage of learning can already be deemed proficient. The progression in mathematics has officially advanced to a level of mastery. Beyond mathematics, Lu Li's command of English is also soaring at an impressive pace. His photographic memory allows him to forego the tedious memorization of vocabulary, resulting in an astonishing accumulation of words. Lu Qin has further contributed to Lu Li's learning by sending him a selection of English course video materials. These resources have propelled Lu Li's spoken English and listening skills to remarkable heights. With these two weaknesses now fortified, Lu Li dedicates the remaining time to practice problems. After completing mathematics exercises, he continues to tackle questions across various subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology, history, geography, and politics. He has diligently worked through countless practice tests in each discipline. This fervent drilling persisted until the end of the month. It was only when the homeroom teacher, Lao Su, announced the midterm examination for the following day that Lu Li realized he had been engrossed in his studies for an entire month. Unbelievable. I have become so immersed in learning. This is truly an unprecedented experience. As he engaged in problem solving, knowledge flowed through his mind, thoughts raced, and inspiration surged, akin to navigating a sailboat across the vast ocean of knowledge, reveling in its expanse. At this juncture, Lu Li could confidently affirm that his progress in every subject had reached proficiency. Every problem he had encountered and every type he had seen was firmly etched in his memory. This profound accumulation allowed Lu Li to grasp the vast majority of questions with clarity and ease, such as the bountiful harvest reaped from his photographic memory. For any given type of question, Lu Li retained it with mere exposure. For an average individual, achieving such mastery might require exhausting a full box of ink cartridges. With the midterm examination looming tomorrow, Lu Li closed the exercise book he had just completed, a smile gracing his face, filled with anticipation to showcase his skills. His desk mate, Yuan, had grown numb to Lu Li's obsession. Lao Lu has become utterly consumed. Does he truly believe he can catch up to Lu Qin through sheer effort? Some disparities cannot be bridged by hard work alone. One can only hope that the harsh reality will awaken Lao Lu to this truth. Yuan sighed deeply. Sanchi is a tonic, Sanjiu is a digestive aid. But Samba is poison. Lao Lu is beyond saving. I might as well continue reading novels. Nothing is as captivating as a good story. The midterm examination arrived as scheduled. Compared to the monthly assessments, the midterm was held in much higher regard by the school. The arrangement of the examination hall, supervision, and monitoring were all conducted with utmost formality and strictness. In the morning, as Lu Li entered the school gate, he once again encountered Lu Qin. Today is the midterm examination. Lu Qin approached, smiling at Lu Li, stating, "This is our third showdown. I hope you do not suffer a crushing defeat. You seem a bit overconfident." Lu Li raised an eyebrow, thinking that overconfidence often leads to failure. "This time, you are bound to lose. Is that so?" Lu Qin shot a glance at Lu Li, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, ready to compete and see who possesses superior skills. "I wholeheartedly agree," Lu Li replied, raising the water pen in his hand. "Let us proceed to the examination hall." They conversed as they walked into the examination room together. The first subject for examination was Chinese. Upon receiving the test paper, Lu Li glanced through it, feeling only a single sensation: simplicity. Questions on pronunciation, definitions of polysemous words, fill in the blanks, and author backgrounds were all easily resolvable through memory. The remaining questions on rhetoric, grammar, and erroneous sentences posed no challenge to Lu Li either. He swiftly completed the basic sections and was left with only the final essay question. The essay prompt was, "The rainy city is seen through your eyes." Students were free to choose their perspective and devise their own title, with no limitations on genre except poetry, requiring a composition of no less than 800 words. This topic was quite manageable, and achieving a high score would not be difficult. The real challenge lay in crafting an essay that surpassed Lu Qin's. This midterm examination marked Lu Li's third competition with Lu Qin. Although it was not of monumental importance, Lu Li still yearned for victory. He surmised that aside from Chinese, it would be challenging to create a significant lead in other subjects. When Lu Qin truly focused, she was capable of achieving full marks. The outcome might hinge on this particular essay. If Lu Li and Lu Qin's essays were comparable, the higher score would depend on the subjective assessment of the grading teacher. As Lu Li twirled the water pen in his hand, his mind contemplated the preferences of the Chinese teacher, Ms. Gao Wan. She was known for her literary inclination, having seemingly been part of literary associations and having published numerous prose and poetry pieces in the magazine Qing Yi Jiang of the Rainy City. With this in mind, Lu Li paused briefly, then penned the essay title, "Old Tales of the Rainy City." This somewhat rustic and lyrical prose should pique Ms. Gao's interest, he mused. Chapter 22. With a deft hand, he wrote with ease. The midterm examination spanned 2 days. This morning, there were 2 subjects. After Chinese, the next was history. In the afternoon, mathematics and geography would be examined. The Chinese examination lasted 120 minutes. Lu Li completed all questions in under 60 minutes. With his photographic memory, there was no need for further review. He recalled each question distinctly, with the test completed and an hour remaining until the session ended. Sitting idly in the examination hall felt pointless. Furthermore, Lu Li thought, perhaps being the first to submit could earn him an achievement. Thus, he stood up to hand in his paper. The supervising teacher collected the test without a hint of expression, glancing at the paper and noting that it was not a blank submission, so she paid it little mind. As for whether Lu Li's answers were correct or how many points he would earn, the supervisor, a physics teacher, thought, what does my Chinese score have to do with physics? She waved him off, dismissing him. Lu Li reflected that perhaps being the first to submit was not significant enough to merit an achievement. Everyone was focused on the exam. Who cared if he was the first to hand in his paper? You submit your paper, and I'll submit mine. It's none of my business. Exiting the examination room and walking out of the teaching building, just as he reached the flower bed in front of the building, Lu Li heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Qin emerging from the building. You finished your paper too? Lu Li greeted with a smile. I completed it a while ago. Seeing you submit yours prompted me to do the same, Lu Qin replied, approaching Lu Li and asking, how did you do? Do you feel confident about beating me? What a splendid question. Lu Li grinned. 3 parts depend on fate, 7 parts rely on hard work. The remaining 140 points can only be left to chance. Lu Qin laughed heartily. You are truly amusing. As they chatted jovially, they once again arrived at the Hall of Celebrities. Standing at the entrance, Lu Qin turned to Lu Li and suddenly asked, Lu Li, do you know about the Olympiad mathematics competition? Olympiad? Lu Li chuckled, taken aback. Surely, any student would be familiar with it. The Olympiad mathematics competition holds considerable influence within the country. Achieving a good score can yield additional points for college entrance exams, and excelling in the competition can lead to automatic admission to universities. Consequently, many students begin studying Olympiad mathematics from elementary school due to parental pressure. The hardships endured in this pursuit cannot be fully expressed even with the waters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. A few days ago, Lao Su mentioned to me that he hoped I would participate in the Olympiad competition in September. Lu Qin pondered for a moment, then looked up at Lu Li. Would you like to join the Olympiad competition in September? Isn't that the National High School Mathematics League? Lu Li had some understanding of the Olympiad competition. The National High School Mathematics League selects the top 300 participants to attend the Chinese Mathematical Olympiad Winter Camp, from which the top 30 are chosen for national team training. From the national training, the top 6 are selected to prepare for the International Mathematical Olympiad. In truth, only the top 5 can genuinely compete. The 6th place serves merely as a substitute. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, the 6th place will simply sit idly, observing the proceedings. The Olympiad mathematics competition? Since a journey into the realm of academic excellence has commenced, one cannot remain confined to the small circle of Yuqing-Yizhong. The stage at Yuqing-Yizhong is far too limited. Only by competing alongside the academic elites from across the nation and even the globe can we truly honor this experience of scholarly brilliance. What defines a true academic prodigy? Undoubtedly, it is the title of world champion. Perhaps, when I achieve the gold medal in the Olympiad mathematics competition and ascend to the pinnacle of global achievement, that will mark the culmination of this extraordinary journey. With this thought in mind, Lu Li glanced at Lu Qin and nodded affirmatively. All right, I shall participate. Lu Qin beamed with joy. Together, we would wield our swords in unison, fighting side by side to advance to the finals and onto the grand stage of the International Olympiad in Mathematics. I eagerly anticipate the moment we stand on the podium, raising our gold medals and waving our national flag, proclaiming to the world, we are number 1. Lu Li raised his arm, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Indeed, I also look forward to this moment. Lu Qin's bright eyes glimmered with delight. Nearby, a male student who had also submitted his paper early happened to pass by. Upon overhearing their conversation, he stumbled and quickly fled. Is this truly the way of a prodigy's declaration? The impact on those less academically inclined is too profound, causing great discomfort. Off he goes. With the Olympiad mathematics competition agreed upon, there remains the ongoing midterm examinations. After completing the Chinese exam, the second session of the morning will be a history test. In the afternoon, the first session will cover mathematics, followed by geography. Tomorrow, foreign language, physics, chemistry, biology, and political science await, with 2 days filled to the brim with assessments. The history exam posed no challenge for Lu Li. Subjects that rely solely on memory present no difficulty whatsoever. The only noteworthy aspect was a rather intriguing question on the exam. Unlike the question about Huang Xing's 3 shots, which involved various spellings, this question asked, who in Chinese history ascended to the throne 3 times? This question had no readily available answer in textbooks and required an integration of historical knowledge. The Qing dynasty has long since fallen, and yet such questions persist? With a swift stroke, he completed it. After finishing history, The afternoon brought mathematics, followed by geography, and the next day would continue with assessments. The mantra of test is a teacher's tool, while scores are the lifeblood of students. Fortunately, Luli has vastly improved. The difficulty of the midterm examinations poses no obstacle for him. His pen flows with ease, completing each question with remarkable fluidity. Achieving full marks on such papers is a basic expectation. To score anything less would suggest an error by the grading teacher. After 2 consecutive days of examinations, even with Luli's capabilities, he felt somewhat physically and mentally fatigued. 9 subjects assessed over 2 days, not to mention the mental exertion required. Even the act of writing left his hand weary. How does the principal arrange such examinations? It is utterly inhumane. After a few drowsy complaints, Luli soon fell asleep, unaware that his exam results left all the subject teachers in astonishment. Chapter 23. A sudden breakthrough, soaring to great heights. After the examinations concluded, each subject teacher was diligently grading papers. Old Su sat at his desk, a stack of papers laid before him, the first being Luli's. This mischievous boy even wagered with me about placing in the top 3, insisting I quit smoking. I am eager to see what results he produces. Old Su lit a cigarette, took a puff, and began to grade Luli's paper with a red pen. The multiple choice questions, what? All correct. Quite impressive, showing progress. The fill-in-the-blank questions, All correct again. Clearly, he possesses some skill. No wonder he dares to claim a top 3 finish. The calculation questions, also correct. Old Su's expression shifted, becoming serious. After meticulously reviewing each step, he confirmed that the answers were entirely accurate, with a remarkably clear line of reasoning. Has this boy truly improved so significantly? Continuing to the application problems, geometry questions, and proofs, he graded each one meticulously, and to his astonishment, every single answer was correct. Full marks. Luli achieved a perfect score in mathematics. Just last month, he had barely passed. Now, he has scored full marks. Old Su was taken aback, his hand trembling slightly as he held the cigarette. Did he leave a question unanswered? This is impossible. I authored the midterm mathematics exam myself. Not even the other mathematics teachers in the grade level are aware of the questions. Cheating? Impossible. Mathematics cannot be mastered through mere textbook flipping. Plagiarism is out of the question. The only student capable of scoring full marks on this paper is Lu Qin. I arranged the seating myself. Lu Qin and Lu Li are several rows apart, making it impossible to copy unless one possesses supernatural vision. Moreover, the clarity of the problem-solving steps indicates a distinct line of reasoning. It cannot be replicated. So this mischievous boy actually managed to score full marks? After 3 years of silence, he has suddenly made a remarkable breakthrough. The rapid rise in his mathematics score within such a short period seems almost impossible. The only feasible explanation is that this rascal has been concealing his true abilities, merely fooling me all along. Old Su felt both exasperated and amused, his expression quite peculiar. He raised the cigarette to his lips, about to take a deep drag, when he suddenly paused, glancing at the cigarette in his hand. With a deep sigh, Old Su lamented, "Perhaps I shall never smoke again." Gritting his teeth, he extinguished the half-burned cigarette in the ashtray and stood up to check on how he fared in other subjects. Entering the adjacent English department office, Old Su approached English teacher Zhang Li and inquired, "Ms. Zhang, have you finished grading our class's papers?" "Not yet." Zhang Li looked up at Old Su, smiling. "Mr. Su, are you so restless? Are you worried that the midterm exams might not surpass those of the regular class?" "It's not that I'm worried." Old Su shook his head and continued, "Ms. Zhang, could you spare some time to grade one of our class's papers? You want me to prioritize grading a paper from your class? Is it Lu Qin's?" Ms. Zhang chuckled. "Mr. Su, you need not worry about Lu Qin's scores. She will undoubtedly place first. It's not Lu Qin, it's Lu Li." "Who? Lu Li?" Ms. Zhang was taken aback, wondering why he wanted to prioritize grading his paper. His scores have been quite average. His mathematics results have surprised me a bit this time. I'd like to see how he performs in other subjects. "Very well. Class 1 of the first year is here." "Such a trivial matter, Ms." Zhang would naturally not refuse. She casually flipped through the papers from Lu Li's class and found his exam. The English exam consisted of answer sheets, making grading straightforward. As she graded through the paper, Ms. Zhang's astonishment grew, her mouth agape. Yes, all correct. Full marks. Is this really Lu Li's paper?" Ms. Zhang was left in a daze, looking up at Old Su, finding it hard to believe. Lu Li's performance has been quite average. How did he suddenly score full marks? What is going on? Difficult to believe, I assenti it. Old Su grinned. He also scored full marks in mathematics. Full marks in mathematics? Ms. Zhang was even more astonished. Achieving high scores in English with diligent effort is plausible, but to score full marks in mathematics is not something one can accomplish in a short time. Mr. Su, regarding Lu Li's situation, Ms. Zhang appeared somewhat baffled. There's only one possibility. That rascal Lu Li has been fooling around all along, never revealing his true capabilities. While old Su's words were filled with reproach, the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. With Lu Qin, the prodigy, already a remarkable asset to the class, the emergence of Lu Li as a surprise addition is truly unexpected. To cultivate a talented student and witness their continuous progress and remarkable achievements is the greatest joy for a teacher. Now, this joy has doubled, akin to a buy one get one free offer. Teacher Su, are you there? A voice called from outside the door. Yes, I'm here. Teacher Su quickly turned around to see the history teacher hurrying in with an examination paper in hand. Oldly, are you looking for me? Teacher Su inquired. I just visited your office, but couldn't find you. They said you were here. As the history teacher spoke, he handed over the exam paper. What is the situation with Lu Li from your class? He actually scored full marks on this history exam. The improvement is astonishing. I can hardly believe it. Teacher Li. Lu Li also scored full marks in history. Teacher Zhang Li exclaimed in surprise. Huh, full marks as well? What do you mean by that? The history teacher paused, wondering if Lu Li had also achieved full marks in English. Not just English, but also in mathematics. Teacher Su remarked, taking the exam paper from the history teacher and lifting it up, indicating that Lu Li had already secured full marks in 3 subjects. Not just 3 full marks. The history teacher's expression grew peculiar. When I arrived, the geography and political science teachers were also discussing this. Lu Li received full marks in both geography and political science. They asked me to inquire about Lu Li's situation. This performance is truly remarkable. Oldly, you can rest assured that Lu Li's grades are genuine. Teacher Su's face turned serious. I personally arranged the seating for the examination, and Lu Li's seat was far from Lu Qin's, making it impossible for him to cheat. As for flipping through the book, I've never encountered anyone who could score full marks by merely doing that. That's good. A smile appeared on the history teacher's face. Your class has an extraordinary talent. First Lu Qin, now Lu Li. If Lu Li continues this way, he might just become a top scholar in the humanities. Haha. First Lu Qin, then Lu Li. Our Yu Cheng Yizhong is truly reaching for the stars. Teacher Zhang Li laughed as well. In the eyes of the teachers, Lu Li's full marks in history, geography, and political science made him perfectly suited for the humanities. If he maintains this performance, there is indeed a possibility of producing a top scholar in the humanities. Chapter 24, a perfect score across all subjects. That rascal Lu Li has never shown his true abilities. Teacher Su chuckled, the wrinkles on his face shaking with laughter. If it weren't for the bet I made with him, he might have continued to conceal his talents until the college entrance examination. As he spoke, Teacher Su instinctively reached for his pack of cigarettes, about to take one out. Remembering his wager with Lu Li, he paused and turned to the history teacher, handing the entire pack over. Oldly, this is for you. With Lu Li as such a promising student in your class, sharing cigarettes is the least I can do. But why so generous today? Giving away an entire pack. The history teacher accepted the pack, lit one for himself, and offered another to Teacher Su. Come, let us celebrate with a smoke. No, thank you. Teacher Su looked at the cigarette offered by the history teacher, his throat bobbing a few times as he resisted the temptation with strong willpower. I've quit smoking. What? You've quit smoking? Unbelievable. The history teacher was taken aback. It's all that rascal Lu Li's fault. Teacher Su appeared quite gloomy. I made a bet with him that if he placed in the top 3 for the midterm exam, I would quit smoking for life. I originally didn't believe he could achieve such results. Now it seems I've been fooled. Huh, old Su. You're really being a hypocrite. I can't tolerate your pretentiousness. The history teacher scoffed. However, I must admit that while quitting smoking is a bit challenging, it feels liberating. Teacher Su's boastful demeanor was so over the top that even Teacher Zhang Li couldn't stand it. Stop showing off. Quickly check Lu Li's other scores. If his physics and chemistry grades are average, he will transfer to the humanities class next semester. I will apply to the principal to be the head of the humanities class. Teacher Zhang Li smirked, looking to intercept your moment of glory. A humanities class? Who said Lu Li is going to a humanities class? At that moment, the physics teacher entered the office, waving an examination paper with indignation. Look at Lu Li's physics score. This clearly indicates he is suited for the sciences. Transferring to the humanities class would be a waste of talent. Old Zhu, did you just mention Lu Li's physics score? Teacher Su was taken aback. Could it be that Lu Li's physics score is also excellent? Excellent. Is that even the right word to describe it? The physics teacher's exam paper trembled in excitement. Full marks. He achieved full marks in physics. I personally supervised the exam and witnessed him solving the problems. A student of this caliber is naturally meant for the sciences. Full marks in physics means he must study science? Old Zhu, your perspective is too narrow. The history teacher interjected. Lu Li's history, geography, and political science all received full marks. All humanities subjects are full marks, including English. Teacher Zhang Li chimed in. And math. Teacher Su added proudly. So, Another prodigy has emerged. The physics teacher exclaimed. One Lu Qin was impressive enough, and now we have Lu Li? Yu Cheng Yizhong is destined for greatness. I'll make a wager. This time we have a genius. Even if I lose the bet and have to quit smoking, I will accept it. Teacher Su laughed joyfully. Old Su, quickly check Lu Li's other subject scores. The physics teacher urged anxiously, fearing this science talent would not be secure. Now we only have Chinese, chemistry, and biology left. You call Teacher Gao for Chinese, and I'll ask the chemistry and biology teachers. After saying this, the physics teacher took out his phone and dialed. Old Lu, have you graded the chemistry paper? Please check Lu Li's chemistry score in Class 1A. Also, ask Old Tan about Lu Li's biology score. Before hanging up, a gasp escaped the physics teacher's lips. Full marks? Both chemistry and biology are full marks? Fantastic. A science genius. He is definitely a science genius. Science genius. The history teacher rolled his eyes. Lu Li's humanities scores are also all full marks, you know? Only Chinese remains. Old Su, quickly call Teacher Gao. Teacher Zhang Li's expression was filled with excitement. 8 subjects. Full marks in all 8 subjects. This score is astonishing. I doubt Chinese can achieve full marks. Teacher Su feigned a calm demeanor, trying to maintain composure, yet his smile was unmistakable. He took out his phone and called the Chinese teacher. Teacher Gao, this is Old Su. I wanted to ask if our class's Chinese papers have been graded. Please check Lu Li's Chinese score. Old Su, I was just about to find you. Teacher Gao's voice on the phone was filled with excitement. This Chinese exam has given me a tremendous surprise. Lu Li's composition, Old Tales of Yu Cheng, was beautifully written. His literary flair and eloquent expressions, coupled with genuine emotion, are truly remarkable. Teacher Su, overwhelmed by the barrage of praise, struggled to regain focus. Get to the point. What is the score? The point? Is literary flair not the point? Let's discuss the score. Full marks. If we must quantify it, it can only be full marks. Finally, the score was revealed. Teacher Su hung up the phone and glanced at the others present. Feigning nonchalance as he declared, full marks. Lu Li also managed to achieve full marks in Chinese. Full marks in Chinese too? The teachers exchanged glances in disbelief. 9 subjects. All full marks. This is an unprecedented achievement for Yu Cheng Yizhong. Even Lu Qin has never attained such results. Although this was merely a midterm exam, not a major examination, such results had already broken records and made history. Full marks in all 9 subjects is simply unbelievable. Teacher Zhang Li's expression remained stunned, unable to fathom the enormity of the achievement. You needn't argue about humanities or sciences anymore. Lao Su exchanged glances with the physics and history teachers, their faces blooming with joy, for Lu Li was undoubtedly set to participate in the Olympiad mathematics competition. The principal would certainly allow him to go. No one could deter that. Once he passed the selection, it would be beyond our control. Indeed, the Olympiad mathematics competition. In recent years, Yu Cheng Yizhong had suffered greatly in this competition, failing to achieve any commendable results. Last year, it was a complete disaster, with not a single student making it to the second round. Now, with the emergence of Lu Li, an exceptional talent, coupled with Lu Qin, how could the principal remain idle? He had long been eager to redeem the school's reputation in the Olympiad mathematics competition. With the competition approaching, there was no way Lu Li could avoid the sciences. Should he attain remarkable results, Lu Li's stage would soon extend far beyond the confines of Yu Cheng Yizhong. There would be no need to debate the merits of the arts versus the sciences. Chapter 25. How did Lao Lu become so impressive? Lu Li awoke from his slumber around 7 in the evening, roused by his parents for dinner. Did I fail the exam? Have I lost to Lu Qin? Lu Li pondered, yet could not fathom the reason. Never mind. I shall await the results tomorrow. No need to dwell on it now. The following morning, Lu Li arrived at school punctually. Anticipating the midterm exam results, he found himself lacking the motivation to study or practice problems. Sitting in his seat, he grew somewhat bored. Hey, Lao Lu, aren't you going to study today? Yuan remarked, noticing Lu Li's idle demeanor with a smile. Are you anticipating the results of this midterm exam? Indeed, there is always some anticipation, Lu Li replied casually. In truth, he was surprised by his own mindset. How could I be so anxious over a mere midterm exam result? Is it because I care too much about this score? It is only natural to have expectations. After all, you have put in effort. Yuan nodded with a smile, yet inwardly sighed. Lao Lu, you ought to brace yourself. Don't set your expectations too high. Don't think you can catch up to Lu Qin. Some gaps cannot be bridged merely by effort. If you wish to chase Lu Qin as a brother, I cannot say much. The only thing I can do is comfort you when you face the harsh blows of reality and feel disheartened. Time passed slowly in anticipation. The class bell rang, and Lao Su, with a stack of exam papers, swiftly entered the classroom. Class is in session. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. As the students greeted, Yuan whispered to Lu Li, Lao Lu, Lao Su seems to be in a good mood today. It appears our class performed well in the midterm exam. Oh, you can tell that? Luli queried quietly while standing. Hee. Yuan beamed with pride. Last month's exam, our class performed poorly. Did you see how dark Lao Su's expression was? Today, he wears a smile, clearly in good spirits. Students, the midterm exams have concluded, and everyone is concerned about the results, Lao Su announced, lowering the exam papers and lifting a grade sheet. This time, our class performed admirably overall, showing significant improvement compared to last month. This is thanks to everyone's hard work. Now, I will announce the rankings. First place, Lao Su. You needn't announce it. Everyone knows it's Lu Qin. Yuan interjected boldly, seeing Lao Su in high spirits. Laughter erupted in the classroom, filling the air with merriment. Lao Su, in a good mood, merely chuckled along. Once the laughter subsided, Lao Su raised the grade sheet, scanning the room with a smile and shaking his head. This time, you guessed wrong. First place is not Lu Qin. Not Lu Qin. The students were taken aback. Is there anyone in our class more formidable than Lu Qin? Could it be that Lu Qin faltered and was outperformed by the second place? While the students were astonished, a smile spread across Lu Li's face. If first place isn't Lu Qin, then it must be me. Lu Li felt a surge of confidence. First place is Lu Li. Lao Su deliberately prolonged the suspense before announcing Lu Li's name loudly. What? Lu Li? The declaration sent shockwaves through the classroom. If Lu Qin had merely stumbled, allowing second place to snatch first, that could be understood. But Lu Li? A student with mediocre grades suddenly achieving first place was utterly unbelievable. In this midterm exam, Lu Li not only secured first place, but also achieved a grand slam. Full marks. Every subject received full marks. Lao Su, brimming with excitement, spoke with an even more resonant voice. Full marks? Every subject? Is this truly Lu Li? Perhaps an extraterrestrial has taken his place. This news left the entire class in a state of disbelief. As for Yuan, Lu Li's deskmate, he was rendered speechless. Yuan stared at Lu Li, his mind swirling in chaos, seemingly frozen in thought. Lao Lu got first place, and a grand slam with full marks in every subject? What a joke. Is this the Lao Lu I know? The one who used to stay up late grinding dungeons with me? Has he been possessed by some ancient demon? Or perhaps he acquired some system, unlocking a golden finger, propelling him to the pinnacle of success? Yuan, a lover of novels, indeed had a vivid imagination. Meanwhile, Lu Qin turned to glance at Lu Li from her seat, her expression a complex mix of surprise, disappointment, and joy. In that moment, an inexplicable sentiment blossomed within Lu Qin. Lu Li, is this your true strength? Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Lu Li performed exceptionally well this time. This achievement has shattered our school's historical record. Students, let us extend a warm round of applause to Lu Li, hoping he continues to strive for excellence and create further brilliance. Under Lao Su's guidance, even those who still found it hard to believe joined in applauding Lu Li. Lao Su then announced the second place, which, unsurprisingly, was Lu Qin. Yet, she had no appetite for such news. Taking out her phone, she opened it and sent Lu Li a message. Congratulations. This round you've won. In the midterm exam, you achieved full marks across all subjects, breaking the historical record of Yu Cheng Yizhong. The path of a scholar has finally taken a solid step forward, yielding commendable results. This was an unprecedented breakthrough and an unparalleled experience. The feeling of being a scholar is truly delightful. Lao Lu, how did you become so impressive? Witnessing his former companion, who once shared in mischief and folly, suddenly soar to heights, he could only look up to left Yuan momentarily in disbelief. My mindset is about to explode. Why has Lao Lu suddenly become so extraordinary? Could the power of romance be this potent? Perhaps I should also seek a girlfriend? Chapter 26. The Scholar's Strength, terrifying indeed. The accolades from the language teacher for Lu Li were so effusive that Lu Li found it somewhat overwhelming. As the morning progressed, Lu Li received unanimous praise from the teachers. At first, his classmates found it a bit strange, but soon they grew numb to it. By lunchtime, Lu Li's reputation soared to new heights. The bulletin board displayed the rankings of the midterm exam, with Lu Li's name at the top, bolded and highlighted, making it exceedingly eye-catching. Wow, full marks across all subjects? Where did this deity come from? In front of the bulletin board, someone pointed at Lu Li's name on the list, astonished, as if they had seen a ghost. The strength of a scholar is indeed terrifying. Some stood there dumbfounded, eyes wide open. Full marks. Full marks in every subject. Is this even human? Others were left speechless, overwhelmed by the prowess of a true scholar. Feeling as though one's intelligence has been trampled upon is indeed a blow to one's dignity. Alas, there are those who retreat in melancholy, covering their faces in despair. Lu Li? That name seems somewhat familiar. Is he the one who is romantically involved with Lu Qin? Truly, it is he. No wonder he can court Lu Qin. Only another scholar could engage with a top student. Birds of a feather flock together. He is indeed a prominent figure, deserving of our admiration. Just as the fervor surrounding the rumors began to subside, Lu Li astonished everyone once more with his remarkable perfect scores across all subjects, further elevating his reputation within the campus. It is no surprise that Lu Qin remarked, "How can we pursue romance when our intellects are so disparate?" Indeed, a bespectacled gentleman stood before the notice board, glancing up at Lu Li's glaringly impressive results, only to lower his head in silence. Such prowess, achieving full marks in every subject, is truly intimidating. The magnitude of such excellence saps the courage to compete, leaving only a profound sense of helplessness. A perfect score across all subjects. This is undoubtedly the most formidable achievement in the history of Yuqing Yizhong. Not to say there will be no successors, but certainly, no one has achieved such heights before. Incredible. Who would dare to challenge such accomplishments? The results, which can only be admired from afar, instilled in countless onlookers a sense of reverence akin to gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. Typically, individuals harbor jealousy towards those who surpass them slightly, yet do not envy those who are utterly unattainable. For instance, you might feel discomfort seeing a colleague earn more than you. But when it comes to the wealth of a magnate, you feel no such discontent. Presently, the situation mirrors this sentiment. Upon witnessing Lu Li's extraordinary scores, envy has dissipated, leaving only an upward gaze towards the towering heights of his achievements. As a result, Lu Li's name reverberated throughout the school's class groups and even reached beyond the campus. Some individuals, in their social circles, even shared content proclaiming, "Behold what constitutes a chillingly impressive score. Does your academic prodigy compare?" Those who posted such content did so with a sense of pride and boasting. Consequently, Lu Li's fame grew ever louder. His reputation soared to prominence, echoing throughout the campus and spilling into the outside world. This unexpected accolade pleasantly surprised Lu Li. Achieving fame through the midterm examinations allowed him to experience the glory of being a top student, basking in the admiration, praise, envy, and respect of others, a truly splendid feeling. Yet, Lu Li did not become complacent. A single midterm exam does not define one's entire journey. He remained aware and was not blinded by the cacophony of accolades surrounding him. The mention of the Olympiad competition by Lu Qin made Lu Li acutely aware that his reservoir of knowledge was still far from sufficient. One victory does not guarantee perpetual success. Power is not eternal. Without diligent effort, one risks being dethroned. "Lu Li, come to my office," called Old Su. "Oh, certainly." Hearing the summons, Lu Li promptly rose to accompany Old Su to his office. "Sit." Old Su gestured towards a nearby chair, indicating for Lu Li to take a seat while he settled into his office chair. Entering Old Su's office and being offered a seat? Is this the privilege of a top student? Lu Li mused silently as he took a seat. "You rascal, intentionally betting with me. Digging a pit for me to leap into, are you?" Old Su glanced at the empty ashtray on the table, which bore no remnants of cigarettes. Old Su felt a sense of emptiness as well. No. Lu Li naturally would not admit to tricking Old Su. "I was merely concerned for your health, teacher. When betting with you, I certainly gave it my all, and thankfully, I did not disappoint you." "Pretending. You're only pretending." Old Su rolled his eyes, glaring at Lu Li. "You surely have not revealed your true capabilities and have merely been stringing me along. In all my years of teaching, I have never seen anyone elevate their scores to this extent within a month." Lu Li could only chuckle in response. "All right, a bet is a bet. The teacher has quit smoking. I shall never smoke again." Old Su sighed in resignation, unaccustomed to preparing lessons or grading assignments without a cigarette in hand. "I called you here to inform you of something important." Old Su returned to the matter at hand, addressing Lu Li. "You performed admirably on this exam. The principal is quite impressed and intends to have you join the school's Olympiad team. Do you have any objections? If you all have made the decision, what objection could I possibly have?" Lu Li replied. That's quite the statement." Old Su wished to respond more smoothly, but felt it inappropriate, so he settled on. "That's a well-articulated sentiment." Lu Li sighed, attributing it to his business training. "Well, that's settled then. Very well, teacher, I shall take my leave." Lu Li stood to bid farewell, and just as he reached the door, he heard Old Su call after him. "The scholar's prowess is indeed formidable. Such a reputation has even reached my ears. Remember, do not let victory cloud your judgment. You must continue to strive forward." "Understood." Lu Li turned to Old Su, nodding earnestly. Chapter 27. Indirect Harm. The conclusion of the midterm examinations heralded the end of April, with the May Day holiday approaching. As school dismissed that afternoon, the institution officially announced that a 3-day holiday would commence the following day. For those less academically inclined, this time would surely be challenging. Faced with a subpar performance, how to navigate this holiday safely became a pressing concern. Lu Li thought maliciously to himself, envisioning the scene. "Look at Lu Li. He can achieve full marks. What about you? How did you perform?" Last month, Lu Li ranked 31st, Yet now he had achieved such remarkable results. If he can do it, why can't you? Thus, many classmates would likely struggle during this holiday. I do not slay Bo Run, yet Bo Rin perishes because of me. Luli felt not a shred of remorse. Isn't the midterm exam over? We ought to inquire about your studies, his father approached, taking Luli's backpack. We're usually busy, so we can only check in at this time. Son, both your father and I have not pursued much education. We cannot assist you with your studies. His mother chimed in. You must strive on your own. Your father and I will be relying on you in our later years. Luli nodded and retrieved a report card from his pocket, waving it at his parents. Here is my report card. It's not in my backpack. Handing the report card to his father, Luli smiled. I did quite well this time. As long as you did well. His father casually took the report card, glancing at it before a jolt coursed through him, his eyes fixated on Luli. What is this? What s with the stuttering? You're merely looking at a report card. His mother impatiently snatched the report card, scanned it, and too was taken aback, her hands trembling as she held it. First in the grade? Full marks across all subjects? Turning to his husband with a dazed expression, his mother exclaimed, Old Lou, slap me to see if I'm dreaming. Dad, Mom, I truly did rank first in the grade, and I genuinely achieved full marks. Luli grinned. You may not believe it, but your son is indeed a genius. Ha! Wonderful. Truly splendid. A genius. You are indeed a genius. His father laughed heartily, turning to his wife with a booming voice. Darling, quickly prepare a few good dishes. Tonight, I shall celebrate with wine. All right, I will get to it immediately. His mother beamed, bustling off to the kitchen. As Lu Qin entered the house, she greeted Lu Mama while changing her shoes. Lu Mama smiled and approached. The midterm exams are over. How did you fare? Did you come in first again? Not wishing to dwell on it, Lu Qin felt somewhat disheartened as she slumped onto the couch, responding with a hint of irritation. This time, I did not place first. Gasp. You're not first? Lu Mama exclaimed in surprise. Is there someone more formidable than my daughter? Show me your report card. It's right here. Lu Qin pouted, presenting her report card, her face clearly etched with displeasure. I must find out who has usurped my daughter's first place. Could it be Lu Li? Upon receiving the report card, Lu Mama immediately spotted Lu Li at the top of the list. It is him? So it was him? Huh. This young man is quite impressive. He achieved full marks across all subjects. Splendid. Truly commendable. What is so commendable about it? Lu Qin rolled her eyes. Your daughter lost. She only secured second place. What does that matter? Lu Mama continued to smile. His first place is no different from your first place. The benefits should remain within the family. What do you mean the benefits should remain within the family? Lu Qin's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, I am your daughter. He is not an outsider. Am I an outsider? Lu Mama's expression faltered. Her mouth opened in surprise, unsure of what to say. Should I tell you that I have already devised a plan for nurturing a highly intelligent grandchild? I have revised the plan 3 times, having written tens of thousands of words. Mom, what on earth are you thinking? You are truly something else. Back in her room, sitting at her desk, Lu Qin still felt somewhat downcast, her anger bubbling without a clear target. After a moment of daze, Lu Qin suddenly picked up her phone and sent a message to Lu Li. Lu Li was sharing a drink with his father, clinking glasses filled with beer. When he heard his phone buzz, he picked it up to find Lu Qin had sent him a picture of a panda face with tears streaming down. Captioned, My sadness flows like a river. Is she sad because she didn't come in first? Lu Li raised an eyebrow, chuckling as he shook his head. At this moment, Lu Qin appeared relatable, genuine, reflecting the essence of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Normally, Lu Qin, with her high intelligence and excellent academic performance, often exuded an air of aloofness. Lu Li responded with an image. What is up, little bro? Are we engaging in a meme battle? Amused, Lu Li chuckled, swiftly sending back an image. Heroine, spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Lu Qin shot back another image. I won't listen. I won't listen. Are you trying to force me to reveal my trump card? A strange smile crept onto Lu Li's face as he quickly replied. For someone like you, we have nothing but love to discuss. Lu Li put away his phone, chuckling softly. Competing with me, young lady, you still have much to learn. An experienced rogue can easily bewilder such an innocent girl with a simple flirtatious remark. Whistling, Lu Li stepped out, returning to drink with his father. Chapter 28. Li is the same as Li, Lu Li's Li. Today's youth truly is innocent. In a few years, these naive girls will evolve into fangirls. Forget simple flirtations. They could even outpace you in risk of banter. Setting his phone aside, Lu Li settled at his desk, contemplating his future plans. The midterm exam had concluded, and aside from regular studies, he needed to focus on the upcoming mathematics competition in September. Having promised to participate, Lu Li naturally aspired to achieve commendable results. However, the difficulty of the mathematics competition far surpassed that of the midterm exams. The first hurdle of the mathematics competition is the National High School Mathematics League. Only by excelling in this national competition can one progress to the next stage. How many high school students are there nationwide? Over 30 million. From these 30 million students, only the top 300 will be selected. Only 1 in 100,000 advances. Entering the top 300 unlocks the second stage. From these 300, 30 will be chosen for national training. Joining the national team opens the third stage. From these 30, 6 will officially represent the country. Moreover, to compete, one must rank in the top 5, otherwise, they will merely sit on the sidelines. Once a formal team member, the fourth stage begins, competing in the International Mathematics Olympiad against the world's top scholars. This level of difficulty is incomparable to the mere midterm exam. More critically, Lu Li's journey as a scholar has been brief, lasting only a month. He has never encountered Olympiad mathematics before. May is fast approaching, leaving only 4 months until the National High School Mathematics League. The preliminary test is set for early September. Furthermore, Lu Li is not well versed in Olympiad mathematics. Even if he intends to study and practice, he does not know where to begin. Lu Qin should be knowledgeable about this. Perhaps he should directly consult her. With this thought in mind, Lu Li took out his phone and sent Lu Qin a message. Heroine, could you assist me? I am not very familiar with Olympiad mathematics. Do you have any secret techniques to share? She promptly replied with 2 books, one titled The Sunflower Manual and the other The Sword Manual to Eliminate Evils. What the heck? Lu Li nearly spat out blood. Merely a jest, and she wants to cripple my abilities? How am I supposed to continue? Lu Li shook his head helplessly. Never mind, I will ask our homeroom teacher, Lao Su, tomorrow. He will surely provide some guidance. Just as he was about to set his phone down, Lu Qin sent another message, an emoticon. I am upset. Come and cheer me up. Oh. Saying she is upset means she is not genuinely angry. Lu Li chuckled. If I must cheer you up, then so be it. With a quick motion, Lu Li sent an image. Hugs and cuddles. All right, a little gift. Lu Li promptly inquired, since the heroine is no longer upset. Could you enlighten me on how to train for Olympiad mathematics? Lu Qin finally began to discuss the main topic. If you have never studied Olympiad mathematics before, start with Mathematics Competition Training Guide and High School Mathematics League Preparation Handbook. Lu Li responded, got it. They should be available at Xinhua bookstore, right? I will go buy the books tomorrow. Lu Qin replied, no need to buy, I have them here. Tomorrow morning at 9. I will be at the Yuqing Youth Palace for piano lessons. You can come by to pick up the books. Upon hearing this, Lu Li could not contain his excitement. The goddess is finally going to meet me? I am so looking forward to it. Lu Li exclaimed, heroine, spare me. What followed was another round of playful banter until they wished each other good night and logged off to sleep. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Lu Li ventured out. First stopping by Xinhua bookstore to purchase mathematics textbooks for the 2nd and 3rd years of high school, along with several sets of high school math problem sets. Before heading towards the youth palace, on his way to the bus stop, he spotted some pears at a roadside fruit stall. Since Lu Qin had gifted him a set of books, he felt compelled to give her something in return, so he bought a few pounds of pears. Carrying a bag of pears and a bundle of books, Lu Li took the bus to the youth palace. Not long after boarding, Lu Qin messaged, why aren't you here yet? Lu Li checked the time. It was only 8:30. Didn't she say 9 o'clock? I am not late. What did I do wrong? Young lady, do you perhaps have violent tendencies? Lu Li shrugged, not overly concerned. Shortly thereafter, the bus reached its stop. As Lu Li disembarked, he immediately spotted Lu Qin. Lu Qin was adorned in a light pink spring dress, her long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders. Arms crossed elegantly in front of her, holding a shoulder bag, standing gracefully at the entrance of the youth palace, exuding youth and beauty. Upon seeing her, Lu Li felt a wave of astonishment. At school, Lu Qin always wore her uniform. Although the unflattering uniform could not eclipse her beauty, it paled in comparison to her current breathtaking appearance. In this moment, Lu Li finally understood why Lu Qin had been impatiently waiting for him. Why she had seemed ready to pounce. He had arrived late. Lu Qin had clearly put effort into her appearance, likely waiting there for quite some time. At this moment, Lu Li silently rejoiced at having brought a bag of fruit. He waved at Lu Qin, hastily approaching her with the fruit bag in hand. His expression exaggeratedly astonished. Lu Qin? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. You look stunning. Not that exaggerated. Lu Qin's face flushed slightly, her head lowering shyly. I just want to buy some fruit. LL raised the fruit bag and presented it to Li Qin, proclaiming, this is for you. It turned out he had gone to buy fruit for her. Li Qin's heart lightened, and a hint of crimson graced her cheeks as she accepted the bag. Upon opening it, she discovered it contained pears. This caused her expression to shift. It is ill-omened to gift pears, as they symbolize separation, be it divorce, parting, or departure. However, for LL, this was inconsequential. The pear represented his departure, LL's departure. A single phrase conveyed more than 1,000 words. Li Qin was momentarily taken aback. The pairs signified separation. An LLS separation, was it not? A blush deepened, and she lowered her head further. Yet her grip on the fruit bag tightened. Chapter 29. Is the little cabbage to be rutted by the pig? By the way, LL, here is the book you wanted. After accepting the fruit bag, Li Qin handed him the shoulder bag she was carrying. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have had no idea where to find these books. LL opened the bag to find it contained 2 sets of books, totaling 6 volumes. They were indeed the Mathematics Competition Training Guide and the High School Mathematics Competition Preparation Manual that Li Qin had mentioned before. Remarkably, both sets were brand new. Did you buy these for me? LL inquired, glancing at her with a smile. Thank you. Not at all. A flicker of panic crossed Li Qin's eyes as she hurriedly explained. I bought one set myself, and my mother bought another. This is the extra one. Oh. LL raised his eyebrow, extracting the books from the shoulder bag and placing them into his own. He then returned the now empty bag to Li Qin, saying, I believe this set must be the one you purchased. Li Qin cast her eyes down, remaining silent, her cheeks flushing even more. The atmosphere grew delicate. Just then, Li Qin's phone vibrated. She glanced at it and exclaimed, Oh no, it's almost 9 o'clock. LL, I must go to class. Let me walk you up. LL slung on his backpack, took the fruit bag from her, and gestured for her to proceed. All right then. Li Qin hesitated but followed LL into the youth palace. However, LL was unfamiliar with the place. I learned piano on the 3rd floor. The elevator is over here. Li Qin pointed in the direction, and they entered the elevator together, heading to the piano training class on the 3rd floor. Throughout the ride, Li Qin kept her head down, avoiding eye contact, appearing somewhat anxious. LL chuckled internally, thinking how innocent and naive she was. Even the slightest hint of tension could fluster her so. Years later, such innocence would be a rarity. The naive girl would evolve into someone with a more worldly demeanor. No longer shy to ask, Are you thirsty? What do you mean? How delightful it was to engage with such a pure-hearted girl. As they walked, LL conversed with Li Qin. You also study piano? Truly multi-talented. Actually, I didn't want to learn, but my mother insisted. Parents often wish for their children to excel, hoping they can master everything. LL understood this sentiment well. However, his family circumstances had not afforded him similar opportunities. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the piano training classroom. LL, I've arrived. I will wait for you. He pointed to a reading room he had noticed earlier. I will read there while you finish your class. All right. Li Qin nodded slightly. I will go in now. See you later. LL waved her in. Once Li Qin entered the classroom and took her seat, LL waved goodbye and left. Upon entering the reading room, he found it empty. He selected a seat and retrieved a high school mathematics book from his backpack, resuming his studies. This was a book on analytic geometry. As he turned each page, his remarkable memory allowed him to quickly absorb its contents. The subject of geometry demanded a strong spatial imagination and meticulous logical thinking. Memory merely served to recall theorems and formulas. He integrated the new knowledge into his existing framework, constructing a pyramid of understanding, gradually adding bricks of information. When fully focused, time flew by. LL, are you asleep? Li Qin, is class over? Spotting her standing before him, LL greeted her with a smile. Yes, just finished. He understood the underlying meaning of her words and quickly stowed his book. Shall we go outside for a stroll? Yes. Li Qin nodded. Her cheeks flushed anew. Together they exited the youth palace, and LL pointed towards the street, saying, There's a street of snacks over there. Let us go explore and grab a bite. The choice of destination mattered little. The essence lay in the company. As long as one was with the right person, any place would suffice. LL's suggestion met with Li Qin's full approval as she stepped alongside him towards the street of snacks. While they conversed and walked, they remained unaware of a middle-aged man sitting in a car in the parking lot outside the youth palace, watching them through the window, his brow furrowed with concern. What does it feel like to see one's cherished daughter being courted by someone? The precious gem, once cradled with utmost care, is now at risk of being whisked away. What a disheartening sentiment. My dear girl, you are still young, not yet ready for such things. I will not allow any scoundrel to lay a hand on you. I will protect you fiercely. Li Qin's father clenched his fists, his expression cold and his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Chapter 30. A natural enemy. Absolutely a natural enemy. Li Qin, there's a place selling walnut pastries ahead. They taste delightful. As they stepped onto the plaza outside the youth palace, LL pointed down the street, sharing his recommendation. What we eat is not as important as who we eat with. Walnut pastries? I adore those. Li Qin readily agreed. Walnuts are good for the brain. I'm a bit hungry after finishing my piano lesson. Let us go. Just as they reached the street corner, Li Qin's phone rang unexpectedly. She pulled it out and her expression shifted. She made a shushing gesture to LL before answering. Dear girl, I just got off the highway and haven't entered the city yet. Yes, Dad, you're the best. I'll come pick you up. Since her father had called, their date could not continue. LL reluctantly escorted her to the bus station. The bus arrived promptly. Li Qin boarded, waving goodbye to LL. See you later. Just as LL stepped away from the bus stop and was about to step onto the sidewalk, a black Audi pulled up beside him. The rear window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man in a deep blue suit, beckoning to LL, "Classmate, please wait a moment. Are you calling me?" LL halted his steps and turned to face the middle-aged man, offering a smile and a nod. "Are you seeking directions? Where are you headed? How did you come to the conclusion that I was inquiring about directions?" The middle-aged man's brow arched as he scrutinized LL, his gaze tinged with a hint of judgment. The vehicle bore the license plate of Ing and was dusted with the remnants of a long journey. In such circumstances, stopping to accost a stranger could only signify a quest for directions. "Your powers of observation are commendable," the middle-aged man conceded with a slight nod. "However, you have misinterpreted my intentions. I am not here to ask for directions. Since it is not about directions," LL shrugged, "please speak plainly. What is it that you desire?" "Very well, I shall be straightforward," the man replied, casting a glance at LL. "I am a member of the Provincial Education Department's inspection team, here in Ing to assess the educational landscape. I presumed you were a student and wished to engage in conversation to glean some insights. Consider it an undercover inquiry." "The Provincial Education Department? An inspection team? Undercover?" LL regarded the middle-aged man with a bemused smile. "Do you jest? Which official from the provincial department would be driving an Audi A8? Which would don a Versace suit? And who would adorn themselves with a Vacheron Constantin watch? You are a businessman, not a government official." The man's expression faltered, his mouth twitching slightly. How perceptive this young man is. I have not even exited my vehicle, merely peered out of the window, and he discerns so much. What remarkable observational skills. LL, noting the man's astonishment, chuckled inwardly. I possess an exceptional memory. A mere glance, and I can recall everything I observe. In daily life, unnoticed visual memories fade quickly, as the brain storage is not limitless and clears cache automatically. However, when a stranger suddenly halts me, I cannot afford to be inattentive. As for my ability to identify these luxury brands, well, I was once a billionaire. What is it that you truly want? LL inquired, a frown creasing his brow. If you have business, please state it directly. There is no need to waste our time. This young man is not easily manipulated, the middle-aged man mused, his brow furrowing at LL's assertiveness. He had intended to feign the identity of the inspection team to gather information, but his ruse had been unveiled before it even began. Then I shall adopt a different approach, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Your observational skills are indeed commendable. He shifted to a more genial demeanor, offering LL a thumbs up, seemingly impressed. My dear fellow, your acuity is remarkable. May I inquire your name? A student of such caliber deserves to be recommended to the leaders of the education department for focused cultivation. LL's brow furrowed slightly. This man is suspicious. He stopped me on the roadside, did not ask for directions, but instead engaged in idle chatter. Perhaps he is here specifically because of me. What could I have done to attract his attention? I am merely an ordinary high school student. His mind raced as he retraced his memories, attempting to identify any previous encounters with this individual. His photographic memory allowed him to retain all that he had seen, even inadvertently. Yet, according to the patterns of human memory, unexamined recollections fade within 230 days. Having entered this narrative only a month prior, if he had indeed encountered this person before, he would surely recognize him now. As LL delved into his memories, a revelation struck him. Just moments ago, while exiting the youth palace with Li Qin, he had seen this black Audi parked in the adjacent open-air lot. This indicated that the man had indeed observed him previously and had sought him out deliberately. The only possible connection was Li Qin. LL's eyes narrowed. Could this be Li Qin's father? A thought struck him. Though Li Qin did not resemble her father, perhaps she took after her mother. Understanding dawned upon him. It was undoubtedly Li Qin's father who had noticed him with Li Qin and had come specifically to find him. He had not disclosed his identity, aiming to first ascertain LL's situation before initiating a targeted strategy to disrupt their connection. A smile crept across LL's face. If that is the case, let us engage in a little game with my future father-in-law. Chapter 31, A Battle of Wits. Since Li Qin's father wishes to learn about me, LL smirked. I shall first challenge him. Sir, if you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Not so fast. I see now. LL feigned a moment of clarity. No wonder you attempted to impersonate the provincial inspection team. You sought to gather information through me to facilitate your business dealings. Quite astute. Not at all. Li's father lit a cigarette, his face beaming with amusement, secretly thinking, the youth, lacking in social experience, has fallen for my ruse. At that moment, LL continued. However, if you wish to glean insider information about the YCH-ing education system, he cleared his throat and raised his chin. From the very first day I entered kindergarten, I have received the care and guidance of my teachers, who have nurtured me and allowed me to flourish. My feelings for my school, my teachers, and the education department run deep. What do you mean? Lee's father was taken aback, utterly perplexed by LL's words. My meaning is, LL grinned, that if you desire me to divulge insider information, it will cost you. Coughing violently, Lee's father dropped his cigarette in shock. 1,000. Is 1,000 acceptable? He clenched his teeth, reluctantly agreeing to pay LL more. Deal. LL extended his hand, rubbing his thumb, index, and middle fingers together, signaling for the payment. Are you afraid I might default on my debt? Lee's father's eyes twitched as he reached into his suit pocket, retrieving his wallet and counting out 1,000 yuan before handing it to LL. Now let us get into the vehicle. Very well. LL accepted the cash, opened the car door, and settled into Lee's father's Audi. Now what would you like to know? Feel free to ask. I assure you I shall disclose all that I know. Sitting beside Lee's father, LL waved the cash in his hand, beaming with delight. Excellent. Lee's father observed the scene, his lips twitching slightly. He steadied himself and inquired, let us begin with your name, your family background, and your academic performance. LL promptly patted the driver's seat. Driver, if you would be so kind. The driver turned to look at Lee's father. Very well, Lee's father, already feeling a headache coming on, waved his hand. Drive, drive. The Audi roared to life and headed in the direction of LL's home. Now, shall we proceed? As the car moved, Lee's father turned to LL. Your name, family background, and academic performance. Of course, LL replied with a smile, displaying impeccable politeness. My name is LL, a student in Class A of the first year at YCH-ing No. 1 High School. My father is a migrant worker, and my mother sells vegetables at the market. As for my academic performance, well, it's satisfactory. Upon hearing that LL attended YCH-ing No. 1 High School, Lee's father mused. So he is in the same class as Lee QN. That makes sense. When informed that LL's father was a migrant worker and his mother sold vegetables, Lee's father frowned slightly. Hearing that LL's academic performance was merely satisfactory caused his brow to arch in skepticism. A family of humble means, mediocre academic performance. Coupled with a hint of greed and smooth talk, he certainly did not seem like a promising match. Satisfactory? To what degree? Lee's father questioned, his tone laced with disbelief. Satisfactory? Does that measure up to my daughter? Lee chuckled softly. Well, it's not that impressive. Barely scraping a perfect score, just managing to take the top spot. Lee's dad stared blankly. You blowing your own horn beyond reason. You scored full marks? You came first? Just you? Indeed. Just me. Lee shrugged nonchalantly. Yuching is a small place. The pond is hardly deep enough to nurture true dragons. Only someone like me can muddle through with a perfect score and claim the first position. If I hadn't known that my daughter consistently ranks first, I might have believed you. Lee's dad scoffed, curling his lip. Lou, I paid for your consultation. Such nonsense won't do. Either speak the truth or refund my money. Don't believe me? Thankfully, I took a picture of my report card, or I wouldn't have any proof. Lee pulled out his phone, opened the photo, and displayed the report card before Lee's dad's eyes. Is this even authentic? Lee's dad gazed at the photo of the report card, his eyes widening at Lee's top position and the series of perfect scores, disbelief etched across his face. Is it real? You can inquire at the school anytime. Lee waved the cash. Your disbelief is fine, but a refund is out of the question. All right, let us leave that matter as it is. The corners of Lee's dad's eyes twitched violently as he turned to Lee, saying, I'm in Yuching for business, primarily targeting students like you. May I discreetly ask, are there many students in your school who are dating? That is a personal matter. Lee's eyes widened. How could I disclose information about my classmates' private lives? That would be too damaging to their feelings. Loyalty is priceless. So, does that mean you want more money? Lee's dad realized Lee's trick, pulling out his wallet. I can add 1,000, but no more. Alas. Lee sighed dramatically, accepting the cash. It's not good for students to date too early. If I leak this information, I'm merely helping them correct their mistakes. Lee's dad's eyes twitched with frustration. Is there anyone more shameless than you? Speak. Are there many students dating? Have you yourself entered a relationship? Lee's dad had been holding back, eager to uncover this crucial information. Well, since you asked, I typically wouldn't share with just anyone. Lee leaned closer to Lee's dad, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Students dating in our school. Well, that truly is. Spare me the suspense. Just tell me. I've paid for this. Lee's dad fumed, his patience wearing thin. Honestly, I have no idea. Lee spread his hands innocently. As a diligent student like me, how could I know if others are dating? My focus is solely on my studies. I haven't paid attention to such matters. You. Lu Dad nearly choked in exasperation. Taking a deep breath to suppress the boiling anger, he asked, "What about you? Are you dating? Me? How could I possibly be dating?" Lu Li's face contorted with indignation. "I scored full marks and secured first place. A student like me, dedicated solely to academics. How can I be involved in romance?" Lu Dad rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This little rascal was cunning and truly insufferable. Chapter 32. A game of deception. I saw you with my daughter. Lu Dad's frustration peaked. "And you still claim you're not dating? You swindled me out of 2,000 yuan. Gazing at Lu Li's somewhat handsome face, Lu Dad clenched his fists, fighting the urge to punch him squarely. Desperation drove him to employ his last resort. "Lu, I saw you by the roadside earlier, helping a girl into a car. And you dare say you're not dating? After taking my money, you couldn't even tell the truth? What truth have I concealed?" Lu Li seemed startled, raising his voice. "Just because I helped a girl into a car, that means I'm dating her? So if you assist a woman, does that imply infidelity?" Lu Dad was momentarily speechless, his expression faltering. "That girl is my classmate. We are preparing for a math competition together this fall. She bought me some books. Does that count as dating?" Lu Li raised his voice again, then suddenly paused, turning to Lu Dad. "Why are you asking this? Why should I explain myself to you? This is none of your concern." "Ah yes, it's none of my concern." Lu Dad was taken aback, hastily clarifying, "It's just a casual inquiry." Although Lu Dad didn't believe Lu Li's words, he sensed it was best not to press further. Lu Li had become wary, successfully deflecting his inquiries. Any further questioning could escalate into a confrontation, which he wanted to avoid at all costs. This little rascal was truly infuriating. Cunning, sly, and unprincipled. He was not a good person. Lu Dad was filled with helplessness and thus decided to abandon the topic of dating. Feigning knowledge of consumer behavior, Lu Dad began discussing students' spending habits, while Lu Li secretly chuckled, engaging in light banter, fully aware that no one would take their conversation seriously. As the car continued its journey, they soon arrived near Lu Li's home. "I've arrived." Lu Li signaled for the driver to stop, then turned to Lu Dad. "Uncle, if you have no further inquiries, I shall disembark." "Yes, I've gathered sufficient information." Lu Dad nodded. "You may leave. By the way, the matters we discussed must remain confidential. This is business intelligence. If you divulge it, you may face legal repercussions." "I understand. Business secrets. No worries. I will not disclose anything." Lu Li was acutely aware that Lu Dad wished him not to inform Lu Qin, for if he mentioned this matter, Lu Qin would quickly deduce that her father had sought Lu Li out. Opening the car door, Lu Li stepped out. "Goodbye, uncle." He closed the door casually, waved at Lu Dad, and walked away. Lu Dad waved dismissively, feeling a sense of reluctance to continue the conversation. 2,000 yuan spent, and he had unearthed nothing. Merely handing over his hard-earned money to this brat. "I, Lu Yongmao, have been in business for decades and have never incurred such a loss." After instructing the driver, Lu Dad rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This rascal Lu Li was relentless, offering no useful information and leaving him with a hefty bill. Suddenly, Lu Dad noticed a neat stack of cash where Lu Li had just been seated. The bright notes were strikingly conspicuous. Didn't he take the money? Lu Dad stood frozen for a moment, unable to comprehend the situation. That little rascal, with his avaricious demeanor, had the audacity to leave without taking a single cent? This was undoubtedly abnormal. There was something amiss. Lu Dad hurriedly opened the car window and turned to see Lu Li still walking along the sidewalk. "Xiaolong, stop the car." Lu Dad instructed the driver to halt, then stepped out of the car, waiting for Lu Li. "Uncle, why did you get out?" Lu Li approached. "Greeting, Lu Dad. Why didn't you take my money?" Lu Dad waved the cash in his hand. 2,000 yuan is not a trivial amount to you. Why did you refuse it? To be honest, 2,000 yuan isn't a concern for me. This was no exaggeration, having once been a billionaire. He certainly wasn't worried about 2,000 yuan. Lu Li smiled at Lu Dad. "But it's not about the money, it's about..." As he spoke, Lu Li wore a broad smile and politely inclined his body slightly towards Lu Baba, expressing his apologies. "I was merely jesting with you, Lu Shushu." It was time to lay everything bare. Originally, Lu Li intended to fabricate a story and gloss over the situation, but Lu Baba had pursued him, leaving no choice but to come clean. It was not a significant matter, and nothing had truly transpired. Thus, it was best to address it openly. "Do you know me?" Lu Baba's brow furrowed, realizing that this little rascal had been toying with him. "I do not." Lu Li shook his head, however. "When Lu Qin and I exited the youth palace, your car was parked in the lot. Subsequently, Lu Qin received a call from her father. After Lu Qin departed, you conveniently appeared." Lu Li spread his hands. "Moreover, throughout our earlier conversation, you were persistently inquiring about me and my romantic affairs. Such coincidences are too numerous. It is evident that you are indeed Lu Qin's father. Did you deduce this?" Lu Baba was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Impossible. When you passed by the square, my parking spot was quite distant from you. You could not have noticed my car. You may find this hard to believe. Lu Li replied. A photographic memory, perhaps? Lu Baba realized that he had underestimated Lu Li, thinking he could manipulate the boy, only to find himself outsmarted. His intelligence effectively ground into the dust. Embarrassment washed over him, his face flushed with a mix of shame, anger, and frustration. Do not tell Lu Qin about this. Lu Baba, incensed and humiliated, uttered this one sentence to Lu Li before swiftly departing. Lu Li chuckled to himself. Lu Shu Shu. It was you who attempted to deceive me first. My modest retaliation is hardly out of line, is it? Chapter 33. The Olympiad is a game for geniuses. During the ensuing May Day holiday, Lu Li devoted his time to studying at home. Lu Qin occasionally engaged in brief conversations with Lu Li but did not meet him again, likely due to Lu Baba's vigilant supervision. Lu Li had once been admitted to university. Although his grasp of high school mathematics was not particularly strong, he possessed some foundational knowledge. Now, after a thorough review, he had firmly retained all the information. After digesting and assimilating the knowledge into his own system, Lu Li estimated that his understanding of high school mathematics had reached a commendable level. What remained was the necessity to solve more problems to gradually improve and gain proficiency. Following the end of the May Day holiday, Lu Li returned to school. Just as he settled into his seat, his classmate Yuan approached him, looking utterly despondent. Lao Lu, you have caused quite a mess. Lu Li was taken aback. How have I caused trouble? Isn't it because you performed exceedingly well in the midterm exams? You were originally ranked 31st, while I was 30th. You surged to first place, achieving perfect scores across all subjects. Yuan lamented, you have ruined me. Do you know how I spent this holiday? No games, no novels, just a mountain of exercises. It was unbearable. At this point, Yuan scanned the room. Ask the other students if they feel the same. They have all been affected by you. The surrounding classmates shared sympathetic glances with Lu Li, their eyes filled with reproach. Well, this is indirect harm, Lu Li shrugged. Such matters may initially feel uncomfortable, but one eventually gets accustomed to it. Yuan paused. I have an inkling that you are somehow responsible, though I lack evidence. Lu Li rolled his eyes, uninterested in Yuan's grievances. He turned to glance at Lu Qin's seat, only to discover she had yet to arrive. Had Lu Baba, in a bid to protect her, transferred her to another school? This thought caused Lu Li some disquiet, dampening his motivation to solve problems. When the self-study period concluded, their homeroom teacher, Lao Su, entered the classroom and beckoned Lu Li. Lu Li, come to my office. Lu Li promptly stood and followed Lao Su to the office. There, he encountered Lu Qin. He winked at her, conveying his curiosity about the situation. Lu Qin smiled slightly and raised the book she held, revealing it to be Mathematics Olympiad Training Guide. Understanding dawned upon Lu Li. I have called you both here regarding the Olympiad competition, Lao Su stated as he took a seat, glancing at Lu Li and Lu Qin. The school has formed an Olympiad team, and you are both members. Starting today, you will gather in the experimental building for 1 hour of training every afternoon. Great. Lu Li and Lu Qin chorused in agreement. Now, please head to the 3rd floor of the experimental building to meet the guiding teacher and the other team members. Lao Su waved them off. All right, we are on our way. After bidding farewell to Lao Su, the two proceeded to the experimental building. On the 3rd floor, a vacant classroom had been converted into the Olympiad training room. As Lu Li and Lu Qin entered, they found several classmates already seated, all of whom were high-achieving sophomores. Why are there no seniors? They are preoccupied with college entrance examinations. Isn't that Lu Qin? And the one beside her is Lu Li? They are here for the Olympiad team? Indeed. They are only freshmen and have yet to learn the mathematics of sophomore and junior years. What are they doing here for the Olympiad competition? Surely, they are just here for a warm-up, not part of the official team. As Lu Li and Lu Qin entered, the other Olympiad team members looked up in surprise and scrutinized them. Do they think we are unqualified? Lu Li raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Qin, signaling her to assert her dominance. Lu Qin complied, surveying the room with an air of superiority. What do sophomore and junior mathematics mean to me? I completed the syllabus independently last semester. If I were to lag behind, I only just finished a few days ago. Lu Li surveyed the others and smiled broadly. Of course, I cannot compare to all of you esteemed individuals. You must have mastered high school mathematics in elementary school. The group fell silent, taken aback. What? Who among us completed high school mathematics in elementary school? Are you trying to belittle us? Enough chatter. Teacher Yang is about to arrive. Why are you still making noise? A bespectacled boy glanced at everyone and reprimanded them. This boy seemed to command respect, and after his admonition, silence fell over the group. Lu Li and Lu Qin, having no intention of causing a ruckus, found their seats and sat down. Who was that just now? He seems to have some authority. Lu Li quietly inquired of Lu Qin. Dong Ku, the top student in sophomore year. Quite impressive, Lu Qin replied. So he is a high-achieving sophomore. Lu Li had heard the name, but did not recognize the face. As they conversed, a middle-aged teacher with a receding hairline entered the classroom. "Is everyone here?" he asked as he approached the podium. After scanning the room and checking the attendance roster, he nodded. "My surname is Yang, and I will be your guiding teacher for this Olympiad team." Mr. Yang set the attendance roster aside and continued. "Today marks the official establishment of the Olympiad team for the class of 2011. I have gathered you all to meet one another, so we may familiarize ourselves. Now that we have exchanged greetings, I shall refrain from further ado." With that, Mr. Yang produced a stack of test papers and gestured to the top student Dong Ku. "Dong Ku, please distribute the test papers." To hand out test papers upon first meeting was an unexpected maneuver, catching everyone off guard. Lu Li felt speechless. This test paper served as an assessment, an evaluation of whether one had the necessity to participate in the Olympiad competition. As he distributed the papers, Mr. Yang remarked, "The Olympiad is not a pursuit for the average person. Only those whose IQ ranks among the top 10% of humanity truly require the study of Olympiad mathematics. For others, such an endeavor is devoid of significance." Presently, some parents, blinded by the potential for additional points on college entrance exams and the allure of direct admission to universities through Olympiad achievements, fail to grasp the essence of this discipline. The proliferation of Olympiad training classes is rampant throughout society. Some parents even compel their children to commence Olympiad studies from elementary school, a notion that is utterly preposterous and pointless. When the exam papers were distributed, Teacher Yang continued to expound. "What is Olympiad mathematics?" To illustrate, conventional mathematics is akin to expository writing and language studies, while Olympiad mathematics is comparable to poetry. Does the average person truly need to learn how to compose poetry? There is absolutely no necessity for that. At this juncture, Teacher Yang emphasized, thus, Olympiad mathematics is a pursuit for the gifted. If one is not gifted, there is no need to engage in this. It is a complete waste of time and devoid of value. Let me discern whether you are truly gifted or merely mediocre. Chapter 34. All of it is a scheme. Gifted, you say? Those who occupy this classroom are already among the elite of the thousands of students at Yuqingno, one high school. Who among them is not a top student? Who does not consider themselves gifted? Some, as Teacher Yang remarked, have been studying Olympiad mathematics since childhood. After years of Olympiad study, is it not merely to participate in Olympiad competitions? Even if Teacher Yang's words were harsh, no one retreated. Each one, filled with determination, picked up their exam papers. Then they were left dumbfounded. Prove this. A regular tetrahedron has 5 distinct spheres, each tangent to one of its 6 edges or their extensions. Conversely, if a tetrahedron possesses 5 such spheres, it must indeed be a regular tetrahedron. What on earth does that mean? Tetrahedron, 5 spheres, what nonsense. Given the lengths of the altitudes and medians drawn from a vertex, construct a triangle. What in the world does that even say? As their gazes fell, the remaining problems were equally incomprehensible. Their intelligence was ruthlessly mocked. At that moment, beads of sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads, hands trembling as they held their papers. Lu Qin furrowed her brow in confusion. Lu Li was equally taken aback. These questions were exceedingly difficult. A thick fog enveloped their minds, obscuring any path to a solution. Teacher Yang waved his hand at the crowd, a sinister grin on his face, proclaiming that Olympiad competitions were not meant for the average person. If one cannot solve such problems, what right do they have to participate in Olympiad competitions? This was a show of power, causing all the Olympiad team members to tremble in fear. What astonished Lu Li was that the high-achieving student named Dong Ku remained unfazed. To Lu Li, it seemed that Teacher Yang's theatrics were deliberate, intentionally applying pressure with difficult questions and attempting to intimidate them. But did he not fear crushing their spirits? Did he not worry about obliterating their confidence? As they collected their papers, the group gradually exited the Olympiad training room. Lu Li observed that, aside from Dong Ku, who remained unchanged, the other students were visibly shaken. Some stumbled in their steps, others appeared dazed, and some had pallid faces. This exam paper had indeed frightened them considerably. Lu Li exited the classroom alongside Lu Qin. Just before leaving, Lu Li turned to Teacher Yang and said, "Teacher Yang, sometimes pressure does not necessarily serve as motivation. It may very well crush a person. The true genius cannot be crushed. Those who can be are merely mediocre." Teacher Yang scoffed. "What use do I have for so many mediocre individuals? If participation does not yield commendable results, why disgrace oneself?" 2. At that moment, Lu Qin interjected. "What?" Teacher Yang paused, unsure of Lu Qin's meaning. "Genius." Lu Qin pointed at Lu Li and then at herself, too. "Huh, genius? You too?" Teacher Yang raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Genius is not something that can be boasted about. If you are geniuses, show me your abilities. You will see." Lu Qin glanced at Teacher Yang and said earnestly, "You will definitely see. Then I shall await with anticipation." Teacher Yang curled his lip in disdain and turned to leave. Once Teacher Yang had distanced himself, Lu Qin was still somewhat indignant, expressing her dissatisfaction. Lu Li, that Teacher Yang has an awful attitude. He looks down on people. All schemes. It is all a scheme. Lu Li chuckled and shook his head, recognizing that first, they were subjected to a show of force, then looked down upon and even mocked. Naturally, they would feel a deep-seated urge to prove that they are not mediocre. This is Teacher Yang's ploy. The trope of the mediocre is rampant in web literature. Such narratives have been exhausted, yet they are still attempting to deploy this tactic before me? Do they know how many novels I have read? However, even if I see through it, what of it? Affectionate bonds are fleeting. It is always a matter of schemes that capture the heart. Fully aware that it is a ruse, and knowing that Teacher Yang is intentional in his tactics, Lu Li still felt a twinge of defiance. Regardless of whether it is a scheme, I have never been labeled as mediocre. Lu Qin squeezed the exam paper in her hand. Determined, I will make Teacher Yang see. I will show him what a true genius is. Thus, you have fallen into his trap. Lu Li, with a resigned expression, understood that he was ensnared, aware that he had been set up, yet found it impossible to refrain from participating. Who wishes to concede? Who wishes to be called mediocre? I certainly do not. Then let us prove it to him. Lu Li raised the exam paper, intending to demonstrate to everyone. We are the strongest. Indeed. Lu Qin nodded seriously. Then Lu Li pointed at the exam paper and asked Lu Qin, can you solve these problems? Lu Qin's expression faltered, and she lowered her head slightly. I can't. If you cannot solve it, why boast? I can't solve them either. Lu Li sighed deeply. Let's go. We will seek guidance from old Su. It is fine not to know now. We will learn diligently. All right. Lu Qin nodded. The two exited the experimental building, walking toward the teaching building and entering the office of their homeroom teacher, old Su. Upon seeing Lu Li and Lu Qin enter, old Su greeted them with a wide smile. How does it feel to just join the Olympiad team? It feels like Teacher Yang has a deep scheme. Lu Li grinned and approached old Su's desk, handing over the exam paper. Upon seeing this paper, I almost thought I had never studied mathematics. Not a single question could I solve. Realizing one's limitations is the first step towards improvement. Performing well on the midterm exam does not guarantee success in Olympiad competitions. You must work harder and be more diligent, old Su encouraged, glancing at Lu Li and Lu Qin. I believe you can do it. I am confident you will achieve good results. All right, this is another scheme. First, they were reprimanded by Teacher Yang. Then the homeroom teacher comes to encourage and motivate them. One plays the role of the white face while the other plays the red face. A clear division of labor. Lu Li waved his hand. Teacher Su, spare us the theatrics. I see through it all. It is all a scheme. Let us discuss something practical. You little rascal. Old Su shook his head helplessly. Fine. Since you are aware, I need not elaborate further. What is practical? Pray tell. What is practical is? Lu Li pointed at the exam paper. Where did this exam paper come from? After speaking, Lu Li gestured to himself and Lu Qin. With our abilities, if this were a regular exam paper, we shouldn't be unable to solve even a single question. Right? I agree. These questions are indeed too difficult, Lu Qin chimed in. Of course you cannot solve them. This is last year's International Olympiad competition paper. Old Su replied with a peculiar smile. Last year, only one person in the entire world scored full marks on this set of questions. If you can answer this paper, you are already at the level of an International Olympiad champion, the best in the world. How shameless. What a brutal tactic. Lu Li thought to himself, feeling that using such questions to intimidate them was truly cruel. However, judging by this paper, it was evident that my current level of mathematics is still far from sufficient. Only 4 months remain, and to elevate my mathematical prowess to a world-class level within this time frame, I must exert even greater effort. Chapter 35. The average person cannot even comprehend the answers. In the administrative building, the office of the principal. After leaving the experimental building, the Olympiad mathematics competition mentor, Yang Lin, arrived at the principal's office. Old Yang, have you met with the Olympiad team yet? Principal Luo Jianming of Yuqing No. One high school greeted Teacher Yang with a smile. What do you think of these promising students? What do I think? Yang Lin settled into a chair opposite Principal Luo's desk, offering a cigarette to the principal. Aside from Dong Ke from the second year, there are 2 students who show some potential, possessing a tenacious spirit. Oh, Principal Luo accepted the cigarette, lighting it with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Which 2 students? One is named Lu Li, and the other is Lu Qin. Teacher Yang also lit a cigarette, taking a puff. These 2 students exhibit commendable ambition and are top performers. They should be nurtured. However, they are only in their first year. So this year will merely serve as a warm-up, akin to Dong Ke, establishing a foundation for next year's competition. Lu Li and Lu Qin. So it is them. Principal Luo nodded, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. Indeed, they are in their first year, and their experience is insufficient. They can only prepare this year. We cannot rely on them for results in this year's Olympiad competition. Any achievements will only materialize next year. At this point, Principal Luo flicked off the ash from his cigarette and inquired, let us focus on Dong Ku. He has already been in preparation for a year. You have been mentoring him for over a year now, and he should be able to deliver results in this year's competition. Dong Ku is undoubtedly the focus. Teacher Yang nodded. I will also organize several more tests to identify additional promising students. Sounds good. This plan is acceptable. Principal Luo extinguished the cigarette, his demeanor turning serious. Old Yang, we have partnered for many years. You are the head of the mathematics department. This year's Olympiad competition is a responsibility you must shoulder. We cannot afford another failure. Our reputation is at stake. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Teacher Yang affirmed, rising from his seat. Principal Luo, I will go prepare the materials now. Yes, you may go about your business. Principal Luo waved his hand, taking out another cigarette and lighting it, his expression somber. This year's Olympiad competition cannot end in defeat. If we lose again, I shall have no face left to show. Dong Ku should qualify for the provincial competition. However, having only one student qualify is insufficient, only marginally better than a total failure. Can we not identify a few more promising students? Unfortunately, Lu Li and Lu Qin are merely in their first year, and their experience is inadequate. They may only achieve the preliminary city-level standard, making it difficult to advance to the provincial competition. This year, we cannot count on them at all. Lu Li and Lu Qin remained in Teacher Su's office. Teacher Su, may I borrow your office computer for a moment? Lu Li gestured toward the test paper. Since we have obtained this paper, we must comprehend how to approach it. Looking for answers? No need for that. Teacher Su chuckled, opening a drawer and handing Lu Li several printed sheets. I have printed the answers for you. Would you like me to explain them? No, thank you. Lu Li shook his head, accepting the printed sheets. If we cannot solve the problems, then we need not participate in the Olympiad competition. You seem quite ambitious. Teacher Su remarked, nodding. All right, you may go and study. This paper is quite challenging. The average person cannot even understand the answers, so you will need to put in some effort. Very well, we shall take our leave, Lu Li replied, holding the printed sheets as he and Lu Qin exited the office. Although it was class time, Lu Li had no intention of attending. Thus, he proposed to Lu Qin. Let us skip class and analyze this test paper instead, shall we? Sure. We have already mastered these subjects. Let us focus on the test paper first. Lu Qin, encountering a question she could not solve for the first time, was naturally more invested in the test paper. The two made their way out of the teaching building and into the library's reading room. They found a seat, and Lu Li placed the printed sheets on the table, saying to Lu Qin, there are 6 questions and 6 answers. Let us study them individually and discuss any issues that arise. Lu Li picked up the answers, flipping through each one, memorizing them all before handing the answers to Lu Qin. Lu Qin was taken aback. You're giving me all 6 answers? Aren't you going to look at them? Oh, I have already memorized them. Memorized all of them? So quickly? He had merely skimmed through them. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and he had completely memorized all 6 answers? Lu Qin was astonished, her gaze fixed on Lu Li in bewilderment. Speedy memorization? Photographic memory? I have participated in such training too. I can achieve photographic memory as well, but I cannot do it this quickly. His memory speed is truly astonishing. Is this Lu Li's true capability? Lu Qin paused but did not delve deeper, taking the answers and focusing on her own study. Lu Li was unaware that he had inadvertently revealed his extraordinary ability for instant recall, memorizing in just a glance. Such memory speed was indeed remarkable. Immersed in contemplation, Lu Li diligently examined each step of the solutions provided in the test paper, grasping the thought processes behind them, continually digesting and assimilating the knowledge. It was indeed challenging. Even when faced with the answers, understanding them and comprehending the reasoning behind each solution proved difficult. Initially, Lu Li struggled to understand each step, pondering for a long time how to derive one step from the previous one, mentally wrestling with the concepts before achieving clarity. As he successfully comprehended each question, the mathematical knowledge stored in his memory seemed to be reorganized during this process, deepening his understanding and insight into mathematics. The International Olympiad test paper contained only 6 questions, but encompassed the 4 major areas of mathematics: algebra, geometry, combinatorics, and number theory, integrating knowledge from all 4 domains. Completing each question felt like a thorough reorganization of the mathematical knowledge in his mind. Knowledge flowed, thoughts soared, and inspiration blossomed. As he progressed, his understanding accelerated. And upon reaching the last question's answer, Lu Li experienced a profound epiphany. Comprehending the answers, grasping the reasoning, and fully mastering the methods brought him immense satisfaction. A smile graced Lu Li's face. The answers may be singular, yet the methods to arrive at them are manifold. Could I possibly solve the problems using alternative methods? I wish to try employing my own reasoning and approach to tackle the questions and retake the test paper. If I can truly achieve this, it would signify a significant advancement for me. It presents quite the challenge. Let us give it a go. At the very least, I must prove to Teacher Yang that I, Lu Li, am a genius, not a failure. Chapter 36. Truly a proud disciple of mine. Lu Li lifted his head from his musings. At that moment, he noticed Lu Qin still engrossed in examining the answers, seemingly lost in thought. I comprehended the answers to this test paper before Lu Qin did? Could it be that my intelligence surpasses hers? This revelation astonished Lu Li. He had always perceived himself as a mere pretender, a so-called academic achiever, reliant solely on a photographic memory, convinced that his true intelligence could not compare to Lu Qin's. Yet, this situation appeared to diverge from his expectations. Is it possible that unlocking my photographic memory has enhanced my intelligence? In truth, intelligence encompasses observation, memory, imagination, creativity, analytical judgment, cognitive ability, adaptability, and reasoning. The formidable memory and observational skills bestowed by photographic memory are indeed significant indicators of intelligence. Thus, an enhancement in intelligence is inevitable. Furthermore, the human brain functions as an indivisible whole. It is not merely a game of allocating points. One cannot enhance strength without simultaneously improving physical constitution and agility. The elevation of memory and observational skills to an extraordinary level inevitably triggers a cascade of related enhancements, resulting in a comprehensive advancement of the brain. Such holistic improvement equally augments imagination, creativity, analytical judgment, cognitive ability, adaptability, and reasoning skills, all of which are metrics of intelligence. However, in comparison to the remarkable enhancement of memory and observation, the increment of other intellectual indicators is not as pronounced. While Lu Li pondered, Lu Qin had already comprehended the answers to the examination. Upon seeing Lu Qin raise her head after setting down the answers, Lu Li smiled and inquired whether she had finished. This examination is indeed quite challenging. Even understanding the answers took considerable time. You are faster than I am. Lu Qin glanced at Lu Li and remarked that it seemed his intelligence was superior. Almost. Lu Li believed that his memory was merely slightly stronger, and overall, their intelligence levels were likely comparable. Previously, Lu Li possessed an intelligence quotient typical of an average individual, at best slightly above average. In numerical terms, his IQ would not exceed 110. Now, having elevated his intelligence to a level comparable to Lu Qin's, he had undoubtedly surpassed the threshold of 140. Distinguishing geniuses from the ordinary. Among the general populace, those with an IQ above 140 represent merely only 1 in 100, which, given the vast population, still amounts to a considerable number of geniuses. However, Lu Li was unaware of Lu Qin's IQ, which he suspected exceeded 140. Lu Li. At that moment, Lu Qin called out to him, pointing at the examination paper and expressing her desire to solve it using her own method. I share that sentiment. A smile graced Lu Li's face. Excellent. I shall procure paper and pens from the library's management. Lu Qin hastily rose and dashed towards the librarian's office. Moments later, she returned, clutching a stack of printed paper and a box of water-based pens. Here you go. Handing the paper and pens to Lu Li, Lu Qin sat down with the exam paper, raising her fist towards him and proclaiming, "We are the strongest." Indeed, Lu Li chuckled, grasping the pen and paper to begin solving the problems. Before him lay a blank sheet, and as he held the pen, furrowing his brow, deep in thought, he realized that while he comprehended the answers and understood the problems, reapproaching them from a different perspective was far from simple. Not every question has an alternative solution. Even if it does, it may not come to mind readily. Thus, the most prudent approach was to start from a specific step within the answer and alter the derivation process of certain steps. Once the objective was identified, the thought process expanded, and Lu Li seized the pen, writing on the draft paper. The problem-solving method remained aligned with the answer's logic, but with variations in certain steps for a fresh attempt. The pen danced across the paper, filling a page densely with solutions. After reviewing the slightly modified answer, Lu Li sought further adjustments in the derivation steps and solved it again. It was akin to renovating a house. This time, swapping the floor tiles for wooden ones. Next time, replacing the wall tiles with cement ones, gradually modifying and adjusting. His mind raced, fervently accessing the knowledge stored in memory, meticulously cataloging, and continuously amalgamating ideas. Sparks of wisdom ignited, and inspiration flowed like a spring, as characters leaped from the pen onto the paper, analyzing, deducing, answering. At that moment, Lu Li was entirely immersed in problem-solving, feeling as though he were a fish swimming freely in the ocean of knowledge. He lost track of time, the environment, and everything else. His sole focus was on the problems at hand. Lu Qin has vanished. Lu Li is also nowhere to be found. Old Su, seated in his office, turned to Wang Min, who had come to report, wondering why they had not entered the classroom. Wang Min, with a worried expression, remarked, "Teacher, I am not here to report on them. I am primarily concerned about Lu Qin. I share a close relationship with her, and our families are acquainted. I fear she might be in trouble if she is skipping class for a date." "A date, you say?" Dismissing Wang Min, old Su rose and exited the office. He could easily surmise what Lu Li and Lu Qin were engaged in. Both were ambitious individuals, and encountering an insurmountable problem would undoubtedly fuel their determination. These two were certainly engrossed in studying the examination paper. Yet, had they truly spent this much time? Although the paper was challenging, was it reasonable that understanding the answers and comprehending them would take such a long duration? Given Lu Li and Lu Qin's mathematical proficiency, it was puzzling that they had yet to grasp it fully. Old Su furrowed his brow slightly as he stepped outside the teaching building. Where, within the school, would be the most suitable location for their study? Standing before the building, Old Su surveyed the area and soon spotted the library at the back left of the teaching building. This must be the place. Upon entering the library, Old Su observed Lu Li and Lu Qin diligently writing at their seats, surrounded by a mountain of draft papers. "I have delivered paper to them 3 times already." The librarian approached Old Su with a smile, lowering her voice to say, "Your 2 prodigies are engrossed in research. They are nearly depleting my supply of printed paper." "Olympic mathematics," Old Su replied casually, quietly making his way over. Lu Li and Lu Qin remained oblivious, fully absorbed in their work. Old Su picked up a sheet of paper filled with writing and, upon examining it, his face displayed astonishment. They had not failed to understand the answers. Instead, they were employing alternative methods to arrive at their solutions. Wonderful! How remarkable! Old Su could not contain the smile spreading across his face. Chapter 37. They are indeed formidable. Old Su refrained from interrupting Lu Li and Lu Qin, merely standing to the side, perusing the pages they had written one by one. After finishing with Lu Li's work, he moved on to Lu Qin's. Upon completing his review, Old Su felt a mix of surprise and joy, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction that was difficult to articulate. The International Olympiad Mathematics examination consisted of 6 problems. Both Lu Li and Lu Qin had independently solved 3 problems using their unique methods, and were now diligently tackling the remaining 3. However, Old Su cleared his throat and tapped the table. Not every problem possesses an alternative solution. Lu Li and Lu Qin were jolted awake by Old Su, simultaneously lifting their heads. "Ah, Teacher Su, you have arrived." Upon seeing Old Su standing before them, they hurriedly greeted him. There is no need to continue with the derivations. The remaining 3 problems have but one solution, at least from the perspective of high school mathematics. Only one way to approach them. Old Su smiled broadly at the two, stating that they had already accomplished enough. "So, the remaining 3 problems have only one solution? No wonder we have been discussing endlessly without arriving at an answer." Lu Li put away his pen and paper, smiling at Lu Qin, remarking that it seemed they had wasted much ink in vain. That was by no means a waste of effort. Old Su's gaze toward them was filled with admiration. The process of seeking new solutions and the act of deriving and calculating was, in itself, a process of reorganization and further elevation of the knowledge they had acquired. This realization was the most significant reward. Indeed, Lu Qin nodded, acknowledging that during the problem-solving process, the intense thinking had made her aware of her own shortcomings. This, too, was a form of gain. Mathematics is an endless pursuit. "Very well, teacher." Lu Li nodded in agreement, gathering the draft papers from the table as he followed Old Su out of the library. Upon exiting, Lu Li noticed that the sun had shifted westward. It was already afternoon. "We haven't even had lunch." As they delved into mathematical problems, their dedication reached a point of neglecting their own well-being. "Did you skip lunch?" Old Su paused, glancing at the two, and admonished, "Despite your youth, you must take care of your health. If your body breaks down, what use is all the knowledge you acquire?" They were so engrossed that they momentarily lost track of time. Lu Li and Lu Qin exchanged embarrassed glances. "Let us go grab something to eat." "All right, we'll head over first." After bidding farewell to Old Su, Lu Li and Lu Qin hurried to the small shop next to the cafeteria. Watching them depart, a smile crept onto Old Su's face. These 2 youngsters are promising. Perhaps they will shine brilliantly in this year's Olympiad competition. As for their skipping class, he chuckled inwardly. Was that even a concern? For students like Lu Li and Lu Qin, the material taught in class was far too elementary. Old Su paid no mind to Wang Min's mention of a date. If their dates consist of problem solving, he had no objections to such meetings. After school in the afternoon, it was time for the Olympiad training. Grasping their exam papers and scratch paper, Lu Li and Lu Qin made their way to the Olympiad training room on the 3rd floor of the experimental building. When they entered the classroom, Teacher Yang Lin was already waiting inside. Upon noticing the stack of scratch papers in Lu Li and Lu Qin's hands, a flicker of surprise crossed Teacher Yang's eyes. So much scratch paper, and it's all filled with writing. Could it be that they actually solved the problems? A wave of curiosity washed over him, yet he maintained his composure. After a moment, all 10 members of the Olympiad team had gathered. Teacher Yang Lin stepped onto the podium, surveyed the group, and announced, "This morning, I distributed an exam paper. Now, I would like you to report your results." He gestured towards the front seats, indicating where to begin. "How many problems did you solve?" The training room was arranged with 2 rows of seats, each accommodating 5 students. Lu Li and Lu Qin sat at the end of the right row, while Dong Ku and 4 other second-year students occupied the left row. The row pointed out by Teacher Yang was the one Dong Ku was seated in. "I'm sorry, teacher." The first boy from the left row stood up, his head bowed in shame. Then, another student rose. "Teacher, I couldn't solve any either. I found the answers online. But I still don't understand 2 of the solutions. I couldn't solve them either. The answers were also sourced from the internet." Upon hearing this, Lu Li and Lu Qin exchanged astonished glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. "We couldn't solve a single problem either. We only managed after looking at the answers. How could Dong Ku have solved 2 problems? He is surprisingly capable. I'm in the same boat." The students who had relied on online answers were filled with disbelief. "We haven't even fully comprehended the answers, yet you've devised new solving methods?" Dong Ku's expression changed as he turned to glance at Lu Li and Lu Qin, disbelief etched on his face. He had already tackled this exam paper a month ago, with Teacher Yang having explained it to him. Now, Lu Li and Lu Qin had somehow managed to solve 3 problems using their own methods. They had only received the exam paper a day prior, while he had been studying these problems for a month. How could they be so proficient? Teacher Yang's astonishment surpassed that of the others. Given the difficulty of this exam paper, it was normal for students not to solve it. Finding answers online was within his expectations. Even locating answers online and comprehending them within a few hours was no easy feat initially. Teacher Yang had anticipated that Lu Li and Lu Qin would merely grasp the answers and their implications. Now they claimed to have solved 3 problems using their own methods. This exam paper only allowed for alternative solving approaches on 3 problems. The remaining 3 had no other methods. Lu Li and his peers had reached their limits. Dong Ku had only managed to solve 2 problems using his own approach after a month of study. Yet Lu Li and Lu Qin had achieved 3. They truly are remarkable. No wonder they dared to call themselves geniuses in my presence. They indeed possess that talent. Chapter 38. How could they achieve full marks? After the Olympiad training concluded, Teacher Yang Lin excitedly entered the principal's office. "Principal Luo." Upon entering the office, Teacher Yang addressed Principal Luo, exclaiming, "A surprise. A tremendous surprise." "Oh, what sort of surprise?" Principal Luo, beaming with anticipation, remarked, "You seem quite thrilled. This surprise must be significant. Pray tell." "Today, Lu Li and Lu Qin's performance astonished me greatly." Teacher Yang seated himself across from the desk, placing a stack of scratch papers on Principal Luo's table. His enthusiasm palpable. Lu Li and Lu Qin's mathematical abilities far exceeded our expectations. "What is this?" Principal Luo, not being a mathematics instructor and having long since transitioned to administrative duties, found the stack of papers incomprehensible. "These are the problems solved by Lu Li and Lu Qin." Teacher Yang pointed to the papers, his excitement infectious. "This morning, I provided them with last year's International Olympiad exam. It was meant to apply pressure. Yet I never anticipated Lu Li and Lu Qin would be so exceptional." With his fingers gliding across the papers, Teacher Yang continued, "Look, they solved 3 problems using their own methods, innovative methods." Principal Luo was somewhat perplexed by the significance of solving 3 problems with new methods. Dong Ku, whom I trained for a year, had received this set of problems a month ago. He managed to solve 2 using his own approach. Teacher Yang's voice rose slightly, emphasizing, "Yet Lu Li and Lu Qin achieved 3 in just a day, within a few hours. Are you suggesting their abilities surpassed Dong Ku's?" Principal Luo grasped the implications, his eyes sparkling with delight. "This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This is beyond my expectations. I had thought they would only begin to show results next year, yet they are already excelling now. Strictly speaking, this does not definitively prove they are superior to Dong Ku," Teacher Yang quickly clarified. "However, their demonstrated mathematical reasoning, meticulous logic, and solid foundational knowledge indicate they possess the potential to excel in the Olympiad competition." "Excellent." Principal Luo, beaming, stood up and patted Teacher Yang on the shoulder. "Old Yang, you are entrusted with Lu Li and Lu Qin. Ensure their development. They must achieve outstanding results in this year's competition." "Absolutely. I'll guarantee it." Principal Luo nodded with a smile. Having 3 candidates qualify for the provincial competition is already a commendable achievement. As for making it into the top 300 nationally, or even the national team, that was a dream Principal Luo had never entertained. Days passed by. Since solving the 3 problems, Lu Li and Lu Qin had established their status within the Olympiad team. Both teachers and classmates recognized them, placing them alongside Dong Ku as the trio of top talents. Despite this acknowledgement, Lu Li did not relent. He continued to diligently study and practice, progressively enhancing his mathematical acumen. Presently, Lu Li was still focusing on high school mathematics. He did not immediately switch to pure Olympiad problems, but instead reinforced his foundational knowledge in high school mathematics. Engaging in various mathematical exercises, Lu Li's homeroom teacher, Old Su, happily procured for him past national mathematics examination papers from various provinces. Teacher Yang, not to be outdone, distributed a plethora of historical national high school mathematics competition problems among the Olympiad training team, coupled with the renowned 5-year examination records, 3-year simulations, and the high school mathematics question bank. How could Lu Li respond to such generous support from his teachers? With unwavering determination, he pressed on. Lu Qin's treatment was identical to that of Lu Li. Consequently, the two of them immersed themselves in problem-solving, losing track of time and the light of day. The teachers, particularly the subject instructor, turned a blind eye to their intense focus on mathematics, raising no objections. As long as a student maintained exemplary conduct in class, they were free to pursue whatever interests them, especially if it involved diligently working on mathematical problems. The only dissenting voice came from the Chinese language teacher, who questioned why Lu Li, with his literary talents, would engage in such cold calculations when the beauty of words held far greater emotional depth. The teacher's remarks were swiftly dismissed by the head teacher, Lao Su, who suggested she take her concerns to the principal. Meanwhile, Lu Li's desk mate, Yuan Shu, seemed to be possessed by a peculiar impulse, launching a creative endeavor inspired by the notion that his desk mate might be under the influence of a supernatural being. Observing this, Lu Li could only heave a long sigh. Yuan ultimately returned to the path he was destined for, embracing a life filled with relentless writing, laboring tirelessly to meet deadlines, often criticized for the brevity of his work, and facing threats of dire consequences from his peers should he ever falter in his output. As the saying goes, with all one's heart and soul poured into a piece, 3 months pass without a single inquiry. Through the chill of the night, one breathes in the wind of adversity. To return to the main narrative, while other classmates would merely whisper about the prowess of the top achievers, those ranked below Lu Li and Lu Qin saw an opportunity to rise. As they prepared for the Olympiad mathematics competition, their focus on problem-solving left little room for other subjects. The upcoming monthly exam, and even the final assessments, seemed to present a chance for elevation in rankings. Thus, these ambitious students engaged in a silent rivalry, immersing themselves in their studies, building their strength in anticipation of outshining Lu Li and Lu Qin during the examinations. Time slipped away amidst their diligent efforts. By the end of May, the monthly exam arrived. Lu Li, however, remained unfazed, having already mastered the curriculum across all subjects. Only in the 2 days leading up to the exam did he momentarily lift his head from the sea of mathematics, hastily making his way to the examination room. After completing the 2-day examination, Lu Li paid no heed to the results, diving once again into his mathematical exercises. As anticipated, the scores were announced. First place, Lu Li. Second place, Lu Qin. More importantly, Lu Li achieved a perfect score across all subjects. This result plunged his quietly competitive peers into despair and left the entire class in a state of numbness. Surprisingly, Lu Li himself was astonished. Another perfect score? He had scarcely devoted any thought to the Chinese essay, yet it had earned him full marks. Could it be that the Chinese teacher, in an effort to ignite his passion for literature and liberate him from the confines of cold calculations, had deliberately awarded him a perfect score? How could such a feat be achieved? Lu Li shrugged it off, dismissing the matter as he still had numerous problems to tackle. Chapter 39. Profound Accumulation. Lu Li remained indifferent to the monthly exam. What was it but an examination? He faced tests daily. Indeed, daily assessments. How did the Olympiad training group conduct their sessions? They would distribute a test paper and allocate an hour for completion, concluding the session. The next day, another test awaited. Each day's training was akin to an examination, devoid of explanations, guidance, or instruction. As per teacher Yang Lin's philosophy, if I must teach you how to solve problems, then what right do you have to compete? The purpose of the Olympiad training was to expose students to a variety of problems. Through this problem-solving process, one would expand their thinking, broaden their perspective, and enhance their proficiency. Only when the problems became exceedingly challenging, beyond even Lu Li, Lu Qin, and Dong Ku's capabilities, would teacher Yang provide explanations. Initially, Lu Li too stumbled upon mistakes and occasionally found himself unable to solve certain problems. However, as he encountered more problems, his memory sharpened, and he retained every problem he had previously tackled. Various problem types and solution strategies transformed into his own knowledge, leading to an increasingly robust foundation. Thus, in subsequent examinations, Lu Li consistently achieved perfect scores. Lu Qin followed closely, frequently attaining full marks with only minor errors. Once regarded with high hopes by teacher Yang Lin and principal Luo, Dong Ke found himself in third place. By this point, Lu Li had firmly established himself as the leader of the Olympiad team, earning the title of the team's champion, with his position unassailable. This achievement was entirely the result of relentless problem-solving. He had exhausted several boxes of pen refills and accumulated a towering stack of completed test papers. This routine persisted until the final examinations. In this round, Lu Li finally did not secure perfect scores across the board. He lost 2 points on the Chinese essay. Yet he still ranked first, as Lu Qin lost 5 points due to an ill-advised inclusion of a mathematical formula in her essay, incensing the Chinese teacher. With the final exams concluded, the joyous summer vacation commenced. Unfortunately, this meant little to Lu Li. For others, summer was a time for relaxation, but for the Olympiad team, it was a precious opportunity. While regular training sessions lasted only an hour a day, the summer allowed for full-day engagement. However, the format of the training shifted slightly. It was no longer merely about distributing test papers. While the tests continued to be administered and in greater quantity, each morning commenced with a 2-hour examination. The remaining time was dedicated to teacher Yang presenting representative problems for discussion, enhancing problem-solving strategies. The afternoons followed a similar pattern. Test papers were distributed, completed, and then discussed. The entire month of July was consumed by this endless cycle of examinations and discussions. As the champion of the Olympiad team, Lu Li emerged unscathed from countless tests throughout July, achieving perfect scores each time, ultimately earning a reward. The prize was a set of advanced calculus books. This was the reward? Lu Li gazed at the advanced calculus volumes, nearly in disbelief. Although the Olympiad competition focused on high school mathematics, the university-level calculus could broaden one's perspective, allowing for a new angle or elevation from which to approach high school mathematical problems. Teacher Yang looked at Lu Li with eyes brimming with expectation. Initially, Lu Li struggled with some concepts and occasionally made mistakes, but by the end of July, after countless examinations and diverse problem types, he had not made a single error, successfully solving every problem. Within the Olympiad team, this was unparalleled. Lu Qin had faltered a few times, and Dong Ke's performance was even less commendable. Teacher Yang harbored immense hopes for Lu Li. Perhaps he would achieve a remarkable result in the upcoming Olympiad competition. At this juncture, Teacher Yang gestured towards Lu Qin and Dong Ke, suggesting they familiarize themselves with the material as well. The other students need not expend their energy, as it was merely intended to broaden horizons and enhance thinking skills. The Olympiad competition would not assess advanced calculus. It appeared the reward was not solely for him. Lu Li shrugged and beckoned Lu Qin and Dong Ke to join him. Come, let us share these. Lu Qin and Dong Ke approached, each selecting a few books. Lu Li, I feel I've hit a plateau in my problem-solving progress over the past few days. Lu Li settled into his seat, picked up an advanced algebra book, and was about to flip through it when he suddenly heard Lu Qin speaking from behind him. This is a positive sign. It indicates you have mastered these problem types. It's akin to leveling up too high and then trying to defeat lower-level foes. You'll find no experience to gain. Lu Li had sensed this as well. Having encountered these problems and types too many times, they no longer held any novelty. The methods for solving them were readily available. Requiring no contemplation, he could simply apply them directly. The training sessions with Yang had ceased to facilitate further improvement for them. Lu Qin cast a glance at Lu Li and whispered, "Do you remember our promise? To fight side by side and conquer the stage of the International Mathematical Olympiad. Thus, we must devise other strategies." After spending several months together, Lu Li had come to understand Lu Qin well, and a tacit understanding had developed between them. As she mentioned the International Mathematical Olympiad, he realized she intended to tackle the past examination papers. Yes, Lu Qin beamed with joy. Once, they had struggled to solve even a single problem from the Olympiad, but now she was eager to give it another try. Let us download the past papers from the internet. We should be able to find the previous year's questions. We can print them out and go through all the problems from the past competitions. Lu Li felt a spark of interest as well. Completing this set of questions would surely enhance their experience and help them continue to progress. At this point, Lu Li's high school mathematics level had reached the 5th tier, proficient. He had navigated through countless problems and had encountered various types of questions, solving innumerable challenges. The methods and ideas for solving these problems were firmly etched in his mind. His accumulation of knowledge had become impressively profound. Revisiting advanced mathematics would broaden his horizons, expand his thinking, and allow him to view problems from a different perspective, a true enhancement. Similarly, working through the past International Mathematical Olympiad questions would serve as both a self-assessment and an opportunity for growth. All of this would contribute to his personal development. Once a deep accumulation of knowledge was unleashed, it would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Chapter 40. The initial test approaches, the day of reckoning. Study. Study. After completing advanced mathematics, they tackled the past International Mathematical Olympiad questions, followed by the Mathematical Olympiad Compendium, Olympiad Classics, Intermediate Mathematics, and lectures by the problem setters. When Lu Li asked Lu Qin for more books, she informed him that there were none left. At that moment, Lu Li realized that the busy yet fulfilling month of August was coming to an end. His mind was entirely consumed with mathematics. Indeed, it was filled with nothing but mathematics. Even as Lu Li glanced at Lu Qin, he found himself unconsciously calculating angles. I must be losing my mind. After spending 2 months of summer in close quarters with a beautiful girl dressed lightly, he had only just begun to appreciate her beauty today. It was simply unbelievable. September was fast approaching, and the preliminary round of the Olympiad was scheduled for September 13th. Lu Qin stood before Lu Li, clenched her fist, and raised her arm, ready for the moment they had long awaited to finally arrive. Ready? Lu Li bent slightly at the waist, stealing a glance at Lu Qin, and thought to himself, I almost revealed my excitement just now. Classmates. At that moment, teacher Yang Lin stepped onto the podium, surveying the audience, and announced, the intense training has come to a successful conclusion. Upon hearing this, the Olympiad team members let out a long sigh of relief, their weary and dazed faces finally breaking into smiles. The days of frantically solving problems were hardly bearable. Only someone like Lu Li and Lu Qin could find joy in such madness. Even Dong Ku was utterly exhausted, as if he had endured endless torment from numerous challenges for countless days and nights. Victory! 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 The crowd shouted in unison, their spirits soaring with fervor. Dismissed. With a command from Teacher Yang, the Olympiad team members, swaying their dizzy heads, dragged their weary bodies out of the training room. Lu Li and Lu Qin walked side by side across the campus. The preliminary round is almost here. Do you have confidence? Lu Qin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and turned to Lu Li, inquiring. We must have confidence. Lu Li replied, his face brimming with self-assurance. After all their hard work, how could they lack confidence for a city-level preliminary round? As he spoke, Lu Li turned to Lu Qin and reminded her, don't forget. We promised to shine on the international stage. Yes. Lu Qin nodded with a smile. We will definitely shine on the international stage. The two conversed animatedly as they exited the school gates. In the principal's office, Principal Luo offered a cigarette to teacher Yang Lin and asked, with the Olympiad training concluded, how confident are you about this competition? As for the preliminary round, Lu Li, Lu Qin, and Dong Ku should have no problems. Lu Li and Lu Qin are so impressive. Excellent. Not at all. It's expected. Teacher Yang Lin responded joyfully, hopeful for their success in the upcoming examination on September 13th. Following the conclusion of the Olympiad training, the new semester would commence. As the new term began, Lu Li advanced to the second year of high school. A fresh batch of first-year students, just graduated from middle school, entered the campus filled with anticipation. They spotted Lu Li and Lu Qin walking side by side. The boy was handsome, and the girl was beautiful. Together, they were a stunning sight on campus, radiating an air of sweetness that made others envious. Wow, are they in a relationship? They must be. The new first-year students, witnessing this scene, felt both curious and astonished. Oh, so high school is this enjoyable? Is it permissible to openly date like this without the teachers intervening? How wonderful. Some gazed with glimmering eyes, seemingly pondering something significant. A passing upperclassman overheard the conversation and disdainfully scoffed. If you score perfect marks in every subject, you might be able to be like them. What? Perfect scores in every subject? The newly admitted first-year students appeared dazed, their eyes wide. So, they are both super scholars. Did that mean only those who achieved perfect scores in every subject were qualified to date in high school? They had once envisioned graduating as a couple, but now their outlook seemed bleak. Alas, my ambitions remain unfulfilled. During the first few days of school, Lu Li did not engage in any studies and completely set aside mathematics. Time passed swiftly, and 2 weeks into September, the preliminary round of the National High School Mathematics Competition commenced on September 13th. In the Olympiad training room, 10 Olympiad team members stood ready, awaiting orders. Students. Principal Luo ascended the podium, surveying the Olympiad team with a commanding presence. Today marks the day of the preliminary round. It is the moment for you to mobilize and head to battle. 1,000 days of preparation culminate in this one moment. We have sharpened our skills and are ready for action. All for today. The call to advance has sounded, and the glory of victory awaits you. Principal Luo raised his arm and proclaimed, this battle will surely be victorious. The crowd echoed in unison, their spirits soaring. Onward. With a wave of his hand, Principal Luo signaled Teacher Yang Lin to lead the Olympiad team in a disciplined formation, confidently exiting the training room and boarding the minibus. As the vehicle started, Filled with their expectations and hopes, the Olympiad team officially embarked on their journey. Will it be victory or defeat? Will they return adorned with flowers and applause? Or will they face the cold gaze of disappointment? We shall wait and see. I hope you will not disappoint us. May you bring glory to Yu Cheng Yi Zhong and redeem our past failures. Principal Luo stood silently for a moment before turning and heading towards the office building. Chapter 41. The Olympiad Preliminary Round. Not so daunting. The venue for the Olympiad Preliminary Round was at Agricultural University. The bus departed Yu Cheng Yi Zhong, making its way to the new campus of Agricultural University. Half an hour later, Lu Li and his companions arrived at the university campus. At the moment, several school buses were already parked in the parking lot outside the university gate. Students from various counties in Yucheng, along with those from Yucheng, Yizhong to Qizhong, totaling over 200 students from around 20 high schools, gathered in the Agricultural University campus. Sitting in the bus, Lu Li glanced around and saw groups of participating students everywhere. Having checked the examination permit and counted the writing instruments and drawing tools, Teacher Yang Lin organized the students to disembark. As they alighted, Lu Li noticed some participating students casting curious glances in their direction. Then he realized, it's from Yizhong. No need to pay attention to them. The students from Yucheng Yizhong had already been ridiculed for their previous year's poor performance. They posed no threat. Indeed, there was no need to regard them. Whispering amongst themselves, those students soon turned away, no longer acknowledging Lu Li and his companions. Wow. Is Yucheng Yizhong being discriminated against like this? Lu Li smirked, somewhat speechless. Did you hear that? Did you see? Our Yizhong was utterly defeated last year, and now we are looked down upon. Whether we can lift our heads high again and redeem our honor depends on you all. Seizing the opportunity, Teacher Yang Lin encouraged everyone and then pointed to the notice board, instructing them to check their examination permits and locate their respective examination rooms. Lu Li and the others promptly rose and approached the notice board to find their examination rooms. I'm in examination room 1 on the 3rd floor, Lu Qin said as she located her room, turning to Lu Li to inquire, what about you? Which room are you in? Found it. Room 3 on the 2nd floor. Lu Li replied, raising his hands in a shrug, indicating they were not in the same room. In such competitions, it was normal for all participating students across the city to have their examination rooms randomly assigned. I'm also in examination room 1 on the 3rd floor. The same as Lu Qin, Dong Ke chimed in after finding his location, but Lu Qin completely ignored him. Lu Li chuckled and nodded, but inwardly he thought, who cares which room you're in? Why are you butting in? If you like being a third wheel so much, just get one for yourself. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Dong Ke turned and walked away. Let's go familiarize ourselves with the examination room. Lu Li gestured to Lu Qin. All right. Lu Qin followed Lu Li towards the examination room. Lu Li initially intended to escort Lu Qin directly into the examination room on the 3rd floor, but as they reached the 2nd floor, Lu Qin took the lead and entered Lu Li's examination room first, inspecting it before turning back to ascend to the 3rd floor with Lu Li. The palpable aroma of their camaraderie caused some nearby candidates to feel a pang of envy, akin to the taste of lemons. Hey, was that your girlfriend just now? A bespectacled young man approached Lu Li, leaning against the corridor railing, asking with a sly grin. She's a classmate. Lu Li replied earnestly. How could a diligent and exemplary student like me possibly be in a romantic relationship? How could I have a girlfriend? I get it. I understand. The young man smiled mischievously, interpreting their relationship as purely platonic. It's just a normal interaction between classmates. So, which school are you from? Let us get acquainted. Yizhong, Lu Li answered casually. Oh, Yizhong. The bespectacled young man nodded politely before turning to leave. Huh, what do you mean by that? Lu Li was taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. You shifted your attitude so quickly? I thought you seemed composed, even had the leisure to accompany your girlfriend, and believed you were a formidable opponent, the young man remarked sincerely, but now that I know you are from Yizhong, I can relax. Relax my foot. Lu Li muttered in frustration. Has the reputation of Yucheng Yizhong fallen so low? Soon, the invigilator arrived, unsealing the examination room door and gesturing for everyone to enter. Students, this examination room is under surveillance. I need not reiterate the importance of discipline during the exam. The invigilator stated, placing the sealed exam papers on the podium, emphasizing the rules before awaiting the official start of the examination. As the preparatory bell rang, the invigilator distributed the papers. The preliminary round of the 2011 National Mathematics Competition had officially commenced. Finally, it began, and Lu Li felt a surge of anticipation. Sitting upright at his desk, he opened the exam paper, wrote his name, filled in his examination permit number, and then began to survey the questions. There were not many in total, 8 fill-in-the-blank questions and 3 problem-solving questions, with a total score of 120 points. A swift glance at the paper allowed Lu Li to memorize all the questions at once. I've encountered a similar problem before. This one is too easy. It's just a modification of numbers. This question merely changes direction. Simple. After reviewing the exam paper, Lu Li was left with a singular impression. Was this truly the preliminary round of the Olympiad? Why was it so easy? Every question on the paper was familiar to him, and he had tackled similar problems before. The approaches and methods to solve them were crystal clear. Select a number randomly from 1, 2, 3, 10, and determine the probability that its square is divisible by 3. Wasn't this simply about sums and probabilities? A few calculations later, he swiftly arrived at the answer, 37. Arrange the 6 numbers 2, 0, 1, 9, 20, and 19 in any order to form an 8-digit number. The first digit cannot be 0. What is the count of distinct 8-digit numbers produced? You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed a few digits? His pen glided over the paper, producing the answer, 498. The exhilaration of solving each problem flowed seamlessly from Lu Li's fingertips, each one falling before him without effort, a delightful and effortless experience. There was no difficulty at all. As he continued writing, he found himself completing the last question before he knew it. Is this it? I have sharpened my skills. I am prepared for battle. I have diligently practiced. And you present me with a mere triviality? In the midst of his passionate fervor, it came to an abrupt halt. The surge of knowledge in his mind, the sparks of inspiration igniting within his thoughts, suddenly had nowhere to be released. Surveying the surroundings, where are the formidable competitors? With his pen poised, there were no more questions left to solve. Lu Li set down his pen, sighed deeply. The preliminary round of the Olympiad is merely this. Turning to glance around, he noticed the gentleman in front had turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down. The girl to his left frowned, her expression full of distress. The bespectacled young man, who had previously conversed with Lu Li, was now furrowing his brow, an expression of seriousness on his face, the pen in his hand trembling slightly. It's so simple. Why do you all look so tense? Am I too strong? Or are you too weak? Chapter 42, the first in the city. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang, and Lu Li followed a throng of students out of the examination room. This exam was really difficult, truly worthy of being an Olympiad competition. Upon exiting, some wiped the sweat from their brows, expressing their sentiments. Indeed, it was incredibly challenging. Just looking at those questions made my scalp tingle. Others echoed in agreement, each sharing a mutual sense of struggle. While everyone lamented their plight, Lu Li remained silent. A nearby candidate, noticing Lu Li's lack of response, inquired, "How did you find this exam? Was it all right?" "Not too bad," Lu Li answered nonchalantly. "Don't ask him. He's from Yizhong." The bespectacled young man chimed in as he approached from behind, casting a glance at Lu Li. "For him. The difficulty level probably doesn't matter." Although this statement was factual, its connotation was rather unflattering. Lu Li grimaced in annoyance. "Oh, Yizhong, no wonder." Others began to realize. The students from Yizhong, deemed underperformers, could hardly discern the difficulty of the questions since they were unlikely to solve any of them. As they reached the staircase, Lu Qin happened to be descending. "Lu Li, how did you do?" she called out from a distance. "Not too bad. How about you?" Lu Li approached her, returning the question. Not too bad." Lu Qin nodded with a smile, looking quite at ease. While others were tormented by the challenging questions, their exchange of "not too bad" drew curious glances. "They're from Yizhong," the bespectacled young man explained promptly. Oh, the crowd seemed to understand. It turned out that the so-called "not too bad" from the underperformers of Yizhong could be disregarded. As Yang Lin stepped out of the campus and arrived at the parking lot, he inquired about the examination results from everyone. The outcome was in line with his expectations. Following the conclusion of the exam, the intense task of grading commenced. In a conference room, Shen Jun, a member of the Shikong Province Mathematics Society, was engaged in casual conversation with the directors of the mathematics research offices from various districts of Yuqing, awaiting the grading results. Which district had excelled the most in this year's Olympiad? Shen Jun raised his teacup for a sip and glanced at the directors, smiling as he asked. "There's no need to ask, it must be Yizhong. They have dominated the championship for years, their position unassailable." Director Wang from the District Education Bureau remarked, casting an envious look at Director Liu from Yizhong District. "Old Liu, remember to treat us later." Too flattering, too flattering. The results aren't out yet. How can we claim the championship?" Director Liu replied with an air of modesty, though internally he felt an undeniable sense of triumph. He glanced at Director Wang and added, "Old Luo from Yuqing No. 1 High School has been eager to prove himself. This time, he should secure a significant achievement." Yuqing No. 1 High School? Huh. The group chuckled internally but nodded in agreement, acknowledging Old Luo's determination to turn the tables this year. Faced with such seemingly complimentary, yet subtly mocking remarks, Director Wang could only chuckle awkwardly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The idle chatter continued, and after several rounds of tea and smoke, the grading results finally emerged. A staff member hurried into the conference room holding the score sheet. Director Shun, the examination results are in. The staff member handed the score sheet to Shinjun. Thank you for your hard work. Shinjun accepted the score sheet, scanning the room with a smile. Let us see who triumphed this time. As he spoke, Shinjun opened the score sheet, prompting the directors from various districts to lean forward in anticipation. First place, Lu Li, scoring 120 points. From. Shinjun looked up at Director Wang, smiling, from Yuqing No. 1 High School. What? The attendees were momentarily stunned, including Director Wang. Yuqing No. 1 High School? It was hard to believe after trailing for years, and last year even sporting a shaved head, they had suddenly risen to prominence this year. Tied for first place, Lu Qin, scoring 120 points. Also from. Yes, Yuqing No. 1 High School. As he read this, Shinjun glanced again at Director Wang. Old Wang, your district performed admirably this year. 2 perfect scores, tied for first, impressive. Hee. Director Wang beamed, feeling as if he were in a dream. The directors from other districts exchanged astonished glances. Had Yuqing No. 1 High School truly turned the tide? Just moments ago, they had mocked the school, only to be met with a resounding comeback. Director Lu's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Li and Lu Qin both achieved perfect scores, tied for first. Principal Luo received a call from Director Wang, and upon hearing the news, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ha! Wonderful! This is what it means to hold one's head high. This is a chance to redeem past grievances. The perfect scores belong to us. The first place is ours, and we have 2 students tied for first. Your rankings can only begin from third place. Director Wang, you must treat Director Shun and the directors from various districts to dinner tonight. I shall raise a toast, especially to those fellows from Yazhong." A glint of determination flashed in Principal Luo's eyes, as he had endured their ridicule for years. And today he intended to take his revenge. The following morning, as Lu Li returned to school, he was greeted by a massive banner hung at the school gate. Warm congratulations to our Class 1A student Lu Li and Lu Qin for achieving outstanding results, tied for first place in the city's Olympiad competition. The long banner stretched across the entrance, prominently displayed. Even from a distance, it was clearly visible. First in the city for the Olympiad? Impressive. Lu Li and Lu Qin? It was them. Academic champions, formidable indeed. First in the city for the Olympiad? Yuqing No. 1 High School has finally turned the tables. As the returning students beheld the grand banner, they could not help but express their admiration. How do you feel? This is merely the first step, just the beginning. Lu Li smiled at Lu Qin. Our journey has only just commenced. Chapter 43, Glory. Achieving first place in the city for the Olympiad is your honor. My efforts, my time spent, and the countless problems I tackled were not in vain. The ability to remember everything at a glance is invaluable. Lu Li was reluctant to part with it, and he wished to exchange this ability in reality after the story concluded. If he could attain glory in provincial, national, or even international competitions, then acquiring the ability to remember everything at a glance would be no problem at all. For no other reason. Even if it was solely for the sake of this ability, Lu Li was determined to make a bold attempt. Resolutely decided. Lu Li and Lu Qin walked into the classroom. Upon entering, Lu Li noticed that their homeroom teacher, Old Su, was already standing at the podium, with students seated attentively below. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, quickly checking the time on his phone. It wasn't time for class yet. Come in quickly. Old Su beamed, beckoning Lu Li and Lu Qin to the podium. Classmates, in yesterday's preliminary round of the Olympiad, our students Lu Li and Lu Qin achieved outstanding results, tying for first in the city. Old Su's voice carried a hint of excitement. Let us extend a warm round of applause to congratulate Lu Li and Lu Qin. Applause erupted like thunder. Old Su was putting on quite a show. Lu Li had no choice but to join in clapping, repeatedly thanking everyone for their support and encouragement. Just when he thought it would end there, unexpectedly, during recess, Principal Luo organized a school-wide assembly to honor Lu Li and Lu Qin's achievements. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over merely a city-level first place? What would happen if I achieved first place at the provincial or even national level? Standing on the flag platform, facing thousands of assembled students, Lu Li could only smile. Principal Luo must have been holding in his excitement for too long. Students, in yesterday's Olympiad competition, our Yuqing No. 1 High School achieved a significant victory. Principal Luo proclaimed with vigor, his voice resonating powerfully. Lu Li and Lu Qin scored perfect marks, securing first place in the city. This victory allows us to boldly declare, Yuqing No. 1 High School, the king has returned. After the passionate speech and grand accolades, Principal Luo had Lu Li and Lu Qin wear bright red flowers, proudly holding their certificates for a commemorative photograph. Exhausted from the commotion, Lu Li felt this was more tiring than the examination itself. Dong Ke stood below, watching Lu Li and Lu Qin bask in glory, feeling a mix of melancholy and frustration. I performed well too. I also won first prize. I qualified for the provincial competition. Why does everyone only remember Lu Li and Lu Qin, the first place winners, and forget about me, Dong Ke, who ranked in the top 5? Why wasn't I even given a chance to take the stage? Dong Ke felt a surge of frustration. At the district agricultural market, Lu Li's mother was selling vegetables at her stall. Suddenly, several workers arrived at the market entrance, pulling ropes to hang a banner. Another banner? Perhaps it was to promote something related to food safety. Lu Mama glanced over but paid it no mind, continuing to attend to her customers. This is Yuqing No. 1 High School's promotional banner. Wow. Yuqing No. 1 High School has produced 2 first-place winners. Impressive. Yuqing No. 1 High School, the pride of the city. My son also studies at Yuqing No. 1 High School. In Class 1A, Lu Li and Lu Qin share the top spot. Lu Mama, who was selling vegetables, initially paid little attention, but upon hearing the keywords Yuqing No. 1 High School and Lu Li, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked up. At the entrance of the market, a massive banner was prominently displayed. It exuberantly proclaimed congratulations to Lu Li and Lu Qin of Class 1A for achieving a remarkable tie for first place in the city's mathematics competition. After scrutinizing the banner multiple times and rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Lu Mama burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Lu Li, my son is the best in the city. My son is the best in the city." With a beaming smile, she repeatedly announced to everyone around, "My son is the best in the city. My son is the best in the city. Congratulations." The onlookers offered their well wishes to Lu Mama. Most of the customers at the market were parents, and who could fail to understand the joy of a child scoring first in the city? "Sister Lu, with your son achieving such an outstanding result, shouldn't you give me a discount on these vegetables?" A customer joked while buying produce. "Discount? Yes, discount." Lu Mama, in high spirits, waved her hand and shouted to the crowd, "To celebrate my son's achievement of being first in the city, all vegetables today are half price." Great. Congratulations. Come. Buy some and share in the joy. No, we want to share in the brilliance of being first in the city. In no time, customers flocked to Lu Mama's stall, and her vegetables were sold out in an instant. She made no profit and actually lost several hundred yuan. However, Lu Mama was utterly unconcerned. While packing up her stall, she called Lu Li's father, all the while laughing with joy as she hurried out of the farmer's market. The surrounding vendors and customers smiled at her, some unable to hide their envy. Her son had indeed achieved first place in the city. If only my son could also achieve first place in the city, how wonderful that would be. Truly enviable. Sister Lu has a good son. She will surely enjoy life from now on. Chapter 44, Provincial Competition. Principal Luo's exuberance did not end there. After turning the tide, he was eager for the entire world to know. Besides hanging banners everywhere, he also contacted a telecommunications company to send out congratulatory text messages. Although Principal Luo wished to blanket Yuqing with this good news, the school's office budget could not accommodate such an expense. Lu Li and Lu Qin, tied for first. Upon seeing the congratulatory text, Lu Baba felt a pang of irritation at Lu Li's name and exclaimed angrily, "My daughter is also first. Why is she listed after Lu Li? Lu Li and my daughter share first place?" Lu Mama, wearing a smile, remarked, "This young man, Lu Li, is quite remarkable. He has consistently scored full marks and now shares the title of first in the city with my daughter. Quite fitting." Hearing the term fitting, Lu Baba inexplicably felt a surge of anger and turned to glare at Lu Mama. "Fitting? Fitting with that rascal Lu Li? How old is our daughter? What nonsense are you spouting? You're yelling at me? You actually dare to yell at me?" Lu Mama, eyes brimming with tears, protested. "You used to call me your little darling, and now you're yelling at me? Are you dissatisfied with me? I can't go on living." Lu Baba was utterly bewildered, wondering what had just transpired. "Am I not talking about Lu Li? How did we get to this point? My head hurts." Thus, when conversing with women, one can never predict how the dialogue might twist. In such situations, a man must confidently appease her. "Dear, I was wrong. I wasn't yelling at you." Of course, Lu Baba was a man. How many men from Sichuan are unafraid of their wives? Being submissive is a fine tradition in the Sichuan region. Time passed amid Principal Luo's various celebratory antics. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. The upcoming weekend marked the day of the mathematics retest. The top 5 from the preliminary round would qualify for the provincial competition in the provincial capital. Lu Li and Lu Qin were selected with perfect scores, while Dong Ke barely made the cut, ranking 5th. 3 students qualified for the provincial competition, 2 of whom were selected with perfect scores. Consequently, Principal Luo eagerly organized a rally, even attempting to invite the Yuqing TV station, but regrettably, they ignored his overtures. Amidst the enthusiastic chants of victory led by Principal Luo, Lu Li, Lu Qin, Dong Ke, and their supervising teacher Yang Lin climbed into a vehicle. Notably, this vehicle was Principal Luo's personal car. He even contemplated displaying a banner reading Yuching #1 high school math Olympiad team, but the driver dissuaded him, citing the risk of being stopped by traffic police, which finally quelled Principal Luo's desire to show off. The driver, sweating profusely, started the car, and they departed Yuching, heading towards the provincial capital, Rongqing. After nearly 2 hours on the highway, Lu Li and his companions arrived at the designated reception area of the provincial competition committee. They first registered, checked into a hotel, and then proceeded to familiarize themselves with the examination venue at Sichuan University. Lu Li shared a room with Dong Ku. Once inside, Lu Li took a shower and promptly went to bed. In contrast, Dong Ku pulled out a book and sat at the table to read. "I say, are you still reading? It's pointless to cram at the last minute. You should rest early and conserve your energy." Lu Li, noticing Dong Ku's focus on his book, couldn't he help but remind him, "I'm not cramming. I'm just feeling anxious." Dong Ku turned to Lu Li, a wry smile on his face. "The exam is tomorrow, and I'm nervous. I can only read a bit to ease my mind." "Easing your mind?" Lu Li grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I think you've only succeeded halfway. The latter part is gone, only the former remains." Dong Ku was bewildered. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" "The word nervous can be split in half. You figure it out," Lu Li suggested, turning to lie down and sleep. Dong Ku remained puzzled. "Nervous? Split in half. The latter part is gone, only the former remains." "Oh no." Dong Ku shivered. Now both the tension and the ease are gone. The next morning, the provincial competition officially commenced. Hundreds of top students from various cities across the province gathered in a teaching building at Sichuan University, competing fiercely within a short span of 2.5 hours. Only the top 5 from the provincial competition would qualify for the national competition, while the others would merely receive consolation prizes such as first, second, or third place. Of course, for the majority, provincial awards already carried significant prestige. Seated in the examination room, Lu Li observed the spacious venue, which contained only 20 desks, each spaced far apart. Cameras were positioned at both the front and back, monitored by invigilators. Truly, the provincial competition was organized with greater precision and stricter protocols. As the starting bell rang, the invigilators distributed the exam papers. After glancing through the paper, Lu Li noted that the provincial exam had significantly fewer questions, with only 4 problem-solving questions covering geometry, algebra, number theory, and combinatorics. There were no fill-in-the-blanks or multiple-choice questions, only problem-solving. In total, there were merely 4 questions. The first 2 questions were worth 40 points each, while the last 2 were worth 50 points each, totaling 180 points. Such an examination meant that missing 1 question would result in a deduction of 40 or 50 points. Missing 2 would lead to failing. If none could be solved, one would score a 0. After reviewing the exam paper, Lu Li felt the difficulty of the provincial questions was considerably higher than those at the city level. The mathematics Olympiad was indeed a game for the gifted. Out of the hundreds participating in the provincial competition, only 5 would emerge victorious. The competition was truly fierce. With a sense of reflection, Lu Li picked up his pen. Unlike the effortless and straightforward nature of the city competition, this time the challenge was far more formidable. The types of questions were not unfamiliar to him. He had encountered each of them before. Yet, upon a cursory glance, they emanated an air of inscrutable complexity. However, this posed no obstacle for Lu Li. Thoughts surged, and inspiration flowed like a tide, as he swiftly unraveled a challenging problem. Once the disguise was torn away, it was still that little rascal. For Lu Li, these problems merely presented a slight challenge. However, for others, the experience was altogether different. Bang! Oh no! One student had fainted. Just as Lu Li was preparing to tackle another tricky problem, a sudden exclamation caught his attention. He turned to see a slender boy with sunken eyes collapse onto his desk. The invigilator promptly assisted the student out of the room. Alas, victory and defeat are commonplace in the realm of competition. Young warrior, please return next time. With a heavy sigh, Lu Li resumed his focus on the questions. Chapter 45. What kind of school is Yu Cheng Yizhong? The 2.5-hour examination finally came to a close. As the candidates exited the examination hall, each bore a pale visage and wobbly strides, as if utterly drained. Enduring 4 challenging problems in succession over the course of more than 2 hours was simply too much for those lacking in strength. I couldn't solve a single problem. A student crouched in a corner, covering his face and sobbing. I managed to solve one. Beside him, another student wore an expression of bitter disappointment, his eyes reddened. Other candidates also shared in the melancholy, silently bowing their heads. As Lu Li stepped out of the examination hall, he spotted Dong Ku by the flowerbed below. Dong Ku sat there, his face expressionless, his demeanor one of despair. Dong Ku, what troubles you? Seeing his forlorn state, Lu Li hurried over. Dong Ku lifted his gaze to Lu Li, his eyes filled with anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. I couldn't solve a single problem. I scored 0. I scored 0. Lu Li was rendered speechless. The purpose of such competitions is to select the best among the best. Even a slight deficiency leads to elimination. The apex of the pyramid holds only a few positions, and those who cannot ascend are naturally left behind. Dong had worked diligently and earnestly, investing much effort into the mathematics competition. Regrettably, he lacked a measure of innate talent. Such disparities cannot be bridged merely by hard work. It's all right. It's just one exam, after all. Mathematics Olympiad is not the entirety of life. In fact, its practical value is negligible. I'm fine. Dong brushed Lu Li's hand aside and stood up, his face a mask of bitterness. After striving for so many years, he had come to the disheartening realization that it all amounted to nothing, a truth he found difficult to accept. Having said this, Dong rubbed his face and turned to walk away. At that moment, Lu Qin also emerged from the examination hall. What is wrong with him? Noticing Dong's despondent demeanor, Lu Qin inquired of Lu Li. He didn't perform well. Lu Li sighed. Oh, Lu Qin nodded, offering no further comments. Such matters are difficult to console. One must rely on oneself to emerge from the depths of despair. How did you fare? As the two walked toward the school gate, Lu Li asked Lu Qin. It was acceptable. Lu Qin smiled and glanced at Lu Li. And you? Well, it was acceptable. Lu Li smiled back, already understanding that this acceptable implied a positive outcome. As they exited the campus of Chuanda, Teacher Yang Lin awaited them at the school gate. Dong stood behind Teacher Yang, his eyes reddened and tear-streaked, clearly having just wept. You're back? Upon seeing Lu Li and Lu Qin emerge, Teacher Yang greeted them with a smile. The provincial competition's questions were quite challenging. How did you fare? It was acceptable. Lu Li and Lu Qin responded with broad smiles. Witnessing their demeanor, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Teacher Yang's eyes. Since they claimed it was acceptable, and their expressions were notably relaxed, it suggested they had performed well. Could it be that these two youngsters might achieve commendable results in the provincial competition? If they indeed excelled, it would be a delightful surprise. Not to mention qualifying for the national competition. Even securing a second prize would be a remarkable achievement. The best result ever attained by Yu Cheng Yizhong was merely a second prize in the provincial competition. Well done, everyone. In the corridor adjacent to the organizing committee's office, several accompanying teachers awaited. Are you also waiting for the results? Teacher Yang approached, smiling as he greeted them, producing a pack of cigarettes to offer to his colleagues. Yes. The other teachers, also awaiting results, accepted the cigarettes and began to engage in casual conversation. Our Rongcheng Qizhong has a promising candidate this time. There is a possibility of advancing. I couldn't sit still, so I came over to wait for news. A middle-aged teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle remarked, taking a puff. You may have a promising candidate, but we at Mianzhong are no slouches either. A tall, lean teacher interjected, his words tinged with a competitive edge. Rongcheng Qizhong and Mianzhong had long been rivals, fiercely competing in various arenas. Oh, the way you speak, it seems as if there are no other schools in Sichuan besides you two. Our Rongqing Foreign Language School is equally formidable. A female teacher from Rongwei, unable to tolerate the boasting of the teachers from Qizhong and Mianzhong, retorted. You three institutions are ranked among the top 3 in the province. Wuxi High School only ranks 4th. I can only stand by and watch you show off. The elder teacher from Shid chuckled good-naturedly, not saying much else. Having said that, the Shid teacher turned to Teacher Yang and asked, this teacher seems unfamiliar. Which school are you from? Dongshan International? Or Nanshan Middle School? Perhaps Jiaoda Fuzhou? I only recognized these 3 leaders. In that moment, Teacher Yang felt a surge of indignation. What a narrow view. Do you think there are only 10 schools in the province? Do you regard us municipal schools as mere country bumpkins? I am from Yucheng Yizhong. Although Teacher Yang harbored his grievances, in the face of the esteemed reputation of the top 4 schools in the province, he felt considerably diminished, his voice dropping in volume. Even with unwavering confidence in Lu Li and Lu Qin, Teacher Yang had never dared to hope they could surpass those educational behemoths ranked among the top 10 in the province. The quotas for advancement and first prizes belong to you. I merely came to see if there might be a chance for a second prize. We are simply not in the same league. Teacher Yang retracted his neck, feeling somewhat humiliated. Yucheng Yizhong? Oh, I know it. It's a good school. The elder teacher from Shid paused momentarily upon hearing the name, Yucheng Yizhong, then quickly offered a compliment, though he harbored some skepticism. The other team leaders also cast a glance at Teacher Yang, their expressions betraying a hint of surprise. What kind of school is Yucheng Yizhong? We know of Yucheng, but Yucheng Yizhong? Forgive me, I haven't heard of it. A school whose name is unfamiliar to us is so eager to come and await results? What kind of results can you possibly achieve? An average second prize would be quite an accomplishment. Chapter 46. Principal Luo might laugh himself into hypertension. So it's a teacher from Yucheng, huh? I've been to Yucheng. It's a lovely place. The adults present, All teachers were not so superficial. Even if they harbored skepticism, they maintained a cordial demeanor, keeping their smiles intact. Indeed, Yucheng boasts a splendid environment, excellent air quality, and has seen commendable development in recent years. The Mediterranean teacher from Rongcheng Qizhong smiled broadly as he conversed with teacher Yang. The next time I visit Yucheng, I must pay you a visit. Don't be put off. Let us go together. Everyone chimed in enthusiastically. However, no one mentioned the provincial competition results again. After all, it is acceptable to compete with those of similar ability, but there is no need to engage in conversation with those of such inferior strength. Welcome, welcome, you must come. As idle chatter and boastful banter filled the air, time gradually slipped away. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the office of the Mathematics Olympiad Organizing Committee finally opened its doors. They are coming out. Coming out. A female teacher from our NGCH in W. Igu Su 11. Upon seeing the office door open and Director T.N. of the committee emerge, hurriedly approached him. Director T.N., I am Wu from our NGWI. Have the competition results been announced? Teacher Wu from our NGCH in W. Igu Su 11 rushed to Director T.N.'s side, smiling as she inquired. Ah, it's you, Wu. Director T.N. glanced at Teacher Wu, then at the other team leaders following closely behind, nodding with a smile. The results are out. As he spoke, Director T.N. retrieved a results sheet from his folder, shook it in his hand, and smiled at the crowd. This time, the results are quite good. All 5 candidates selected for the national competition scored full marks. Let me announce the results. Thank you, Director T.N. We appreciate your efforts. Several team leaders expressed their gratitude in unison. After deliberation by the committee, the list of candidates selected for the national competition in the 2011 Mathematics Olympiad is as follows. Director T.N. beamed at the crowd and continued to read. First place, Zheng Y, score, 180 points, school, our NGCH in QZHing. Zheng Y. Haha, great. As expected, he has advanced. The teacher from our NGCH in QZHing, known as DZHNGHI, beamed with delight. Upon hearing this, teacher YNGL and silently mused. The first to advance is indeed from QZHing, a renowned powerhouse that lives up to its reputation. Tied for first place, YNWNL, score, 180 points. School, me New Yorking ZH Nixu. Director T.N. announced the second name. YNWNL has not disappointed me. Well done. The tall and slender teacher from me New York ing ZH Nixu beamed with pride. Teacher YNGLN's heart felt sour. Indeed, the top 2 high schools in the province were formidable competitors. Tied for first place, W ing YG, score, 180 points. School, our NGCH ing W Igu Su 11. Upon hearing the third name, Teacher Wu from our NGW, I leaped for joy, exclaiming, oh yeah. Teacher YNGLN's envy reached a peak, bitterness flooding his mouth. I shouldn't have come here so early. I shouldn't have waited for the results. Watching others show off and flaunt their success, it truly feels disheartening. What about the next names? An elderly teacher from SHDZH Nexu could hardly contain his impatience. The next names may indeed surprise you all. Director T.N. chuckled and continued reading the next name. Tied for first place. LL, score, 180 points. School, YCH ing YZHing. Huh, what is this? LL, YCH ing YZHing. Is this a joke? The announcement left the crowd in a state of confusion. Teacher YNGLN was stunned. LL, did I hear that correctly? Stammering. Teacher YNGLN shook his head and looked toward Director T.N., nervously asking, Director T.N., could you please read that again? Read it again? Director T.N. glanced at Teacher YNGLN and inquired, which school does this team leader represent? YCH ing YZHing. I am from YCH ing YZHing. YCH ing YZHing. A glimmer of recognition crossed Director T.N.'s eyes as he nodded at Teacher YNGLN. Very well, I shall read it again. Tied for first place. LL. Score, 180 points. School, YCH ing YZHing. Haha, haha. LL has advanced. LL has advanced. First in the provincial competition. Full marks. The immense surprise left Teacher YNGLN feeling dizzy. Can it be that someone from YCH ing YZH has achieved first place? That someone has advanced. The other team leaders turned to look at Teacher Ying, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Don't rush to celebrate. Director T.N., observing Teacher Ying's ecstatic yet bewildered demeanor, chuckled. There is more. Then Director T.N. read out another name. Tied for first place. Li Qn, score, 180 points. School, YCH ing YZHing. After announcing this, Director T.N. cast a deep glance at Teacher YNGLN, nodding with a smile. Your YCH ing YZH is truly impressive. This achievement has surpassed all our expectations. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, Director TN. Teacher YNGLN beamed with joy, unable to contain his excitement. Out of 5 spots, our YCH has claimed 2. Principal Lu will surely be overjoyed. All right, I have shared the list of candidates who have advanced. Director TN surveyed the crowd and closed the folder in his hands. You are all only concerned with this list. The remaining details will be announced officially later. Apart from this list of candidates advancing from the provincial competition, the subsequent awards include first, second, and third prizes, as well as commendations. Director TN did not continue to announce the list, waved goodbye to the crowd, and took his leave. Once Director TN and the others departed, several team leaders surrounded Teacher YNGLN. Congratulations. Your YCH has performed remarkably well. The teacher from QZH, known as DZH, grinned widely and extended his hand to shake Teacher YNGLN's hand, enthusiastically saying, "What is your surname, teacher? Let's exchange numbers and keep in touch." "My surname is Ying." "Yes, let's stay in touch." Teacher YNGLN quickly exchanged contact information with DZH from QZH. "Teacher Ying, I am Wu. Let's exchange numbers as well. I still want to seek your guidance in my studies." Teacher Wu from our NGW also eagerly chimed in. "Teacher Ying, we are from the same family. My surname is also Ying. Your teaching experience should not be kept hidden. Please take care of your younger brother in the future." The tall and slender teacher from New York Ingzhixu also sought to get closer to Teacher YNGLN. Only the elderly teacher from SHD looked somewhat dejected. "All 3 top-ranked high schools in the province have advanced, yet my school, ranked 4th, has not advanced even once. Meanwhile, this YZH, a school I have never even heard of, has suddenly produced 2 candidates who have advanced. Teacher Ying, I am Lao Huing. Don't forget about me. Let us exchange numbers. I want to seek your guidance in the future, and you must share your teaching experiences with me." The teacher from SHD, feeling a bit downhearted, also approached Teacher YNGLN to exchange contact details. As Teacher YNGLN managed the flurry of attention, he mused inwardly, "I never expected these esteemed teachers from prestigious schools to be so eager to befriend me. Who would have thought that I, old Ying, would experience such glory one day? LL and Li QN, these 2 youngsters have truly brought me honor." Chapter 47, The Second Honor Badge. LL, Li QN, come out quickly. Teacher Ying, what is the matter? LL, surprised by the call, opened the door. DNK followed closely behind LL, peeking out. The door to the adjacent room opened as well, and Li QN stepped out, asking, "Teacher Ying, what do you need us for?" The results are out. The results are out. You both scored full marks and placed first. You will represent Chu Insage Province in the National Mathematics Olympiad." "Oh," LL replied calmly, nodding slightly. "Thank you, Teacher Ying. We understand." Li QN smiled gently, maintaining her composure. "Without comparison, there is no harm. We 3 participated together, and while I ended up with a 0, you both scored full marks. The contrast is too stark. You soar to great heights while I fall into the mud. I feel my mindset about to explode." DNK, retreating into the room, buried himself under the blankets, his head spinning. "Sleep now. In dreams, there is everything." Outside, after Teacher YNGLN excitedly shared the news, he noticed LL and Li QN's calm demeanor, which surprised him. "Did you not hear clearly? You placed first, scored full marks, and advanced from the provincial competition." Teacher YNGLN reiterated. "We already knew," they replied in unison. Lu Li cast a glance at Teacher Yang Lin and explained, after the exam, "I compared answers with Lu Qin and realized we had scored full marks." Indeed, scoring full marks, securing first place, and advancing are all quite normal, aren't they? Lu Qin chimed in. "You both are impressive. One could only wonder if Principal Luo would laugh himself into high blood pressure upon hearing such joyous news. Given Principal Luo's flamboyant tendencies, achieving first place in the province would surely lead to further antics." The night passed in silence. On the following morning, the award ceremony for the Mathematical Olympiad was held at the Grand Auditorium of Sichuan University. Amidst the envious gazes of all candidates, Lu Li and his peers ascended the stage to receive their honor certificates. The event was already being filmed by television crews and broadcasted online, with a feature on the Provincial Education Channel forthcoming. Winning first place in the provincial competition brought them immense glory. Should they triumph in the national or even international contests, the accolades would undoubtedly multiply. This time, Yuqing No. 1 High School triumphed splendidly and returned in triumph. For Principal Luo, this provincial competition had led him to feel he had reached the pinnacle of his life, which caused him to exhibit a rather eccentric demeanor. The banner proclaiming the City South first place was swiftly replaced with one declaring the provincial first. Colorful flags adorned the campus, fluttering in celebration. The local television station, previously reluctant to cover events, was now summoned. Moreover, Principal Luo, with his tenacity, managed to secure funding from the Education Bureau for a citywide announcement of the good news. A celebratory meeting was imperative. All parents were invited, along with the entire faculty and student body. And leaders from various educational departments and high schools were to be included as well. As Principal Luo articulated, this was a matter of pride for all of Yuqing. With great fanfare, Principal Luo was eager to announce to the world that Yuqing No. 1 High School had once again risen to prominence. Notably, when Principal Luo changed the banner, it sparked another sensation at the district agricultural market. First in the province, my son, Lu Li's mother pointed at the banner, boasting to everyone around. When others attempted to negotiate a half-price sale on vegetables with her, she firmly refused this time. Just last week, they had been first in the city, and now, in mere days, they had ascended to provincial first. No discounts this time. I can't bear the thought of having to give discounts if he scores first in the nation next, Lu Li's mother exclaimed, her pride evident in her demeanor, leaving those around her feeling quite envious. You're so proud of your son for ranking first in the province, aren't you? My son can't even manage first in the class, came a frustrated retort from another. I can't take this any longer. I'm leaving. Before they had even exited the highway, teacher Yang Lin received a call from Principal Luo, announcing a triumphant ceremony and a celebratory meeting the following day. Very well. Standard practice must be adhered to. Lu Li felt no inclination to comment on Principal Luo's exuberant actions. Principal Luo welcomed them at the entrance with all the teachers present, exclaiming, "Let us extend our warmest congratulations to our students Lu Li and Lu Qin for achieving a remarkable tie for first place in the Provincial Mathematical Olympiad." As Lu Li and his companions stepped out of the vehicle, they were taken aback by the grand reception. "We are undeserving," they humbly replied. Fortunately, Lu Li's previous experience as a salesperson had honed his ability to respond eloquently, attributing their success to the principal's kind support, the teacher's diligent guidance, and the classmates' immense encouragement. After a string of grateful remarks, Principal Luo took hold of Lu Li with one hand and Lu Qin with the other, shouting, "Let us welcome our two heroes back from their victorious campaign in the Olympiad." Upon entering the school gates, the spectacle intensified. Students lined the pathway, greeting them with cheers and applause that resonated like thunder. This display of exuberance was truly astonishing, and Lu Li could not help but think. Although Principal Luo's exuberance was somewhat excessive, Lu Li understood. Since Principal Luo assumed leadership of Yuqing No. 1 High School, the institution had experienced a decline in various competitions and college entrance exam results. Last year, they had even faced a dismal performance in the Mathematical Olympiad. How could Principal Luo endure such humiliation? After years of frustration, he finally had the opportunity to redeem himself. Naturally, he sought to celebrate this victory with great fervor, especially as he was nearing retirement and wished to leave a legacy unblemished. Lu Li and Lu Qin provided him with this opportunity. Yuqing No. 1 High School had risen once more. Principal Luo raised the hands of Lu Li and Lu Qin, loudly proclaiming, "We have risen." The students erupted in cheers. Chapter 48. The national competition is a test of elimination. The celebratory meeting, television interviews, press coverage, and visits from educational leaders came to a close. Lu Li and Lu Qin had scarcely rested for a few days before they were set to embark for Rongqing to join the Sichuan Mathematical Olympiad team for the national competition. This time, teacher Yang Lin was not qualified to lead the team. Upon arriving at the Rongqing Mathematics Society, Lu Li and Lu Qin formally met their fellow team members and the team leader, Zhang Yu from Rongqing No. 7 High School. He appeared as stoic as a statue. "Hello, I am Yang Wenli from Minyang High School." A cheerful little chubby boy. "Hi, I am Wang Yujia from the Rongqing Foreign Language School. From today onward, we are partners." This charming young man spoke fluent English, a testament to his foreign language school background. Lu Li from Yuqing No. 1 High School. Lu Qin from Yuqing No. 1 High School. After introductions, Lu Li and Lu Qin made their presence known. Among the 5 team members, Lu Qin was the only girl, as the ratio of girls advancing in mathematical Olympiads was quite low. With everyone acquainted, the team leader, teacher Xinjun, nodded at the group, stating, "I will be your team leader for this national competition, accompanying you to Beijing for the contest. I hope everyone achieves excellent results." After the meeting, team leader Shun arranged accommodations for the group at the hotel, with plans to fly to Beijing the next morning. According to the standards of ancient imperial examinations, we are now like those who have passed the preliminary exams, awaiting our journey to the capital for the final assessments. Lu Li and the other team members entered the hotel, joking as they walked. Final assessments? Why not aim for the top scholar? Lu Qin winked, her face beaming with delight. Because our examination is not a traditional imperial examination, Yang Wenli, the chubby boy from Minyang High School, chimed in with a grin. The mathematical Olympiad is akin to the ancient Ming calculation subject. Those who excel in Ming calculation cannot be top scholars. Isn't it the same nowadays? Wang Yujia from the Rongqing Foreign Language School added with a smile. Achieving first in the provincial Olympiad is equivalent to being the top scholar in the Sichuan College entrance examination. That title far surpasses being first in the provincial Olympiad. Zhang Yu, the cool guy from Rongqing No. 7 High School, cast a stoic glance at everyone, maintaining his cool demeanor. The top scholar in the college entrance exam is mine. Wang Yujia stammered, taken aback by the unexpected claim. Lu Li and the others exchanged glances, shrugged, and refrained from responding. Advancing to the national competition means direct admission to universities. Performing well in the national competition secures offers from the country's top universities. The night passed in silence. The following morning, team leader Xinjun took Lu Li and the group to the airport, boarding a direct flight to the capital. This year's National Mathematical Olympiad was held at Shuimu University. After checking in at the reception, teacher Shun arranged accommodations for Lu Li and his group. They then entered the campus of Shuimu University together. Familiarizing themselves with the examination venue, they were also intrigued by this prestigious institution, a top university in the country. As they roamed the Shuimu campus, Lu Qin asked, Lu Li, where do you plan to attend university in the future? Strolling along the banks of the small lake, Lu Qin reached out to grasp the willow branches that hung down from the nearby trees. She turned her gaze towards Lu Li, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of yearning. University? Lu Li's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. He understood Lu Qin's intentions. She clearly wished to attend the same university as him. However, Lu Li was uncertain whether he even had the opportunity to pursue higher education. This was merely a simulated scenario. According to Lu Li's estimation, the simulation would conclude after the Olympiad mathematics competition and everything would come to an end. It felt akin to a fleeting dream, one from which he would inevitably awaken. There was no future for him and Lu Qin. In reality, Lu Qin was already a doctoral student at Harvard, thriving in the world of finance on Wall Street, living a life of luxury among society's elite. As for Lu Li, just days ago, he was still forcing smiles for a meager salary. Life is but a dream, and the illusions within it must be swept away by the winds of reality. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lu Li chose to act according to his heart. He lifted his eyes to Lu Qin, a smile gracing his face as he softly replied, Wherever you go, I shall follow. Lu Qin blushed, lowering her gaze slightly. I particularly enjoy the environment at Shuimu University. Shall we attend university here? Agreed. It's settled then. Lu Li sighed quietly to himself. Dear sister, this promise may forever remain unfulfilled. The 2011 National High School Mathematics Competition officially commenced. At 9:30 in the morning, contestants from various provinces entered the solemn examination hall according to the seating arrangements on their admission tickets. In that moment, the pen in their hands was akin to a sword. Hundreds of the nation's top scholars faced off on this stage, where success or failure hinged on a single attempt. Victory would bestow countless honors, while defeat would lead to a disheartening retreat. Mathematics competitions are notoriously brutal. Even if one is pushed to their limits, they cannot conjure the answers to mathematical problems. Unlike other subjects, where one can muddle through with a haphazard answer when stumped. Mathematics is unforgiving. If one is lost, they cannot produce anything at all. The National Olympiad papers align with international standards, mirroring the format of international competitions, comprising 6 questions, each worth 7 points, for a total of 42 points. The difficulty of the questions also matches that of international Olympiad competitions. When Lu Li received the exam paper, he was taken aback by its complexity. Among the 6 questions, only 3 had clear solutions in his mind, while the remaining 3 required careful contemplation. Was the National Olympiad truly this challenging? Upon reflection, Lu Li understood the National Olympiad was fundamentally designed to select representatives for the national team. Those chosen would compete in the International Olympiad the following April. If candidates could not solve questions of international caliber, what significance did their selection hold? Thus, this was essentially an elimination round. High-difficulty problems would weed out the unqualified, leaving only those needed for the national team. This was merely the first round of elimination. The top 30 from the national competition would participate in training for the national team. The process would continue, leading to further eliminations until only 6 remained, with 1 being a substitute. It seemed that this time, he had to give his all. Lu Li clenched his fists, his spirit eager for the challenge. Chapter 49. The less said, the better. Mentioning it only deepens your discomfort. Faced with the challenging exam questions, the contestants wore grave expressions. Lu Li felt as though he was wringing his brain for answers. The difficulty exceeded his expectations, seemingly more formidable than past international Olympiad papers he had tackled. In the office of Shuimu University, many teachers and professors on the Olympiad organizing committee were equally astonished upon reviewing the exam paper. The level of difficulty was daunting. A graduate student in mathematics, glancing at the paper, broke out in a cold sweat. Had I faced this paper back in my day, I might not have passed. What is the National Olympiad? It is a selection process for the national team. The individuals chosen will represent the country in the international competition. An elderly professor praised the paper, stating, "If one cannot solve this, what right do they have to participate in international competitions? They would simply bring shame upon themselves." Indeed, you are right. The others nodded in agreement. Yet privately, they muttered among themselves, "While the logic is sound, we could select members for the national team during winter training camp. This national competition could afford to lower the difficulty of some questions, raising only a few to challenge the candidates without making it an unbearable ordeal." In the examination hall, as time slipped away, the contestants trembled with anxiety. Some appeared pale. Others stared blankly ahead. Some seemed as though they had lost all hope, and a few quietly shed tears. To reach this stage, to arrive at the national competition, who among them was not a top scholar? Who was not a favored child of fortune? Yet, before this paper, their past glories, their prior accolades, and their once cherished pride dissipated like a soap bubble, instantly vanishing without a trace. Stripped of their glamorous facade, only raw wounds remained. Having always believed themselves to be intellectually gifted, they now found themselves feeling utterly inadequate before this exam. Luli too felt like a false scholar. After solving the 3 questions with clear strategies, he spent a grueling half-hour on the 4th, finally managing to produce an answer. "This is overwhelming." He exhaled deeply, abandoning the 5th question for the moment to tackle the 6th. This question presented a scenario in which a group of 17 individuals engaged in private discussions on 3 different topics, with each pair discussing only one topic. The task was to prove that at least 3 individuals were discussing the same topic. What a peculiar group. Luli thought, "I'm using WeChat. Why discuss topics privately instead of in the group? Even if it concerns sensitive matters, it should be a collective discussion." He cursed under his breath, yet suddenly found inspiration, swiftly arriving at a solution. Indeed, engaging in such discussions is beneficial for mental health. With a flourish, he quickly solved the 6th question. Then, he turned his attention back to the 5th. Given 4 real numbers, the product of any 3 added to the 4th equals 2. The task was to determine all possible values for these 4 numbers. "Love is something you must earn," he mused. "Even if it leads to exhaustion, it must be pursued passionately." Whether it was the inspiration from his earlier thoughts, Luli experienced a sudden epiphany regarding the problem. Some questions seemed to be shrouded in a veil, hinting at a direction, yet forever eluding grasp. Only by tearing away this disguise and pinpointing the right direction could one advance decisively, penetrating through to the heart of the matter. It was done. The national competition held such allure that countless heroes bent the knee. Some faltered and fell, others faced dire consequences, while some continued to struggle against the tide. Yet Luli felt an emptiness within. He cast aside his pen, feeling a sense of void akin to a sage's moment of reflection. The examination concluded. Luli felt mentally and physically drained, as if he had been depleted of all energy. Thus, one should not engage in such challenges if their health is not up to par. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength and exited the examination hall. Outside, amidst the greenery, he reunited with Lu Qin. At that moment, Lu Qin wore a troubled expression, her demeanor reflecting discontent. "What's wrong?" Luli approached with concern. "I couldn't finish one of the questions," Lu Qin lamented, her eyes slightly reddened. "I spent too long pondering the solution, and by the time I figured it out, time had run out. I hastily wrote down the answer without completing all the steps." "Is that so?" Luli chuckled. "It's perfectly fine. You merely omitted a few steps. The problem has been solved, and at most, you might lose a few points. Besides, even if you hadn't solved it, what of it? Look at the others." Following Luli's gesture, Lu Qin glanced in the indicated direction and saw the candidates exiting the examination hall, each one wearing a mournful expression, as if they had lost a loved one. "Are you saying that I have performed well?" Lu Qin felt a slight relief. "I had promised you that we would participate in the international competition, and I constantly worry about being eliminated." "Do not fret. That will not happen," Luli reassured her, pointing towards the exam hall's exit. "Look, Zhang Yu and the others are coming out as well. You should ask them in a moment. I can assure you, you have undoubtedly performed well." As he spoke, Luli waved at a few other teammates from Chuan province. "Over here. Over here." Zhang Yu, Yang Wenli, and Wang Yujia quickly approached upon noticing Lu Li's beckoning. "How did you all fare?" Lu Qin anxiously inquired about their results. "Don't even mention it." Yang Wenli sighed deeply, his face etched with despair, wrinkles forming on his chubby cheeks. "This problem was simply too difficult. I managed to solve only 3 questions. I only solved 2. What the heck? Who crafted these questions? They must have lost their minds." Wang Yujia was so furious he could hardly speak in standard language, his mouth full of local dialect. "I failed as well." Zhang Yu could no longer maintain his cool demeanor. His previously expressionless face was now filled with anguish. "I too only managed 3 questions. The rest were beyond my comprehension. After speaking, Zhang Yu turned to Lu Li and Lu Qin and asked, "How about you? How did you perform?" "Alas, let us not dwell on that." Lu Li sighed deeply. "It would be better not to discuss it, as it would only bring you more discomfort." "Very well, let us not mention it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu and the others felt certain that Lu Li and Lu Qin must have also performed poorly. Let us not bring it up. Chapter 50. Without comparison. There is no hurt. Lu Li and his team exited the examination venue. The team leader, Teacher Xinjun, hurriedly approached them upon seeing them emerge. Initially intending to inquire about the examination results, he sighed deeply upon observing their expressions. It appears we have once again faced defeat. The Western provinces have consistently been at a disadvantage. Historically, in the realm of mathematics competitions, they have never outperformed the educational strongholds of the Eastern and Central regions. Although this defeat is somewhat disheartening, it is nonetheless a common occurrence. It's all right. It's of no concern. Of no concern? I cannot accept that. It is of utmost importance to me. Next, we await the results. The grading for the national competition is swift. The results will be published online by 3 o'clock at the latest. In Teacher Xinjun's office, Lu Li and the others sat nearby as he opened his laptop and logged into the National Mathematics Competition website. As the national competition concluded, the organizing committee was busy with the grading process. 0 points. Another 0. Professor Wang flipped through the test papers, his red pen marking each one with glaring zeros. Of course, there were also numerous scores of 7, 14, and 21. This test paper? Professor Wang opened one and noticed that the initial questions were correct. But there was a problem with the final question. The steps to solve the last question were accurate up to a point, but then there was an omission. Skipping the intermediate steps and directly presenting the conclusion and answer. Omitting steps? Haha. Professor Wang could not help but laugh. Should I put a check mark and then say, "Points omitted"? As he marked a red check, he hesitated for a moment before adding a dot. The reasoning was correct. It seemed time constraints had led to the omission of the intermediate steps. Let us show some leniency. I will deduct only 1 point as a gesture. After all, amidst a sea of zeros and failing grades, this particular answer sheet is already quite remarkable. In reality, the notation of points omitted was merely a jest. Correct solution steps are indeed worthy of credit. The tense grading process continued. With the diligent efforts of the many graders, the papers were finally completed. Then the sealed lines were broken, and scores were tallied. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the results of the National Mathematics Competition were officially announced on the website. The results are out. The results are out. Check your scores. In Teacher Xinjun's office, upon seeing the website post the results as scheduled, everyone hurriedly moved forward to check their scores. The list of scores was extensive, making it cumbersome to search. Thankfully, there was a window to check scores using the examination permit number. Zhang Yu, you go first. In Teacher Xinjun's mind, Zhang Yu, from the renowned Rongqing No. 7 Middle School, should have performed the best. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward, retrieved his examination permit, entered his number, and clicked to check. A pop-up appeared, revealing the score sheet. Zhang Yu, exam number, score, 21 points. He correctly solved 3 questions, earning 21 points, precisely as expected. Zhang Yu felt a wave of relief mixed with a hint of disappointment. Not too shabby. This should secure a second prize in the national competition. Teacher Xinjun nodded. Zhang Yu had not performed too poorly, and a second prize was a small consolation. It's my turn. It's my turn. Yang Wenli quickly stepped forward, took out his examination permit, entered his number, and checked his score. Yang Wenli, exam number, score, 20 points. Having solved 3 questions, he should have received 21 points. Which step did he miss to lose a point? Yang Wenli sighed inwardly. Not bad. 20 points should still qualify for a second prize. Teacher Xinjun felt less anxious. After all, the second prize has a range, and both 20 and 21 points fall within the award bracket. My results are not worth checking. I only solved 2 questions. Wang Yujia shook his head, stating this, but still sat down to check his score. Wang Yujia, exam number, score, 14 points. Exactly as anticipated. With no surprises or unexpected outcomes. Teacher Xinjun sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was the limit, with 2 second prizes. Teacher Xin, we haven't checked our scores yet. Lu Li reminded with a smile as he approached the laptop, turned to Lu Qin, and said, hand me your examination permit. I'll check your score. All right. Lu Qin quickly handed her examination permit to Lu Li. After entering the number, a pop-up appeared. Lu Qin, exam number, score, 41. How much? Teacher Xin stared at the score, clearly taken aback, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, still 41. Out of a total of 42, she only lost 1 point? Good heavens. Wow. Lu Qin, you performed so well. Zhang Yu, Yang Wenli, and Wang Yujia stared at the pop-up, their eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming in shock. Excellent. Wonderful. What about me? Lu Qin shook her head, pointing at Lu Li. His score is truly remarkable. Lu Li? Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that Lu Li's score surpassed Lu Qin's? Lu Li, quickly check your score. Teacher Shun urged repeatedly. No need to check. My score is right here. Lu Li smiled, opening the results of the National Mathematics Competition, the top line displaying his name. First place, Lu Li, exam number, score, 42, institution, Chuan Province Mathematics Team. First place, national competition first, full score? Wow. Zhang Yu, Yang Wenli, and Wang Yujia exclaimed in unison. It was not due to a lack of education. At that moment, no other words could adequately express their feelings except for that exclamation. Teacher Xinjun also found it difficult to contain his excitement, holding back his own exclamation. After all, as a teacher, one must maintain a certain decorum. How could one simply shout out? At most, he could mutter something under his breath. What the heck? Scoring so well, and still pretending to be humble? That rascal is truly infuriating. Yang Wenli glared fiercely at Lu Li, the flesh on his face trembling with rage. I truly did not intend to deceive, Lu Li said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. See, now none of you are satisfied, are you? Get lost. I do not wish to converse with you. I loathe pretentious individuals like you. Should we take him out and beat him to a pulp? Zhang Yu and the others, a mix of anger, annoyance, shame, and frustration, clenched their fists and glared at Lu Li. I knew it. I knew you would be displeased. There is no harm without comparison. But what can I do? Talent is simply something that cannot be concealed. Chapter 51. Are we changing the banner again? Achieving first place in the National Mathematical Olympiad is an immense honor. This singular accolade is sufficient for Lu Li to exchange in reality for an unforgettable ability. Being the national champion in mathematics is a significant triumph, a dazzling achievement from any perspective. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Despite a lingering sense of gloom and disappointment, everyone still congratulated Lu Li and Lu Qin. Lu Li, Lu Qin, you have done exceptionally well. You are the pride of Chuan Province, and you have brought glory to our region. Teacher Xinjun beamed with joy, showering praise upon Lu Li and Lu Qin. The Western provinces had long been at a disadvantage in mathematical competitions, never besting the educational strongholds of the Eastern and Central regions. In fact, to avoid embarrassing defeats, the Huaxia Mathematical Society had established a separate competition for the Western provinces, allowing them to have their own contests. This time, Lu Li and Lu Qin's remarkable results represented a monumental victory for the mathematical community of Chuan Province. Do you look down upon us in the Western provinces? Do you think we lack the qualifications to compete? How about now? The national champion is from our Sichuan. At the moment the results were announced, the Chuan Province Mathematical Society was ecstatic, feeling a sense of vindication. Lu Li and Lu Qin's achievements were a tremendous surprise for the society. However, for Principal Luo of Yuqing No. 1 High School, it was a shocking revelation. Upon opening the website and seeing Lu Li ranked first and Lu Qin fifth, he found himself nearly breathless. Lu Li, first in the nation. Lu Qin, fifth in the nation. Oh my goodness. Where's my quick relief pill? Principal Luo trembled as he fumbled for his medication, hastily swallowing a pill and collapsing into his office chair, gasping for breath. The shock was overwhelming, nearly leaving him without air. As his racing heart gradually calmed and his breath slowed, Principal Luo quickly picked up the phone. Director Peng, contact the television station, the newspaper, the advertising company, and the telecommunications firm. I need to announce this joyous news. Principal Luo, what news could you possibly have? We just held a celebration 2 weeks ago. Director Peng was somewhat exasperated, feeling that their principal was quite the whirlwind. Can there be too many celebratory announcements? Principal Luo exclaimed. Lu Li and Lu Qin have achieved new heights. In this national Olympiad, Lu Li is first and Lu Qin is fifth. Such a monumental honor must be celebrated widely. Another national champion? Director Peng exclaimed, quickly realizing the significance. Principal, let us get it done. After hanging up, Director Peng wore a mix of joy and resignation. The banner had only recently been hung, and now it needed to be changed again. This was the third time. In the Yuqing agricultural market, the school's banner was once more replaced. Warm congratulations to Lu Li of Yuqing No. 1 High School for achieving first place in the national mathematical competition, and to Lu Qin for her excellent fifth place. The unveiling of this banner caused quite a stir in the market. My son, first in the nation, my son, Lu Li's mother exclaimed, pointing at the banner with both joy and excitement. I told you, what is the point of being first in the province? It was only a matter of time before he became first nationally. See, I was right. The pride she displayed was palpable, eliciting envy from those around her. Being first in the nation is akin to achieving the highest honor in ancient times. Such an accomplishment is to be revered. Today, all vegetables are half price. Lu Li's mother decided to celebrate generously. Not only were all vegetables discounted, but she also planned to host a banquet. How can we not celebrate such glory? Others throw banquets for college admissions. My son being first in the nation is far more significant. Excitedly, Luli's mother called Luli's father. On the construction site, Luli's father was laying bricks. First in the nation? My son has achieved first in the nation? He beamed with delight. After hanging up, he shouted to his fellow workers, "Brothers, come to my house for a drink tomorrow noon. I'm treating everyone." "What's the celebration at your place, old Lu?" a coworker inquired. "My son is first in the nation. My son is first in the nation." Luli's father's voice drowned out the noise of the construction site. At Lu Qin's home, her father, Lu Yongmao, sat in his study, gazing at the computer screen displaying the name Lu Li in glaring prominence as the national champion. His expression was quite peculiar. That rascal, achieving first place nationally? My daughter only managed fifth, and he outperformed her? How could he overshadow my daughter? That rascal indeed possesses some talent. At this moment, even Lu Yongmao, who adored his daughter above all else, could not deny Lu Li's remarkable ability. Faced with such a brilliant achievement, preventing his daughter from associating with him seemed utterly impossible. Lighting a cigarette, Lu Yongmao felt a sense of helplessness akin to witnessing a wild boar charging into his vegetable garden, unable to intervene. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Upon checking, he found yet another announcement celebrating Lu Li's achievements. Frustrated, he tossed the phone aside and took several deep drags from his cigarette. Ha! First in the nation. Lu Li is first in the nation. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Laughter erupted from Lu Qin's mother in the living room. "Why are you laughing? Lu Li got first. He is not your son. What is there to be happy about?" Lu Yongmao, feeling annoyed, emerged from the study to reprimand Lu Qin's mother. "How is he not my son? How is he not my son?" Lu Qin's mother retorted, eyes wide. "A son-in-law is half a son. Once he marries Lu Qin, he'll be calling me mom too." "Goodness. A son-in-law? How old is our daughter? And you've already found her a match. What is wrong with your head? You must have too much water in your brain. How can you let our precious daughter slip away while you look elsewhere? I, Lu Yongmao, have been wise all my life. Yet how did I end up with such a wife?" Lu Yongmao felt overwhelmed with frustration. Chapter 52, selected for the national team. The day following the national competition, the organizing committee held a grand awards ceremony. Compared to the provincial awards, this event was on a much larger scale. Numerous dignitaries attended, and a plethora of news reporters were present, with the National Mathematics Competition website even live-streaming the ceremony. "Well done, young man. Keep it up. Strive to bring glory to the nation." The president of the Huaxia Mathematical Society, with a beaming smile, awarded Lu Li and offered warm encouragement. "I will do my utmost." In this national Olympiad, two others matched Lu Li's perfect score, while one scored just 5 points below, and Lu Qin scored 1 point lower than that. Observing the others, Lu Li thought that barring any unforeseen circumstances, these individuals would likely become his teammates in the upcoming international mathematical competition. As the award ceremony concluded, Lu Li had just exited the grand auditorium when he was intercepted by several reporters. Recognizing their insignia, he understood they were from the Chuan Province Television and Yucheng Television. "Hello, Lu Li. You have triumphantly secured first place in this national Olympiad. What are your thoughts at this moment?" The microphone was thrust before Lu Li, and the camera was aimed in his direction. In such an environment, Lu Li naturally displayed the fundamental qualities of a speaker, gracefully expressing his gratitude. "Lu Li, what do you believe is the most crucial factor contributing to your success in mathematics?" The reporter exclaimed, "You articulated that wonderfully. Do you have any words of encouragement for your peers who are diligently studying?" In response to this question, Lu Li chuckled and stated, "I have but one message. Once Lu Li equals effort, your lives may become quite challenging, so I hope you do not hold it against me." Lu Li's words were undeniably sincere. Given the nature of parents, having a role model like Lu Li would undoubtedly compel them to intensify their training of their own children. Previously, students would study for 3 hours after school, but now it seems they must double that. Math training would likely commence at a young age, as no child should be allowed to fall behind at the starting line. As a result, countless students' school lives may descend into a bleak and dismal existence. The host paused momentarily, only managing to respond, "Lu Li, you truly have a humorous side," before concluding the interview. After a brief flurry of excitement, the fervor surrounding the National Olympiad began to wane. In today's society, topics of interest are never in short supply, and people often find themselves more captivated by sensational celebrity scandals than by matters of mathematical competitions. The top 30 participants of the National Olympiad would join a winter camp for intensive training, culminating in a series of examinations that would ultimately determine the final 6 representatives to compete at the international level. When it comes to activities like winter or summer camps, many might perceive them as mere recreational endeavors. However, the Olympiad winter camp was decidedly different. The so-called winter camp involved securing a vacant classroom at Shuemu University, where Following a simple opening ceremony, participants were immediately subjected to a welcoming examination. The first day would encompass algebra, the second geometry, the third number theory, and the fourth combinatorics. The four major components of the Olympiad would be tested sequentially, rigorously evaluating each participant's grasp of the material. Blast it! I've written the wrong letter again. Upon receiving the test paper, a robust individual who bore a striking resemblance to an athlete, with tousled hair and a morose expression, exclaimed in frustration. This gentleman, who could have relied solely on his physical prowess, was, in fact, the one who lost 0.5 points during the National Olympiad due to a careless mistake. His name was Su Xian, hailing from beneath Dongshan, standing nearly 2 meters tall, exuding the essence of a true iron-willed man. Yet, he was paradoxically an academic powerhouse, one of the few superachievers who managed to complete 6 questions during the competition. The reason for his near completion was his oversight in writing an incorrect letter, resulting in the deduction of 0.5 points. Unfortunately, this muscle-bound individual repeated the same blunder during yesterday's assessment. Su Xian, you rugged hero. Why not pursue a career at the White Horse Club instead of competing for a spot in the Olympiad? Due to the phonetic similarity between Su Xian and Su Xian, combined with his muscular build, he was affectionately dubbed the rural hero. Indeed, wealthy ladies find joy in fire, nails, and brushes. You deserve it. His teammates jested warmly. There are ladies present. What nonsense are you spouting? The rugged hero shot a fierce glare at his companions while casting a furtive glance at Lu Qin, who remained utterly indifferent, not even lifting her head. Lu Li shook his head with a smile. Young man, are you still secretly harboring feelings for Lu Qin? You are in peril. Mathematics, being a discipline of precision, does not tolerate carelessness. Such a trait might render him a mere substitute, unable to secure a place on the national team. After a week of continuous examinations, it was time to formally appoint the national team members. In the office of the Huaxiao Mathematics Olympiad Committee, several prominent figures convened to finalize the selection of representatives for the international competition. The first confirmed member was Lu Li. The chairman of the Olympiad glanced at the materials, then surveyed the others in the room, noting that Lu Li had displayed no weaknesses during the multiple assessments, consistently achieving full marks and demonstrating stable performance. Selecting him is surely agreeable, is it not? Lu Li was undoubtedly a secure choice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, 3 more slots were filled, with Lu Qin among them. The task now was to determine the final position. The chairman examined the records again, frowning slightly at Su Xian's impulsive and careless nature. In mathematics, such traits are a grave misstep. The following day, the week-long Olympiad winter camp officially concluded. After a series of rigorous testing, only 6 out of the 30 participants could remain, while the majority departed, merely with a credential in hand, departing in quiet dismay. Of course, for those not aiming for the international competition, the qualifications gained from this winter camp would suffice for direct admissions to any domestic university. Many students had already signed enrollment agreements with various 211 or 985 universities even before joining the camp. Both Lu Li and Lu Qin had received calls from countless university admissions directors, some even visiting in person. Ultimately, Lu Li and Lu Qin dismissed them, citing their commitment to the International Olympiad. The Olympiad Winter Camp held a grand closing ceremony, complete with a celebratory feast. However, the list of selected participants was not disclosed during the ceremony. Instead, the results were communicated privately afterward. Lu Li and Lu Qin were unsurprisingly selected, a development that had not exceeded Lu Li's expectations. After all, in the trajectory of his past life, Lu Qin had been a member of the national team, earning a gold medal at the International Olympiad. This time, however, Lu Li's presence altered the dynamics, jeopardizing the initially assured position of the rugged hero. As anticipated, Su Xian, what has transpired? Though Lu Li had already surmised the cause, he feigned ignorance and approached to express concern. I'm a substitute. I can't participate in the competition, only destined to sit on the sidelines. The muscular man's eyes were red from tears. Consider this from a different perspective. Lu Li placed a hand on Su Xian's shoulder. If we win, you essentially enjoy a free ride, and isn't that delightful? What on earth is a free ride? Su Xian's lips twitched in disbelief. This isn't game. Can one truly coattail on a victory? Not competing means no free ride. How about we view it from another angle? Lu Li shrugged. Being a substitute is already quite commendable, all right? Out of 30 camp participants, over 20 failed to even secure a substitute position. They are faring worse than you, wouldn't you agree? Not at all. Su Xian's expression contorted further. You, a full-fledged member, dare to stand there and tell me that being a substitute is commendable? It's utterly disheartening. All right, this is my final attempt to console you. If you can't find peace after this, I shall no longer concern myself. Lu Li smiled and said, let me put it this way. The substitutes are not without their opportunities. What if someone gets an upset stomach and can't make it to the field? Such possibilities do exist, right? That is the very essence of your role as a substitute. Upon hearing this, Su Xian gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling increasingly unsettled. It seemed to him that Lu Li was being deliberately provocative. A mere illusion. It is undoubtedly an illusion. Lu Li shrugged and turned to leave. Am I here to counsel you? If you dare to harbor thoughts against Lu Qin, then of course I am here to add insult to injury. The next morning, those who were not selected for the national team packed their bags and departed in despondence. For them, the journey toward the Olympiad had come to an end. Yet for Lu Li and his companions, the true training for the national team was just beginning. Compared to the training led by teacher Yang Lin at Yucheng Yizhong, the national team's regimen seemed to follow the same pattern: relentless problem solving. The Huaxiao Olympiad Committee, with decades of experience, had devised a complete and efficient training model. A cadre of seasoned professors, each day, would present an array of problems, diverse in nature, ensuring that there were no challenges they could not devise. The cycle of problem solving and explanations continued ad infinitum. This routine persisted until March 2012. Although the method appeared somewhat antiquated, Lu Li found it immensely rewarding. These seasoned professors had transformed high school mathematics into an art form. Through their elucidations, Lu Li encountered countless innovative approaches to problem solving. It was akin to the various culinary creations one could make from a single piece of beef. The professors introduced unconventional ideas that left Lu Li astounded. Thanks to his remarkable memory, Lu Li retained the professor's ingenious strategies, absorbing and deepening his understanding. As time passed, when faced with training problems, the solutions would spring to his mind with unparalleled ease. Dear students, as of today, the national team training for the Olympiad has concluded. The chaotic training session had finally reached its end. Lu Li, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, called out to Lu Qin, "Hey, your words are ambiguous." The wild hero, standing nearby, quipped, "It sounds like a couple returning home together." "Stop talking nonsense," Lu Li retorted, nearly revealing an unfiltered truth. "Here I come." Lu Qin smiled slightly, dismissing the wild hero's ramblings, and together with Lu Li, they exited the dormitory. Once they boarded the vehicle, Su Xian shouted from behind, "Lu Li, please don't get an upset stomach during the international competition." You remember that?" Lu Li replied. "Wishing for my misfortune in order to seize your opportunity as a substitute? Young man, you are too naive." Lu Li grinned and waved through the car window. "We, from Sichuan, never have such troubles." The car sped away towards the airport. "Lu Li, you once said that we would join forces to conquer the international stage." Lu Qin exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she clenched her fists. "That day has finally arrived. We have made it to this point." "What do you mean by we have made it to this point?" Lu Li's eyes twitched. They had yet to take the crucial step forward. He longed to proceed, but he wondered if she would follow suit. Chapter 54, The International Olympiad, Unremarkable. The 2012 International Mathematical Olympiad officially commenced. This year's competition took place in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, with over 100 countries sending teams to participate. On this day, Lu Li and Lu Qin set out from Yucheng to Rongcheng, boarding a flight to Beijing for the assembly. Despite Lu Qin's father being quite reluctant, he could not resist Lu Qin's mother's enthusiasm. When it was time to board, Lu Qin's father intended for her to sit in the front passenger seat, but Lu Qin's mother claimed that spot, leading Lu Li and Lu Qin to sit in the back. Lu Qin's father was left fuming. There were no direct flights to Argentina from China, necessitating a layover. The journey by air alone would take over 30 hours. Enough already. Lu Qin's father coughed violently, interrupting Lu Qin's mother's chatter. Lu Li and Lu Qin exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Thankfully, upon arriving at Rongcheng Airport, Lu Qin's parents did not accompany them to Beijing. They joined the national team in Beijing, boarding a flight to Paris before finally arriving in Buenos Aires. After numerous flights, the journey from Yucheng to their destination took 3 days. Before disembarking, there was one more task to attend to. As the plane began its descent, the team leader of the Huaxiao Olympiad stood up, raising his watch, signaling the need to adjust the time. Argentina's time differed from Beijing's by 11 hours. The plane soon landed, and under the guidance of the team leader, Lu Li and the others traveled to the examination venue at the University of Buenos Aires. They completed registration and then checked into their hotel. Upon entering the hotel, the group collapsed into slumber to adjust to the time difference. The following day was a rest day, and on the third day, the International Mathematical Olympiad officially began. "Let us go. We will surely succeed." After a round of encouragement, Lu Li and his companions exited the hotel and made their way to the examination site. Su Xian, the substitute, watched Lu Li stride out of the hotel with determination, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Why isn't he getting an upset stomach? A little cold would suffice. With a heavy heart, Su Xian turned away, resigning himself to a passive victory. At the University of Buenos Aires, upon arrival at the examination venue, Lu Li observed teams from various countries awaiting their turn. He was astonished to see a nearby team waving the stars and stripes. Clearly, it was the American team. Yet, upon closer inspection, all the members had black eyes and yellow skin. Surprised? The team leader glanced at Lu Li and smiled. In the International Mathematical Olympiad, our country has always held a dominant position. Thus, it is quite normal for the American team to be composed entirely of Chinese. That makes sense. Lu Li nodded in agreement. After queuing to verify their identities, candidates entered the examination hall. Unlike the classrooms Lu Li was accustomed to, this examination venue was a vast and empty auditorium. Glancing around, Lu Li deduced that this large hall was likely once a space for indoor dancing. Inside the expansive examination hall, dozens of stainless steel long tables were arranged, each spaced approximately 2 meters apart. Each table bore a seat label, accompanied by a stack of writing paper, a box of water-based pens, and a set of drawing tools. For such an international event, one only needed to bring identification. No other items were permitted. The seat labels were in Chinese. By referencing the seat number on his admission ticket, Lu Li quickly found his designated spot. In addition to the candidates, several staff members were present, setting up cameras around the examination hall to record the entire process without any blind spots. When the bell rang, the invigilators began distributing the exam papers. Each candidate received a uniquely sealed paper, which they had to open themselves. Furthermore, the text on the exam papers varied according to nationality. Lu Li's paper was in Chinese. During the examination, the invigilators and staff maintained complete silence, refraining from any interaction with the candidates. Unless a personal emergency arose, they would not engage with anyone. Lu Li unsealed the exam paper and spread it across the table. Gazing at the questions before him, he felt a surge of emotions. Step by step, I have finally ascended to the international stage, ready to compete against the world's top scholars. In this contest of prowess, who shall claim the title of the best? None other than I. Lu Li took a deep breath and retrieved a water-based pen. The examination paper contained 6 problems, each worth 7 points, culminating in a total of 42 points, mirroring the format of the National Olympiad competition he had previously participated in. After a thorough review, Lu Li's remarkable ability to retain information allowed him to memorize each question entirely. It is no wonder that our nation has dominated the Olympiad competitions for decades, solidifying our unassailable position as the champions. The seasoned professors of the national team have virtually explored every conceivable variation of mathematical problems. Under the meticulous guidance and rigorous training of these experienced mentors, Lu Li acquired an array of innovative problem-solving strategies. From a novice, he evolved into a proficient veteran. In the realm of Olympiad mathematics, Lu Li has become exceptionally skilled. The examination paper for the International Olympiad was surprisingly effortless. With a deft hand and a surge of inspiration, he tackled one equation after another, each derivation flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. This exemplifies the difference between a seasoned expert and a novice. There is no secret. It is simply the result of practice. Having solved countless problems, encountered myriad question types, and learned numerous creative approaches to problem solving, a wealth of knowledge resides within him. After completing the exam, he felt an exhilarating sense of fulfillment. With each stroke of his pen, challenging problems were effortlessly resolved, and flashes of inspiration emerged as his thoughts flowed freely. Once Lu Li finished all the questions and lifted his gaze toward the electronic clock hanging at the front of the examination hall, he realized that barely half the allocated time had passed. In truth, the time provided for the International Olympiad was ample. It was not the lack of time, but the inability to solve the problems that posed a challenge. With the ringing of the bell, the International Olympiad officially concluded. Scholars from around the globe exited the examination hall, and Lu Li joined the throng as they departed in silence. Turning to glance back at the examination room, a smile graced Lu Li's face. The International Olympiad had come to an end. In Chapter 55, the normal results of the competition were revealed. At the exit of the examination hall, Lu Li encountered Lu Qin. "How do you feel?" Lu Li approached, smiling as he inquired. "No problem," Lu Qin replied, her face radiant with joy as she raised her fist for a celebratory bump, before asking, "What about you? How did you do?" "Of course, no issues." Lu Li nodded with a smile. They had once promised to ascend the international competition stage together and triumph over the scholars of the world. Now, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that promise had been fulfilled. "But there is another promise," Lu Qin said, her gaze meeting Lu Li's, her eyes shimmering with hope. "Indeed, there is another promise," Lu Li thought, his smile faltering for a moment before it returned. That promise was, of course, to attend university together. Yet both were acutely aware that this commitment extended beyond merely sharing a campus. Beneath the trees by the lakeside at Shui Mu campus, they had long made such a promise. However, This aspiration now felt uncertain. The International Olympiad had concluded, and once the results were announced, should Lu Li secure a gold medal, he would rise to the pinnacle of scholarly achievement. This segment of life simulation would likely come to a close. Life is but a dream. However, could this tender yet pure affection truly be reduced to a fleeting dream, vanishing upon waking? Lu Li felt a sense of confusion and disorientation. Some say, why pursue what you cannot attain? Yet matters of the heart are rarely rational. When one encounters someone they admire, who can remain level-headed? Lu Li, are you daydreaming? What are you thinking about? Lu Qin asked, noticing his distraction. Of course. I was thinking of you. Lu Li replied flippantly, shaking his head to dismiss the turmoil in his mind and smiling at Lu Qin. What are you saying? Lu Qin's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glance. What nonsense are you speaking in public? No worries. Foreigners won't understand. Lu Li reassured her as they exited the examination center. After reuniting with the other 3 team members, they convened with the team leader in the lounge. How did it go? The leader inquired, glancing at the 5 of them with a smile. We performed as expected. Lu Li replied. Yes, just as anticipated. The leader remained calm, stating, in the Olympiad, as long as we perform as expected, victory is assured. We have dominated this event for decades. By around 8 o'clock in the evening, the results of the Olympiad were published online. The leader accessed the website to check the scores for the Chinese team. As expected, the Chinese team ranked first overall, claiming the top spot. Lu Li achieved a perfect score. Lu Qin also received full marks. The other 3 team members scored perfectly as well. This epitomizes the absolute prowess of the Chinese team. This is the demeanor of a champion. Our dominant position remains unshakable. Congratulations. You have won the gold medal in the International Olympiad, bringing honor to the nation. The leader beamed as he congratulated Lu Li and the others. His words imbued with a sense of calm detachment. International Olympiad champion? World number 1. We are the world number 1 every year. This is merely a standard achievement. Not only was the leader composed, but even foreign media displayed a similar nonchalance, as if the event had scarcely occurred. Why did the foreign media not cover it? Lu Li searched various websites, but found no news regarding the Chinese team's victory in the Olympiad. Because we won. The leader's expression held a trace of mockery. Had we faltered, the news would have been rampant. Alas, we triumphed again. Our strength is overwhelming. What can we do? Lu Li now understood. The Chinese team had won and continued to maintain its top position. Who would report on this in foreign media? If the Chinese team had lost, it would certainly have been a sensational story. While foreign media remained silent, domestic outlets began to celebrate. In the 2012 International Olympiad, the Chinese team achieves yet another brilliance. 5 participants, 5 gold medals. The Chinese Olympiad team is victorious. This was the official media's report, which was somewhat understated. However, online media were more direct in their commentary. Chinese Olympiad, unparalleled in the world. Chinese Olympiad team, who dares to challenge us? Inadvertently, we have claimed the championship again. Chinese Olympiad, we have once more swept the gold medals. I too am quite helpless. Due to the Chinese Olympiad team's consistent dominance in securing gold medals. It was rumored that the International Olympiad Committee would impose limits on the number of participants from the Chinese team. Domestic media focused on the national team's overall achievements. But provincial media took a different approach. The provincial media reported, in this year's International Olympiad, our province's students Lu Li and Lu Qin have won gold medals. Meanwhile, Yucheng media offered a different perspective. Congratulations to Lu Li and Lu Qin from Yucheng No. 1 High School for winning gold medals in this year's International Olympiad. As for Principal Luo of Yucheng No. 1 High School, he laughed heartily while consuming his heart relief pills, already planning new banners. The office director felt helpless, as this year's office budget had been exceeded. Lu Li's parents were somewhat taken aback. Old Lu, are we hosting a banquet again? We just had one. Lu Li's mother's smile carried a hint of concern. Son, your consecutive first-place finishes are making it difficult for your father and me. A banquet? How could we not celebrate being world number 1? Lu Li's father decided immediately, asserting that they must host a banquet. But they would not accept any monetary gifts this time. It would be embarrassing to accept gifts after celebrating the national first place, and now the world first. When the news of Lu Li and Lu Qin's victory in the International Olympiad reached their schoolmates, the response was one of indifference. The series of remarkable achievements by Lu Li and Lu Qin had long since accustomed everyone to their success. In the grand auditorium of BYNU SISD Su, LL, Li Qin, and 3 other teammates stood triumphantly on the podium. Amidst a flurry of flashing lights, LL and Li Qin exchanged a glance filled with joy, raising their gold medals high. We are the world's best. Below, participants from various nations gazed at the soaring 5-star red flag and the Chinese Olympiad team basking in the spotlight, their hearts heavy with resignation as they bowed their heads in silence. The Olympiad competition indeed belonged to the Chinese. Their prowess was unmatched, rendering any opposition futile. Nations with significant Chinese populations were already scheming to ensure that future Olympiad teams would be primarily composed of Chinese members, selecting even more Chinese participants. After the award ceremony, the 2012 International Olympiad officially concluded, with the Chinese team once again standing at the pinnacle, surveying the world beneath them. Chapter 56, Delivering Pairs. The player achieved the title, World Number 1. Being the world number 1 is the utmost achievement for an academic elite. Securing a gold medal in the International Olympiad undeniably justifies the title of a scholar. This narrative experience has yielded substantial rewards. However, the player has reached their life goal of becoming world number 1. Current narrative. The life experience of an academic elite is complete. Narrative suspension time, 1 hour remaining. During this period, the player may exit the narrative world at any moment. So, I only have an hour left. Just as LL was following the team out of the venue, he suddenly paused, turned to Li Qin, and asked, Li Qin, if you had only 1 hour left in your life, what would you want to do? Huh? Li Qin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of LL's intentions. If it were me, I would. LL gazed deeply at Li Qin, then grasped her hand, raising it high as he shouted, Li Qin, I like you. This sudden declaration left Li Qin dumbfounded. The surrounding teams, also exiting the venue, were drawn to his exclamation, turning their heads in curiosity. What are they doing? Celebrating victory in a unique way? A young man of European descent furrowed his brow and inquired of a nearby companion. I don't think so, replied a blonde girl, her face aglow with a smile. Though she could not comprehend his words, anyone with emotional intelligence could perceive that this was a confession, wasn't it? To claim the championship title and then profess one's love. Wow, are Chinese boys this romantic? Let us celebrate the beauty of love. Suddenly, cheers, whistles, and applause erupted all around. This was a tribute to both the champion and a blessing for love. Only the members of the Chinese team appeared somewhat bewildered, their mouths agape in astonishment. However, several teammates looked at LL with admiration and respect. Brother, you are incredible. That was a declaration in front of the whole world. What a bold move. Leader, this may not have a good impact, remarked a staff member of the Chinese team, frowning as he addressed the leader. Should we intervene? Intervene? Who hasn't had their youthful exuberance? Stunned by LL's unexpected confession and embarrassed by the surrounding cheers, whistles, and applause, Li Qin pulled LL's arm sharply. Her face flushed. Let us go? Are you trying to embarrass us here? Hurry up. All right, let us go. LL held Li Qin's hand and turned to wave at the cheering crowd, shouting in English, thank you for your blessings. Then, he took Li Qin's hand and ran away. Sunshine, green grass. A pair of young lovers ran hand in hand into the distance. This picturesque scene evoked a sense of nostalgia for the beauty of youth. Consequently, some bystanders captured this moment on their phones. Even some reporters who had not yet left the venue documented the event. Initially, there had been no intention to report on the Chinese team's victory. But due to LL's unexpected confession and the ensuing commotion, it was indeed covered by the media, claiming the championship and confessing to the beloved girl. What a romantic scene after the Olympiad award ceremony. The reports were relatively accurate and did not distort the truth. After all, in foreign lands, isn't it normal for high school students to engage in romantic relationships? Not dating would be the unusual scenario. The combination of an Olympiad championship and a romantic confession was surprisingly well received. These reports and videos quickly spread across social media platforms. The excitement outside the walls swiftly reached inside. While mainstream media ignored the video, humorous netizens found it amusing. Wow. Winning a gold medal in the Olympiad and immediately confessing to a girl? That move was legendary. Aren't they still high school students? Is no one monitoring their dating? If you could also win an Olympiad gold medal, no one would care about your dating life. So, scholars can do whatever they want, huh? Yes, indeed, scholars can. The online buzz caught the attention of LDB, who had been anxiously following developments. What nonsense. I knew L wasn't a good influence. He exclaimed. His face twisted with anger. Who are you cursing? Liam M shot him a glare. LL is such a fine young man. What has he done to deserve this? Why are you cursing at him? Look for yourself. LDB quickly shoved his phone toward her. LL confessed to my daughter? Liam M's face broke into a smile. Wonderful. After achieving academic success, of course, it leads to romance. Are you out of your mind? LDB nearly spat blood in exasperation. MBY knew SI. LL held Li Qin's hand as they strolled through the park, swinging on swings beneath the shade of trees and splashing water by the stream. Such beautiful moments always seem to pass too swiftly. The countdown of 1 hour gradually approached its conclusion. 10 minutes remaining. Standing at the hotel entrance, LL paused and said to Li Qin, wait here for me. With that, he dashed out of the hotel and headed to a nearby fruit shop. Pears. The pear symbolizes separation, just like LL's name, which also means to part. Pears. Li Qin took the fruit bag and glanced inside, recalling LL's earlier words about pears representing parting. This made her smile broaden even more. I love pears. She took one in her hand, her face glowing with sweetness. A clever double entendre, understood perfectly. I'm glad you like it. LL held Li Qin's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes as he softly said, May you still love pears when we meet again. Tick-tock. Time slipped away, and the final scene faded like a dream. In HHIB Engji Ing Hu Yun community, LL awoke suddenly in bed, a look of wistfulness on his face. May you still love pears when we meet again. Turning to the window, he murmured, Do you truly still love pears? Chapter 57. This pear is delicious. Life is but a dream. It was merely a narrative. None of it was real, and I became too immersed in the story. The real Li Qin was still across the Pacific, a doctoral student at Harvard, engaged in finance on Wall Street. She is the true academic elite, the genuine social elite. Everything in the narrative was just a dream, the ephemeral nature of spring dreams. LL sighed deeply, suppressing his melancholy, and turned his focus to the narrative conclusion. The narrative of the academic elite has been completed. First, let us exchange for the photographic memory. All the knowledge acquired and the books read during the narrative are vividly etched in his mind. However, LL distinctly felt that his thoughts were lagging behind. The plethora of knowledge in his mind felt as if it were being retrieved by a malfunctioning computer, resulting in delays and stuttering. Indeed, without external assistance, I am merely a novice. If not for the remarkable ability of photographic memory, Lu Qin and I would exist in entirely separate worlds with no intersection whatsoever. Luli, of course, found this notion unacceptable. With a fleeting thought, he activated the storyline enhancement tool and selected the photographic memory feature. Upon redemption, the system promptly responded with a confirmation. As the words echoed in his mind, a brilliant light flashed through his consciousness, akin to a refreshing stream flowing in, soothing and invigorating. In an instant, it felt as though his mind had been upgraded with a more powerful chip, allowing Lu Li to think rapidly and flexibly. He smiled, closing the system interface. With his newfound mental agility, the experiences from the narrative became vividly clear and profoundly etched in his memory. The 3 competitions at Yuqingno, 1 middle school, the first pair delivery at the Youth Palace, the continuous companionship during the Olympiad math competition, the mutual promises made on Shuimu campus, the bold confession in Buenos Aires, and the bittersweet farewell at the end, all were vividly recalled. The pears symbolized Li, representing Lu Li's essence. I have always cherished pears. May the day we reunite find you still fond of them. Exhaling deeply, Lu Li rose and made his way to the living room, settling into a rattan chair on the balcony, gazing into the distance. The sun was just rising from the east, casting splendid rays that illuminated the world. Lu Qin must be in that direction. I wonder if you still enjoy pears now. Lu, congratulations on your groundbreaking economic mathematics model paper. It is my honor to award you the Ph.D. in economics on behalf of Harvard University. This was a graduation ceremony. Dressed in her doctoral robe, Lu Qin accepted her diploma with a radiant smile, waving to the crowd below. Her parents stood in the audience, pride beaming on their faces as they watched their dazzling daughter. At just 24, she had already earned a Ph.D. in economics from Harvard and received several job offers from Wall Street investment firms, the highest of which offered an annual salary of 500,000, equivalent to over 3 million RMB. Such an outstanding daughter is an everlasting source of pride for her parents. Dad, Mom, I graduated today. Lu Qin exclaimed as she descended the stage and rushed to embrace her parents, her face alight with joy. After enjoying dinner at home, Lu Qin sat on the sofa in the living room, conversing with her father. With her Ph.D. completed, her father's concern shifted to her future employment. In recent years, I've built quite a network on Wall Street, earned some money in financial investments, and established a solid foundation here, she asserted. As she spoke, her mother approached with a platter of fruit. Here, my dear, have some fruit. On the platter lay a glistening pear, droplets of water clinging to its pale flesh. Upon seeing the pear, Lu Qin felt a sudden tremor in her heart, an inexplicable sensation washing over her. Anticipation, joy, familiarity? It was just a pear after all. Pears are available in America, and I eat them often. Why do I feel this way? It is such a strange feeling. Without thinking, Lu Qin took a bite of the pear, its familiar texture offering an unexpected sweetness. My dear, do you like it? Her mother asked, smiling at Lu Qin. I brought it specially from home. Yes, I love it. Lu Qin replied sweetly. Pears are my favorite. As soon as she uttered those words, she paused, sensing an odd familiarity in her statement. Moreover, her heart raced as she spoke. She vaguely felt that there was a deeper meaning to her words. Yet the specifics eluded her. Mom, where did you buy these pears? They seem special. The strange feeling swelling within her compelled Lu Qin to ask her mother. A pear is just a pear. What makes it special? I bought it from our hometown in Yuqing, her mother replied absent-mindedly, engrossed in posting Lu Qin's graduation photos on social media. A pear is just a pear? That phrase sent a shiver down Lu Qin's spine, as she sensed an inexplicable significance behind it, as if it held deeper meaning. Yet why couldn't she recall? After pondering for a while, without clarity, Lu Qin shook her head. Forget it. If my memory fails to retain it, it must not be important. At that moment, Lu Qin's father spoke again. This pear is truly delicious. Lu Qin took another bite, her smile radiating sweetness. Chapter 58. Back to Yuqing. In recent days, Lu Li's mood remained somewhat discontented. The experiences within the academic narrative stirred his inner turmoil, preventing him from dismissing it as mere dreams or believing nothing had transpired. Clearly, the memories from the storyline had impacted Lu Li's reality. Such influence could not be overlooked. If he were to encounter increasingly more narrative experiences, the accumulating memories would inevitably impose significant upheaval upon him. This posed a psychological dilemma. Should he fail to alleviate this impact, Lu Li might struggle to distinguish between narrative and reality, potentially leading to a form of mental fragmentation. The system had not provided a solution for this issue, at least not at present. The only potential aid lay in the next simulated storyline, which could only commence after a month. This served as a reminder. The passage of time in reality could dull the memories of the narrative. However, Lu Li was unwilling. That vibrant figure was etched in his mind, one he could not and would not forget. He had transformed a room in the Binhai garden into a study, equipping it with a computer. Sitting in the study, Lu Li opened his computer and searched for the 2012 International Olympiad in Mathematics. Upon accessing the webpage, he found no mention of himself. In reality, the 2012 Olympiad was still won by the Chinese team, with Lu Qin claiming the gold medal, yet Lu Li was absent. Narrative is but narrative, irrelevant to reality. I should not harbor such expectations. Lighting a cigarette, Lu Li inhaled deeply, exhaling a long sigh. I once hoped the narrative could influence reality, even replace it. Alas, this was merely a fanciful wish. In future simulations, I must not invest emotionally. Absolutely not. Lu Li stubbed the cigarette, but forcefully, in the ashtray. He took out his phone, opened it, and found no trace of Lu Qin among his friends. The past exchanges of memes had been nothing more than a figment of a dream. In the class group, Lu Qin's name still appeared, but she had been largely inactive online. Moreover, in reality, Lu Li and Lu Qin had never truly intersected. Lu Qin had not completed her high school education, having transitioned directly to university due to the Olympiad. Whether she even remembered a classmate named Lu Li was uncertain. Beep beep beep. At that moment, Lu Li received a text message. It was a bank transfer notification, confirming a deposit exceeding 300,000. Realizing it was the monthly rent for his shops, Lu Li recalled that it was early April, and the rent for the 4 shops on Nanjing Road had come through. Composing himself, Lu Li gathered his belongings and stepped out. The flight took over 3 hours, followed by a 2-hour drive, plus time lost on the road. It was only after 4 in the afternoon that Lu Li arrived in Yuqing. The front gate of his home stood closed. Lu Li set down his suitcase and called out several times, but received no response. It seemed his mother was still at the market selling vegetables, and his father was likely still on the construction site. Fortunately, Lu Li always carried the house key. Unlocking the door, he stepped inside, greeted by the familiar surroundings. The convergence of memories from reality and the narrative rendered home still a place of warmth and recognition. After placing down his luggage, Lu Li turned to head out again, making his way to the Yuqing agricultural market. Upon arriving at the market, he looked up and spotted his mother's figure at the familiar stall. Lu Mama quickly set aside her tasks and approached him. You just got home? Have you eaten? I had something on the way. It must be tough working in Shanghai, right? The property prices in Hu are exceedingly high. I have been discussing with your father that while we are still able to work, we should earn a bit more for you. If you wish to have a girlfriend or get married, possessing a house is essential. Mother said as she moved closer to Lu Li, lowering her voice to confide. In recent years, your father and I have managed to save some money, accumulating hundreds of thousands. If we earn a bit more and gather some support from relatives and friends, we can help you with a down payment. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Li felt a surge of emotion. No matter the circumstances, parents always concern themselves for their children. Mom, you don't need to work so hard. Your son is earning now. Lu Li hesitated to reveal that he possessed assets amounting to 100 million. As explaining their source would be impossible, he took out his phone and scanned the QR code on his mother's stall, promptly transferring 200,000. It's no surprise that QR codes are ubiquitous now. Even beggars on the street use them. Mother Lu's phone immediately pinged with the transaction notification. 200,000? Where did you get so much money? She stared at Lu Li in astonishment. Son, how did you make so much? Finance, stocks, real estate, you might not quite understand. Luli replied evasively. Just know this, Mom, your son is doing well now. You and Dad don't need to toil so hard anymore. From now on, you can enjoy life. Haha, that is wonderful. My son is successful. Mother Lu beamed, but then added, but why are you giving me money? You should keep it for yourself. The money we saved is for you as well. Once we gather enough for the down payment, you can buy a house in who? No. Luli quickly interjected. Mom, I'm currently engaged in the real estate business. If I perform well, earning over $1 million a year is not an issue. You need not worry about my house. For shops for rent surely counts as real estate, right? Over $1 million a year? Good. My son is indeed making progress. Mother Lu exclaimed joyfully. In a few years, we'll have enough for the down payment. With a house, finding a girlfriend, and getting married will be much easier. Once you marry, I'll be able to hold my grandchild. Chapter 59, A Dreamlike State. Clad in dusty work clothes from the construction site. His darkened face bore the marks of toil, and the hair on his head had turned gray. His father was nearing 50. At such an age, laboring at the construction site was exceedingly arduous. Dad, I have now secured a formal job. Earning over $1 million annually is quite feasible. You needn't work at the site any longer. During dinner, Luli shared this while drinking with his father. My son is thriving. His father nodded with a smile. Wife, we will enjoy life from now on. Indeed, we will enjoy life. Mother Lu responded with a smile. Though they spoke those words, Luli understood that they would not rest and would continue striving to earn more, hoping to assist him with the down payment. He could only sigh in silence. The next morning, his father returned to the construction site, while his mother went to the market to sell vegetables. Luli felt powerless to stop them and could only let out a long sigh. Unable to remain at home, he decided to step out. As he exited his house, memories of his school days flooded back. During that time, he too would leave at this hour every morning. On autopilot, he found himself at the bus stop for line 2. After a few stops, he quickly arrived at school. Gazing at the familiar school gate ahead, scenes from his past played in his mind, and he became momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, many students were returning to school. Watching them, Luli felt a pang of nostalgia. Once, he too walked through that gate at this hour, and there was someone waiting for him outside. Looking towards the inside of the gate, beneath the ginkgo tree, was where Lu Qin used to stand. The ginkgo tree remained, but the person was no longer there. Are you an alumnus? Okay, please show me your ID for registration. The security guard nodded at Lu Li and added, I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. It's just a regulation. Understood. Lu Li replied as he handed over his ID. The guard scanned it, and then returned it to Lu Li. All set. Thank you. Lu Li pocketed his ID and stepped through the gates of Yuqing No. 1 high school. Following the familiar path, he soon arrived at the renowned celebrity corridor of Yuqing No. 1. Standing at the entrance, Lu Li's mind conjured the image of Lu Qin. Once, they had a friendly competition here. Now, the sculptures in the corridor bore the marks of time. Yet the figure of that person remained elusive. In the green area ahead, pink peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly. Behind the peach grove was the library of Yuqing No. 1. Continuing down the corridor, Lu Li entered the library, observing the seating arrangements that reminded him of the time he and Lu Qin were engrossed in solving problems together. Despite repeatedly telling himself that it was merely a narrative and entirely fictitious, he could not help but recall those moments. Some individuals, once they enter your heart, become unforgettable. With a quiet sigh, Lu Li approached the librarian's office, offered the librarian a cigarette, and requested to tour the premises. Upon learning that Lu Li was an alumnus, the librarian gladly agreed. Entering the library, he reached the spot where he once sat, touching the now worn desk, and the image of Lu Qin reappeared in his mind. It was here they had spent an entire day grappling with an exam paper they could not comprehend. Lu Li vividly recalled each question and every discussion with Lu Qin. Why do I remember it so clearly if it was all a fabrication? After exhaling a deep breath, Lu Li turned to leave the library, venturing into the teaching building. He arrived at the classroom of his former first-year class. The room was now filled with students, and a stranger was teaching. In the seat where Lu Qin once sat, another student occupied the space. The homeroom teacher, Old Sue, had passed away, succumbing to lung cancer. Lu Li's efforts in the narrative had not influenced reality. Life is but a dream. Indeed, all of this was a fabrication, merely a dream of mine. Since it is a dream, I will eventually awaken. A wave of indescribable melancholy washed over him as he gazed at the familiar classroom. With a quiet sigh, he turned and exited the teaching building. That pure and beautiful romance existed solely within the confines of a fictional narrative. His rational mind made it clear, yet emotions are inherently irrational. The stark contrast between reality and fantasy, the intense clash of hope and disappointment, left Lu Li feeling disheartened. Time to go back. Dwelling on this will only bring more trouble. Forget everything. Forget her. That is the most prudent choice. Let it all fade away like the wind. Lu Li took a deep breath, bidding farewell to the dreamlike sorrow, and resolutely walked towards the school gate. As he passed through the corridor outside the teaching building, rounding a corner led him to the celebrity corridor. Just then, as he exited the turn, Lu suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. At the end of the celebrity corridor, beside the blooming peach grove, stood a woman clad in light spring attire. The gentle breeze stirred the petals around her. Her graceful figure seemed to obscure the very clouds above, and her radiant beauty outshone the blossoms. Lucine? Luli could not help but exclaim. In that moment, he felt as if he were in a dream. That unforgettable figure, that person who haunts my dreams, is unexpectedly right before my eyes. Is this destiny? Just when I had resolved to forget everything, she appears before me. If the romance in the story was merely a dream, then perhaps I can relive it in reality. Even if it is a dream, it must become a reality. This is the campus of Yucheng Yizhong, the very place where the story commenced. And everything here remains unchanged. Let this be a second chance to recreate the story of old, allowing me to pursue you once more. Since you have entered my heart, I shall not allow you to leave again. Chapter 60, Yesterday Revisited. Over the past few days, aside from spending time with my parents at home, Lucine has explored various corners of Yucheng. After wandering around, she recalled that she had yet to visit her high school alma mater. Upon entering the campus and approaching the corridor of celebrities, she noticed the peach blossoms in the adjacent green belt blooming splendidly. Lucine paused to take a few photographs. At that moment, she suddenly heard a call. Lucine, is someone calling me? At the scenic spot near the intersection ahead, stood a tall and handsome figure. Clad in light-colored casual attire, he appeared both relaxed and refined. His neatly cropped hair gave him a fresh appearance, with a lock of hair falling onto his forehead, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a hint of playfulness. Tall and handsome, effortlessly charming. Indeed, physical appearance holds significant importance. Vision is the primary means through which humans acquire external information. Judging by appearances is a common phenomenon. Those who are unattractive often fail to pique others' interest in their inner beauty. Men are inevitably drawn to beautiful women, while women find handsome men appealing. This is an instinct rooted in our genes. Unfortunately for Lucine, the current Lu feels somewhat unfamiliar. Who are you? Upon seeing the suddenly appearing handsome man, Lucine was momentarily taken aback. Her high school life had been brief, lasting less than 2 years. Moreover, due to her exceptional prowess, she had not formed close bonds with most of her classmates. However, Lucine possessed a remarkable memory. Luli, thanks to her strong memory, she quickly recognized him. Yet, compared to her recollections, Luli seemed like a different person now, radiating confidence and charm. Luli, is that you? Lucine smiled broadly, waving to greet Luli. It was truly a delightful surprise to encounter an old classmate here. Although Lucine greeted him warmly, Luli could sense the unfamiliarity in her tone. The Lucine he once knew would never have referred to him as an old classmate, nor would she have needed to think before recognizing him. A hint of melancholy flickered in Luli's heart. We once shared a romance, yet to you, that relationship seems non-existent. A strange pang of sadness welled up within him as he took a deep breath. No worries. It will only be a matter of pursuing you once more. Old classmate. Long time no see. Luli suppressed the ache in his heart, managed a smile, and approached Lucine, greeting her in return. Long time no see. Lucine beamed. Nodding at Luli. I decided on a whim to visit the school today, and I'm pleasantly surprised to run into an old classmate. Luli looked at Lucine and jokingly remarked, such a coincidental encounter must be fate bringing us together from afar. You're joking with an old classmate now? A hint of intrigue sparkled in Lucine's eyes as she smiled at Luli. With your charming words, how many girls have you flirted with? Aren't you worried about your girlfriend causing trouble? Girlfriend? That doesn't exist. Luli shook his head with a smile. Secretly thinking, you are the one I consider my girlfriend, though you are completely unaware. He broached the topic intentionally to convey that he was still single. Since we've run into each other, why not take a stroll together? Luli turned to Lucine, gesturing towards the campus. Let us reminisce about our school days. Sure. Lucine nodded with a smile, following Luli as they wandered through the campus. Luli, you must have graduated from university by now, right? Where are you working? As they walked, they engaged in conversation. I graduated 2 years ago and have been wandering around in Shanghai. Luli casually replied, then inquired. And you? I assume you've graduated from Harvard with a doctorate? Yes, I just graduated a few days ago. Lucine glanced at Luli, noticing his Versace casual suit and the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, thinking, you certainly don't look like someone just wandering aimlessly. In truth, Lucine was not particularly interested in luxury brands. However, her father often wore Versace and liked Vacheron Constantin watches, so she had become familiar with them over time. I do regret not participating in the Olympiad back then. This statement was rather absurd. Luli had been quite mediocre in high school. However, He made this remark intentionally to steer the conversation in a certain direction. Is that so? What a pity. Lu Qin smiled, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear, but inwardly felt a tinge of disappointment. In her memory, Lu Li's academic performance had been quite average. Winning a gold medal in the Olympiad was no small feat. Men often seek to showcase their strengths before women, and his boasting was a normal reaction. Yet, I have never been fond of braggarts. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Lu Li raised an eyebrow, pointing towards the corridor of celebrities. Would you be interested in playing a game? Oh, what kind of game do you have in mind? Lu Qin became curious. There are 200 celebrity statues in the corridor. As we walk through, let us memorize all their famous quotes and years of birth and death, then quiz each other. Whoever cannot answer loses. How about that? Yesterday revisited. This was a scene etched in Lu Li's memory, and he wished to experience it once more in reality. Sounds good. Lu Qin nodded in agreement, though a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Was he truly challenging me to a memory contest? The two arrived at the entrance of the corridor of celebrities, standing side by side, exchanging smiles. This familiar scene left Lu Li in a daze. Lu Qin, for this competition. Lu Li steadied himself, turning to Lu Qin. Since it's a competition, we should have a little wager, right? What kind of wager do you have in mind? Although it was merely a game, Lu Qin felt confident about her chances of winning. If you lose, you treat me to dinner. If I lose, I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Li's intentions were as clear as day. All right. Lu Qin blinked, her eyes filled with mirth. Dining with an old classmate was certainly not an issue. Let us begin. Lu Li thought to himself, yes, this is just the beginning. In reality, I will pursue you once more. This is but the start. Chapter 61, Subtle Hints. Just like yesterday revisited, a scene that once occurred in the story unfolded again in the reality of the corridor of celebrities. Lu Li and Lu Qin walked side by side, and after 3 minutes, they exited the corridor of celebrities. Now the game begins. Upon exiting, Lu Li halted, turned to Lu Qin, and gestured. Ladies first. You may ask the first question. A gentlemanly demeanor? Lu Qin chuckled. Then I shall pose my question. Pray tell. Who is the celebrity represented by the third statue on the left? This was the simplest of questions. Lu Qin was being intentional, aiming to avoid embarrassing Lu Li completely by asking an easy question. Old classmate, do you underestimate me by asking such a trivial question? Lu Li chuckled, shaking his head. Gorky. The third statue on the left is Gorky, born in 1868 and passed away in 1936. The quote beneath the statue reads, "Genius is born of diligence." At this point, Lu Li shrugged. Although the quote is quite inspirational, diligence alone does not lead to genius. Talent is innate. You remember all that so clearly? Impressive. Old classmate, you are indeed a genius. Lu Qin jested with a smile, yet her gaze towards Lu Li was laced with surprise. Is he truly that remarkable? Has he memorized everything in merely a few minutes? However, the question I posed earlier was too simplistic to reveal his true capabilities. I shall raise the difficulty now. It is your turn. Lu Qin gestured towards Lu Li. A question that is too easy offers us no challenge. I will elevate the difficulty. Lu Li nodded at Lu Qin and stated, my question is, who is the longest-lived celebrity in the corridor of celebrities? This question is quite challenging. One must remember the birth and death dates of 200 celebrities and calculate their lifespans for comparison. Is this a test of my limits? Unfortunately, you do not daunt me. Lu Qin raised an eyebrow, silently calculating for a moment before swiftly providing her answer. The longest-lived celebrity in the corridor of celebrities is Guomra, who lived to 86 years. A true scholar indeed. Impressive. Lu Li gave a thumbs up and added, now it is your turn to pose a question. Lu Qin smiled at Lu Li and said, this time, the question will be tougher. May I ask, which two celebrities in the corridor of celebrities have lifespans that sum precisely to 100 years? This is a form of retaliation. Lu Li feigned annoyance, glaring at Lu Qin, yet this level of difficulty was no match for him. Einstein lived 77 years, and Lei Feng lived 23, totaling exactly 100. Lu Li had already memorized the corridor of celebrities twice. Once in the plot, and now again. He could recite it effortlessly. So quickly answered. I am impressed. Lu Qin exclaimed, gaining a clear understanding of Lu Li's memory capabilities. His memory rivals my own. In the past, he did not reveal his prowess. I never perceived it. No wonder he dares to compete with me in memory. No wonder he claims he could win a gold medal in the Olympiad. It turns out he was not merely boasting, nor was he engaging in idle chatter. In that moment, Lu Qin felt an increased admiration for Lu Li. A capable man undoubtedly possesses greater charm. Lu Qin glanced at Lu Li and cheerfully said, now it is your turn to ask. Please listen closely. Where are the statues of Hua Luogang, Lao Shi, and Gu Xianqing located? Upon finishing this question, Lu Li cast a meaningful look at Lu Qin. This question. Lu Qin paused slightly. This question seems too simple. Does it not? Why would he propose such an easy question? As her mind turned, Lu Qin quickly deduced the answer. However, this revelation sent a shiver down her spine. In the corridor of celebrities, the statues of Hua Luogang, Lao Shi, and Gu Xiancheng are all positioned to the right. Hua Luogang's statue is the fifth, Lao Shi S is the second, and Gu Xiancheng S is the first. 521. So this sly fellow is hinting at something? Lu Qin discreetly stole a glance at Lu Li, only to find him gazing at her with a significant expression, causing her cheeks to flush. What is the matter? Are you unable to answer? Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Lu Qin, are you conceding? I know the answer, but I shall not divulge it. Lu Qin clenched her fist and made a fierce expression towards Lu Li. You want me to tell you 521? You must demonstrate greater skill first. I have no interest in men inferior to me. Haha. Lu Li laughed heartily, willing to accept the wager. You are treating for lunch today? Fine, I shall. Lu Qin shot Lu Li a fierce glare. The two exited the school. Upon leaving the campus, Lu Li glanced at the time. It was still just past 10 o'clock, far too early for lunch. It is too early for lunch now. Shall we stroll over to the youth palace? Lu Qin nodded, following Lu Li towards the youth palace. In fact, Lu Qin had visited the youth palace just yesterday. However, the experience of yesterday and today would surely differ. Over these years, how have you fared in the United States? As they walked, Lu Li engaged Lu Qin in conversation. Everything is fine, though the pressure is somewhat intense. Over the course of several years, transitioning from master's to doctorate, the academic pressure has been quite substantial. Even you, a top student, feel pressure? What about the others? This question had always weighed on Lu Li's mind. In reality, does Lu Qin perhaps have a boyfriend by now? The mere thought that Lu Qin might be in a relationship pierced Lu Li's heart. Dear heavens, please let this not be the case. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qin, fully aware of Lu Li's implication, shot him a fierce glare. After 4 years in the United States, from graduate school to doctoral graduation, I was too occupied with studies to have time for romance. Good, good. That is a relief. Lu Li felt an uncontainable joy, unintentionally voicing his thoughts. Humph. Lu Qin glared at Lu Li once more. Soon, they arrived at the youth palace. I spent several years learning piano here. Lu Qin pointed to the building of the youth palace and said to Lu Li, Indeed, the 5th classroom on the left of the 3rd floor, beside the reading room, is where you learn piano. Lu Li recalled the scenes from the plot. At that time, he had also dated Lu Qin here, waiting in the reading room for her, beside the piano room for an entire morning. You. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Lu Qin was startled. How could he know that so clearly? Could it be that he had been watching me all along? Did he harbor feelings for me? A long-hidden affection, silently observing. Waiting without a sound. The imagined scene stirred a peculiar feeling in Lu Qin's heart. Chapter 62. Do you still like pears? Shall we go in and take a look? Lu Li pointed towards the youth palace and said to Lu Qin, Let us reminisce and revisit the places where you once left your mark. Not just marks. Lu Qin extended her delicate fingers, moving them slightly. When I learned piano back then, my fingers would become blistered. The two entered the youth palace together. Lu Li, quite familiar with the surroundings, swiftly led Lu Qin to the 3rd floor. As they passed the reading room, Lu Qin paused, turning to glance inside. Pondering, was he hiding in there, watching me practice piano? At that time, I truly did not notice. Otherwise, I would have discovered it much sooner. Lu Li also cast a glance into the reading room, his mind drifting to the spot he once occupied in the narrative, feeling somewhat dazed. If everything that transpired in the plot was merely a dream, I am now gradually transforming that dream into reality. After passing the reading room, they arrived at the piano room. At this moment, it was precisely the break time. Inside the piano room, several students were resting. A woman in her 20s was sitting beside the piano, studying the sheet music. Would you like to hear me play? As they reached the entrance of the piano room, Lu Qin suddenly looked at Lu Li, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Certainly, it would be my honor. At this moment, even a fool would not decline. I have not played in many years. I wonder if I still retain some of my former skill. Lu Qin smiled and stepped into the piano room. She approached the piano teacher, expressing her desire to play. The piano teacher glanced at Lu Qin, then at Lu Li, and instantly understood. These two are here to flaunt their affection. How vexing it is. Have they considered the feelings of us single folks? With that thought in mind, the piano teacher nonetheless warmly made way. Lu Qin sat down at the piano, her slender fingers resting on the keys, turning to smile at Lu Li before her fingers began to dance swiftly across the keys. Her nimble fingers produced a cascade of warm and romantic notes, reminiscent of a serene autumn morning, with gentle breezes caressing the dewdrops on petals. This was not Lu Li's first time listening to Lu Qin play the piano. As he savored the melodious tune, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. This place, he had accompanied Lu Qin countless times. He had heard this piece performed by her many times. Once again, as the familiar melody graced the air, vivid memories danced before Lu Li's eyes. evoking the image of a youthful girl full of vitality. This tune, Chersy, stirred something deep within. Beside her, the piano instructor, upon hearing Lu Qin's rendition, curled her lips in disdain. Such a warm and romantic melody exudes an unpleasant odor of love. It is truly bothersome. Beautiful. You play wonderfully, just as you used to. Lu Li gently applauded, a bright smile illuminating his face. The piano teacher's lips twitched again in irritation. What nonsense. You missed several notes, and your fingerings are distinctly unpracticed. If you wish to flaunt your affection, kindly do so far from my presence. It has been a while. I haven't played in many years. Lu Qin replied with a light chuckle, shaking her head as she stood to thank the instructor before they both exited the piano room. Once outside the youth palace, Lu Li led Lu Qin to a street renowned for its snacks. He quickly glanced around, relieved to see Lu's father's car was absent. The walnut crisp here is delightful. Yangji Walnut Crisp, a time-honored brand in Yucheng. As they strolled through the street, Lu Li pointed to a shop selling walnut crisps, addressing Lu Qin. You haven't had this in ages, have you? Indeed. Since going abroad, I haven't had any. I used to enjoy it frequently. I know. Walnuts are good for the brain. Lu Li recalled Lu Qin's previous words, and as he spoke, Lu Qin felt a familiar warmth in his heart. Confirming her suspicions, he had indeed harbored feelings for her for a long time. Stealing a glance at Lu Li, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Lu Qin, surprise, astonishment, but also a hint of joy from being admired. After meandering through the snack street, they found themselves at noon, entering a fish restaurant along the river road and ordering the famous wooden bucket fish of Yucheng. It has been many years, hasn't it? Lu Li scooped pieces of fish from the creamy broth and placed them into Lu Qin's bowl. This is the taste of home. I used to love wooden bucket fish, Lu Qin said, sampling a piece and nodding with a smile. Ah, still the familiar flavor. And the familiar person. As Lu Li watched Lu Qin savor her meal, memories from the storyline flooded back. Her eating habits had not changed. At that moment, Lu Qin's phone rang. After hanging up, she smiled at Lu Li, saying, my dad still sees me as a child. He called because he hadn't seen me for just a little while. That is concern for you, Lu Li replied, though internally he sighed. Old man-in-law, you are being mischievous again. It was your call that interrupted my outing with Lu Qin back then, and now here you are again. Their conversation continued as they finished their meal. Although Lu Li attempted to savor the moment, time eventually drew them to a close. Exiting the restaurant, they stood by the roadside as Lu Li hailed a taxi, conversing with Lu Qin. No need, Lu Qin chuckled, shaking her head. It's just a few stops away. A taxi will only take 10 minutes. While speaking, a taxi approached and halted beside them. Lu Li, I'm leaving. Lu Qin glanced at him, her face beaming with joy. I'm really glad to have run into you, my old classmate. Let us stay in touch. Wait, just a moment. Lu Li called out as he turned to dash towards a nearby fruit stand. This is for you. He handed her a bag of fruit. Pears. Upon seeing the contents, Lu Qin smiled, realizing he remembered her fondness for them. You mentioned before that pears are your favorite. Lu Li's gaze bore an intensity, pondering whether she still cherished them after all these years. Of course. Lu Qin accepted the bag with a grin. Thank you. I really like them. That is all that matters. Lu Li smiled broadly, yet a hint of melancholy lingered in his heart. On this day of reunion, she still adored pears. However, this pear held a different meaning. When would she truly comprehend that a pear signifies separation, and that Lu Li's name embodies that very concept? Chapter 63. There's definitely something going on. Lu's mother lounged on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching a soap opera. Upon noticing the fruit bag in Lu Qin's hand, she inquired with a smile, what fruit did you buy again? We have plenty at home. It was a gift. Lu Qin replied, placing the bag of pears on the coffee table and sitting beside her mother. A gift? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lu's mother's eyes as she swiftly opened the bag. Pears. Who gives pears? Such a lack of taste. Because he knows I like pears. Lu Qin shrugged off the comment, reaching for a fruit knife to peel one. Pears symbolize separation, Lu's mother scolded. Sending pears is bad luck. Pears symbolize separation? Lu Qin's heart raced, and she quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Pears signify not just separation, but Lu Li's name as well. So, he has been harboring this intention all along. Lu Qin took a bite of the freshly peeled pear, a smile gracing her face. The earlier statue and now the gift of pears, such profound hints felt like a delightful puzzle to her. After today's encounter, Lu Qin felt a budding fondness for Lu Li, though it had yet to reach the level of affection. You want to win my heart, do you? You'll need to demonstrate some skill. As Lu Qin enjoyed the pear, her mother, eager for a taste, glared at her. Why didn't you offer me any? Such unfilial behavior. Lu Qin, having finished peeling, took a bite for herself, prompting her mother to reach for it. Not giving. Lu Qin dodged, lifting the pear from the coffee table. This is mine, you can't have it. Lu's mother paused, her eyes darting around. Wait, hold on. Something is definitely amiss. The pursuit of Lu Qin's heart had only just begun. At this point, she had merely deepened her impression of an old classmate. It was impossible to fully win her affection overnight. Patience was key. To woo Lu Qin would not be an endeavor accomplished in a single day. Yet, Lu Li brimmed with confidence. Having amassed wealth in one lifetime simulation and possessing an impeccable memory in another, with countless life simulations ahead, he would undoubtedly grow stronger and more exceptional. For now, maintaining contact was sufficient to allow her to become accustomed to his presence. Seated on the living room sofa, Lu Li's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he found it was a call from his high school classmate, Yuan Shu. "Yu, why are you calling me out of the blue? Is your big sword in trouble and you need me to bail you out?" As Lu Li answered, he bantered casually with Yuan Shu. "Get lost. You're the one in trouble." Yuan Shu retorted angrily before continuing. "Old Lu, I have something to tell you." "Something to tell me? Let me be clear, no loans. Also, I'm not buying tea, insurance, or have any interest in Amway. Feel free to say whatever." Conversing with Yuan Shu, Lu Li felt at ease to jest. "I'm offering you a book. Will you read it or not?" The voice on the line dripped with disdain. "Are you trying to con me into giving you money for your failed book?" The conversation continued with light-hearted banter and playful insults, filled with camaraderie. "I've hit the jackpot with my new book. From now on, I'll be making a fortune. Living life to the fullest," Yuan Shu declared triumphantly. "Really? Hey, you lazy bum. Is there really a day when you can turn your fortunes around? Show me." Lu Li jested, yet he felt a flicker of interest towards Yuan's new book. "Just wait, I'll send it to you right away, so you can see what a true masterpiece looks like." Yuan hung up and promptly sent the link to his new book. Lu Li clicked on the link and discovered Yuan's sensational new release on Qidian, My Deskmate is a Monster? A shiver ran down Lu Li's spine upon seeing the title. Wasn't he that the very title penned by Yuan Shu in the storyline? This book, My Deskmate is a Monster, had only a few tens of thousands of words and had been uploaded for just a few days, yet the data on views, collections, recommendations, and rewards was astonishingly high. Yuan was not mistaken. His new book had indeed become a hit. But how could the title be identical to that in the story? The narrative described the legendary demon emperor Lu Li, reincarnated as a high school student, who then effortlessly dealt with those who dared to challenge him, all while flaunting his prowess. Although the plot was somewhat absurd, how did the title come to be? Lu Li hastily dialed Yuan's number. "Hey, how on earth did you come up with this book? Did you finish reading it? Haha, impressive, right? I'm amazing." Yuan's boastful demeanor made one wish to throw a brick at him. "Impressive. You're the absolute best." Lu Li nonchalantly replied before inquiring, "Where did the inspiration for this book come from?" "Inspiration? Haha, it's like cleavage. If you squeeze, there's always some." Yuan continued with his playful banter. "Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me." Lu Li could not help but shout. All right. The truth is," Yuan's tone carried a hint of resignation. "I woke up one day and suddenly had an epiphany. Isn't inspiration just a flash of brilliance? Then how did you come up with the title? And what about the demon emperor Lu Li? The title? It's not rocket science. Such titles are everywhere, like My Deskmate, My Senior, My Junior, and so on." Yuan sounded surprised, adding, "As for the demon emperor Lu Li, come on, aren't you my deskmate? I didn't even use a real name, so why are you so concerned?" "So, this was merely a coincidence?" Lu Li hung up the call, feeling somewhat disheartened. If Yuan's new book was indeed related to the plot, it would imply that Lu Qin might also be influenced by it. Unfortunately, such fortune seemed unlikely. After their conversation, Lu Li still felt unsatisfied. He rose and headed straight to Yuan's home. Upon entering, he was greeted by an astonishingly unkempt figure. Yuan, the once lean student, had transformed into a rather hefty individual. "Wow, what happened to you? Lu Li nearly failed to recognize the disheveled figure before him. Over the years, while Lu Li had been in Hu, he had frequently spoken with Yuan Shu over the phone, but had not seen him in person. Was this truly the Yuan Shu he once knew? "You've certainly broadened in stature," he remarked. Yuan, engrossed in his writing, had spent years as a recluse with little exercise, and the mental strain of writing had taken its toll on his hair. "Writing novels is a dead end, you know," Yuan lamented. Lu Li empathized. Without the billion from the life simulator, he would still be groveling for business. "Your new book is a hit. You've finally made a name for yourself." As he settled into Yuan's cluttered study, Lu Li caught a strong whiff of stale fish. Whether a book becomes popular is still uncertain. It may seem successful now, but one poorly written plot could lead to disaster. Yuan chuckled, handing Lu Li a bottle of soda. "What about you? How's life treating you?" "Not too bad." Lu Li chose not to elaborate further, steering the conversation back to the topic at hand. "When you were writing this book, did you feel any particular sensation when inspiration struck?" "Of course." Yuan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "When inspiration hits, the writing flows effortlessly, especially during certain risky scenes. The paper consumption skyrockets. Luli was at a loss for words. All right then. My earlier suspicions were unfounded. The plot is merely fiction, unrelated to reality. Shifting his thoughts, Luli conceived a clever plan to invite Lu Qin out. Lu Qin? Yuan shook his head. You're thinking of making a move on her. Forget it. My friend. She's like the moon in the sky, unattainable for us. Why bother discussing it? Luli merely sought a reason to invite Lu Qin out. Fine. You invite Lu Qin, and I'll arrange the dinner location. Yuan ceased his persuasion. They were all adults with their own thoughts, and excessive interference was unnecessary. It's settled then. After spending some time at Yuan's place, Luli took his leave. Later that evening, Luli sat at his desk after dinner. Feeling a sense of boredom, he pulled out his phone, deciding to reach out to Lu Qin. He had previously saved her contact information and added her on WeChat. Opening the app, Luli sent her a message, 21. This mathematical expression, whose polar graph resembled a heart, was self-explanatory. Having learned countless mathematical concepts in the storyline, and considering Lu Qin's strong mathematical prowess as a current Ph.D. student, this was indeed a scholar's way of conversing. Those unfamiliar with mathematics would struggle to comprehend its significance. The Cartesian heart curve. Luli raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, just wait. With a swift motion, he sent another equation, 528, 53934, 30510. The answer to this problem was 520, 1314. Luli chuckled at his cleverness. The groundwork had been laid. It was time to make his move. The idea of gathering with Yuan was merely a ruse, a shared understanding between the two. What? Tomorrow? You might not believe it. But my dad has already arranged my schedule for the next month. Starting tomorrow, a nationwide tour to explore the beauty of our homeland. Following this statement, a series of exasperated emojis followed. Oh, my father is up to his tricks again. Luli grinned. Truly, you are my lifelong rival. I wish I could grab your dad and give him a good talking to. What should I do? Luli joked. All right, that emoji is way too familiar. The conversation continued, with Luli occasionally dropping subtle hints and occasionally tossing in some cheesy pickup lines, leading them into the late hours. After exchanging goodnights, Luli set his phone down. So Lu's dad has taken her on a trip? My plan has only just begun. Lu's father's actions have completely disrupted my strategy, making it impossible to proceed with my subsequent plans. Joining Lu Qin on her family trip would be highly inappropriate. It seems I can only continue chatting online to maintain our connection. At Lu Qin's maternal grandparents' home, Lu's mother sat on the sofa in the living room, watching television while occasionally glancing towards Lu Qin's room. Lao Lu, I think our daughter might be in a relationship. What? Someone sent a bag of fruits this afternoon? Lu's father frowned, shaking his head. Surely not. In Yu City, who could be worthy of our daughter? It can't be a relationship. What do you know? Lu's mother rolled her eyes. You men are so oblivious to such matters. I can tell at a glance, there's definitely something going on. What kind of situation? Lu Baba began to pay attention, sitting up straight and addressing Lu Mama. What have you discerned? Is it still about that bag of pears? Pears? Are there people related to the pears? Lu Baba furrowed his brow, pondering for quite a while, but could not uncover a single clue. It seemed necessary to take this seriously. In Yucheng, where could one possibly find any young talents? Who would be worthy of my daughter? Fortunately, I arranged for a nationwide trip. Even if someone had designs on my daughter, they would have no opportunity. Chapter 65, a new plot unfolds. The next day, Lu Qin's family indeed set out on their travels. Their first destination was Zhuhai. Zhuhai is a splendid place. Luli had never been there. Previously, he lacked the funds to go, and now, he simply had not found the time. Please send me a few photos to feast my eyes upon. Luli messaged Lu Qin again. Subsequently, Lu Qin sent several scenic photographs. Not this kind of scenery. I wish to see the most beautiful views. The implication was clear to everyone. Unfortunately, Lu Qin sent a few more beautiful landscape photos. Luli outright rejected them. Majestic mountains, lush waters, cascading waterfalls, and snow-capped peaks in the distance. Lu Qin's silhouette was nestled amidst this picturesque landscape. A celestial beauty, captivating beyond measure. With this photo, I could hardly sleep tonight. Oh, for the sake of your sleep quality, I've decided to send another. Then Lu Qin sent an absurdly ugly, comical image she had found from who knows where. What the? Luli nearly dropped his phone to the ground. Time gradually slipped away. During these days, Luli occasionally chatted with Lu Qin, assisted his mother in selling vegetables, drank with Yuan Pongzi a few times, and even rewarded Yuan Pongzi's new book with a patronage. As 2 weeks passed, while Lu Qin's family was still gallivanting about, Luli found himself the target of his parents' discontent. Once those words were spoken, Luli found himself in a predicament. Although he did not need to work, his parents were blissfully unaware. Aside from chatting with Lu Qin, Luli occasionally drove around the streets and spent the rest of his time reading. Yes, you read that correctly. Luli had resumed his reading habits. The next simulated plot was yet to be determined, but regardless of its nature, knowledge would always prove beneficial. Arriving at the Shanghai Library in his sports car, Lu Li often spent entire days there. He picked up any book that caught his fancy, delving into each one in succession. His photographic memory allowed him to effortlessly retain the knowledge contained within the texts. This aimless, haphazard reading was a pursuit without deep comprehension. The only noteworthy aspect was that Lu Li had repeatedly been approached by girls asking for his contact information. Although Lu Li was reasonably good-looking, he understood that it was not his personal charm that drew such attention. Rather, it was the allure of wealth. Arriving daily in a sports car, adorned in fine attire, coupled with his handsome visage, it was hardly surprising that such occurrences took place. When he was once poor, no one had ever asked him for his contact details. Well, aside from a certain bar manager who inquired if Lu Li was interested in working at the bar, days passed in this manner. Each day, he exchanged messages with Lu Qin, engaging in various flirtatious antics, and before he knew it, a month had slipped by. After a month of adjustments in reality, coupled with his strategic pursuit of Lu Qin, Lu Li had thoroughly resolved the psychological issues stemming from the academic excellence plot. He was now ready to embark upon a new simulated storyline. That night, as Lu Li lay in bed, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to open the system interface. Player, Lu Li, level, novice. Milestones. 1. What is it like to have a fortune of billions? Novice plot, completed. 2. The experience of being an academic prodigy, level plot, completed. Plot assistance, photographic memory. Glancing over the interface, Lu Li did not linger and immediately began to draw a new plot. Engaging in life experiences through plot activation was not intended to be a form of self-torture. Therefore, for the time being, he could only muddle through the novice dungeons. Motivation, showcasing intelligence, counterattacking, and being a master of self-destruction, as well as becoming a campus celebrity and achieving a Grand Slam. From a literal analysis of Grand Slam and counterattack, it seemed one must possess a sound worldview. Thus, Grand Slam it would be. Diligent training, bringing glory to the nation. As the brilliance faded, a card landed before Lu Li's eyes. The experience of a champion's life? Upon seeing this new plot, Lu Li gaped, momentarily stunned. I have been studying for half a month, preparing for a new storyline. And now you present me with one that requires no knowledge, only muscle? With my physique, I could easily use a cheat. This plot would be unplayable without some form of advantage. Activating plot assistance, I must select a supportive tool. Player level insufficient. Novice players may only activate one supportive tool. Currently activated, photographic memory. Level. Lu Li lifted his gaze towards the interface, and indeed saw player. Lu Li, level, novice. How to level up? Lu Li inquired hastily. Promotion. A flash of brilliance, and the level increased to level 1. An empty skill slot appeared on the panel, but nothing else changed. With an additional skill slot, another supportive ability could be added. Opening the assistance interface revealed the supportive tools he could afford. A luminous screen gradually unfolded, displaying a series of supportive tools. 1. Auxiliary Potion, Beast Gene. Description. Injecting the Beast Gene grants you the speed of a leopard, the strength of a bear, and the sight of an eagle. Though it may lead to side effects such as a surge of primal instincts. Primal instincts. By day a professor, by night a beast? Forget it. The risks are too great. 2. Support Tool, Gold Charging Attribute System. Description. Without spending money, how can one become strong? Recharge 10,000 yuan to gain 1 attribute point. Duration, 24 hours. Why does this product from Penguin keep reappearing? It's not a permanent enhancement, so its significance is minimal. After reviewing all these supportive tools, Lu Li discovered one that piqued his interest. Support skill. Hard work is rewarded. Effort yields results. Diligence can break the limits of talent. As long as one works hard, one can continually grow and improve. This skill is intriguing. It breaks the limitations of talent, eliminating bottlenecks and allowing for endless growth. Moreover, with effort yielding results, every bit of hard work will lead to progress. For Lu Li, the applicability of this skill was paramount. Aside from the champion plot, this skill could be broadly applied in various contexts. Chapter 66. The Hidden Benefits of the Plot Dungeon. Alongside photographic memory, Lu Li equipped himself with 2 plot supportive skills and promptly activated the champion's life experience. Lying down in bed, Lu Li quickly fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the world had transformed. Before him lay a room, the wallpaper somewhat worn and peeling in places. The bed beneath him, once luxurious, had aged, with the headboards covering cracking. Where am I? Everything in sight was unfamiliar, leaving Lu Li uncertain of his whereabouts. The previous plots had been connected to his own experiences. What template was this new one based on? Morning light streamed through the window, prompting Lu Li to throw off the covers and rise. As he did, he froze again. Was that thin frame in front of him truly his? Turning his head to glance around, Lu Li noticed a long mirror nailed to the wall. After getting out of bed and walking to the mirror, he beheld his current appearance. Gaunt and pale, he was a youth of 13 or 14, looking somewhat frail. Although his features retained some resemblance to his own, he appeared significantly younger and rather unhealthy. System, come forth. Where am I? What is my current identity? This question must be clarified. Otherwise, the journey ahead will be utterly unmanageable. As soon as the thought crossed, a glimmer of light illuminated my mind, unveiling a series of unfamiliar images and memories, as if a film were unfurling in my consciousness. It was the year 2012. In this narrative, I discovered that I was an orphan. Congratulations to the Chidian orphanage for welcoming yet another new member. Within this storyline, the father of this identity was once a minor contractor, but he had passed away several years prior. The mother, after the father's demise, remarried. The family was left with a fairly decent two-story house, accompanied by a vegetable garden and several acres of farmland. However, due to my tender age and the necessity of attending school, I was incapable of tending to the fields. Fortunately, I had an uncle. He took charge of the family's farmland and bore the expenses of my upbringing. After all, we were family, and my uncle treated me rather well. The reason for this frail and pallid physique was due to chronic illness. After reflecting on the background of the plot, I plopped down onto the bed. So, this Sichuan Pao Gu has suddenly transformed into a Xiangyong? At least we all share a love for spicy food, which is a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, this life resembles that of a champion. However, the physical condition here is appallingly poor. With a weak immune system prone to frequent colds and illnesses, I possess a frail frame, with slender arms and legs, gasping for breath even when walking briskly. With such a physique, it is futile to aspire to be a champion without assistance. Perhaps medication may offer some help. Thankfully, diligence is rewarded. Hard work yields results. As long as I train, I shall grow stronger, unrestricted by innate talent, and continue to evolve. Thus, I shall commence my training. This delicate frame is utterly unacceptable. After rising and freshening up, I stepped outside my home. The residence I currently inhabit is a two-story house that appears quite nice, exuding a hint of a quaint countryside villa. However, this is merely a narrative. The family wealth depicted in the plot holds no significance. Upon exiting, I found myself on a single-lane concrete road. This is a benefit bestowed by the national policy of rural road connectivity. The rural populace no longer finds themselves ensconced in dust on sunny days or mud on rainy ones. The country road in front of my home stretches all the way to the town, approximately 3 kilometers in total. Upon stepping onto the road, I began to stretch my limbs and performed a set of calisthenics. Do not inquire how I came to know these exercises. I have attended high school twice. After completing the calisthenics, I felt somewhat invigorated and began to jog along the rural road. This body is in such deplorable condition. After less than 300 meters, I was already gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Yet, I did not cease. I persisted. In this world, there are only 2 things that can be achieved effortlessly: poverty and aging. Everything else demands perseverance and effort. If you desire a chance to turn your life around, then exert every ounce of strength. My breaths grew rapid, my lungs ablaze. I was soaked in sweat, panting heavily, yet my feet continued to pound the ground. Persist, persist, persist. Hard work yields rewards. Each step forward strengthens me. Every drop of sweat I shed contributes to my personal growth. Diligence is rewarded. My development knows no bounds, and I can continuously surpass my limits. I pressed on, running relentlessly. When I reached an intersection on the country road, I could no longer sustain my pace. Leaning against a camphor tree by the roadside, I gasped for air. From my home to this intersection, it was roughly a kilometer. For this frail body, completing a kilometer was nearly the limit. This must be the effect of diligence being rewarded. My home and my uncle's house are neighboring structures. As I passed by my uncle's door, he happened to open it. "Liazi, you're up so early. What are you up to?" My uncle, Lu Wanshan, asked with surprise upon seeing me. I went for a run, exercising. In the local dialect of Yuten, man signifies little, thus Manchu refers to little uncle. "Oh, that's good. Your body really needs some exercise." I understand. Thankfully, the memories imbued by the system included the local dialect, allowing me to speak carefully without revealing my Sichuan accent, which would have necessitated some explanation. Henceforth, I must adapt to speaking in the Yuten dialect and avoid unintentionally revealing my spicy Sichuan flavor. Speaking of the numerous narrative quests to come, how many dialects must I learn? Perhaps I may even unlock foreign versions of the storylines? Would that enable me to learn various foreign languages? Could this be a hidden benefit of the narrative quests? Chapter 67. Exercise leads to strength. After showering, breakfast at my uncle's home was ready. Unlike the myriad options available to city dwellers, my uncle's breakfast consisted of rice and stir-fried vegetables. Rural inhabitants require substantial meals after breakfast to fuel their labor. Mere snacks will not suffice. This morning, I had quite the appetite, devouring 3 bowls of rice. Liazi, you have quite an appetite today. My aunt, Tanfenglian, remarked in surprise at my hearty consumption. Yes, it's primarily because your cooking is delightful. I smiled, thinking to myself that it must be the reward for diligence. As improving my health necessitates energy consumption, Liazi is at the age of growth. You must eat more. Uncle Lu Wanshan nodded approvingly at me, stating, this body of yours needs nourishment to grow strong. After breakfast, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and prepared to head to school. Why do these narratives always revolve around attending school? I have completed 9 years of compulsory education multiple times. Mounting my bicycle, I rode out of my home, making my way to school. As I pedaled along the rural road, I gradually joined several middle school students from my village. Li Bi, hurry up. A few boys ahead were racing on their bicycles, playfully jostling one another. One tall, sturdy boy pedaled vigorously while waving at me. In the Xinjiang area, it is customary for people to append a term like Bi to other surnames or given names. While Bi originally refers to a specific body part in dialect, it bears no insult when used in this context. Rather, it conveys a sense of warmth. Only those with close relationships would address one another in such a manner. Hey, Jinfei Bi, don't swerve recklessly. You almost knocked me over. What an evocative and vivid expression. The ingenuity of the working class truly knows no bounds. Ahead, there was a flurry of playful chaos. Witnessing this scene brought a smile to my face. Having weathered many storms, I returned still in the bloom of youth. This life experience is indeed quite entertaining. Upon arriving at school, I once again took my seat in the classroom. However, I found myself lacking the inclination to pay attention to the lesson. In the narrative of an academic prodigy, I had already thoroughly reviewed all the knowledge from middle school and high school, and even delved into advanced mathematics at the university level. All knowledge was firmly etched in my mind, and even if I were to take an exam immediately, I could effortlessly achieve a perfect score. So, if I can rely on my intellect, why must I depend on my physicality? Perhaps this marks the essential difference between myself and Mingming. With no desire to pay attention, I lazily pulled out a physical education textbook. Yes, physical education does indeed have textbooks, albeit I had never utilized one before. I retrieved this book to grasp the fundamental movements and principles of physical training, preventing myself from practicing haphazardly and developing bad habits. The second objective was to familiarize myself with various sports, thus selecting my target direction. This is a champion's life experience, but there are myriad forms of championship. It is impossible to excel in all sports, thus one must find a direction to advance. After perusing the junior high school physical education textbook, Luli discovered that the sport most suited to him was track and field, specifically sprinting. This is because running requires no equipment, specialized venues, or professional gear. One merely needs to find a place and run with abandon. Among the various categories of track events, the most influential is undoubtedly the 100-meter dash. The 100-meter race embodies humanity's aspiration to transcend its own speed limits. Moreover, in this discipline, the Chinese, and, indeed, all individuals of Asian descent, find themselves at a disadvantage. This is it. I shall choose the 100-meter dash. The choice of the 100-meter sprint was also motivated by another reason. Athletes specializing in this event possess the most aesthetically pleasing physiques, aligning perfectly with human standards of beauty. Strength may be fleeting, but handsomeness endures for a lifetime. For the sake of such an exquisitely sculpted physique, I must select the 100-meter dash. Thus, he commenced his training. In the current junior high curriculum, Luli found no necessity to attend classes, yet skipping was not an option, so he resorted to practicing in place. With his toes touching the ground and his rear elevated, Luli practiced leg strength right in the classroom. Most athletes are accustomed to generating power from their toes, especially sprinters, as this position allows the legs to assume a spring-like state, making it more conducive for exertion. Practicing in a stance akin to standing meditation during class, Luli, after the bell rang, dashed to the playground, utilizing the 10 minutes to practice arm swings and sprinting techniques. This peculiar habit of rushing to the track post-class left his classmates puzzled. Lu, what on earth are you doing? Exercising, he replied without missing a beat. My body is too weak, I must train. Indeed, your physique is so frail it could be toppled by a gust of wind. You need to work out. Chun Jinfei nodded in agreement, dismissing it. Compared to Lu Li's scrawny frame, the robust Chun Jinfei was considerably stronger. Lu Li, in his current state, could be overpowered by 10 of him. A single punch would suffice to fell one opponent. Standing in meditation during class and sprinting during breaks, Luli was perpetually drenched in sweat. This situation caught the attention of the teacher. Luli, are you unwell? The language arts teacher inquired, noticing his sweat-drenched appearance. I am not ill. I simply run during breaks to improve my health, Luli explained with a smile, feeling grateful for the teacher's concern. You certainly need to exercise. However, Be cautious not to overexert yourself. By the end of the day, Lu Li's sweat had yet to dry. During dinner, his appetite surged, finishing 4 bowls of rice in one go. "Young man, are you all right?" Uncle Lu Wanshan asked with concern. "I heard that those with hyperthyroidism tend to feel hungry easily. Are you sure you're not afflicted?" "Not at all. I'm just working on my fitness. I do not have hyperthyroidism," Lu Li quickly clarified. "Oh, if you feel any discomfort, do let me know," Lu Wanshan earnestly advised. Chapter 68. Is that Lu Li? Running so fast? To practice the 100-meter dash, one must focus on numerous aspects. First is technique training, which entails mastering the standard movements of the 100-meter sprint. This is fundamental. Second is strength training, which includes ankle strength, leg power, and core stability. These are foundational elements upon which everything else rests. Third is explosive power training, crucial for developing the body's burst capability, which is vital in the 100-meter race. Fourth is coordination training, aimed at harmonizing the results of individual training components into a cohesive whole. Based on these requirements, Lu Li referred to the physical education textbook and searched for additional resources online, crafting a training regimen for himself. Each morning, he would rise early to complete an entire set of exercises before heading to school. During class, his routine remained unchanged, standing meditation during lessons, sprinting on the playground during breaks. Days turned into weeks. With the aid of diligence, every drop of sweat Lu Li shed bore witness to his growth and improvement. After a month, his once frail physique began to develop muscle, and his pallid complexion gradually transformed into a healthy flush. Originally standing at 163 meters, he had grown to 165 meters within this month. This 14-year-old boy had shed his sickly appearance, becoming vibrant and full of life. One early morning, on the rural road outside Lu Li's home, a figure dashed by with remarkable speed. Amid heavy breaths, the fleeting silhouette crossed an imaginary finish line etched upon the ground. 14 seconds. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Li glanced at the stopwatch on his phone, a smile gracing his face. The national level for a 100-meter athlete is 12:64 seconds. Lu Li's current time, while merely average, was certainly impressive given the inaccuracy of timing with a phone. In just a month, transitioning from a scrawny frame to achieving a 14-second sprint was quite remarkable. Diligence reaps rewards. As long as I continue to train, I shall keep improving and growing. After a refreshing shower and changing clothes, Lu Li enjoyed breakfast and set off for school. Classes were uneventful. After the morning self-study period, Lu Li habitually exited the classroom to head for the track. "Lu, wait for me." Noticing Lu Li's daily runs, his childhood friend Chen Jianfei suddenly expressed interest. "Wait for me. I'll join you." The two, sitting at the same desk and spending time together, inevitably influenced each other's habits. "You want to exercise too? Great." Lu Li smiled, beckoning Chen Jianfei. "Let us go for a lap." At the age of 14 or 15, young boys are brimming with excess energy. They soon arrived at the playground. "Lu, let us race." Standing at the starting line, Chen Jianfei raised his arm, ready to sprint. With a wave of his arm, they both dashed across the starting line, racing down the track. The track measures 200 meters, qualifying as a sprint. Both boys ran swiftly. Initially, Chen Jianfei surged ahead, exclaiming, "Lu, hurry up." However, as they approached the latter half of the lap, Chen Jianfei began to struggle for breath, his speed noticeably diminishing. "What's wrong? Can't keep up?" Lu Li quickly caught up and passed Chen Jianfei, joking. "Is that all you've got? You need to last longer, you know?" "Who's not lasting?" Chen Jianfei gasped, attempting to retort. In today's society, even 14 or 15-year-olds comprehend such banter. Naturally, Chen Jianfei refused to admit to his shortcomings in endurance. Rallying his energy, he pushed forward, but soon faltered again. Can't go on, can you?" Lu Li laughed heartily, his feet flying as he dashed ahead, quickly crossing the finish line. "Lu, have you been injected with adrenaline? Running so fast?" Chen Jianfei crossed the finish line, propping himself on his knees, gasping for air, disbelief evident in his gaze. Seeing Lu Li every day, Chen Jianfei had not noticed the changes in him. Until that moment, he had always considered himself superior to Lu Li, only to realize that the Lu Li before him was no longer the frail boy of the past. He could not believe he had been outpaced by Lu Li. This revelation left Chen Jianfei grappling with acceptance. "Lu Bi, your physical condition used to be quite poor. How is it that you now run so swiftly?" Chen Jianfei inquired. "Exercise, of course. Have you not noticed that I train every day?" Lu Li replied. "Exercise? Indeed. You run daily." Chen Jianfei nodded, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "I also train. I exercise just like you." "Wonderful." Lu Li chuckled. There is no harm in maintaining one's health. As for the results, not everyone possesses extraordinary abilities. The class bell rang. Soon, the physical education teacher, Liao Wenmin, blew his whistle. "Class 48, assemble." The classes at Huilong Town Middle School are numbered, and Lu Li's class is indeed class 48. The students quickly lined up on the playground. Today, we will conduct a test. The event, a 50-meter dash. The results will contribute to your physical education assessment. So please take it seriously. Teacher Liao Wenmin raised a folder and instructed the sports committee to organize the students into groups of 6. Be mindful during the test. Do not cross lanes. You may only run in your assigned lane. The sports committee stepped forward to receive the folder and organize the students according to their student numbers, forming groups of 6 and establishing the testing order. Lu Li, with the student number 12, found himself in the second group. Get ready to run. The sports committee stood at the starting line, raised an arm, and called out loudly. The first group of 6 students dashed off, racing toward the finish line. Teacher Liao Wenmin operated the stopwatch. After the first group finished, he shook his head at the results. All 6 students clocked around 9 seconds, with only one barely passing, while several others failed. Next group. Teacher Liao Wenmin waved his hand, and Lu Li's group stepped onto the track. On your marks. As the words left his mouth, Lu Li propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, quickly taking the lead and roaring past the finish line. 7 seconds. Teacher Liao Wenmin blinked in disbelief at the stopwatch. Is this really Lu Li, running so fast? Could this be the same Lu Li who has never passed a physical test before? He has achieved a time of 7 seconds. A 50-meter dash time of 7 seconds is sufficient to qualify for the school's track team. Teacher Liao Wenmin glanced at Lu Li and marked a thick line beneath his name. Chapter 69. A mischievous hand. I truly did not mean it. The physical education assessment concluded. The sports committee was instructed by Teacher Liao Wenmin to organize a basketball game, and the students were dismissed. He then called Lu Li aside. Lu Li, come here for a moment. Teacher Liao waved him over and asked, I recall your physical fitness was not particularly good before. What has caused this sudden improvement? Yes, I was not in good shape before, Lu Li admitted. This is not merely an improvement. It is a remarkable transformation. Teacher Liao looked at Lu Li with a smile. Very well. You may go and engage in free activities. Thank you, teacher, I'm off. Lu Li greeted and departed. However, Teacher Liao gazed at Lu Li's retreating figure, feeling a sense of unease. After a month of training, achieving a 50-meter dash time of 7 seconds, this was without wearing spikes or undergoing professional training. Otherwise, the results would have been even better. Lu Li certainly warranted further observation. 2 weeks passed following the physical assessment. During this time, Lu Li continued to adhere to his training regimen. Notably, Chen Jianfei had also joined him during his workouts. Upon learning that Lu Li ran on the rural roads every morning and evening, Chen Jianfei decided to accompany him. Each day, Chen Jianfei challenged Lu Li, but regrettably, he lost every time, and it became increasingly unlikely for him to win. Lu Bi, you are a freak. After yet another defeat, Chen Jianfei reluctantly admitted that he could not keep up with Lu Li. I also trained to get here, just keep at it. Indeed, it is due to training, but without extraordinary abilities, one cannot achieve such results. By the way, today's the midterm exam. Have you reviewed? Chen Jianfei was well aware that Lu Li had been focusing solely on physical training and had not studied at all. But he asked deliberately, You may outrun me in running, but can you outshine me in academics? My grades have always been better than yours, and while you've neglected your studies, I have been reviewing daily. The midterm exam? Lu Li suddenly realized that another examination was upon them. Huh. Chen Jianfei chuckled inwardly. I knew it. I knew you hadn't studied. You have been so focused on physical training that you forgot about the exam, and now you are in trouble. The midterm exam indeed arrived. Lu Li paid little heed to it. I used to be an academic prodigy. From middle school to high school, and even advanced mathematics in college, I mastered it all. Regrettably, this was a champion quest, and he had not come to be an academic achiever. The papers were distributed, and the examination commenced. Upon receiving the test paper, perhaps due to the ingrained habits of an academic protagonist, Lu Li felt an uncontrollable urge to write. His pen moved swiftly and effortlessly across the page, completing the answers without a second thought. The examinations passed in a blur. The next day, the results were announced. What the? Chen Jianfei exclaimed upon seeing the posted results. First place, Lu Li, followed by a series of perfect scores. Lu Li was equally taken aback by his own results. I truly did not intend for this. It is a side effect of being an academic prodigy. I could not help but solve the questions. I merely scribbled without thinking. I never aimed for full marks. Lu Bi, did you not say you had not studied? What is going on? Chen Jianfei turned to Lu Li, his teeth clenched in disbelief. I did not study. The questions were so straightforward. Was there a need for revision? Lu Li did not concern himself with the exam results. Why would he bother to study? I came to be a champion, not to be an academic achiever. Stellar grades are of no use. No revision? The questions were easy? Chen Jianfei's mouth twitched in frustration. I have a saying from Sichuan that I am unsure if I should say. Mamai Pai, you were always a slacker, physically weak, academically poor. and inferior to me in every way. Now, in the blink of an eye, your physical prowess has improved, and your grades skyrocketed. You are truly a lumapai. You are flaunting your superiority without leaving any room for doubt. The ensuing events unfolded just as they would in an academic story. Teachers praised him, and classmates expressed both surprise and envy. Lu Li wore a helpless expression. I truly did not mean it. Teacher Liao Wenmin was also aware of Lu Li's midterm exam results and regarded him with a complex gaze. After the students were dismissed, Teacher Liao wrestled with his thoughts for some time before ultimately calling Lu Li over. Lu Li, come here. Teacher Liao summoned Lu Li to the track, where another physical education teacher stood beside him. Lu Li recognized this individual as the head of the school's physical education department and the head coach of the school's track team, Teacher Zhong Jiyun. Upon seeing Teacher Zhong, Lu Li deduced the reason for his presence. Teacher Liao must have recommended him to Teacher Zhong, who had now come to assess Lu Li's performance personally. Lu Li, your previous 50-meter dash time was quite impressive, Teacher Liao remarked. I believe you have potential in athletics. I have called Teacher Zhong over. Shall we test your 100-meter dash time? Certainly. Lu Li, eager to join the school's track team, would not let this opportunity slip by. Joining the track team would provide him with professional training from the physical education teachers and the chance to participate in official athletic competitions. Let us begin. Liao Wenmin handed a plastic bag to Lu Li, instructing him to change into his running shoes and athletic attire, as we were about to commence the test. Very well. At this moment, the two instructors had already prepared the track on the playground. A sprint testing device had been positioned at the finish line of the 100 meters. Please warm up first, and let me know when you are ready. Liao Wenmin instructed Lu Li from the starting line. Understood. Lu Li nodded and began his preparatory exercises. After a few minutes of warming up, Lu Li felt ready and positioned himself at the starting line. Teacher, I am prepared, he stated, adopting a standard starting position. On your marks. Liao Wenmin raised his arm and brought it down with force, emitting a sharp whistle that pierced the air. At the sound of the whistle, Lu Li propelled himself forward, his legs forming a shape, exploding forth like a spring, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Start, accelerate. The rapid silhouette raced down the track. Accelerate, accelerate, sprint. Chapter 70. Are you making him pursue athletics? Do you have a grudge against him? The fleeting figure dashed across the finish line. As Lu Li crossed the line, the sprint testing device simultaneously recorded his time, 12:63 seconds. Upon seeing this result, Teacher Zhong Jiyun momentarily stood in astonishment, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. The national standard for a level 3 athlete in the 100 meters is 12:64 seconds. This 14-year-old boy before us has already met the criteria for a level 3 athlete. Lu Li himself was somewhat taken aback by the displayed result. Moreover, the previous timing on his phone may have had significant discrepancies. Achieving this time now seems reasonable. Generally, the effects of initial training are the most pronounced, with diminishing returns as one progresses. However, Lu Li is different. He is not constrained by innate talent and can continue to improve indefinitely. How did it go? Liao Wenmin rushed over to inquire with Teacher Zhong. You can see for yourself. Teacher Zhong gestured towards the display screen of the testing device, exclaiming that the result was beyond his expectations. 12:63 seconds? He has reached the national level 3 athlete standard. Liao Wenmin's face beamed with a smile as he nodded at Lu Li, commending him on his performance. Did you train for this? Teacher Zhong asked Liao Wenmin. Liao Wenmin explained yes. Teacher Zhong nodded, acknowledging that he is only 14 and has not undergone professional training. Achieving this time is commendable. Thank you, teacher. Lu Li felt a sense of joy within. The road to becoming a champion had finally commenced. In the teacher's office, Liao Wenmin approached Lu Li's homeroom teacher, Gong Yun. Teacher Gong, may I trouble you for a moment? Liao Wenmin sat down at Gong Yun's desk and spoke. Liao, why are you being so polite? Just tell me what you need, said Teacher Gong, a kind-hearted woman in her 30s, known for her gentle demeanor. Well, Liao Wenmin hesitated, his expression conflicted. Today, I tested Lu Li's 100-meter sprint time with Teacher Zhong Jiyun, and Lu Li has reached the national level 3 athlete standard. So I was wondering, what are you wondering? Upon hearing this, Teacher Gong abruptly stood up. The gentle, amiable teacher was now glaring at Liao Wenmin, her voice firm and resolute. What are you wondering? Am I not discussing this with you? I believe Lu Li possesses considerable talent in athletics, and could there is nothing to discuss. Before Liao Wenmin could finish, Teacher Gong shouted vehemently, no? You want Lu Li to pursue athletics? Are you aware of his midterm exam results? He has performed exceptionally well. How can you suggest he pursue athletics? Liao Wenmin felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that athletics is also about bringing glory to the nation. Teacher Liao, are you serious? An expression of anger surged on Teacher Gong's face, her brows furrowing as her icy gaze bore into Liao Wenmin. As educators, we must be responsible for our students and their futures. With his excellent grades, you want him to pursue athletics? If he maintains his current performance, he is destined for a prestigious high school and a top university. This is a bright path. You actually want him to take up athletics? How many succeed in athletics? What future does it hold? You want him to abandon a promising path for athletics? Training tirelessly for over a decade, yet not winning a single medal, and ending up with a body full of injuries. Do you wish to condemn him to such a fate? Liao Wenmin, do you harbor a grudge against him? The usually gentle teacher Gong now roared like a furious lion, directing her wrath at Liao Wenmin. Faced with her outburst, Liao Wenmin fell silent, lowering his head in resignation. Teacher Gong's words rang true. The world of athletics, particularly the 100 meters, is fraught with challenges and devoid of hope. Years of arduous training often lead to not even qualifying for finals in international competitions. This is the reality of sprinting. In this domain, individuals of Asian descent, particularly those of East Asian heritage, face considerable disadvantages, with little chance of victory. This is dictated by genetics. Long ago, when resources in Africa could not sustain all Homo sapiens, the ancestors of Asians and Caucasians were driven out. In primitive warfare, victory was not determined by intellect or technology, but by physical prowess. Only the strongest could remain, while others were exiled to the far corners of the world. The slightly stronger Caucasians stayed closer, while the weaker Asians were pushed to Asia and the Americas. As technology advanced, the determinants of strength shifted to intellect, rendering the once strongest now the weakest. However, in athletics, the emphasis remains on physical capabilities. This presents an insurmountable barrier. Teacher Gong, pursuing athletics does not contradict educational pursuits. After a moment of silence, Liao Wenmin endeavored once more, asserting that Lu Li's accomplishments in academics and his athletic potential could allow him to train in his spare time without hindering his studies. Teacher Gong was almost amused by his optimism. Teacher Liao, you should know that a person's energy is limited. Attempting to juggle all endeavors will lead to failure in all. At this point, Teacher Gong paused before continuing. All our discussions are futile. The opinions of Lu Li and his parents are paramount. Regarding parental opinions, Teacher Gong was confident. With Lu Li's current achievements, which parent would fail to see the clear path ahead? Why would they not encourage him to focus on academics rather than athletics? That would be foolish. Teacher Gong understood this, and so did Liao Wenmin. Very well, we shall leave it at that. Liao Wenmin sighed and took his leave. Lu Li, oh Lu Li, why must you excel so? If only you had not passed your exams so well. As a teacher, such thoughts are indeed unworthy. Liao Wenmin shook his head with a wry smile. Chapter 71, Culture or Sports. Left or right? Lu Li, please have your parents come to school tomorrow. At the end of school, homeroom teacher Gong Yun called Lu Li over and issued the instruction. Invite my parents? Lu Li instinctively felt he might have done something wrong. In the next moment, he realized it was likely due to his excellent midterm exam results, and the teacher wanted to discuss the situation. Wait, excellent results? Lu Li's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, this is bad. He had not paid attention before, but now the realization struck him. Excellence in academics is not necessarily a boon for Lu Li. I am here to seize the championship, not to be a top scholar. Such impressive grades have become an obstacle to joining the athletics team. Pretentiousness may bring temporary satisfaction, but it swiftly leads to one's downfall. The habits formed from being a top student led Lu Li to complete all examination papers, resulting in stellar scores. This predicament must be addressed. Notably, Chen Jinfei did not attend the afternoon training session. It seems he has been deeply demoralized by Lu Li's success and has succumbed to despair. During dinner, Lu Li discussed the athletics team with his uncle and aunt. Uncle Man, today my teacher informed me that I possess a natural talent for athletics and wants me to become an athlete. What do you think? Lu Li refrained from mentioning his examination results, focusing solely on athletics. An athlete? That sounds wonderful. Just look at those Olympic champions. They enjoy fame and wealth. If you could also secure a championship, you would never have to worry again. Even aside from championships, being an athlete would at least improve your physical fitness. You used to be quite frail, but now you're much better. That's the result of training. His aunt nodded in agreement. I believe being an athlete is quite admirable. My cousin's child is an athlete at school. Talented athletes can gain direct admission to universities. Admission to university? That's splendid. Hearing this, Lu Wanshan nodded vigorously. Uncle Man, Aunt Man, my scores in the midterm examination are rather impressive. The teacher might object to my pursuing athletics, but I am genuinely fond of it and hope for your support. Lu Li first prepared them for the potential challenges ahead. Impressive grades? Aunt Tan Fenglian immediately inquired. How did you fare in the midterm exams? What rank did you achieve? Well, what? First place, and you still want to pursue sports? Aunt Tan's face reflected shock. Only those who struggle academically turn to sports. Are you out of your mind? Aunt Man, engaging in sports is also a contribution to the nation. It brings glory in its own right. Lu Li disagreed with his aunt's viewpoint and patiently explained, "Consider it. Our country needs all kinds of talents. Bringing honor to the nation through athletic competitions is equally commendable." That is a point. Aunt Tan, being a rural woman, failed to grasp the flawed logic in Lu Li's words, nor did she contemplate the certainty of his success. Uncle Lu Wanshan, being more discerning, recognized the underlying issues. However, as Lu Wanshan and his wife were not Lu Li's parents, they felt a certain detachment. "Lear, your aunt and I are not your parents. There are matters we cannot decide for you." Uncle Lu Wanshan's expression grew serious. "If you are determined to pursue athletics, we cannot oppose you. You are becoming more mature. This path is yours to choose, but you must think it through." "Yes, I have considered it thoroughly." Lu Li sighed, realizing this predicament was of his own making. Why did he have to excel academically? He was not here to become a top scholar. The next day, Lu Li went to school with Uncle Lu Wanshan. In the homeroom teacher's office, Teacher Gong poured tea for Uncle Lu Wanshan and began discussing Lu Li's academic performance. "Mr. Lu, your nephew is quite exceptional. He ranked first in the midterm exams, scoring full marks in all subjects except for Chinese." Teacher Gong continuously praised Lu Li, stating that if he maintained this momentum, gaining admission to a prestigious high school and university would pose no problem. "You must encourage him to study diligently and not be distracted." "First place? Full marks?" Uncle Lu Wanshan glanced at Lu Li, astonished. He was not surprised by Lu Li's impressive grades, but rather by the notion that someone with such accomplishments would still wish to pursue athletics. "Are you out of your mind?" Lu Li could only chuckle ruefully. In that moment, he truly understood the feelings of those who regret their decisions. The sight of examination papers provoked an overwhelming urge to take action, a fault he could not afford to repeat. "Teacher Gong, my nephew has expressed a desire to pursue athletics." "What?" Teacher Gong exclaimed, standing up abruptly. "With such outstanding grades, you would permit him to pursue athletics? How can you, as a parent, be so careless? As a guardian, you must take responsibility for your child's future." Teacher Gong reprimanded Uncle Lu Wanshan before turning to Lu Li. "What are you thinking? Why the sudden interest in athletics? With your grades, academics are clearly the best path. Engaging in sports leads to exhaustion and injuries, and you may not achieve success. Teacher, I assure you that pursuing athletics will not hinder my studies." Lu Li felt compelled to defend his choice. "I have independently completed all middle school courses and mastered them entirely. Even now, I could score full marks on the entrance examination." "Huh." After regaining his composure, Teacher Gong appeared skeptical. "You've completed all middle school knowledge and could score full marks? Is that truly the case? Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing." Teacher Gong retrieved a set of middle school examination papers from his drawer. "You can take this test here, and I will observe your progress." "Very well." At this juncture, Lu Li had no option but to proceed. "I truly did not intend to score full marks." Settling at the desk, Lu Li opened the examination paper. Receiving the pen from Teacher Gong, he immersed himself in answering the questions. To Lu Li, the middle school exam was utterly devoid of difficulty. He had already mastered it through diligent practice. As he wrote swiftly, he completed the paper without a moment's hesitation. "Teacher, I have finished. Please take a look." Lu Li handed the paper to Teacher Gong. As Teacher Gong examined the answers, his astonishment grew. His hand trembled as he held the paper. "All correct. Not a single mistake. Teacher, may I now pursue athletics?" Lu Li believed this answer sheet was sufficient to secure his place in the athletics team. Alas, Teacher Gong sighed deeply, casting a long gaze at Lu Li. "Your capabilities make me increasingly reluctant to see you waste time on athletics. You are a scholarly genius. In the future, you could become a scientist." The esteemed leader once proclaimed, "Cultivate the spirit and strengthen the body." Lu Li smiled broadly, believing one must pursue both cultural education and physical fitness. Children make choices. Adults do it all. Chapter 72. The Athletics Team of Huilong Middle School. Indeed, a top scholar can do as they please. The knowledge Lu Li displayed left Teacher Gong at a loss as to how to dissuade him. Ultimately, in the presence of Uncle Lu Wanshan, homeroom Teacher Gong Yun, and physical education teacher Liao Wenmin, an agreement was reached. If Lu Li's athletic performance does not meet the standards for gifted athletes before the entrance examination, he may no longer pursue athletics. With a year remaining until the entrance examination, through rigorous training and diligence, if Lu Li still fails to meet the standards for gifted athletes, he might as well find a way to end it all to spare himself from disappointing his potential. After leaving the homeroom teacher's office, Lu Li followed Liao Wenmin to the athletics training ground. "You have chosen athletics?" Liao Wenmin inquired as they walked. "I love to run. I relish the exhilarating sensation of speed." Lu Li smiled, adding, "And you know, with my academic performance, I no longer need to prove my intelligence." "That is quite a statement." Liao Wenmin's lips twitched slightly. "Your words are so pretentious that I find it difficult to respond." After a moment, Liao Wenmin looked at Lu Li, his demeanor turning serious. You must understand. The path of athletics is more arduous than you might imagine. Training is arduous, accompanied by the risk of injury, and the outcome is not guaranteed. Do you mean to suggest that you fear I may abandon my efforts midway? A smile graced Lu Li's face as he reassured, "Worry not. This decision was not made in haste. I am committed to athletics and shall persevere until I achieve results." Liao Wenmin nodded with a smile, though a hint of surprise flickered in his gaze as he regarded Lu Li. This young lad is merely 14 years old, yet he speaks with such maturity, akin to that of an adult. Considering Lu Li's family circumstances, Liao Wenmin found himself understanding. Lu Li's father had passed away early, and his mother had remarried, neglecting him thereafter. In such a family environment, it is only natural for Lu Li to mature at a quicker pace. Indeed, as the saying goes, the sharpness of a sword is forged through hardship, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. After a brief moment, Liao Wenmin led Lu Li to the athletics team's training ground. The track and field area at Huilong Town High School is not situated in the main campus, but is instead located on a small field carved out of the back mountain. Although referred to as a track and field team, it encompasses only a few events: shot put, high jump, long jump, and sprints. The head coach, Zhong Jiyun, oversees a team of 6 members. A tall, plump girl, weighing at least 140 pounds, was practicing shot put, while another girl, affluent and seemingly privileged, trained for long jump. Boasting a private airstrip at such a young age. Perhaps that statement was an exaggeration. After all, how could a slender 14-year-old girl not have aspirations of grandeur? The male high jumper, whom Lu Li paid little attention to, bore a face marked with acne. The remaining 3 were sprinters, who, in a sense, could be considered Lu Li's competitors. Everyone, gather around. Upon noticing Liao Wenmin approaching with Lu Li, Coach Zhong Jiyun whistled to summon the athletes training separately. "Let me introduce our new member." He waved Lu Li over, presenting him to the other team members. "This is Lu Li from Class 48, specializing in the 100-meter sprint." "Lu Li? Which Lu Li?" The shot-put girl tilted her head, confusion etched across her face. "Is there another?" "Class 48's Lu Li. The one who topped the midterm exams and scored a plethora of perfect marks? That achievement is quite astonishing." The long jump girl expressed a mix of apprehension and disbelief, patting her chest, albeit without any visible rise or fall. "A scholar in athletics? Isn't that a bit absurd?" The male high jumper rolled his eyes, seemingly scoffing at the situation. The 3 sprinters exchanged glances, silently questioning why a top student would abandon academics to contend for a spot on the athletics team. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Li. I am delighted to join the school's athletics team." After a brief introduction, this initial meeting, filled with varying thoughts, came to an end. Following the introductions, the other team members dispersed to resume their training. Lu Li was called aside by Coach Zhong Jiyun, who inquired, "Have you not received any professional training in sprinting?" "Indeed, I have merely practiced on my own, following some guidelines from books." Lu Li was acutely aware that his self-devised training methods could not compare to the expertise of a professional coach. "As you are just beginning, focus on individual training for now." Coach Zhong then turned to Liao Wenmin. "Old Liao, I entrust him to you." "Absolutely," Liao Wenmin agreed, subsequently guiding Lu Li onto the track to commence his training. "I have observed your running. Your basic technique is fairly sound, but there are issues with your starting stance. Henceforth, concentrate on mastering the crouch start." Liao Wenmin squatted on the track, demonstrating the crouch start position while explaining the essential movements and the key points for exerting force. Having witnessed the demonstration, Lu Li's remarkable memory allowed him to retain all the movements, including the subtle variations with clarity. With one possessing exceptional recall and the other embodying diligence, their combined strengths created a formidable alliance. "Now give it a try." After the demonstration, Liao Wenmin encouraged Lu Li to attempt the start on his own. Following the movements he had just memorized, Lu Li quickly grasped the key aspects of the crouch start, though he was still somewhat unrefined in his execution. Observing Lu Li successfully complete the starting motion without any extraneous movements, Liao Wenmin was astounded by his rapid learning speed. Is it possible that academic excellence provides an advantage in athletics? Was my own week-long struggle to master the starting motion a result of my lesser intellect? Liao Wenmin pondered deeply. As Lu Li concluded his training for the day and departed the track, a fellow sprinter approached Liao Wenmin. "Coach, how does our scholar's 100-meter time measure up?" The boy, sporting naturally curly hair, inquired. 12:63 seconds, meeting the standard for a third-level athlete, Liao Wenmin replied casually. "Oh." The curly-haired runner nodded before turning away. "So, what is the scholar's 100-meter time?" "Just meeting the third-level standard. He poses no threat," the curly-haired athlete shrugged. "You're all too anxious. He won't be breaking 12 seconds within 6 months. He won't be competing with us for spots at the county games." "Indeed. It won't matter in 6 months. We'll all be in high school," a dark-skinned boy agreed vigorously. Let us continue training. One more set. Upon returning home, Lu Li resumed his training. In addition to the pre-established regimen, he added a 2-kilometer long run. Sprinters, too, require endurance. Endurance is akin to gasoline. Without sufficient fuel, even with the pedal to the metal, the vehicle cannot accelerate. Even if it does, it will only be fleeting, unable to sustain speed. How can a man not endure? Keep pushing. Strive. Persist. With every drop of sweat shed, I deepen my reservoir of strength. Every step I take empowers me further. Days turned into weeks, and before long. It was late April 2012. On that morning, Lu Li conducted another self-assessment of his 100-meter sprint time. Crouching at the starting line, employing a crouched start technique. He held the stopwatch borrowed from teacher Liao Wenmin, pressing the button to commence timing as he launched forward. The wind howled past his ears, and in a fleeting moment, he dashed across the finish line. 121 seconds. The time displayed on the stopwatch was still beyond the 12-second mark. However, this method of timing himself undoubtedly carried a significant margin of error. His actual performance was certainly superior. Each advancement signified another step forward on Lu Li's path to becoming a champion. On his way to school, Lu Li encountered Chen Jianfei. Since the midterm exams, it had been quite some time since they last crossed paths. After school each day, Lu Li immediately joined the athletics team, seldom stepping into the classroom. Their schedules rarely aligned, making it challenging to meet. Today, however, it was evident that Chen Jianfei had intentionally waited for him. Has he managed to adjust his mindset? Lu Li, have you truly decided to pursue athletics? Chen Jianfei inquired, cycling alongside him. I've been part of the athletics team for over a month now. And you're only asking this now? Lu Li chuckled. What? Do you have an interest in athletics too? Not at all. Chen Jianfei shook his head. I lack the talent for it. Academia suits me far better. He genuinely struggled to understand Lu Li's commitment to athletics. A top student choosing to pursue athletics seemed nonsensical. How many in athletics actually achieve notable results? Without results, it would only hinder his studies, and then he might not even gain admission to high school. How would he cope with that? Lu Li, I believe you should reconsider your pursuit of athletics. With your academic prowess, why not capitalize on your strengths instead? As a childhood friend, Chen Jianfei felt the need to counsel Lu Li. Because studying has become effortless for me. Lu Li replied earnestly. I must challenge myself with more demanding endeavors. You're insufferable. Chen Jianfei retorted, his expression darkening upon hearing Lu Li's boastful words. Damn it. I couldn't care less about your ambitions. He pedaled furiously, speeding away from Lu Li. Upon arriving at the athletics team, Lu Li sensed an unusual atmosphere. His teammates, who typically trained independently, had gathered in a cluster, murmuring amongst themselves. As Lu Li approached, their chatter abruptly ceased. What is going on? He glanced around, unable to discern anything amiss. Moments later, Zhong Zhiyun and Liao Wenmin arrived. Gather around. Zhong Zhiyun whistled, and the group quickly formed a line. There is an announcement to make today. He surveyed the crowd and continued. The county government, the sports bureau, and the education bureau have jointly decided to hold a county-wide sports meet for primary and secondary school students during the upcoming May Day holiday. Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately comprehended the subject of his teammates' earlier discussions. So, I'm the last to know? You all knew and didn't inform me? It seems I have been collectively ostracized. Are you jealous of my superior looks? At least you've come to recognize that I am indeed more handsome than you, he jested. Chapter 74, National Level 2 Athlete. To prepare for the county games, a test was scheduled for today. Zhong Zhiyun's expression was serious. This is both an assessment of your training results and a selection process for team members. Selection? Lu Li turned to glance at his fellow sprinters. The concept of selection seemed only applicable to sprinters, as shot put, high jump, and long jump had only one contender each. Indeed, you've all figured it out. The selection primarily concerns the sprint events. Zhong Zhiyun glanced at Lu Li and the other sprinters. Due to the high number of participants, the organizing committee has stipulated that, aside from team events, each school is allowed only one entry per individual event. Thus, even among the 4 sprinters, only one could compete. Lu Li felt a surge of anxiety. I've trained for a short time. My 100-meter time cannot possibly rival theirs. Even with an advantage, insufficient training will not suffice. Is this county meet destined to evade me? Lu Li felt a twinge of regret. Not participating in the county meet meant missing a valuable opportunity. What athlete wouldn't yearn to compete? It is only on the field that an athlete can truly realize their worth. I must give it my all, even if I lose. I shall accept it. Now, let us begin with the 100-meter sprint. After Zhong Zhiyun's instruction, they proceeded to the track. Liao Wenmin had already set up the sprint testing equipment and starting blocks. The 4 sprinters would be tested in a single race. Lu Li and the other 3 drew lots for their lanes, and he ended up with lane 4. In a straight race such as this, the lane drawn made little difference. Lu Li stood at the starting line, warming up. A few minutes later, He completed his warm-up as Zhong Zhiyun called out. On your marks. The four positioned themselves for their starts. Ready. Upon hearing the command, Lu Li's toes pressed against the starting block, his legs coiling like a compressed spring. Poised for launch. Go. The sharp whistle pierced the air. Lu Li propelled himself forward with explosive speed. Start. Accelerate. Sprint. 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 His mind was devoid of distractions, fixated solely on the exhilarating rush. As Lu Li crossed the finish line, he realized he might have secured first place. Is this a victory? I was on edge, viewing you all as formidable opponents, only to discover you are mere novices. Fourth place, Zhang Wei, 12. 6 seconds. Third place, Lu Chong, 12. 2 seconds. Second place, Wang He, 11. 98 seconds. Teacher Liao Wenmin announced the results loudly, and when he reached the first place, he turned towards Lu Li, his voice quivering slightly. First place, Lu Li, 11. 61 seconds. Surpassing the national level 2 athlete standard by 0.13 seconds. The national level 2 athlete standard is 11.74 seconds, and Lu Li's current time exceeds that benchmark. At just 14 years old, what level will he achieve as his physical prowess continues to develop? In that moment, Liao Wenmin gazed at Lu Li as though he were a treasured gem. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the right decision to bring him into the athletics team. What a prodigy. He is a natural talent in the 100-meter sprint. How much? 11.61 seconds? Upon hearing Liao Wenmin announce the time, Zhong Zhiyun gasped and hurried over. After seeing the recorded results on the testing device, he was left speechless, unsure of what to say. A 14-year-old boy achieving a time of 11.61 seconds is quite remarkable. Following the natural progression, by the age of 20, his physique will peak. At that time, his 100-meter performance will reach its utmost potential. It is conceivable that one day he might approach a 10-second mark in the 100 meters, a feat that would rank among the nation's elite. Both Zhong Zhiyun and Liao Wenmin were filled with astonishment and joy at Lu Li's 100-meter time, while the others were simply astonished, devoid of any joy. 11.61 seconds. Lu Chong, the dark-skinned sprinter, looked at Lu Li's time, his expression darkening further. Is this what you call no threat? Another sprinter, Wang He, scowled, glaring intensely at the curly-haired Zhang Wei, silently cursing him. When he joined the team, his time was 12.63 seconds. Who would have anticipated such an astonishing improvement in such a short time? Zhang Wei, the curly-haired sprinter, wore a look of helplessness. The improvement in performance by over a second is astonishing in the context of the 100-meter sprint. It feels akin to taking a deep breath while ascending 5 flights of stairs, a staggering increase indeed. Is Lu Li truly this remarkable? Such a frighteningly impressive time in the 100 meters. The long jump girl, appearing quite apprehensive, patted her chest. Yet there was still an absence of any noticeable fluctuations in her demeanor. Luo Xiao, have you noticed? Lu Li is exceptionally handsome. I am quite fond of him. The shot-put girl, with her round, pancake-like face, radiated a smile. Indeed, her joy was palpable, though the excess flesh on her face quivered with her laughter. Lu Li's heart fluttered in response. The shot-put girl's hushed admiration reached Lu Li's ears. Dear girl, your affection weighs heavily upon me. My frame cannot bear such a burden. At that moment, Zhong Zhiyun blew the whistle. The 100-meter test had concluded. We shall let the results speak for themselves. This time at the county games, Lu Li will represent our school in the 100-meter sprint. There were no objections to Zhong Zhiyun's announcement. In sports, results are paramount. And 1 + 1 is 2, leaving no room for debate. Of course, do not be disheartened. The coach smiled at the 3 other male runners. You also have opportunities to compete. You may register for the 200 meters, 400 meters, and 800 meters, as well as the 4x100 meter relay. Wow. Haha. Great. The 3 male runners, who had been downcast, instantly erupted in cheers upon receiving this news. Now, I will continue testing the results for the other 3 students. Teacher Liao Wenmin will guide you in practicing the relay exchange. After Zhong Zhiyun's arrangements, everyone took their positions. Lu Li and the other 3 male runners practiced the baton exchange while the others continued testing their results. By the end of the day, Lu Li and the 3 male runners had become quite familiar with each other. Initially, their baton exchanges were somewhat clumsy, but they gradually became more fluid. As the day's training concluded, just as Lu Li was about to leave the training ground, Liao Wenmin called him over. Teacher Liao, is there something you need? Lu Li was somewhat surprised that Liao Wenmin wanted to speak with him privately. To reward you for achieving such an excellent time here. This is for you. Liao Wenmin smiled, extending a bag of clothing toward Lu Li. Inside the bag were a pair of running shoes and a complete set of athletic attire. Lu Li glanced down at his nearly worn-out running shoes, realizing Liao Wenmin's intentions. After months of training, he had worn out 3 pairs of running shoes. His uncle and aunt had not voiced any complaints. Whenever one pair was ruined, they would simply buy him another. However, Lu Li felt somewhat embarrassed about adding to their burdens. Now, Liao Wenmin's gift was clearly meant to assist him. Thank you. Thank you, Teacher Liao. Lu Li felt deeply touched as he accepted the bag and bowed respectfully. No need to thank me. Just achieve a great result at the county games. Liao Wenmin beamed with encouragement. I will. Lu Li nodded emphatically. The upcoming county games held great significance. Liao Wenmin patted Lu Li on the shoulder. You have already reached the standard for a national second-level athlete. As long as you achieve the same time at the county games, you can officially apply for the national second-level athlete qualification certificate. I must achieve that time at the county games to apply for the national second-level athlete qualification? I thought a mere test would suffice. Lu Li was indeed unfamiliar with this aspect, having never been exposed to it before. What did you expect? Only results obtained in official competitions are considered valid in sports. Otherwise, anyone could conduct a test at home and claim to have broken world records. Liao Wenmin chuckled and added, the national second-level athlete qualification could elevate you to a higher school level. However, you might not need it. Nevertheless, if you perform well at the county games, it will be a different story. Achieving a good ranking at the county games could present an opportunity to join the county athletics team. While there may not be many other benefits, at least you could receive several sets of clothing and shoes each year. Moreover, you could represent our county at next year's City Youth Games. Is that so? Lu Li nodded, determined to give his all at the county games. Not for any other reason, but running truly wears out shoes. Who says running does not cost money? Chapter 75. The county games commence. Preliminary round first. On May 1st, middle and primary schools from 34 townships, along with those from the county seat, formed a total of 35 grand formations, proudly bearing flags as they entered the venue. Leaders from the county government, education bureau, and sports bureau, along with prominent figures from various sectors, took their seats on the podium. Reporters from Yuten Television, Yuten Daily, and other online media were present, capturing the competition in its entirety. In 2012, Yuten was experiencing an economic boom, and this development had broadened the material and cultural needs of the populace. This sports event was organized precisely for that reason. Lu Li followed the procession, glancing around and noting that the stands were filled to capacity with spectators. A sea of faces. Yuten County, with its population of several million, certainly drew a crowd. So many people. I am so nervous. The long jump girl, Tan Xiao, began nervously patting her chest again. Lu Li observed her, noting how her figure seemed even flatter than before, and he chuckled, diverting his gaze. I can't bear to watch. Easy there, girl. With such a lack of curves, I worry you might pat them away entirely. Indeed, I'm quite anxious too. The shot-put girl, swaying like a heavy shot-put ball, glanced at Lu Li and seemed to wink. Lu Li shivered at the unexpected attention, turning his gaze toward the podium, maintaining an earnest demeanor. After months of training, Lu Li had grown taller, now reaching 1.69 meters, nearing the 1.7 meter mark. At 14 years old, a height close to 1.7 meters is considered tall. However, sprinters are often expected to exceed 1.8 meters, otherwise, their stride length may hinder their performance. After various speeches from the deputy county mayor, the director of the sports bureau, and the education bureau, the participating teams exited the field. Following another round of artistic performances, the competitions were set to begin at 2:30 p.m. Track and field events were scheduled for the first day, with Lu Li's 100-meter preliminary round being the first event. The preliminary round featured 10 heats, with Lu Li assigned to the second heat. As Lu Li donned his running shoes and began his warm-up near the track, the first heat concluded, and it was soon his turn. Positioned in lane 2, as he prepared at the starting line, he suddenly heard a loud cheer from the stands. Lu Li, seized the first place. Looking up, he spotted a group of girls waving small flags and shouting his name. I seem to be quite popular. Oh, it must be because of my striking looks. Lu Li smiled and waved back. Lu Li, first. The girls' cheers grew louder. Quite impressive. So many girls cheering for you. A lean, dark-skinned male runner in the adjacent lane glanced at Lu Li and scoffed, lamenting that in athletics, it is skill that matters, not appearance. Are you envious? Envious of my good looks? Lu Li smirked, recognizing that acknowledging his own lack of attractiveness at least demonstrated his sound judgment. You, the lean runner, nearly exploded with rage. Have you heard what they say? One sentence ignited the flames of anger in others. You possess a natural talent for provocation. Is this also considered an achievement? Lu Li grinned, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected development. It seems he should continue to cultivate this skill. Take your positions. With the referee's command, the argument shifted direction. Once the race begins, you may follow behind me and eat my dust. The lean runner shot Lu Li a fierce glare before crouching down at the starting line, readying himself. Lu Li couldn't be bothered to engage with him further. Are you high on hormones? The girls cheering for me has nothing to do with you. Ready. The starting referee raised the starting gun in his hand. Bang. The moment the gun fired, the competitors at the starting line surged forth like arrows released from a bow. The lean, dark-skinned runner indeed possessed considerable skills. As soon as the sound of the gun echoed, he bolted forward, almost precisely on time. A moment's hesitation would have meant a false start. His experience in competition was vast, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Luli was determined not to finish the race, only to be ridiculed for trailing behind. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. His muscles pulsated, his stride quickened, and Luli's figure sliced through the air, generating a fierce wind as he raced ahead. The only sound that filled his ears was the roaring wind. Even the cheers from the audience seemed to fade away. Luli dashed ahead, leaving everyone in his wake, racing towards the finish line. Wow, he won. Luli claimed first place. The instant he crossed the finish line, a chorus of cheers erupted around him. Luli, first place, first place. Wow, we won. Glory and applause, flowers and cheers. The allure of athletics perhaps lies in moments like this. Luli turned to the audience and waved his arms exuberantly. Another wave of cheers erupted. Luli, you are the most handsome. Yes, you are amazing. Luli, I love you. Huh. Some strange noises mingled in. At this moment, Luli's preliminary results were announced. Luli 11. 58 seconds. First in the group, result valid. The referee declared Luli's score. He glanced at the result and nodded slightly. This time was acceptable, since it was merely a preliminary round. There was no need to show his full potential. Simply qualifying was sufficient. Sun Hao 11. 70 seconds. Second in the group, result valid. This was the score of that lean, dark-skinned runner. Luli turned to look at Sun Hao, ready to retort about who was trailing behind. But the fellow had already slipped away. What a scoundrel. Not even giving me the chance to make a comeback? At least cooperate a little, will you? ISNT, it said that villains have negative IQs? I thought I could earn another moment of triumph. Luli, congratulations. At this moment, the other members of the athletics team gathered around him. The long jumper, Tan Xiao, was beaming with joy, bouncing with excitement, though her jumps were of little use, showing no elevation at all. The shot-put girl chuckled, her body quivering with laughter. What was your name again? Luli suddenly realized he had never bothered to learn her name. Luli, your 100-meter time has improved again. Impressive. 3 of his fellow runners approached, their faces filled with admiration. A boy next to them, covered in acne, nodded and smiled at Luli but said nothing. Huh, who are you? Your presence is so minimal that you have no lines. Are you also part of our athletics team? All right, the acne-covered boy is a high jumper. Luli had a sharp memory. Luli, you ran well. Coach Liao Wenmin approached, nodding at Luli, urging him to keep up the effort. All right, Luli replied with a smile. After the preliminary round, there were still the semifinals and finals ahead, but that was a matter for tomorrow. Chapter 76. I am so handsome, you must feel insecure. After the afternoon events concluded, Luli and his companions settled into a nearby guest house. After finishing dinner and resting for an hour, Luli ventured outside again, running along the pavement outside the guest house. The heavens reward the diligent. Every drop of sweat represents a further enhancement of his ability. A 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step. A towering mountain rises from the accumulation of soil. Each exercise session enhances his prowess. This is the unparalleled skill that athletes yearn for. Why do many athletes toil so hard yet fail to improve their results? Why is the path of athletics so fraught with challenges? It is simply because, after reaching a certain level of training, improvement becomes elusive. Countless efforts yield no visible gains. This struggle, this pain, this despair is the most crushing of all. As success appears tantalizingly close, just tenths of a second away, that minuscule margin feels like an insurmountable chasm, making it challenging for most to surpass in a lifetime. But Luli is different. With the heavens rewarding diligence, he knows no limits. One day, he will have the confidence to break world records. Thus, he must continue to train relentlessly. Upon entering the room, Luli found several teammates gathered, seemingly discussing something, their emotions quite off kilter. The boys wore expressions of anger, their mouths spewing various exclamations. The shot-put girl was in tears, while the long jumper, Tan Xiao, sat beside her, softly offering comfort. What on earth is happening? Luli was utterly perplexed. Unsure of the situation, Gaowan did not qualify for the finals in shot put, possibly due to a repeater. Tan Xiao explained to Luli, for this sports meet, we might not secure any rankings. The curly-haired runner, Zhang Wei, stood up indignantly, addressing Luli. Did you know? This time in the middle school group competitions, many repeaters have shown up. Gaowan didn't qualify because she faced a repeater. Repeaters? Luli frowned slightly, pondering how common this occurrence was. Are there many repeaters? I'm not sure how many there are, Tan Xiao interjected. At least Gaowan encountered a repeater. There are likely repeaters in your sprint events as well. I don't know about my long jump. Is that true? Luli glanced around and asked. Where did you hear this news? From students of other schools came the reply. So, you only heard some rumors? Luli chuckled and shook his head. Rumors are unreliable. Moreover, there's no need to pay them any mind. The best response is to maintain a calm mindset and focus earnestly on tomorrow's competition. How can it be rumors? Everyone is saying it. Isn't what everyone says a rumor? Which rumor isn't spoken by everyone? Luli quickly offered a bowl of encouragement to everyone, asserting that the matter of repeaters was surely false. Don't believe in or spread rumors. Just focus on doing your own thing and take tomorrow's competition seriously. That's enough. Indeed, just do your own thing well. The issue of repeaters remains uncertain. After consuming Luli's motivational talk, the team's spirits seemed to lift somewhat, their expressions less dejected. However, the shot-put girl cried even more fiercely. I thought we were all unfortunate. And now I'm the only one who didn't qualify for the finals. I. The shot-put girl, feeling imbalanced, wiped her tears on the bed sheet. Luli's eyes twitched. Please don't do that. That's my bed sheet. If it gets too wet, others will think something is wrong. Fortunately, the long jumper quickly pulled her away. The incident concluded. After a shower, Luli collapsed onto his bed, resting his weary body. The heavens' rewarding diligence continued to work its magic, a surge of warmth flowing within him, alleviating his fatigue and enhancing his physical state. The issue of repeaters certainly had its roots. There must be some truth to it. However, Luli understood well that there was nothing he could do about it. It was better to concentrate on the competition tomorrow. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Luli completed a set of training according to his regimen before joining the others for breakfast and taking a bus to the stadium. The first event in the morning was Luli's 100-meter semifinals. As Luli entered the arena, the stands were still filled with spectators, most of whom were cheerleaders and representatives from various schools. Look, Luli is here. Luli. First place. Perhaps they believed that his achievements were partly due to their encouragement. Drawing lots, selecting lanes, warming up, and completing preparations, Luli arrived at the starting line. Today, in the semifinals, Luli was assigned to lane 3. Turning his head for a glance, Luli noticed beside him in lane 4 a rather ostentatious runner clad in upscale athletic wear and sporting high-end running shoes. This flamboyant individual appeared significantly taller than Luli and seemed to be a bit older. Could this fellow be a repeat student? His age surpasses mine, and his training duration likely exceeds my own. It seems I must exert myself thoroughly in this semifinal. When Luli's gaze met his, the flamboyant runner shot him a sidelong glance, exuding an air of provocation. With your appearance, you dare to outpace Sun Hao? Humph. With a disdainful snort, the runner raised his chin, his expression one of arrogance. Such a condescending attitude. Who are you attempting to showcase your superiority to? Yes, I am Luli. Luli flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. What do you think? Am I not more handsome than you? Are you feeling inferior? Face the reality. You will never match my looks, not even with cosmetic surgery. Handsome my foot. The corner of the flamboyant runner's mouth twitched in irritation, his face reddening with anger, the acne on his skin becoming more pronounced. In the realm of athletics, one must rely on strength. Mere words hold no weight. The runner's face was a tempest of rage as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Quite right. Luli cast a fleeting glance at the runner's expensive shoes, raising an eyebrow. In this arena, prowess is paramount. No matter how costly the shoes, they are of no consequence. I could effortlessly knock you down with a single strike. The flamboyant runner's eyes rolled back in fury. Just you wait. I'll show you what true strength looks like. Your words are venomous. Positions, everyone. The starter's voice rang out, signaling the imminent commencement of the 100-meter semifinal. Upon hearing the command, Luli assumed his stance at the starting line. That flamboyant runner was evidently a repeat student, and his skills were surely formidable. To stand out in this semifinal, I must showcase my true abilities. Luli took a deep breath, crouching at the starting line with slightly bent legs, poised like a coiled spring, ready to launch. Chapter 77. I long to achieve a face-slapping feat ready. The starter raised the starting gun. In this moment, Luli's focus sharpened intensely, akin to a taut bowstring. His body slightly recoiled, resembling a compressed spring. Awaiting the signal, Luli was primed for a sudden burst of speed. Bang! The sound of the starting gun echoed, and figures shot forth from the starting line. The wind howled past his ears. Yet, amidst the surge of speed, Luli caught a glimpse of the flamboyant runner in lane 4 keeping pace with him. Neck and neck. This fellow is indeed strong. With an extra year or 2 of growth, his physicality far surpasses that of an average middle schooler, giving him a significant advantage. But I am no ordinary person. His heart raced violently, pumping adrenaline throughout his body. Luli took a quick breath and then held it, entering a full sprint. This approach was entirely unconventional. Without sufficiently robust stamina, one cannot maintain such a long-distance explosive sprint. Sprinters are typically characterized by explosive power but lack endurance. However, Lu Li is an anomaly. He trains his explosiveness to enhance it. He builds endurance to improve it. Over the past few months, aside from daily sprint training, he has also engaged in 2-kilometer long runs. On the track, Lu Li suddenly shifted into a sprinting mode, his speed surging dramatically, overtaking the flamboyant runner by a significant margin, leaving him far behind. Go, go, Lu Li, first, Lu Li, first. Witnessing Lu Li surge ahead, the audience erupted into cheers and screams. Unlike the jubilant crowd, Liao Wenmin furrowed her brow at this spectacle. Lu Li, what are you doing? After training for so long, how can you still make such a rookie mistake? You can't even manage the most basic task of pacing your energy? Starting your sprint halfway through. How can your stamina keep up? This fellow still lacks competition experience. He is disoriented as soon as he hits the field. A sense of helplessness washed over Liao Wenmin as she sighed inwardly, losing hope for Lu Li's victory. However, mere seconds later, Liao Wenmin was taken aback once more. Is this possible? He's still sprinting? Does he still have the stamina to sprint? In utter disbelief, Liao Wenmin watched as Lu Li maintained his sprinting pace, continuing from the halfway mark all the way through to the finish line. Wow, he won. He won. Lu Li. First. Lu Li, you are the most handsome. Lu Li, you are the best. The female cheerleaders in the audience waved their flags and erupted in wild cheers and jumps. His stamina is incredible. Liao Wenmin opened her mouth, unsure of what expression to adopt. Overwhelmed by astonishment, she hurried to the scoring area to check Lu Li's results. At this moment, Lu Li was bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Sprinting from the halfway point posed a tremendous challenge for Lu Li, exhausting his energy to the point where his muscles trembled. Fortunately, the fruits of diligence provided a surge of warmth, allowing Lu Li to catch his breath without collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Stumbling forward a few steps, Lu Li panted heavily as he gradually made his way towards the scoreboard. Lu Li, you are a genius. Before Lu Li could reach the scoreboard, Liao Wenmin rushed over with a beaming smile, supporting him with excitement. Do you know what time you ran? You broke the record. You shattered the middle school 100-meter sprint record at the county games. Liao Wenmin exclaimed, shaking Lu Li by the shoulders. Take it easy. Take it easy. You're going to shake me apart. Lu Li brushed off Liao Wenmin's hands and, still catching his breath, asked, what was my time? I gave it my all this time. 11 seconds, 34. 11 seconds, 34. Liao Wenmin danced with joy. The middle school record for the 100 meters at the county games was 11 seconds, 37. You have created a new record. Lu Li nodded upon hearing the time. And from here on, I will only grow stronger. Lu Li, as long as you perform normally in the finals, you will be the champion of the county games. Great. Lu Li smiled and nodded before turning to scan the surroundings, searching for that flamboyant runner, eager for a moment of vindication. However, the runner had already slipped away. Damn it. Why is it so hard for me to get a chance to slap someone in the face? Can you all cooperate a little? Why is it so difficult to achieve a face-slapping feat? Lu Li entered the lounge, just passing the staircase when he suddenly spotted a group of girls gathered at the entrance. Lu Li is here. As Lu Li approached, the girls flocked to him, surrounding him with excitement. Wow, Lu Li is so handsome. From afar, he looked handsome, and up close, he was even more striking. Not only is he athletic, but his achievements are remarkable too. The girls chattered animatedly around him. Ahem. One girl, seemingly the leader with short hair, cleared her throat, stepped forward, and addressed Lu Li. Hello, Lu Li, I'm the president of the Campus Communications Club at Shenzhou. You broke the record in today as 100-meter semifinal, and I would like to interview you for a broadcast article. The short-haired girl smiled and nodded at Lu Li, explaining her intentions. Shenzhou, aren't you a high school? Why would your high school as Campus Communications want to interview a middle school student like me? Lu Li was somewhat perplexed. Exactly. With looks like that, why should we differentiate between middle school and high school? A murmured voice interjected, not loud, but audible to all. Huh. Lu Li blinked, sensing something amiss. Oh no. The teacher is here. Just as the awkwardness peaked, a sudden exclamation rang out. Instantly, the group of girls dispersed like startled birds. Wow. Are high school students this bold nowadays? When I was in high school, I was also in a relationship. Lu Li shrugged his shoulders and turned to walk into the lounge. There was a final to prepare for in the afternoon. Girls are mere clouds, fleeting and insubstantial. Chapter 78. This guy is a monster. In a conference room at the Uten County Sports Bureau, Director Zhang Zili was seated at his desk, perusing the results of the sports meet. Mediocre performance. Director Zhang tossed aside the score sheets with a sigh and reached for a cigarette. This year's county sports meet had yet to reveal any standout talents. As the head of the sports bureau, failing to present a few promising athletes was a dismal reflection on his leadership. Society harbors certain misconceptions about sports students, often believing that only those who struggle academically pursue athletics. Parents exhaust themselves with creative means to ensure their children receive an education. They are willing to invest millions in properties located in good school districts. If only parents placed the same emphasis on sports. Of course, that is unrealistic. Director Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke, a look of helplessness on his face, hoping that today's competition would yield a few exceptional talents. At that moment, a figure rushed in through the door. Director Zhang looked up to see his subordinate, the head coach of the Yutun County athletics team, Chui Wei. Director, good news. Good news. Chui Wei shouted, brandishing a score sheet as he rushed over. Director, look. In today's 100-meter preliminaries, we have discovered a remarkable talent. Oh. Hearing the mention of a promising athlete, Director Zhang's eyes brightened as he quickly took the score sheet. First place in the junior high 100-meter preliminaries, Lu Li. A time of 11:34 seconds. Surprised by the result, Director Zhang exclaimed, could there be an error? Is there any scoring discrepancy? 11:34 seconds. That must be a record. We used professional equipment with electronic timing. I have checked it multiple times, and there are no discrepancies. He truly ran 11:34 seconds. Chui Wei's face beamed with joy. Director, this Lu Li is only 14 years old. At such a young age, he has achieved this time. And he can only get stronger. Who knows? He may even reach the pinnacle of national competition in the future. Indeed. Excellent. Director Zhang retrieved a cigarette from the box and offered it to Chui Wei. Old Chui, you must nurture this talent well. Next year is the city's youth sports meet. If we achieve good results there, both of us will gain prestige. All thanks to your brilliant leadership, Director. Chui Wei flattered him with a smile. Enough of that. Director Zhang waved his hand and added, Lu Li has a final to compete in this afternoon, right? When does it start? I'll go watch. It begins at 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock. The final of the junior high 100 meters at the county sports meet officially commenced. After numerous rounds of selection and elimination, only 8 competitors remained for the final. Perhaps due to Lu Li's record-breaking semifinal performance, when he entered the final venue, he noticed a significant crowd had gathered. A man sporting a slick-back hairstyle, seemingly a leader, stood near the scoreboard, accompanied by several staff members. Moreover, a reporter from the television station had arrived. Cameras were set up outside the track, and one individual was inside the track holding a camera. Yutun Television. Yutun Television. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live coverage of the junior high 100-meter final at the county sports meet. The final is about to commence. Let us turn our focus to the participating athletes. Look, the young man in the red sports attire is none other than Lu Li. Lu Li strides confidently onto the track, and we anticipate his performance in the final. Will he achieve greatness once again? Let us wait and see. As Lu Li walked onto the track, the camera's glare reflected the sunlight, temporarily blinding him, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes. Our Lu Li seems a bit shy? The female host cheerfully commented. Lu Li was rendered speechless. Am I shy? Which eye of yours perceived my shyness? I was merely dazzled by the camera's glare. Lu Li, win first place. Lu Li, first. The cheerleading squad in the stands began to chant again. Lu Li rolled his eyes. Could they not vary their phrases? It was monotonous to hear the same few words. Why not proclaim Lu Li is the most handsome? That would align with my appearance. Removing his outer garment, Lu Li began to warm up at the edge of the track. After months of training, his physique had developed noticeable muscles. He appeared slim in clothing yet toned without it. His long frame, smooth lines, and perfect proportions were in accordance with the golden ratio. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, combined with his flawless physique, even though his face still bore traces of youth, he remained strikingly attractive. Look, the cheerleading girls have begun to shout again. On your marks. The starter called out the command. The contestants lined up on the track, approaching the starting line. Lu Li glanced back to assess his competitors. The opponents in the final were formidable. They were taller and evidently older than Lu Li. Were these competitors all repeat students? Lu Li chuckled to himself. With me around, you can only contend for second place. Get set. As the command sounded, Lu Li crouched down on the starting line, adopting the starting position. Focused and tense, he coiled his body, waiting to explode forth at the sound of the starting gun. Bang! As the gun fired, Lu Li propelled himself forward, sprinting at full speed. Start. Accelerate. Breathe. Then Lu Li surged into a full sprint. He began his sprint halfway through. His swift figure left the others far behind. Go. Lu Li first. Lu Li first. The cheerleaders erupted in excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone look. Lu Li is leading the race. The boy chasing the wind, like a galloping steed, is far ahead. The host joined in the cheering. Director Zhang observed this scene, but furrowed his brow. Was that a mistake? Turning to the athletics coach Chui Wei beside him, Director Zhang shook his head, astonished that such an error had occurred. It must be due to a lack of competitive experience. Stricter training is necessary. Chui Wei chuckled helplessly. Director, you may find it hard to believe, But sprinting halfway seems to be Lu Li's specialty. He did the same in the semifinals. What? He maintained his sprint in the semifinals as well? Director Zhang's expression turned to shock. He can sustain a sprint all the way to the finish? Such stamina? It appears to be the case. Cui Wei shrugged. This guy is truly a monster. Chapter 79. The greatest talent, of course, is handsomeness. Sprint. Sprint. Holding his breath, Lu Li's figure darted forward like lightning, rushing past the finish line. Victory. Victory. Lu Li, you are the most handsome. Lu Li, you are the best. As Lu Li crossed the finish line, a chorus of cheers erupted around him. The female host announced loudly, Champion. Champion. Lu Li has claimed victory in the 100-meter final. Let us focus on the scoreboard to see Lu Li's final time. 11:32 seconds. 11:32 seconds. A new record has been set. Lu Li has once again surpassed the time he achieved in the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 14-year-old boy. The image of him running in the sunlight is filled with pride and confidence. At just 14, he has achieved a time of 11:32 seconds. Where will his journey take him next? We are all eager to see. Anticipating his future. Anticipating the victories he will bring us. Lu Li, go? The boy chasing the wind, relentless in his pursuit. The host's voice radiated enthusiasm. The cheers of the cheerleaders rose and fell like waves. In the finals, the time of 11:32 seconds was an improvement of 0.2 seconds over the morning's performance. During the second burst of speed, Lu Li distinctly felt that his body was not as fatigued as it had been the last time. Under the principle that hard work yields rewards, Lu Li experienced growth with each explosion of speed. Lu Li, you are the champion. You are the champion. You have set a new record, Liao Wenmin exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Lu Li and preparing to shake him. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. We have succeeded. Lu Li beamed with joy. On the path to becoming a champion, the county sports meet title was merely the beginning. Indeed, we have succeeded. Liao Wenmin laughed heartily, continuously patting Lu Li on the shoulder. With this achievement, you can directly join the county athletics team. Moreover, your qualification as a national second-level athlete will be processed immediately. This means that if you wish to attend high school, you can choose any key high school in the county. Higher education? Do I still need to worry about that? Lu Li chuckled and shook his head. What I care about is receiving free clothes and shoes every year. Running really wears out shoes. Hello, Lu Li. At this moment, the female host approached with a microphone, and a nearby camera focused on Lu Li. Lu Li, I am a reporter from Yuten Television. Today, you have once again broken the county sports meet record in the middle school group 100-meter race. Congratulations on your outstanding achievement. The female host extended her hand for a handshake with Lu Li and continued. Lu Li, it is said that not only have you excelled in sports, but your academic performance is also exceptionally remarkable. Is that true? The microphone was passed to Lu Li. About that, Lu Li smiled and replied casually, during my midterm exams. Aside from losing 1 point, I scored full marks in all subjects. This interview was being broadcast live online. At that moment, viewers watching the interview began to flood the comment section. This is someone else's child. Assessment complete. Who says athletes can't study? Come and see. Did you get slapped in the face? Is this the world of the strong? I am trembling with fear as I fail my exams and gasp for breath while running. Trembling 1. Trembling 2. Trembling 10,086. Hey, how much advertising revenue did you receive? The interview continued. Wow. Lu Li, you are so impressive. You are the epitome of comprehensive development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. The female host exclaimed, then asked, with your excellent academics and remarkable athleticism, it is clear that you possess talents in both areas. In your opinion, which of these two talents is stronger? Neither. Lu Li grinned widely. Huh. The female host was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, neither of these are your strongest talents? Then what is your greatest talent? My greatest talent is, of course, my good looks. Lu Li replied with an earnest smile. At that moment, the internet erupted in laughter. Pardon me while I wipe the soda off my screen. Being handsome is indeed a formidable talent. Good looks, excellent academics, and outstanding athleticism. This must be the favored child of heaven. Clearly, one could rely on their looks. Yet they excel academically and possess great physical strength. How are we to survive this? I can't handle this blow. I must retreat. Friend above, your statement is problematic. Physical strength and relying on looks are akin. They should be merged. Indeed, physical strength is the foundation for relying on looks. You all are quite knowledgeable. It seems you have experience. Come, share your stories. The topic shifted to an indescribable angle. On the field, Lu Li's declaration that being handsome is his greatest talent left the host thoroughly astonished. The interview was hastily concluded. The female host cast a glance at Lu Li, pondering. Are you pleased with this cheeky remark? Am I pleased? Yes, I am very pleased. Lu Li replied with a grin. In Lu Zhouan village, Lu Li's aunt, Tan Fenglian, was watching television. At that moment, The screen displayed Lu Li winning the championship and being interviewed by a reporter. Champion, has he broken a record? Aunt Tin gasped in shock. Lu Wanshan, come quickly and see. The boy has won the championship. Where did this champion come from? Lu Wanshan clearly did not believe it. He has only been training for a short time. Is it possible he has won a championship? Look, it's on the television. Aunt Tin shouted. Lu Wanshan hurried over and saw the television screen. On the screen, Lu Li was sprinting ahead, crossing the finish line first. Champion! Champion! Lu Li has won the 100-meter final championship. He has broken his own record set in the semifinals. At this moment, hearing the announcement, Lu Wanshan's hands trembled. Good, good, good. The boy truly has talent. He has really won the championship. No wonder he pursued athletics. He genuinely has the ability. Wonderful. Perhaps our family will even produce a world champion. If we really do have a world champion, that would be splendid. Aunt Tin smiled broadly. If he becomes a world champion, I will be the aunt of a world champion. Hee hee. The couple's faces were beaming with joy. Chapter 8. The First Honor. The 3-day county sports meet has officially concluded. Amidst the resounding music of the military band, Lu Li received his first sports medal from the director of the sports bureau. Zhang Zili, county sports meet middle school group 100-meter champion, twice breaking the county sports meet middle school group 100-meter record. This achievement, at the age of 14, was already sufficiently dazzling. A youthful genius, a star of the future. If he continues to grow, he may become one of the nation's top sprinters. Although it is a gold medal from the county-level sports meet youth group, it is indeed the first step towards victory. Breaking the county sports meet middle school group 100-meter competition record marks your first record, one worthy of remembrance. You have surpassed your own record. This is your first championship, and this honor is worthy of commemoration. Indeed, just like the storyline of an academic achiever, the best way to gain recognition is through victory in competitions, thereby attaining glory. After the award ceremony, Zhang Zili took Lu Li to his office. The head coach of the county athletics team, Cui Wei, was already waiting in the office. Lu Li, let me introduce you, Zhang Zili said, pointing to Cui Wei. This is Cui Wei, the head coach of the county athletics team. He won a bronze medal in the men's 100 meters at the 11th National Games in 2009. Hello, Coach Cui, Lu Li greeted him with a smile. Cui Wei nodded in acknowledgement. The reason I called you here today is mainly for two matters. Zhang Zili sat down at the desk, opened a drawer, and took out a certificate, handing it to Lu Li. This is your national second-level athlete qualification certificate. Thank you, Director Zhang. Lu Li accepted the bright red certificate, glancing at it to find his information listed, along with his achievements of winning the 100-meter championship and breaking the record twice. The National Second-Level Athlete Qualification Certificate is an affirmation of your achievements. This certificate allows you to enroll in any key high school within the county. At this point, Zhang Zili smiled. Of course, as a top student, you probably want to need this. However, there is something useful here. Zhang Zili took out another form and handed it to Lu Li, saying, once you fill out this form, you will officially join the county athletics team. By joining the athletics team, Coach Cui will provide you with professional training to further enhance your abilities. Tapping his fingers on the form, Zhang Zili asked with a smile, do you have any questions? I only have one question. Lu Li pointed to the running shoes on his feet. Running wears out shoes quickly. The athletics team provides running shoes, right? Haha. Zhang Zili and Cui Wei exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. Don't worry. Even if you wear out 3 pairs in a day, I will cover it all. Moreover, the athletics team provides uniforms, meals, and accommodation without any expense to you. Then I have no issues. Lu Li grinned, taking the form and beginning to fill it out. Mission accomplished. He was joining the athletics team. No longer would he have to worry about running shoes wearing out. After completing the form, Coach Cui took Lu Li directly to the storage room, issuing him a set of sportswear, an athletics uniform, and a pair of running shoes. Quite a generous benefit, carrying the bag of clothes. Lu Li bid farewell to Coach Cui, agreeing to report to the athletics team the following morning. Have you arrived? Liao Wenmin glanced at Lu Li with a smile and nodded. You have joined the county athletics team, haven't you? Yes. Lu Li nodded and stepped forward to bow to Liao Wenmin, saying, thank you, teacher. Thank you for your concern and guidance. What thanks? Let's not speak of that. Liao Wenmin waved his hand, continuing, now that you have joined the county athletics team, you can consider yourself a semi-professional athlete. You are quite talented. Continue to work hard and strive to become one of the top 100-meter runners in the country. I will. Lu Li nodded. As for being among the nation's best, you might not believe it, but my goal is to become a world champion. At this moment, Lu Li recalled a question. What does a semi-professional athlete mean? Teacher Liao, what do you mean by semi-professional athlete? Semi-professional is something I made up. Generally, one becomes a formal professional athlete only after joining the provincial team. However, compared to professional athletes, you are just missing a salary and a formal position. After all, you are still a student. Liao Wenmin quickly clarified. Then, as a semi-professional athlete, do I not have to attend high school? Luli was puzzled about the specifics. You will still have high school registration, but under normal circumstances. You won't attend classes. Your main task will be training. Liao Wenmin explained. From now on, the path you must take is to enter the provincial team and then the national team. This is not the same as attending high school and going to university. I understand. Luli nodded, gaining a basic understanding. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Luli woke up to train. After completing his scheduled plan, he checked out of the guest house and, with luggage in tow, arrived at the county athletics team. In fact, the county sports bureau and the county athletics team were both located at the stadium for the county games. Have you arrived? As Luli entered the stadium, Coach Chui was already waiting on the track, waving from afar. Hello, Coach. Luli set down his luggage and greeted Chui Wei. Follow me. First, let us put your luggage in the dormitory. Chui Wei led Luli to a dormitory behind the stadium, opened a room, and instructed him to drop off his belongings. Luli was surprised to find that the room was a single with a balcony and a bathroom, fully equipped with bedding and daily necessities. It seemed the county athletics team provided quite a good arrangement. Next, you need to prepare yourself mentally. This year will be extremely arduous. In March next year, there will be the City Youth Games, in July the Provincial Athletics Selection, and in October the 12th National Games. Chui Wei's expression was serious. The results from the City Youth Games will determine whether you can participate in the provincial selection, and the results from the provincial selection will determine your participation in the national games. For your future, and to solidify your foundation, I will be relentless from today onward. Sparing no mercy, your training schedule will be packed every day, exhausting you to the point of immobility and pushing you to tears. Exhausting me to the point of immobility? Making me cry from training? I'm invincible. Don't dream. Luli smiled broadly, declaring, training is what I fear the least. Let the training come with even greater intensity. Chapter 81. Luli, are you still human? At Huilong Middle School, Luli's homeroom teacher, Teacher Gong Yun, was furious in the principal's office. Principal Peng, you just let Luli go like that? You agreed to his transfer to Yuten Sports School? Teacher Gong slammed her hand on the desk, her face aflame with anger. Do you have any idea how well Luli is performing academically? He is a candidate for Qingbei, and you just let him go? Teacher Gong, I understand your feelings. Principal Peng also wore a troubled expression. Director Zhang from the Sports Bureau played tricks. After several drinks, he got the Education Bureau director intoxicated and finalized the matter at the table. I couldn't stop it. Luli does possess some athletic talent, but his academic abilities are even stronger. Teacher Gong remained indignant. Students like him, specializing in sports, are a waste of talent. We must be responsible for our students. We cannot allow them to go astray. Calm down. How about this? Teacher Gong nodded. Let us leave it at that for now. I will visit Luli's home for a home visit and have a good talk with him. With that, Teacher Gong turned and left the principal's office. At that moment, she felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Just a few months had passed, and he was already the champion of the county games. This change came too suddenly, leaving Teacher Gong unprepared. Why not be a top student? Why choose to toil away in sports? Currently, Luli was indeed toiling away. After joining the athletics team, he had just dropped off his luggage when Coach Chui took him to the training field. On the athletics team's training ground, other athletes were training with their respective coaches. Without any introduction to those training, Coach Chui took Luli aside and began the training directly. I don't know how your previous coach trained you, nor do I care, Coach Chui said with a stern face, watching Luli intently. From now on, everything here will be according to my methods. No problem. Luli had no objections. Now, Chui Wei pointed to the track. Run 10 laps for me to warm up. Start. A 400-meter track meant 10 laps equaled 4,000 meters. Am I here to practice sprinting? Luli thought to himself, but said nothing, turning to begin running. I watched your performance at the county games. Your mid-race sprints are quite distinctive. Coach Chui ran alongside him, explaining, mid-race sprints are your specialty. Since that is the case, we will strengthen this specialty and turn it into your signature skill. Therefore, I will increase your endurance training. So that was the intention? Luli nodded, following Coach Chui's instructions as he ran along the track. Coach Chui also guided him on the techniques of distance running, correcting Luli's mistakes. After completing 10 laps, Luli stopped, gasping for breath. Let us take a 10-minute break, then we will start the next round of training. Coach Chui approached Luli with a folder, handing it to him. Look, this is your training plan, focusing primarily on strength, explosiveness, endurance, and coordination. Luli glanced over it, memorizing the training outline. This training plan was indeed rigorous. Every day from morning till night was fully scheduled, with an astonishing amount of training. But I am invincible. No amount of training can defeat me. Having just completed 10 laps, Luli felt a surge of warmth within him, and the fatigue from his body was dissipating. The principle of hard work not only ensured that Lu Li made progress with every training session, but also, under this wave of warmth, relieved muscle fatigue and repaired minor injuries. This was undoubtedly a coveted skill for athletes. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Li completely eliminated the fatigue from running 10 laps and was back in high spirits. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly noticed a group of lively figures entering through the stadium's main gate. A group of young women, clad in form-fitting sports attire and embodying grace, strolled into the stadium, chatting and laughing. What could this mean? Is the welfare of the athletics team so generous as to include such delightful company? Lu Li turned to Coach Chui Wei and inquired, "What are they here for?" "They are here for yoga," Chui Wei replied with a slight smirk. "In addition to them, there will also be some engaged in aerobics, as well as taekwondo and sanda." Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. Taekwondo and sanda were understandable, as they are competitive disciplines, but yoga and aerobics? "This is our facility." Chui Wei gestured towards the entire stadium, which serves as both the Yutian Sports Bureau and a cultural and sports center, also known as Yutian Sports School. The yoga and similar programs are profit-generating activities. Otherwise, how would the funds for your training be sourced? It's a matter of taking from the populace and giving back to them. Just a bit of insight. Lu Li beamed with a smile. Indeed, without these ladies investing in yoga, how would we athletes sustain ourselves? Enough with the banter. Once you've rested, we shall resume training. Coach Chui waved his hand, and the rigorous training of Lu Li continued. Squatting with a barbell, running with sandbags strapped to him. These were merely the basics. Coach Chui even positioned himself on Lu Li's back, compelling him to perform push-ups. During the running drills, new challenges emerged. Coach Chui fastened a resilient rubber band to Lu Li's waist, as Lu Li sprinted ahead with all his might, while Coach Chui pulled back on the band. The variations kept coming, one after another. The training was intense, grueling, and demanding. Yet, the laws of nature rewarded diligence, and Lu Li's fatigue gradually dissipated under the warmth of recovery. Upon completing a training session, Lu Li was left panting, but after a brief rest, he was rejuvenated once more. Chui Wei observed this phenomenon with astonishment. Such rapid recovery? This individual is truly a natural-born athlete. Given this, the training intensity was further increased, with Coach Chui surreptitiously augmenting the workload by a third. Initially, after finishing a set, Lu Li felt utterly exhausted, his limbs quivering as he struggled to walk. Yet, after a 10-minute respite, he was once again bursting with energy. Chui Wei's astonishment grew, and so did his rigor in training. By the end of the day, Lu Li had sweated profusely, his body coated in a layer of salt. However, even after the training concluded, and despite his fatigue, Lu Li quickly regained his vitality. "Are you even human? This physique is nothing short of monstrous." Chui Wei gazed at Lu Li as if he were an otherworldly being. It seemed nearly impossible to exhaust him or to push him to tears through training. Chapter 82. A monster, undoubtedly a monster. Training must adhere to scientific principles. Yet, Lu Li's recovery abilities defied all logic. After dining and resting for an hour, Coach Chui summoned Lu Li back to the training ground. "Your recovery is extraordinary, isn't it? You can endure quite a bit, can't you? I relish individuals like you." Another round of training commenced, with Chui Wei incorporating every conceivable challenge. The weight of the sandbags was increased to 20 pounds, doubling the training load. At this point, Lu Li was utterly exhausted, panting heavily as he leaned against the barbell, appearing as though he lacked the strength to walk. "Humph, you think I can't handle you?" Chui Wei chuckled inwardly. However, just 10 minutes later, Lu Li was once again full of vigor. "Impressive. We'll continue tomorrow. I'll double your training load again. Let us see where your limits lie." Coach Chui retreated, awaiting the next day. As training concluded, Lu Li exited the athletics field alongside Coach Chui. Passing by the indoor sports hall of the Cultural and Sports Center, Lu Li heard the sounds of rhythmic strikes emanating from within. "What is happening over there?" Lu Li inquired, gesturing towards the indoor arena. "They're training in sanda." "Sanda? Is that one of those profit-driven activities?" Lu Li glanced back, somewhat surprised that such an avocational pursuit involved such rigorous effort. "They are professional sanda athletes, just like us. They belong to the sanda team, while we are part of the athletics team, both under the Yutian Sports Bureau and Yutian Sports School," Chui Wei explained casually. "Professional sanda athletes?" A spark of interest flickered in Lu Li's eyes. In truth, combat is an instinct deeply ingrained in human nature. Even children's toys often feature swords and guns. Thus, Lu Li found himself intrigued by this martial art. "What's this? Are you interested in sanda?" Chui Wei shot Lu Li a sidelong glance, shaking his head with a smile. "You've trained for the 100 meters, and your physical capacity is already impressive. National-level sprinters possess explosive power at least 4 to 5 times that of an average person. Even without prior sanda training, a casual punch from you would be hard for others to withstand." At this point, Chui Wei's expression turned serious as he advised Lu Li, "Remember, as professional athletes, We must never engage in fights casually. A moment's carelessness can lead to serious consequences. I understand. In a harmonious society, why engage in fighting? Lu Li smiled earnestly and nodded. However, once Coach Chui departed, Lu Li stealthily made his way to the Sonda training area. This indoor arena was filled with various training equipment, but the most striking feature was a boxing ring. At this moment, two men clad in protective gear were engaged in an intense sparring match. Lu Li remained silent, merely standing at the entrance and observing from a distance. With his remarkable memory, he meticulously noted each combat move displayed on the ring, dissecting the actions in his mind, categorizing and organizing them. By the end of the sparring session, Lu Li had compiled various types of Sonda techniques, including offensive, defensive, evasive maneuvers, and footwork. As he mimicked the movements, Lu Li delved into analyzing and comprehending the principles behind these techniques, interpreting the timing of each action's application. Knowledge is a treasure that never burdens the bearer. Even if Sonda is not employed for fighting, it serves as a means of self-defense. Studying allows me to calmly reason with fools, while practicing Sonda ensures that fools will quietly listen to my reasoning. Is that not a profound observation? Hey, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Li was engrossed in contemplating the Sonda techniques, the coach from the ring spotted him and couldn't help but call out. From the athletics team? The Sonda coach glanced at Lu Li, nodding. Oh, you must be Lu Li. Quite impressive for someone your age to have broken county records. You're a promising talent. Saying this, the Sonda coach approached Lu Li with a friendly smile, introducing himself. I am Zhong Jun, the coach of the Sonda team. Would you be interested in learning Sonda? As a sprinter, you'd be quite suited for it. Having gleaned some insights, Lu Li quickly made his exit. Transitioning to Sonda? While he found it intriguing, Sonda was not an Olympic event. His goal was to secure an Olympic championship, and Sonda could only remain a casual interest. The following morning, Lu Li returned to the athletics field. Did you visit Zhong Jun's Sonda training last night? Chui Wei cast a glance at Lu Li, his tone casual. I understand that young people are drawn to combat sports, but you must not become distracted. Your primary focus should be on perfecting your 100-meter sprint. I was merely observing. Lu Li offered no further explanation. Thus commenced another grueling training session. Today, Coach Chui seemed more fervent than before, incorporating sandbags, barbells, and elastic resistance bands, pushing Lu Li to his limits. After completing a set, Lu Li was utterly spent, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is this the limit? Chui Wei observed the scene before him, nodding slightly as he discreetly adjusted the training regimen, reducing the intensity of the subsequent workouts. This was the limit. Any further increase could lead to injuries. However, just 10 minutes later, Lu Li was brimming with vitality once more. You must be a monster, right? Speak up. Are you the reincarnation of some mythical creature? Encountering such an anomaly brought sheer delight to the coach. Yet, Chui Wei refrained from escalating the training difficulty, opting instead to maintain the current regimen, intending to gradually increase it as Lu Li's capabilities improved. This was the essence of a scientific training approach. While this notion was commendable and aligned with sports science, the reality was that the relentless pursuit of excellence often disregarded such principles. This training volume was sustained for merely 3 days. By the 4th day, Lu Li effortlessly completed the exercises. A monster. Undoubtedly a monster. The astonishment within Chui Wei was simply indescribable. The current training load mirrored what he had experienced during his time with the provincial team. Lu Li was truly extraordinary. As time flowed inexorably through relentless training, days turned into weeks and months into the year's end. In the latter half of 2012, Lu Li celebrated his 15th birthday and had been training under Coach Chui for over 7 months. Throughout this period, the once stern and ruthless Coach Chui had transformed into a figure of warmth and approachability. When he presented the training outline from the national athletics team, and Lu Li successfully completed it, Chui Wei's demeanor softened considerably. His joy in Lu Li's performance was palpable, and he boasted about it to his fellow coaches. Thanks to Chui Wei's exuberance, Lu Li's reputation as a monster spread throughout the U10 sports school. Coach Zhong Jun of the Sonda team often remarked to his athletes, "Look at Lu Li. Observe how he trains. In comparison, you all are mere novices." This was the Sonda team, yet Lu Li's monstrous reputation profoundly impacted the athletics team. If Lu Li can train, why can't you? The echoes of coaching fury resounded as athletes struggled with the shot put, discus, and javelin, their hands swollen, while high jumpers and long jumpers cramped from exertion. During these demanding sessions, Lu Li inadvertently became the target of resentment among all the athletes at U10 Sports School. Fortunately, the other coaches recognized Lu Li's extraordinary physique and did not impose his training standards on everyone, merely increasing the load incrementally. Even so, this adjustment caused considerable distress among the athletes. One fateful night, at midnight, 2 figures clashed in the Sonda training arena, exchanging punches and kicks. One competitor feigned with his left hand, executed a deceptive maneuver to mislead his opponent, and then swiftly pivoted to unleash a powerful right punch, landing a resounding blow to his adversary's head. Stop! Coach Zhong Jun yanked off his helmet, shaking his head vigorously. Despite the protective gear, Lu Li's punch had left him dazed and seeing stars. Coach Zhong, are you alright? Lu Li rushed to check on him. I'm fine, just a bit shaken. The impact was intense, and my head is spinning, Coach Zhong replied, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Li. I've been on the receiving end of your punches too many times. When will you finally agree to join the Sanda team? Your amateur skills surpass those of the athletes I've trained. I am a 100-meter sprinter. Sanda is merely my hobby. I won't consider switching careers until I secure an Olympic championship. Sigh. Coach Zhong sighed with frustration. This beating was for nothing. What is so great about being a 100-meter sprinter? Isn't it just about participating in the Olympics? Sanda is the true sport for men. It's visceral and exhilarating. After a refreshing shower, Lu Li lay on his bed. Having been a member of the athletics team for over half a year, the changes in him were profoundly noticeable. Firstly, his height. Lu Li had now reached 175 meters. Prolonged professional training and the well-balanced diet provided by the athletics team had accelerated his growth. At 15, Lu Li stood tall and athletic, with well-defined muscles, 8-pack abs, and a pronounced V-line. His rigorous training in the 100-meter sprint, coupled with his private passion for Sanda, endowed him with formidable explosive power. Furthermore, Lu Li's performance in the 100-meter dash had significantly improved. 4 months ago, he officially broke the 11-second barrier, clocking in at 10.86 seconds, surpassing the national first-level athlete standard. His times had continued to improve steadily, and he eagerly anticipated showcasing his abilities at the city's youth sports meet in April of the following year. In addition to his sprinting prowess, Lu Li's skills in Sanda had also matured, regularly besting his former coach, a national first-level Sanda athlete, Zhong Jun. However, due to age and diminishing physical condition, Coach Zhong, now in his 30s, was no longer at his peak. Lu Li estimated his Sanda skills to be approaching the national first-level standard, though still slightly below it. If one were to represent Lu Li's skill set more succinctly, it would read as follows: Skill, 100-meter sprint, level, national first class. Skill, Sanda, level, near national first class. With the lights extinguished, Lu Li nestled into bed, ready for slumber. The new year was fast approaching. Tomorrow, the athletics team would commence its holiday. This training truly pushed the limits of his body, extracting every ounce of potential. Without the advantage of diligent effort rewarded by the heavens, Lu Li would not have been able to endure such an immense training load. Moreover, the training process inevitably involved bumps and scrapes, and a single misstep could lead to injury. Fortunately, through diligent effort, he not only grew stronger, but also healed from any injuries sustained during intense workouts. Having invested so much, the rewards were substantial, with his 100-meter times improving remarkably. He eagerly awaited the opportunity to shine at the upcoming city youth sports meet in April. The night passed without incident. The following day, the athletics team enjoyed their holiday. What on earth have you been eating, Lu Li? Have you been consuming pig feed? Chun Jinfei exclaimed upon seeing Lu Li, nearly failing to recognize him. He recalled how, at the beginning of the year, Lu Li stood at a mere 163 meters, frail and easily toppled by the wind. After joining the athletics team, he had gradually grown, remaining within a normal range. But now, the tall, robust figure before him, with neatly cropped hair and a strikingly masculine presence, looked nothing like the Lu Li he once knew. Have you become even more handsome? Lu Li grinned. My greatest talent is my good looks. It's innate, nothing I can do about it. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Chun Jinfei shot Lu Li a glare, his heart brimming with resentment. It was one thing to excel academically and win championships at the county sports meet, but why did Lu Li have to be taller, more athletic, and more handsome than him? I can't stand this humiliation. The athletics team's break was brief, lasting only 7 days. Look at you, Lu Li. You've grown so tall, exclaimed his aunt, who was pasting couplets at the door upon seeing him approach, nearly failing to recognize him. Life in the athletics team must be splendid. Lu Li responded with a smile before inquiring, Aunt Man, where's Uncle Man? He out back, butchering a pig. Hurry over and lend him a hand. Before a word could be uttered, a heart-wrenching cry of a pig echoed from behind the house, followed by a cacophony of sounds and the shouts of people. Stop it. Don't let it escape. Hiju Gao, what are you doing? You can't even hold a pig down. Amidst the curses and the frantic chase, a hefty pig weighing several 100 pounds burst forth from the house. Oh my goodness. My aunt shrieked, stumbling to one side in fright. Stop it. Don't let it run away. Came the frantic shout of Uncle Lu Wanshan from behind. The scene before us invoked an inexplicable joy. Get out of the way, child. Quick, move aside. Don't let it ram into you. Lu Wanshan, chasing after the pig, noticed Lu Li standing at the door and, forgetting about the runaway pig, yelled anxiously for Lu Li's safety. Such words were truly heartwarming. A smile graced Lu Li's face as he faced the oncoming pig, swiftly shifting his body and executing a sweeping leg maneuver. Sending the pig crashing to the ground with a thud, Lu Li rushed forward, pressing his knee against the pig's spine and pinning it firmly to the earth, rendering it immobile. Wow, Li Zi, what a talent! Uncle Lu Wanshan, astonished at Lu Li's swift capture of the pig, exclaimed. After all, he was a sports champion. Impressive indeed. A tall, lean man beside Uncle Lu Wanshan was He Zhugao. He hurried over to assist Lu Li in subduing the pig, nodding in admiration. Uncle Lu Wanshan approached, seizing a rope to bind the pig's 4 legs, and together they lifted the hefty creature to the back of the house. Thus, they enjoyed a hearty meal of pig dishes at noon, with several neighbors joining them. Did you know? Li Zi is quite capable. After a few drinks, Uncle Lu Wanshan began boasting to the neighbors. You should have seen how he toppled that pig with a single sweep of his leg, with one knee on it. That several hundred-pound pig was utterly immobilized. Impressive, right? Truly worthy of a sports champion. Laughter erupted among the men as they cheered and drank. Lu Li gnawed on a bone, nodding in agreement amidst the praises. The atmosphere was lively, filled with chatter and laughter. This was the essence of rural New Year celebrations. Amidst the fireworks and joyous laughter, Lu Li savored the festive spirit of the Xiangxiang countryside in this narrative world. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Li unexpectedly received a work assignment. An elder from Lu Jiawan village, reputed to be the last of the old generation in the Lu family ancestral hall, personally sought out Lu Li. Li Zi, you are a sports champion with remarkable skills. We need your assistance at the temple fair for our Lu family ancestral hall. The elder, stroking his sparse beard, nodded slightly at Lu Li. Old uncle, please let me know what you need. Faced with the elderly gentleman in his 80s, Lu Li dared not decline, nodding earnestly. After sipping some tea, the elder explained, originally, it was your uncle Duan who was to lead the dragon dance. However, he recently injured his back and cannot perform. The head of the dragon dance is crucial, and ordinary people cannot manage it. You, being a sports champion with excellent abilities, are perfectly suited for this task. Which Uncle Duan? Lu Li inquired, realizing that everyone in this vast area shared the surname Lu and were all relatives. Dragon dance. But I've never done it before. This was not Lu Li's attempt to shirk responsibility. He truly had never participated in a dragon dance, nor had he even seen one. No worries. With your capabilities, you'll master it in just a few days. The elder spoke with confidence. The temple fair is on the 7th day of the new year. Counting today, you have 4 days to practice, and you will surely succeed. All right, I will give it a try. With the conversation reaching this point, Lu Li had no choice but to nod in agreement. Excellent. The elder smiled, rising with his cane. The dragon dance team is practicing at the sun-drying field in Laowan. Come with me. Lu Li promptly followed the elder to the sun-drying field, a remnant from the days of the production team, which villagers used for drying grains. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the field. About 10 young men were practicing with a dragon lantern made of red silk, while many young women and children surrounded them, watching the spectacle. This was Lu Li's first encounter with a dragon lantern. In front of the dragon's head, a person wielded a long pole topped with a hollow, gold-red metallic sphere, producing a jingling sound as it moved. This was the so-called dragon pearl. The person controlling the dragon pearl acted as the conductor, guiding the movements of the dragon head. Duan Zi, Lu Jingduan, come here. The elder waved to a middle-aged man leading the dragon dance. I've brought Li Zi to you. Please teach him. Coming. Lu Jingduan gestured for the others to stop, handed the dragon head to someone nearby, and ran over. He was a tall, robust man, standing about 6 feet tall. Old uncle, is this Li Zi? Upon reaching the elder, Lu Jingduan turned to Lu Li and nodded. Li Zi, I'm your 17th uncle. I've heard of your prowess as the county sports champion. However, to master the dragon head, you'll need to put in some serious effort. Understood. I will study diligently. Lu Li flashed a sincere smile. Put in serious effort? These few simple movements. I memorized them just by watching. Chapter 85. The dragon soars across the seas. Flying high in the sky. What does it mean to be the head of the dragon? In the traditional art of dragon dancing, the one who wields the dragon head holds absolute authority. Although the person handling the dragon pearl has a guiding role, it is, in fact, the simplest task. The dragon dance consists of several routines, and once mastered, anyone can handle the dragon pearl. However, the dragon head is different. Certain stunts and movements require a strong individual to execute them. Li Zi, follow me. Lu Jingduan beckoned, leading Lu Li into the center of the field. Our sports champion has arrived. Lu Jingduan patted Lu Li on the shoulder, greeting the others. Welcome, welcome. Li Zi, you have talent. The other young men practicing the dragon dance greeted Lu Li cheerfully. Many of these individuals were unfamiliar to Lu Li. The Lu family ancestral hall of Lingguan Temple encompassed several villages, and while they were all relatives, Lu Li had not met many of them. Li Zi. Since you have never danced the dragon before, start by practicing the simpler routines. Pay close attention. Lu Jingduan took the dragon head, signaling the drummer to begin. First routine, the dragon enters the sea, rise. The others raised their dragon poles, forming a long line behind Lu Jingduan. The rapid drum beats began to echo. With a sweep of the dragon head, the group followed suit, creating a long dragon that twisted and turned gracefully, resembling a dragon frolicking in water, vivid and lifelike. For Lu Li, having seen it once, it was incredibly easy to remember. Li Zi, now you try, Lu Jingduan encouraged after demonstrating the routine. All right, Lu Li stepped forward. Taking the dragon head, begin the drum. The lively drum beats resounded, accompanied by gongs and the sound of suona. Lu Jingduan stood by, closely observing Lu Li's movements, ready to point out any mistakes or correct errors. Unexpectedly, Lu Jingduan turned to the elder, astonished. Old uncle, you said he has never practiced dragon dancing? Does he not practice it under your guidance? Old uncle glanced at Lu Jingduan with a smile while stroking his beard, remarking on the exceptional skills of the young lad. Is it truly the case that a sports champion possesses such prowess? To learn a routine in just one viewing and execute it with such finesse? Lu Jingduan reminisced about the countless times he had faced reprimand from his father while learning the dragon dance. The comparison was stark. He had heard that Lu Li excelled academically, leading him to ponder whether it was his own intellect that fell short. This realization was rather harsh, casting a shadow of melancholy over Lu Jingduan. After demonstrating the routine of Jiao Long Ru Hai, Lu Jingduan proceeded to showcase the Pan Long Zhun, along with several common routines like Jiao Long Nao Hai, Si Hai Xing Ping, Feng Tiao Yu Shun, and Wu Gu Feng Deng. Each routine was executed flawlessly, and Lu Li absorbed them with remarkable speed, demonstrating a mastery that left Lu Jingduan feeling somewhat dim-witted. After practicing the dragon dance for over a decade, he had only achieved this level of proficiency, yet Lu Li had surpassed him in less than half a day. Was he truly so lacking in intelligence? As Lu Jingduan grappled with these feelings, he was interrupted by the applause of the onlookers, who marveled at Lu Li's impressive talent. Look at him. He is so handsome, one exclaimed, while another teased about the implications of leaving the door open for someone so young. The banter was lighthearted, reflecting the robust nature of rural women. In no time, Lu Li had mastered all the common routines of the dragon dance, determined to reveal a secret technique. Lu Jingduan called out to Lu Li, our Lu family temple's dragon dance team has a special move. It is called Long Tung Si Hai, Fei Long Zai Tian. I injured my waist a few days ago and cannot demonstrate it, but I will explain it to you and see if you can learn it. How did you injure your waist, Brother Duan? One of the dragon dance team members inquired with a chuckle. What else could it be? 2 days ago, Brother Duan had a few drinks of deer antler wine, and the noise from his guests could be heard for miles. Laughter erupted amongst the crowd. Enough. Don't corrupt the youth. Lu Jingduan scolded, glaring at them. After regaining his composure, he waved his hand and instructed, set up the long Tung Si Hai formation. Hurry up. The team quickly complied, retrieving the wooden sticks that served as the dragon's handles. The sticks, roughly the thickness of an egg and about 1.7 meters long, glistened with a polished finish and were a deep crimson hue. 2 members formed a pair, gripping the sticks tightly, while the front row crouched, and the last 2 balanced the sticks on their shoulders. Our long Tung Si Hai routine involves the dragon's head leading the way, running up along the sticks, and leaping at the highest point, swinging the dragon's handle as if a dragon were bursting forth from the sea. Lu Jingduan explained each step to Lu Li in detail. After carefully reviewing the instructions in his mind, Lu Li expressed his eagerness. Uncle Duan, I would like to give it a try. He raised the dragon's head and nodded to the other members. Brothers, please support me properly. Of course. They responded eagerly, positioning themselves to support the wooden rods. Be careful and don't overexert yourself. Don't get hurt. Lu Jingduan initially hesitated to let him try, but recalling Lu Li's extraordinary learning ability, he chose instead to offer a serious warning. The rhythmic beating of drums commenced once more, and the sounds of gongs and suona filled the air. The red silk dragon dance lay on the ground, while about 10 people held the wooden sticks in a staggered formation, resembling a staircase. Long Tung Si Hai, Fei Long Zai Tian. Lu Jingduan shouted, the drums thundering in response. Lu Li charged forward, sprinting up the makeshift wooden ladder, and with a powerful flick of his wrist, he leaped into the air, performing a full 360-degree spin. In that moment, he embodied the essence of a soaring dragon, spiraling into the sky. Bravo! Bravo! Erupted the cheers from the crowd. Remarkable! Lu Li, what talent! They praised his performance, and Lu Jingduan felt a pang of disappointment. If it weren't for his injury, he could have performed flawlessly as well. Alas, the consequences of drink were now evident, perhaps affecting his kidneys as well. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, at Hoji Pavilion in Longhui Town, it is said that during the Tang Dynasty, Prime Minister Pei Xiu awaited an imperial decree, leading to the establishment of this pavilion. The original structure has long since vanished, and today's festival has evolved from its religious roots into a celebration of folk culture. By early morning, the streets around Hoji Pavilion were bustling with villagers from nearby towns, alongside merchants and onlookers drawn by the festivities. As the clock struck 9, the sound of drums resonated from the various entrances of the pavilion. Dragon dance teams, donned in celebratory red robes, paraded through the streets, performing Jiao Long Ru Hai, their vibrant movements captivating all who witnessed. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the sounds of gongs, firecrackers, and cheers. Television reporters captured the scene, promoting the rich heritage of Chinese culture and the enduring traditions of the community. Look, here comes a magnificent red dragon, symbolizing prosperity and vitality, they announced as Lu Li, wielding the dragon's head, entered the bustling street, momentarily blinded by the camera flashes. "Why do you keep showing up?" he muttered, recognizing the same female reporter who had interviewed him previously. The dragon dance continued, weaving through the crowd, with colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple converging at the heart of the celebration. As the drums shifted rhythm, the dragons spread out, each taking their position to perform. The routines of Pan Long Zhun, Jiao Long Nao Hai, Si Hai Xing Ping, Feng Tiao Yushan, Wu Gu Feng Deng, and Guo Tai Min were presented, showcasing the team's skill and artistry in a spectacular display. Before the lens, a magnificent spectacle unfolds as over a dozen colossal dragons twist and swirl, each exhibiting a unique posture, yet appearing vividly alive, akin to a multitude of dragons converging, a scene reminiscent of a dragon frolicking in the sea. These captivating images are presented through a live broadcast, captivating countless viewers. "Where's this? I yearn to witness it firsthand. Wow, such a grand dragon dance. It has been many years since I have seen such a display." The essence of traditional culture has diminished significantly. It is now rare to witness a dragon dance of this scale. Extraordinary. Truly remarkable. I must save this. Rarely do netizens refrain from reckless behavior. They seem to have adopted a more upright perspective. Within the venue, Lu Li's red dragon dances in the southern region, showcasing a series of familiar routines. Lu Jingduan, now a coach after transitioning from performer, could hardly contain himself. "Unleash the ultimate move. Our Lu family's dragon dance has never been defeated. We must overpower them. We cannot hold back." Lu Jingduan exclaimed, his voice booming as he leaped. The dragon soars across the seas. The flying dragon ascends into the heavens. With fervor, the dragon pearl held high. The members of the Dragon Lantern team bellowed in unison. The rhythm of the drums intensified, growing heavier, while the sound of the swana rose to a fever pitch, akin to the roar of a mighty dragon. Wooden poles were extracted from the dragon's body, and team members lined up to once again erect a tall ladder. Lu Li raised the dragon's head, spiraling around the venue in time with the drumbeats, trailing the dragon's body to form a sinuous dragon. Dear audience, the commotion on Lu Li's side caught the attention of reporters from the television station, and cameras turned towards him. "Ladies and gentlemen, this red dragon hails from the Lu Jia Wan Village Dragon Lantern team. Now, they shall perform their renowned skill." The dragon soaring across the seas, the flying dragon ascending into the heavens, the enthusiastic host proclaimed. Another loud shout rang out. The Dragon Lantern team, now positioned on the ladder, shouted in unison, signaling to Lu Li that they were ready. With a deep breath, Lu Li raised the dragon's head high, taking off with a powerful leap. "Accelerate! Charge!" With the dragon's head held aloft, Lu Li sprinted with remarkable speed, ascending the constructed pole ladder, soaring to the apex. With a heavy stomp, he flung the dragon's head with force, propelling himself into the air, executing 2 spins. The inertia from his upward spiral caused the lengthy dragon to follow suit, coiling upward. From a distance, a fiery red dragon spiraled gracefully, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, soaring skyward. "Wow, amazing, spectacular." The audience erupted in cheers and applause. What we just witnessed was the extraordinary skill of the dragon soaring across the seas, the flying dragon ascending into the heavens. This is a magnificent performance. Let us applaud the Dragon Lantern team for their efforts in promoting our cultural heritage, the host exuberantly declared. Online, a group of spectators expressed their astonishment. "Wow, is this a stunt? Can dragon dancing be performed like this? That guy with the dragon head has incredible jumping ability. He leaps so high. Am I the only one who noticed his frightening speed? Wait, this dragon head guy looks familiar. No way. Isn't he the one with the most impressive talents? It really is him. The 100-meter champion transformed into the dragon head leader? Honestly, his moves were absolutely stunning. I adore it." The lively temple fair concluded. In this Dragon Lantern competition, Lu Li and the Lu Jia Wan Dragon Lantern team undoubtedly secured victory. Leaders from the county's cultural and religious departments awarded the participating teams. Representing the Lu Jiawan Dragon Lantern team, Lu Li ascended the stage, proudly bearing a massive trophy shaped like a golden dragon, along with a monetary prize. Your team has won the Golden Dragon Trophy in the Dragon Dance competition. Your performance has garnered unanimous acclaim, they announced. Regrettably, such competitions are merely cultural in nature and do not yield true glory. Luli. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw a tall girl, unremarkable in figure, waving at him from the roadside. Tan Xiao, is that really you? She exclaimed, bouncing over. You've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. You, on the other hand, are easily recognizable. You haven't changed at all, especially your figure, Luli replied with a smile. What a coincidence. Are you here to see the dragon lanterns? Yes. I came to enjoy the festivities, and I didn't expect to see your performance. Incredible. Your display was simply spectacular, especially that jump. It was like a stunt. Not that exaggerated, Luli chuckled, shaking his head. By the way, Uncle Duan, how did you manage to marry someone so oblivious? Can't you see I'm chatting with a girl? Flirting is impossible. Lu Qin is still waiting for me. Besides, I have no interest in that. Those who are benevolent find joy in the mountains, and the wise find joy in the waters. I am both benevolent and wise. Tan Xiao, I must take my leave. With that, Lu Li waved farewell and turned to depart. Lu Li, just as he turned, Tan Xiao called out again. Her voice softening. I'll soon be attending the Yutan Sports School too. We'll be teammates. You've joined the county athletics team? Congratulations. Lu Li recalled that Tan Xiao had not won a medal in the long jump competition during the county games. How could she join the county team without even securing a bronze? Your family must be well off. I'm not on the team yet, Tan Xiao replied, her head bowing even lower. I'm just a trainee, not a formal member. Why are you looking down? If you do, you can only see your own toes. Lu Li couldn't help but tease, his smile radiant. Keep it up. You will definitely become a formal member. Yes. See you at the sports school. Tan Xiao waved with a smile. Upon returning to Lu Jiawan, that evening, the Lu family held a grand banquet. Lu Li, holding the Golden Dragon Trophy, received accolades from fellow Dragon Lantern team members. After taking numerous photographs, Uncle placed the trophy in the ancestral hall, and the banquet served as a celebration for the prize money. Lu Li, you are growing more handsome. What a charming appearance. And look at those muscles. After a few drinks, a boisterous rural woman even took to teasing him. Lu Li yelped, escaping in embarrassment. Ah, shy are we? We've all seen you in your open crotch pants. Lu Li, don't run away. Did you watch the footage? There are fighting clips in your sister-in-law's room. Are those fighting clips on the bed? Laughter erupted behind him, the women giggling uncontrollably. Lu Li wiped the cold sweat from his brow, escaping in a fluster. The fierce women were to be avoided at all costs. As the lively banquet concluded, so did Lu Li's holiday. Just as he set down his luggage, Coach Cui Wei arrived at Lu Li's room. Happy New Year, Coach. Good. Just as well you didn't drink. Alcohol affects your neural reflex speed. Coach Cui nodded, producing a folder and handing it to Lu Li. I have registered you for the citywide youth sports meet in April. You have just over a month to prepare. Strive for a good ranking. I will do my best. Lu Li affirmed with a nod. Your training last year was quite commendable, and your 100-meter times have improved significantly. However, do not let your guard down. Coach Cui earnestly stated. Xingsha City is the capital of Xiaoxiang Province. In our citywide youth sports meet, you will encounter numerous formidable opponents, so you must not be complacent. Rest assured, I won't get carried away. Lu Li replied with a smile, glancing at Coach Cui. Are we about to begin training? That's good to hear. Let's go. Coach Cui waved his hand and turned towards the door, continuing. We'll stick to the national team training outline and continue training according to that. With that, the two made their way to the athletics field. As the new year had just begun, although the outdoor athletics field had been cleared, there were still some patches of snow near the corners. After shedding his down jacket and donning a sleeveless athletic outfit, Lu Li shivered. Start running. 10 laps for warm-up. Coach Cui shouted, and Lu Li dashed off, running laps around the track. Time flowed slowly during the training. Before long, it was the end of March, and the citywide youth sports meet was approaching. Over the course of a month of training, Lu Li had made significant improvements in various aspects, becoming stronger than before. Notably, Tan Xiao, the long jump girl, had also joined the athletics team. However, as a student from the sports school, she trained on a different field, leaving them with few opportunities to converse. Talent is the foundation of success, but diligence and perseverance are the keys to achievement. Your efforts are commendable. Chapter 88. The Beautiful and Frigid Opening Ceremony. On April 2nd, 2013, colorful flags fluttered in the Xingqing Sports Center as the citywide youth sports meet officially commenced. Mango TV. This is the sports channel. Dear viewers, you are currently witnessing the opening ceremony of the Xingsha City Youth Sports Meet. In the television station's broadcasting studio, the sports channel host announced enthusiastically, "I am your host, Li Xin. Beside me is our special guest, Coach Tian Hong, the head coach of the Shaoxiang Province athletics team." The host turned to Coach Tian, saying, "Hello, Coach Tian." "Hello. Greetings to the viewers." Coach Tian replied with a smile. "Coach Tian, what are your thoughts on this youth sports meet? Is there anything you would like to say to the athletes and our audience?" The host inquired. "This youth sports meet in Xingsha City is a grand event that promotes the spirit of sports," Coach Tian stated, sharing some valuable insights. "Every youth sports meet is an excellent opportunity to discover outstanding athletic talent. I hope this event will showcase even more exceptional athletes." Lu Li and the Yuten representative team waited in the passage of the sports venue. This time, the Yuten team had around 10 athletes participating, with representatives from both the athletics and Sanda teams. Lu Li, carrying the team flag, stood at the forefront, followed by the athletes and coaches. In front of Lu Li stood a young lady holding a placard. Notably, she wore a refreshing outfit with a short-sleeved top and a short skirt. It was only early April, and today's temperature was around 10 degrees. While she looked stunning, I couldn't help but think, "You must be freezing. Look at how pale your face has turned." Alas, I am too soft-hearted. I cannot bear to see others suffer. Witnessing such a cold and homeless girl, I felt compelled to offer my help. "Miss, you have no place to stay tonight, right? You can sleep at my place. If it gets too cold at night, I can serve as a human heater." As my mind wandered, time slipped by, and finally, it was their turn to enter the venue. Despite her face turning pale from the cold, she still wore a radiant smile. Professionalism at its finest, Luli thought, as he raised the team flag and followed the young lady into the hall. Upon reaching the designated spot, Luli noticed that in front of each team stood a well-dressed young lady, holding a sign, all of them shivering with faces turned blue. It seemed there were so many cold and hungry girls. "I am truly too tender-hearted. Why don't you all come together?" Luli mused idly, barely paying attention to the speeches and addresses. After a series of speeches, the entrance ceremony finally concluded amidst the shivering of the young ladies. The athletes' teams gradually exited. When Luli arrived at the lounge, he suddenly heard a series of anguished cries from a nearby room. I'm freezing. Who chose this outfit? My chest has shrunk a cup size. Oh, is it that serious? Let me help you warm up." Soon, a commotion of playful shouts ensued. "You all seem to be having a great time. It appears you're not frozen stiff yet." Luli chuckled and shook his head. The beautiful and frigid opening ceremony had come to an end. Luli's 100-meter preliminary race was scheduled for 4 p.m. After having lunch, Luli lay on his bed for a nap. Upon awakening at 2:30 p.m., he got up and headed toward the competition venue. Exiting the athlete dormitory, Luli made his way to the lounge, preparing to wait for the competition to begin. Just as he stepped out from the staircase, a tall young lady rushed towards him. "What is going on?" Luli furrowed his brow and quickly sidestepped. Oh no, the running girl, about to collide with Luli, hurriedly braked but stumbled and fell. "Miss, are you here to deliver some good fortune?" Luli sighed helplessly, reaching out to catch the girl before she fell. That feels nice. I'm so sorry." The young lady blushed, quickly breaking free from Luli's grasp. "I must say, with your clumsiness, isn't this a bit expected?" Luli observed the girl closely and realized she was the same young lady who had held the placard in front of him earlier. It's you." Recognizing Luli, the girl smiled sheepishly. "I forgot that the water in the dormitory was still boiling. It's about to evaporate." Saying this, she hurriedly dashed away. "Well, given your clumsy nature, isn't this situation rather normal?" Upon reaching the lounge, Luli performed some stretches to awaken his body and enter competition mode. Around 3 o'clock, Coach Chui arrived at the lounge. "Luli, are you ready? It's your turn." "No problem. I'm in great shape." Luli nodded and stood up to walk out of the lounge with Coach Chui, heading towards the athletics field. After check-in, grouping, and drawing lots, it was time to compete. Notably, Luli drew number 6. He affixed the number tag to his back, but felt a twinge of regret. Why wasn't it 666? A single 6 lacked flair. "Take your positions." At the starter's command, Lu Li and the other athletes in his group stepped onto the track, arriving at the starting line. In the television studio, the camera shifted to the venue of the 100-meter preliminary race. "Coach Tian, we are now at the men's 100-meter sprint preliminaries. As the head coach of the provincial athletics team, are you looking forward to this event?" The host inquired. "Of course. I am eager to see these young athletes achieve great results in the competition," Coach Tian replied with a nod. While he spoke, Coach Tian internally felt somewhat dismissive. What is there to look forward to in the preliminaries? The finals are worth paying attention to. The race commenced. "Wow, Coach Tian, look. The number 6 athlete is leading the pack, running so fast." The host exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Sprinting is not merely about speed, technique matters as well. That athlete seems to have surged too early. This must be a mistake. Coach Tian slightly shook his head. Experienced athletes typically start their final sprint in the last 20 meters. But this one is sprinting halfway through. Just as he was speaking, Coach Tion suddenly exclaimed, "How does he still have the energy to sprint? He has maintained that pace for over 50 meters. What a joke." In the astonished gaze of Coach Tion, Luli began his sprint from the halfway mark, maintaining a leading position as he surged forward and crossed the finish line with remarkable speed. Victory! Victory! Congratulations to our contestant number 6 for securing first place in the 100-meter preliminary round. The host cheered and suddenly recalled something, turning to Coach Tion. "Coach Tion, was there any issue with contestant number 6? That's a significant problem. His sprinting distance exceeded 50 meters, and he maintained that speed throughout. How could he possess such remarkable stamina?" Coach Tion exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. "This defies the laws of science." The phrase "this defies the laws of science" swiftly spread across the internet, leading viewers to engage in playful banter. It defies science, yet embodies sportsmanship. Has anyone deciphered what the guest meant by that? Is it because contestant number 6 has extraordinary stamina and speed that it's considered unscientific? If one has excellent endurance and is incredibly fast, it must be unscientific. What is the chatter upstairs? I suspect you're being cryptic, yet lack evidence. Is this just a fast guy? Haha, a fast guy? How apt. The genius upstairs. A series of witty comments followed below. As for what this fast guy referred to, the humorous netizens remained unchanged, always with their familiar wit. In the studio, the host turned to Coach Tion once more. "Coach Tion, could you explain the performance of contestant number 6 in the recent match?" "Ah, certainly." Coach Tion, aware that not all viewers grasped the intricacies of athletics, quickly elaborated, generally. The sprinting distance in a 100-meter dash is around 20 meters. In a full-out sprint, one tends to hold their breath. The energy expenditure during this phase is immense. Pointing at the television screen, he continued, "For someone like contestant number 6 to commence his sprint from 50 meters and maintain such explosive speed throughout is highly abnormal. This implies that his physical capacity surpasses that of the average individual." The host nodded with a smile. "This can be considered a prodigious talent, right? It seems our contestant number 6 has indeed surprised everyone. Whether it is a surprise remains to be seen," Coach Tion mused, furrowing his brow. "We must also consider the time he achieved. If the result is mediocre, it would merely indicate his suitability for long-distance running." "Thank you for your insight, Coach Tion," the host acknowledged, shifting focus to the screen. "Now, let us observe the final results of contestant number 6. Is it a remarkable talent? Or is he suited for long-distance running? We shall await the outcome." A moment later, the results of the 100-meter preliminary round were revealed. 10:46 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, contestant number 6 time has been announced. 10:46 seconds. "Coach Tion, what does this time signify?" the host inquired, turning towards him, only to find Coach Tion in a state of shock. "Impossible. Impossible. This defies science." Coach Tion stared blankly at the screen, fixated on the displayed 100-meter time, muttering "impossible" repeatedly. Coach Tion, what does contestant number 6 time mean? What does a 10:46-second 100-meter performance signify? This time is truly astonishing." Coach Tion took a deep breath, regaining composure. A 10:46-second 100-meter time has already surpassed the national standard for athletic prowess set at 10:59 seconds. This is a youth sports event, and for a young athlete to achieve such a time is simply unbelievable. Given your remarks, contestant number 6 performance is indeed exceptional, correct? The host smiled and nodded. "It appears we have discovered an outstanding young athlete at this youth sports gathering. Let us switch the camera to learn more about this remarkable young athlete and discover his origins." As the scene shifted, Lu Li's personal information appeared on the screen. This data was filled out during the registration process and is publicly accessible. Behold, contestant number 6 is named Lu Li, hailing from the Yutan County Athletics team. And he is merely 15 years old. Unbelievable. He is just 15. The host excitedly narrated. "This is a prodigious youth who has already surpassed the national athletic standards at such a tender age. He is a rising star of the future. You may not fully grasp what it means to be a national-level athlete. Let's turn to Coach Tion for clarification." The host redirected the conversation to Coach Tion, whose face was flushed with either excitement or astonishment. "This is astounding. Truly astounding. A national-level athlete at 15. 10:46 seconds. That's extraordinarily fast. This Lu Li is simply not of this world." In his fervor, Coach Tion's words became somewhat disjointed. The host, sensing the gravity, cleared his throat as a subtle reminder. "Ah, ahem." Coach Tion quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and continuing, "You may not understand what a national-level athlete is. A national-level athlete represents the pinnacle of domestic standards. To put it simply, an athlete who starts training from a young age, after years of dedication. Reaching the level of a national-level athlete by around 20 is already exceptionally gifted. Most individuals never reach that level in their lifetime. Pointing at the screen displaying Lu Li's information, his voice trembled with emotion. This Lu Li is only 15. Moreover, look. The data indicates he joined the school athletics team only last March. Counting from that moment, he has trained for just 1 year in total. In a mere year, he has transformed from an ordinary individual into a national-level athlete. What does this signify? This is no longer mere talent. It is a once-in-a-century genius. Coach Tian clenched his fists, visibly excited. To achieve such results at such a young age is simply unfathomable. As he continues to grow, his potential is limitless. Hearing Coach Tian's explanation filled me with excitement as well. Lu Li is truly remarkable. The host pointed at Lu Li's image on the screen, exclaiming, "Remember him. Remember this youth. One day in the future, he may become the legendary figure of Kwafu, the runner chasing the sun." Let us offer a resounding applause to congratulate Lu Li on his impressive achievement and wish him even greater success in the future. Thunderous applause erupted as the audience expressed their eager anticipation for this young man racing against the wind. The online community also rejoiced. The runner chasing the sun. A national-level athlete at 15. I'm in awe. At 15, he has achieved this, while I, at 25, have not. The runner chasing the sun. Isn't that the same as a sun chaser? A scientifically fast sun chaser? The blood prince remains unyielding. Is someone upstairs being cryptic? As someone who doesn't play Warcraft, I find this incomprehensible. Isn't this fast guy, this sun chaser, the one who is exceptionally gifted in looks? Wow, it really is him. Haha. What of being handsome? Though you are handsome, your speed is astounding. Chapter 90. This boast I shall carry for a decade. With the preliminary round concluded, Lu Li's name resonated through the television broadcast. Terms like future star, the runner chasing the sun, and limitless potential were used by media outlets to describe Lu Li. Online, his reputation grew, albeit amidst comments like "though you're handsome, you're fast guy, and scientifically fast sun chaser," leaving many perplexed. Lu Li's athletic talent has reached such an extraordinary level. At Huilong Middle School, class teacher Gong Yun watched Coach Tian's remarks about Lu Li on television, sighing helplessly. Such a promising student at Qingbei has chosen this path. From the depths of her heart, teacher Gong felt a twinge of regret. After all, in the eyes of academic instructors, advancing to high school and pursuing university education is the rightful path for students. With a sigh, teacher Gong Yun expressed her disappointment. Meanwhile, in the sports department, teacher Liao Wenmin burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. "Ha! Old Zhong, did you see that? Lu Li, the Lu Li I brought forth. The Lu Li I selected from class 48. He is now a national-level athlete." Liao Wenmin glanced at Zhong Zhiyun beside him, his eyes sparkling with joy. "This guy is truly remarkable." Zhong Zhiyun marveled, astonished that within just a year, Lu Li had reached such heights. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. Old Liao, you certainly have an eye for spotting such promising talent. Haha, indeed. I shall boast about this for an entire year. Liao Wenmin exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. However, Principal Peng of Huilong Middle School was seething with frustration. "Director Yang, why didn't you drink a little more that day? If we hadn't let Lu Li go, this future star would belong to our school, to the Yuten Education Bureau." Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Principal Peng felt smoke billowing from his nostrils in his vexation. And now, the sports director Zhang Zili is bound to be laughing uproariously. At the Yuten Sports Bureau, Zhang Zili was indeed roaring with laughter. Look at Lu Li. I managed to snatch him from the Education Bureau after pouring Director Yang 5 cups of Yuten Daku. Now, Yang Zhenkong must be furious. Incredible. Those 5 cups were worth every penny. Those around him chimed in, though inwardly they murmured, "Isn't it just your brute force? You, a man from a weightlifting background, easily intimidate a scholarly figure like Director Yang." In the Education Bureau's office, Director Yang Zhenkong glared at the live stream on his computer, his face turning an ominous shade. "Zhang Zili, you brute. Just wait. I will make you pay for this." How could he have agreed to let Zhang Zili transfer such a promising talent to the sports system? Alcohol has truly led to a blunder. I must vow to quit drinking. At the Yuten Sports School, a rare day off saw all the athletes gathered in the projection room to watch the live competition. Upon witnessing Lu Li crossing the finish line first and hearing Coach Tian's commendation of him, the classroom erupted into applause and cheers. The students of Yuten Sports School beamed with pride and exuberance. Yet, Tan Xiao felt a heaviness in her heart as she gazed at Lu Li's image on the television. Admiring his handsome features and radiant smile, she sighed deeply. "You are simply too exceptional. You soar too high and too fast. It was because of you that I came to Yuten Sports School, yet you are destined to fly even further away. I may never catch up to your pace, and can only silently admire your figure from behind. When you stand on the podium, surrounded by flowers and applause, do you even realize there is someone watching you from afar? Perhaps by then, You will have forgotten who I am. Tan Xiao clenched her fists tightly and exited the projection room, making her way alone to the athletics field. Training. Relentless training. Not for the sake of victory, but merely to draw nearer to you, to allow you to see my presence. The solitary girl sprinted across the field, her figure resolute and determined. At Lu Jiawan. Lu Wanshan exclaimed, "Look, Li Zi is incredible." His aunt joyfully pointed at the television screen. "Did you see? Li Zi is truly impressive. Did you hear? He is a future star with limitless potential. He will definitely become a world champion." "Indeed, a world champion for sure." His aunt nodded emphatically. "Our household is about to produce a world champion." At Xingqing Sports Center, after Lu Li's preliminary results were announced, Coach Chui Wei rushed over, laughing joyfully as he embraced Lu Li. 10:46 seconds. 10:46 seconds. "Lu Li, you are now a national-level athlete." "Ha. Lu Li." Taken aback by Coach Chui's enthusiastic embrace, felt a chill run down his spine and quickly wriggled free. "Coach, calm down. Please, calm down." What was it like to be embraced by a middle-aged, greasy man? It was quite terrifying. A chill ran through him as thoughts like man over man and brave against lewd men sprang to mind. "What's wrong with you?" Coach Chui paused, noticing Lu Li's discomfort. "It's nothing. It's just that this is merely the preliminary round. We shouldn't celebrate too early. Stay calm." Lu Li could only offer this explanation. "Well, having that mindset is commendable." Coach Chui nodded approvingly. "But don't underestimate yourself. With this performance, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are virtually guaranteed to win the 100-meter championship at the Youth Games." At this point, Coach Chui looked at Lu Li with a sense of admiration. "You are the most outstanding student I have ever taught, despite our short time together. Your future is immeasurable." Short time? What do you mean?" Lu Li sensed a deeper meaning in Coach Chui's words and inquired eagerly. "You are now a national-level athlete." Coach Chui smiled. "Do you know what that means?" "It signifies top-tier standards in the country. In the provincial team, you would be a frontline athlete. So, you won't be staying in Yuten for long. After this competition, provincial coaches will be reaching out to you. So I'm going to join the provincial team?" Lu Li was momentarily stunned, recalling the upcoming provincial athletic selection. In sports, achievements speak volumes. It's not a gradual ascent. If you can achieve international-level results, you could even directly join the national team. Coach Chui smiled encouragingly. "So, give it your all. You are my protege. If you excel in international competitions, I will brag about it for the next decade." "Ha. Thank you for your guidance. Coach, I owe my success today to your meticulous training." Lu Li sighed inwardly. As he continued to grow, his journey took him further and further away, inevitably leading him out of his original circle. Former mentors and friends would soon feel increasingly distant. Coach Chui would not be the first to depart, nor would he be the last. The road ahead is still long. Chapter 91, Special Benefits. The Youth Games 100-meter preliminary round resulted in a time of 10:46 seconds. This performance aligned perfectly with Lu Li's expectations. For months prior, he had already clocked a time of 10:86 seconds, surpassing the national first-level athlete standard. Achieving this time today was therefore quite normal. Moreover, during the preliminaries, Lu Li had not exerted his utmost effort, and he anticipated running even faster in the finals. Under Coach Chui's guidance, he had specifically focused on enhancing his mid-course sprinting technique. As he ascended the stairs, Lu Li spotted a girl in a flowing, wide-sleeve performance outfit hurrying down. A quick glance confirmed that she was indeed the same girl from before. She appeared flustered and rushed as she dashed down the stairs. Just as Lu Li was about to greet her, he saw her trip over the hem of her long dress, stumbling forward. "Watch out." Lu Li, quick on his feet as a sprinter, leaped forward and caught her. Familiar touch. "Are you delivering benefits again?" Lu Li teased. "If you keep this up, I might suspect you have ulterior motives." LL supported the young lady, his heart devoid of any tumult, and even bore a hint of amusement. "Thank you." Once she regained her balance, she felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to LL. "It's nothing." LL chuckled. "Do be careful while walking." "Why the rush?" It's you." The young lady finally recognized LL, smiling sheepishly. "I was hurrying to rehearsal. Thank you." "Not at all." LL waved his hand with a smile and began to stroll away. "I am LNX from the Xiying D School of Arts." "And you?" "I am LL, an athlete from the YT track and field team." After introducing himself, LL waved goodbye. "You must be busy with rehearsal. Let us talk next time." "Your name is LL?" LNX secretly committed the name to memory and hurried off, this time carefully lifting the hem of her dress. Upon entering the dance studio for rehearsal, LNX noticed the other performers gathered in a cluster, animatedly discussing something. "Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. First in the 100 meters preliminaries, hailed as a future star. Can someone in athletics be this good-looking? He has so many nicknames. The Sun Chaser, Fast Boy. Fast boy? That nickname seems amusing. A group of dancers huddled together, glancing at their phones and giggling. What are you all talking about? L and X approached and greeted the others. Oh, there's a young man, quite handsome. He's a 100 meters athlete at the youth games. His name is LL. One girl replied, glancing at her phone. LL? L and X's heart raced. Could it be the same charming young man I met? Let me see. She eagerly leaned in and snatched the phone. Upon catching a glimpse, she confirmed it was indeed him. The webpage featured LL's profile and impressive athletic records. However, what truly captured LNX's attention was the fact that he was only 15 this year. He was still in middle school? At that moment, a myriad of emotions flooded her heart. During the opening ceremony, LNX held up a sign in front of LL. On 2 occasions when she stumbled, LL was there to assist her. After a few encounters, LL's strikingly handsome appearance became increasingly captivating to her, stirring feelings of infatuation. Yet he was merely 15 and still a minor. I am already 19. He is just a middle schooler, while I am in university. Life has passed me by while he remains untouched by time. LNX sighed deeply, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. This young man is only 15. One girl beside her also noticed LL's profile, unable to suppress a gasp. He is so handsome, why care about age? Isn't a young boy appealing? Hey, you rogue. Are you hoping for the eagle to swoop down on a chick? Pervert. Such a pervert. The group of girls giggled and playfully chased one another. But one cannot ignore the reality. By the time he matures, I will have aged. Unbeknownst to LL, while others were envious of his physique, he took a brief respite in the dormitory before resuming his training as per his plan, under the principle that diligence is rewarded. Each training session brought him closer to improvement. The following morning, LL's 100 meters semifinal commenced. Mango TV, this is the sports channel. I am host LXN. At 9 a.m. today, the athlete LL, who was hailed as a future star in yesterday's 100 meters preliminaries, will compete in the semifinal of the short sprint. Let us pay attention to his performance. The host began the commentary as the race commenced. LL, having completed his warm-up, approached the starting line, drawing the attention of fellow competitors due to his previous day's performance. Hello, the scientifically fast sun chaser. One competitor greeted LL with a smile. Fast boy has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Another chimed in with a cheeky grin. The blood prince is unyielding. A third lamented dramatically. Though he is handsome, he is incredibly fast. Another added with a wink. Laughter filled the air at the starting line, creating a joyful atmosphere. What are you all talking about? LL was perplexed. Though he didn't grasp the context of their banter, their mischievous expressions suggested it wasn't complimentary. Unable to outrun me, are you resorting to psychological victories? LL smirked, dismissing their antics as he focused on his preparation. At the sound of the starting gun, LL surged forward, leaving his competitors in the dust. With a time of 10:46 seconds in the 100 meters, he established an unassailable position at the youth games. Look, LL has unleashed his signature mid-race sprint. Pulling ahead once again, the host excitedly described the scene, noting that yesterday Coach TN had elaborated on the challenge of the mid-race sprint. This skill has become LL's trademark. Wow, he won. He won. LL has unsurprisingly secured first place in his heat. Congratulations to him for his continuous victories. We eagerly anticipate even greater triumphs from him in the future. Chapter 92, Provincial Team Special Recruitment. 10:43 seconds. 10:43 seconds. LL's semifinal time has reached a new milestone. He is truly remarkable. Undoubtedly our future star. The host exclaimed enthusiastically upon the announcement of the results. Coach TN, as we know, an athlete's performance can fluctuate during competitions, right? After praising LL's breakthrough, the host turned to the special guest. Coach TN, indeed, you are correct. Coach TN nodded, explaining that an athlete's performance is influenced by both their own condition and external factors. Fluctuations in results are quite common. Is LL's consistently improving performance not rare? The host inquired. That is indeed the case. Coach TN affirmed. LL is one of the most gifted athletes I have encountered. His consistency and stable performance are truly remarkable. Absolutely. LL is exceptional. The host continued to express admiration as their future star submitted an impressive performance. This only heightened anticipation for his future endeavors. Let us wish him well and cheer for him. As the semifinal concluded and results were revealed, LL remained unperturbed by his performance. Through hard work, he found it increasingly difficult to falter. Meanwhile, his fellow competitors appeared despondent, their faces filled with resentment. With such good looks, wouldn't it be better to rely on your charm rather than endure this hardship? Why pursue athletics? The summer track is scorching and the winter track is frigid. Isn't the air conditioning at the rich lady's house more comfortable? Though my legs tremble, training is even more arduous. The competitors trailing behind LL covered in dust, retreated with glum expressions. Well done. CUWI approached, nodding and smiling at LL. He was unfazed by LL's semifinal results. After seeing him clock 10:46 seconds in the preliminaries, I had no doubts about LL's potential for victory. Having spent considerable time with LL, I had also noticed another trait of LL. His competitive state remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of faltering, steadfast as a rock. After lunch, wait in the dormitory. Someone is coming to see you. I said as they exited the venue together. Someone is looking for me. From the provincial team? Luli recalled what Chui Wei had once mentioned about the provincial team seeking him out, and he had already deduced the matter at hand. Indeed, a flicker of reluctance crossed Chui Wei's eyes as he nodded slightly, affirming that the provincial team would come to sign a contract with him. After signing, he would officially become a professional athlete with a formal designation. Will I receive a salary? Luli inquired, particularly concerned about this aspect. Once a billionaire, he had not seen money since arriving here, which was exceedingly pitiful. Of course you will receive a salary, and it will be quite substantial. Chui Wei chuckled. You are a national-level athlete, and in the provincial team, you will be a frontline competitor. Your daily expenses will be covered, and you will also receive bonuses for your achievements in competitions. The better your performance, the higher the bonuses. The prospects appeared promising. Luli nodded with a smile, exclaiming, At last, I shall not be so impoverished. You wouldn't believe it, but I almost forgot what money looks like. Haha. Chui Wei laughed heartily, giving Lu Li's shoulder a friendly pat. If you can become a sports star, you need not worry about finances at all. A single advertisement endorsement could net you tens of millions. During lunch, Lu Li encountered a charming girl from the welfare team. Are you Lu Li, the future star of the 100-meter sprint? Lin Shi halted Lu Li in the corridor, inquiring with curiosity. Future star? I'm not sure about that. However, I am indeed Lu Li, a 100-meter sprinter. Lu Li had not watched television or surfed the internet in recent days, so he was unaware of his newfound title. So, you are only 15 this year? Lin Shi gazed at Lu Li, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. The tall, handsome Lu Li, hardened by relentless training under the sun and rain, appeared far more mature than his age, which made it difficult for Lin Shi to ascertain his true age. Secretly, she hoped he was not merely 15. Lu Li rubbed his chin, feeling a few newly sprouted hairs, acknowledging that his physical age was indeed 15. But my mentality is that of an adult, he added in his mind. Oh, Lin Shi's smile faltered slightly as she waved goodbye to Lu Li and walked away, leaving him bewildered. What does that mean? After delivering welfare, she asks about my age. Is she interested in younger boys? After resting in the dormitory for a while, someone knocked on the door. Lu Li guessed it must be the provincial team's representatives. He tidied his clothes and opened the door. A tall, middle-aged man stood outside, accompanied by Coach Chui Wei. Lu Li, this is Coach Tian from the provincial team. Upon seeing Lu Li open the door, Chui Wei quickly introduced him. Hello, Coach Tian. Lu Li greeted and ushered the two inside. Once seated, Coach Tian got straight to the point, explaining his purpose. Hello, Lu Li. I am Tian Hong, coach of the Xiangxiang Province athletics team. I am here to discuss your special recruitment into the provincial team. As he spoke, Coach Tian pulled out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Li. Your performance at the youth games has greatly impressed us. After deliberation, we have decided to extend an invitation for you to join the provincial team. Please review the contract, and we can discuss any concerns you may have. You flatter me. Lu Li replied politely as he examined the document. It outlined the salary, benefits, and various conditions he would enjoy upon joining the athletics team, including obligations associated with being a member of the provincial team. With formal designation, he would receive comprehensive insurance and benefits. The salary exceeded 5,000, covering all living expenses, with additional allowances for competitions and bonuses for placements, which were quite generous. The obligations included diligently completing training tasks and actively participating in various competitions. I have no issues with this. Lu Li smiled, feeling honored to join the Xiangxiang Province athletics team. Entering the provincial team meant a different level of competition. The upcoming contests would be at national and even Asian and world levels. Chapter 93, the grand finale. Welcome to the team. After completing the signing, Coach Tian stood and shook Lu Li's hand. I look forward to your future achievements. I will train hard and strive to meet expectations. Lu Li responded earnestly. Excellent. Coach Tian nodded with a smile. After the youth games conclude, report to the provincial team next week. You know the address of the Provincial Athletics Center, right? Yes. No problem, Lu Li affirmed with a nod and a smile. All right, I shall take my leave. Coach Tian, brisk and efficient, departed swiftly after concluding his business. Once Coach Tian was out of sight, Chui Wei glanced at Lu Li and remarked, You could have negotiated for better terms. There is no need for that. Lu Li replied with a smile. Money is transient. As long as it suffices, I am content. How noble. Your mindset is commendable. Chui Wei joked, then continued. Our mentor-student bond can only extend this far. I am genuinely pleased to see you soar higher. Once you join the provincial team, you must train diligently and never slack off. Understood. Lu Li nodded earnestly, then bowed slightly to Chui Wei, expressing, Thank you. Thank you for your care and guidance, coach. No need for such formalities, Chui Wei said, only daring to mention the gold medals in international competitions, refraining from discussing Olympic golds, as it was a formidable challenge for Huagua athletes to even reach the Olympic semifinals in the 100-meter event. I will certainly put in my utmost effort. After a brief exchange, Chui Wei offered further advice before taking his leave. The afternoon's 100-meter final posed no real suspense. Although this final of the Youth Games was no longer a challenge for Lu Li, he still approached the competition with utmost enthusiasm and readiness, believing in the importance of perseverance and remaining true to one's original intentions. Furthermore, even without needing to rely on this performance to join the provincial team, he could still achieve personal milestones. As the starting gun fired, Lu Li surged forth. In the first 40 meters, he accelerated, pushing his speed from 0 to its maximum, then unleashed his full power for the final sprint. This time, Lu Li exhibited his utmost potential, exerting every ounce of strength, commencing his sprint from 60 meters out. After the initial 40 meters of acceleration, he transitioned into a full-throttle sprinting state. Wow, Lu Li's speed seems to have increased. The commentator, witnessing Lu Li's state in the 100-meter final, could not help but exclaim. Indeed, he has accelerated even more. He began his sprint from 60 meters out. The seamless transition, formidable physical prowess, and extraordinary explosiveness were astonishing. Incredible. Lu Li is truly a natural-born sprinter. Coach Tian rose from his seat, pointing excitedly at the screen, exclaiming joyfully. He is galloping ahead, making an astonishing advance. Lu Li's performance has once again delivered a tremendous surprise. The commentator, too, became highly animated, declaring, at this moment, I seem to see the mythical figure Quafu chasing the sun, vividly appearing before my eyes. The title of Sun Chaser is certainly well-deserved. Lu Li crossed the finish line first once more. Our future star had begun to shine brilliantly. It was anticipated that Lu Li's final score would surpass his preliminary and semi-final performances. His capabilities exceeded our expectations. Until the final, he had not exerted his full strength, revealing his true prowess only in this decisive moment. Remember the name Lu Li. I believe that one day in the future, we will see him standing on the podium of an international competition, draped in the 5-star red flag, basking in glory. The commentator shouted excitedly. Indeed, I wholeheartedly believe this. Coach Tian raised his fist triumphantly, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, awaiting Lu Li's final result. 10:35 seconds. 10:35 seconds. Unbelievable. Lu Li's performance in the finals has achieved a remarkable breakthrough. Upon witnessing the displayed result, the host could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, 10:35 seconds. Just a mere 0.1 seconds away from international athletic standards. He is only 15 years old. Only 15. He can continue to grow. He can continue to improve. Wait, what? A record has been broken. Lu Li's 100-meter final time has surpassed the record set at the Shaoxiang Province Youth Games. Let us cheer. Let us applaud. Let us celebrate our athletic champion. The applause thundered in the venue as the audience joined in congratulating him. Once the clapping subsided, the host turned to Coach Tian and inquired, Coach Tian, what is your assessment of Lu Li's final performance? 10:35 seconds. Lu Li's time astounds me, Coach Tian replied. His face flushed with excitement. This performance places him among the top 3 in all of Shaoxiang Province. On a national scale, he ranks within the top 100. Remember, he is only 15, with immense potential. The peak age for athletes is typically around 20, with 5 more years until he reaches that age. I firmly believe that through training and growth, Lu Li will achieve even more remarkable accomplishments. Coach Tian could hardly contain his praise for Lu Li's performance. The host pressed on, Coach, you mentioned that Lu Li's current performance ranks 3rd in the province and within the top 100 nationally. How does he compare with his peers? First. Without a doubt, Lu Li is first. No other youth across the nation is faster than him, Coach Tian declared, raising his fist triumphantly. This proclamation sent waves across the internet. Truly a future star, indeed a chasing sun athlete. This 100-meter time is astonishing. The name Chasing Sun is well-deserved. The Blood Prince must be seething with envy. The fastest youth in the country, officially certified, the title of Fast Boy is now set in stone. 10:35 seconds. And he is only 15. Perhaps we can truly witness the possibility of breaking the 10-second barrier in our nation's 100-meter events. Go, Chasing Sun. We eagerly anticipate your continued speed. Chapter 94, A Triumphant Return. The week-long youth games in Xingsha City has officially concluded. You have emerged victorious, hailed as the future star of the 100 meters. This is both a hope and an honor. This is your second gold medal. A solid step has been taken on the path to championship glory. You have shattered the 100-meter record at the Xingsha City Youth Games, a noteworthy achievement indeed. The Yutan team, aside from Lu Li, did not fare particularly well at the Youth Games, securing only 1 silver and 3 bronze medals. However, with Lu Li as a future star and possessing this gold medal, it is a monumental victory for the Yutan sports community. Director Yang, Lu Li has won the Youth Games championship. If you do not agree to transfer him to the sports school, this honor belongs to us. Principal Peng said with a tone filled with sorrow, knowing that Zhang Zili would be laughing heartily now. Old Peng, have you forgotten something? Director Yang Zhenkong coughed lightly. Who says Lu Li is not our student? Your school still retains his student status, does it not? Principal Peng was taken aback and quickly realized yes. Yes. Lu Li has always been our student. Indeed. Director Yang Zhenkong nodded. Old Peng. Lu Li winning the Youth Games Championship is momentous news that should be shared with the entire county. Understood. Understood. Principal Peng excitedly hung up the phone. In Huilong Town, at Hoji Ting, and at the school entrance, a massive banner was unfurled. The Yutan Education Bureau also acted swiftly, promptly notifying the entire county of the joyous news, sending celebratory text messages that reached every corner. Soon after, banners were displayed in the county seat and various towns. In the Sports Bureau, Director Zhang Zili trembled with fury upon seeing the congratulatory text message on his phone. Yang Zhenkong, you sly old fox. How dare you play this trick on me? Lu Li was trained by my Sports Bureau. He has nothing to do with you. Zhang Zili cursed angrily and then shouted towards the door. Where is Director Wang from the office? What is going on with your publicity work? Director, come quick. Just as Zhang Zili was calling for the office director, he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Zhang Zili hurried out of the office. The banner, whether intentional or not, was perfectly positioned in front of the Sports Bureau's office building. Yang Zhenkong, you are ruthless. Zhang Zili's face turned pale with anger. He had been outmaneuvered. Originally, after a few drinks with Yang Zhenkong, he had felt rather pleased with himself for snatching Lu Li from the education system, only to discover he had fallen into a trap. This tactic of borrowing a chicken to lay eggs was executed flawlessly. Director Wang, where have you been? Zhang Zili roared again. I'm here. The office director, wiping away cold sweat, rushed over. What happened to your publicity work? Why is it so delayed? The Education Bureau has already gotten ahead of us. Zhang Zili berated the office director. No time to waste. Send it out immediately. We will follow the Education Bureau's lead. Send out congratulatory text messages and hang up banners. Move quickly. With Zhang Zili's command, Director Wang dashed off. Thus, the townspeople of Yutan, who had just received the Education Bureau's congratulatory text message, soon received another from the Sports Bureau. Warm congratulations to the Yutan Sports School's track and field athlete Lu Li for winning the championship at the City Youth Games and breaking the Youth Games record. The message was signed specifically as the Yutan County Sports Bureau. Furthermore, the Sports Bureau's banner was prominently displayed in front of the Education Bureau's office building. The citizens of Yutan, having received both congratulatory messages, were momentarily bewildered. Well, even Lu Li himself was a bit dazed by the situation. Upon returning to Yutan, he felt even more confused. First, a grand award ceremony was held at the Sports Bureau, where Director Zhang Zili personally presented the award to Lu Li, congratulating him for achieving a significant victory on behalf of the Yutan sports system and bringing honor to the entire county. The Yutan News also broadcast this awards ceremony. The series of surprising events left Lu Li and the citizens of the county perplexed. Ultimately, the deputy county mayor summoned the directors of the Sports Bureau and the Education Bureau to his office for a reprimand, which quelled the commotion. The final consensus was that Lu Li is the pride of the people of Yutan, regardless of which bureau he belonged to. Lu Li finally extricated himself from this rivalry between the cultural and sports sectors. Subsequently, Lu Li was to report to the Shaoxiang provincial team, becoming the pride of the people of Shaoxiang and even the entire nation. Lu Li, are you leaving tomorrow? As Lu Li packed his belongings in the dormitory of the Yutan Sports School, the long jumper Tan Xiao entered his room. Yes, Lu Li replied with a smile. I will report to the provincial team tomorrow. I will also work hard in training, striving to make it to the provincial team. Tan Xiao said, lowering her head slightly. Keep it up. You can definitely do it. Lu Li encouraged, thinking nothing of it, assuming the long jumper was simply ambitious. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Tan Xiao clenched her fist tightly. I will strive to keep up with your pace. Not for the championship, but just to be a little closer to you. Chapter 95, First Experience with the Provincial Team. Uncle, I am heading to Xingcheng. Early the next morning, Lu Li stepped out of his house with his backpack, bidding farewell to his uncle and aunt. Lear, you are on your own out there. Make sure to take care of yourself, eat well, sleep well, and always call us if you need anything, Lu Wanshan advised. watching Lu Li's tall figure and feeling a sense of pride. The little sparrow has grown up and is ready to leave the nest. His aunt waved continuously from behind, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This child, I have raised him since he was a few years old. He is just like my own. Now he has grown up. As the journey unfolds, one walks further and ascends higher. Lu Li bid farewell to his uncle and aunt, traversing the rural road at his doorstep towards the town. Upon reaching the intersection, he spotted a motorcycle upon which sat Chen Jinfei. Lu Li, hurry up. I'll give you a ride to the station. Chen Jinfei waved from a distance. Wait, Jinfei. Did you come specifically to send me off? Dream on. Who would do that for you? You're no beauty. Chen Jinfei rolled his eyes and patted the motorcycle seat. Get on already. Don't waste time. All right, so you did come to send me off, and you're being all tsundere about it, right? You're not a girl. So what else with the attitude? Lu Li chuckled as he mounted the motorcycle. The engine roared to life, and they sped along the rural road, soon arriving at the town station. As Lu Li prepared to board the bus, Chen Jinfei waved goodbye, stating, my childhood friend is a world champion. So I can take pride too. Lu Li nodded with a smile. With the hopes of his hometown people upon him, Lu Li journeyed to the Tianjing center of Hunan province, officially embarking on his path as a professional athlete. He had already contacted Coach Tian Hong on the road, and by the time Lu Li arrived at the center, Coach Tian was waiting at the entrance. Coach Tian, I've come to report for duty. Lu Li approached and greeted him. From today onward, I am your soldier. Welcome aboard. Coach Tian extended his hand to shake Lu Li's. Together, we shall strive forward. As they walked into the athletic center, Coach Tian introduced various facilities. Over there is the medical center, staffed with professional doctors and sports health experts, as well as massage therapists to help athletes relieve muscle tension and prevent stiffness. The building on the left is the cafeteria, where nutritionists create meal plans to control weight gain and ensure nutritional balance. At the back is the dormitory. Let us get you settled in. Did you bring your ID? Hand it over, as I need it to arrange your salary card, social security card, and national-level athlete certification. As they spoke, Coach Tian led Lu Li to the dormitory behind the athletic center. Lu Li was assigned a single-room accommodation, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, fully furnished with new bedding and essentials, ready for immediate occupancy. However, the kitchen was devoid of any cooking utensils, with even the pre-installed electrical and gas lines cut off. Meals were to be taken at the cafeteria, as athletes were prohibited from cooking for themselves. This is to control your weight and ensure proper nutrition, Coach Tian clarified. Noting Lu Li's gaze upon the empty kitchen, his expression turned serious. You must take this matter seriously, Lu Li. From now on, your body does not solely belong to you. Aside from designated meals, you are forbidden from consuming anything else. Understood. Lu Li nodded earnestly. Professional athletes, especially those at the forefront, are held to strict dietary standards. Fluctuations in weight significantly affect performance. As long as you understand, Coach Tian replied, nodding. Let us drop off your luggage first, then I'll take you to logistics for supplies. You can rest today, training begins tomorrow. Okay, Lu Li affirmed. Subsequently, Coach Tian accompanied Lu Li to the logistics office to collect clothing, shoes, and other supplies, while he took Lu Li's ID to handle various formalities. The Provincial Athletic Center was vast, surpassing the Yuten Sports School by more than tenfold. It boasted a medical center, healthcare center, indoor sports hall, an outdoor track among various facilities. Lu Li did not explore each one in detail, but noticed the professional quality of the provincial team's equipment. Truly, it was the provincial team. For most professional athletes, the provincial team serves as their lifelong home, with only a select few ever ascending to the more formidable national team. Lu Li had always viewed the provincial team as a mere stepping stone in his athletic career, never contemplating it as an endpoint. To elevate from the provincial team to the national team, one must achieve even more dazzling results. The criteria for joining the national team require one to be an internationally recognized athlete and to attain remarkable accomplishments in national or even Asian competitions. After the youth games concluded, Lu Li had reviewed the competition replays and understood Coach Tian's words. He ranked among the top 3 in the provincial team, but only within the top 100 nationally. Such a standing was far from satisfactory for Lu Li, whose unwavering goal remained to be the world's best. Curiosity stirred within Lu Li about the 2 athletes who surpassed him in the 100 meters. Who were these individuals, and how formidable were they? To uncover this, it would be straightforward. The achievements of these 2 athletes would surely be displayed in the Athletics Center's exhibition room. Lu Li turned towards the exhibition room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of trophies and gleaming medals. These medals and trophies were replicas, intended to showcase honor, while the originals remained with the athletes themselves. Each medal and trophy was accompanied by descriptive text detailing its origin. As Lu Li perused, he absorbed the struggle and history of the Hunan athletics team, feeling the spirit of perseverance and breakthroughs. Reaching the end, Lu Li was astounded by two remarkable records. Lu Ziyong, champion of the men's 100 meters at the 2009 National Games, with a time of 10:25 seconds. Long Wuxing, runner-up at the 2011 National Athletics Championships, with a time of 10:23 seconds. Upon seeing these illustrious achievements, Lu Li could not help but exclaim, "Those legends are impressive. However, I will certainly surpass you both." Thus, the two giants of the provincial team were revealed, one the champion of the 2009 National Games, the other the record holder of the province. Lu Li's gap from them was over 1 second. In the realm of the 100 meters, a 1-second difference is monumental, akin to an insurmountable chasm. However, for Lu Li, through diligence and hard work, his growth was not constrained by innate talent, allowing him to continually improve. That 1-second gap could be closed within a month, or at most 2, and Lu Li would surpass them. During dinner, Coach Tian delivered Lu Li's various documents and led him to the cafeteria for his first meal at the provincial team. The meal was quite nutritionally sound. But as for the taste, one could only wonder. After all, Lu Li finished his meal without discerning any particular flavor. To his disbelief, the Hunan provincial athletics team even prohibited spicy food. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Lu Li officially commenced his first training session with the provincial team. Accompanying Coach Tian, they arrived at the athletics field, where numerous athletes were already engaged in training. Lu Li glanced around and noted about 10 athletes undergoing various sprint drills under their coach's guidance. Athletics encompasses sprints, long-distance runs, throws, high jumps, long jumps, race walking, and more. Presently, Lu Li observed only sprinters, while athletes from other events likely trained in different areas. Coach Tian showed no intention of introducing Lu Li to the other competitors, instead leading him to the right side of the training ground. There, 2 athletes stood on the track. "This is Lu Li," Coach Tian pointed to him as he introduced Lu Li to the 2 athletes at the track's edge. "I am Long Wuxing." One athlete, with a slightly darker complexion and standing over 6 feet tall, appeared to be in his 20s, his expression neutral, giving off a somewhat aloof demeanor. It turns out this is the provincial record holder, the champion sprinter of the 100 meters, Long Wuxing. "Hello, esteemed leader." Lu Li quickly greeted Long Wuxing. Long Wuxing nodded slightly, his expression remaining stoic, exuding an aura of aloofness typical of a prominent figure. "Greetings, future star." A slightly lighter-skinned and shorter young man, approximately 1.78 meters tall, smiled at Lu Li. "I am Lu Ziyong. I watched your competition at the youth sports games. You performed admirably. Welcome to the provincial team." This individual is the champion of the 2009 National Games. It has been 4 or 5 years since 2009. Yet this esteemed figure seems to have not achieved further accomplishments. Has he encountered a bottleneck, or reached his limits? "I look forward to your guidance," Lu Li humbly stated. He adopted a low profile, as he was new and could not afford to be ostentatious, especially since both of these individuals surpassed him in skill. "You have all met. From now on, Lu Li will train with you," Coach Tian announced while surveying the trio. "Your upcoming task is to prepare for the National Games in the second half of the year and strive for excellent results." "I will do my best." Long Wuxing maintained his aloof demeanor, merely nodding. "Lu Ziyong, this National Games is crucial for you. You must not relax." Coach Tian cast a glance at Lu Ziyong, adding, "You have accumulated experience over the years. You must achieve a greater breakthrough at the National Games this fall." "Yes, I will strive to excel," Lu Ziyong assured. After addressing these 2 esteemed figures, Coach Tian turned to Lu Li. "Just focus on training. Treat the upcoming National Games seriously and give it your all. Consider it an opportunity to accumulate competition experience." This remark caused Lu Li's eyelids to twitch slightly. Did Coach Tian imply that he held no expectations for Lu Li's performance at the National Games? The National Games are the national athletics competition, and currently, Lu Li's 100-meter time ranks only within the top 100 nationwide. From this perspective, his prospects appear bleak, as he may not even qualify for the finals. However, I am determined. With 6 months remaining until the National Games, my 100-meter time will astonish you. Let the training commence. As Lu Li's thoughts raced, Coach Tian waved his hand, initiating the training session. Track and field training follows the same routine regardless of location. Various methods to build strength, explosiveness, endurance, and coordination. Today's training began with weighted frog jumps. Lu Li followed the training requirements diligently, initially not paying much attention, but soon he sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Long Wuxing and Lu Ziyong appeared to be subtly competing, not only against each other, but also against Lu Li. Whenever Lu Li slightly outpaced them in the frog jumps, they would immediately surpass him. Athletes indeed possess a strong competitive spirit. A smile crept onto Lu Li's face as he joined the rivalry. "You wish to outshine me at every turn, even in training? Am I merely a stepping stone for you?" This was just the warm-up. There were still 2 more sets of weighted frog jumps to go. After a 10-minute break, Lu Li had fully regained his optimal condition and energetically engaged in the second set of training. After completing the second set and resting for another 10 minutes, they moved on to the third set. Where did this monster come from? Are you even human? After 3 sets of weighted frog jumps, both Long Wuxing and Lu Zhiyong were drenched in sweat and gasping for air, yet Lu Li remained as lively as ever, leaving them in shock. If this were a fantasy novel, one might exclaim, this individual must not be allowed to remain. But in reality, such sentiments were impractical. Impressive, truly impressive, Lu Zhiyong exclaimed, flashing a broad smile and giving Lu Li a thumbs up. Your physical stamina and recovery speed are extraordinary. Indeed, quite formidable. The aloof Long Wuxing also nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, in his inaugural training session with the provincial team, Lu Li earned the respect and recognition of his peers, solidifying his position. Chapter 97. Lu Li is remarkably strong. The life of the provincial team can be succinctly summarized in 2 words: training, 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 and more training. Unlike the Uton athletics team, where training concluded each day, here athletes also received health and therapy sessions, though jokingly referred to as big healthcare among athletes. It essentially involved relaxing and rehabilitating the muscles to prevent stiffness and facilitate recovery from injuries. Additionally, regular health checkups were conducted to accurately assess the athlete's physical conditions, allowing timely adjustments to training plans and nutritional regimens. In this more scientific and precise training environment, Lu Li's 100-meter performance steadily improved. Within a week, his testing time was recorded at 10:33 seconds, a slight improvement of 0.2 seconds from the Youth Sports Games finals. Transitioning from the county team to the provincial team, it was natural for his performance to enhance due to the more professional training conditions. However, after another week, Lu Li's 100-meter time dropped to 10:30 seconds, a further improvement of 0.3 seconds. This astonished Coach Tian and began to make Long Wuxing and Lu Zhiyong feel tense. At 10:30 seconds, Lu Li's time was no longer far from their best performances. If Lu Li continued to improve at this rate, he would soon catch up with both esteemed figures. By the end of the 3rd week, Lu Li's testing time had further decreased to 10:27 seconds, just 0.2 seconds behind Lu Zhiyong and 0.4 seconds behind Long Wuxing. This was unprecedented. Which athlete experiences such continuous improvement? Fluctuations and ups and downs are the norm. Lu Li's performance in the 3rd week had already begun to exert immense pressure on Long Wuxing and Lu Zhiyong. It felt as though a heavy truck was rumbling behind them, and if they did not accelerate, they would be crushed under its weight. Lu Zhiyong's habitual smile had vanished. Under Lu Li's immense pressure, he trained with all his might. Despite diligent training and tremendous effort, he saw no sign of breakthrough. No matter how hard he tried, he could only maintain his best condition. A moment of relaxation could lead to a regression in his performance. In the 4th week of testing, Lu Li, Long Wuxing, and Lu Zhiyong crossed the finish line simultaneously. Lu Li's time was recorded at 10:25 seconds, perfectly matching Lu Zhiyong's personal best. Impressive. The younger generation surpasses the older. We are aging. The future belongs to you. Lu Zhiyong patted Lu Li on the shoulder, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Among the trio, Lu Zhiyong was the oldest, already 26 years old. If he could not achieve a breakthrough at the national games this fall, he would have to consider retirement. Lu Li, at merely 15, still had at least 10 years left in his athletic career. In the realm of sports, youth is an undeniable asset. Youth brings hope and a future. Observing Lu Li's still youthful visage, Lu Zhiyong sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of melancholy. You are quite formidable. Long Wuxing maintained his cool demeanor, though internally, he was not as composed as he appeared. Lu Li was indeed remarkable. His physical prowess, recovery abilities, and rapid improvement were astonishing. Facing such a teammate, one could only feel helpless. The 100-meter event is not a team sport. Even among teammates, only one individual can ascend the podium to claim the gold medal. Excellent performance. Keep up the hard work. Coach Tian nodded at Lu Li, appearing quite composed. In reality, he was on the verge of laughter. The future star is indeed a future star. Though Coach Tian had long harbored high expectations for Lu Li, he had not anticipated such rapid and delightful surprises. Lu Li, I eagerly anticipate your transformation into a true Zhu Ri Jia, akin to Quafu pursuing the sun. The training continues. In the subsequent month, Lu Li's performance plateaued, consistently hovering around 10:23 seconds. After matching Long Wuxing's record, there was no further ascent. This gave Long Wuxing and Lu Zhiyong a momentary sigh of relief. However, Coach Tian Hong cast a penetrating gaze at Lu Li after each testing session, as it was evident that Lu Li had not exerted himself to the fullest. Was he merely sparing the feelings of his 2 elder brothers? Coach Tian refrained from commenting, instead harboring a measure of admiration for Lu Li. Athletes must possess not only pressure but also confidence. If Long Wuxing and Lu Jiong were to be disheartened by Lu Li's prowess, losing their fighting spirit, their endeavors would be in vain. Indeed, Lu Li was being considerate of his two senior companions. Long Wuxing still had a few more years to run, while Lu Jiong faced the possibility that if he did not achieve commendable results in the upcoming national games, this could be his final participation in a national event. Let Lu Jiong showcase his best performance in this last grand competition and take a perfect bow. Time flowed relentlessly during training. Before long, it was the end of July. Over the past few months, Lu Li's performance remained steady, with testing results fluctuating around 10-23 seconds. Under the pressure from Lu Li, Long Wuxing finally broke through, improving from 10-23 to 10-21 seconds, ostensibly reaffirming his position as the leader. In contrast, Lu Jiong made no progress, even recording a disappointing 10-27 seconds in a recent test. Lu Li could only sigh in response. Sports competition is the harshest of contests, where cold figures starkly delineate superiority and inferiority, devoid of any warmth. Furthermore, in the realm of athletics, success or failure defines heroes. Victory brings glory, while defeat renders one forgotten. The annals of sports history will only remember the triumphs of victors, leaving no refuge for the vanquished. Countless athletes have shed tears in silence after competitions, their hearts heavy with despair. That evening, as Lu Li passed Lu Jiong's door, he distinctly heard muffled sobs from within. The resolute man could only wipe away his tears in secret. "Brother, I cannot assist you." Chapter 98. The astonishing 100-meter result. The competition arena does not entertain tears, nor does the training ground. Dry your eyes, be unyielding, and press on. In the scorching star city of July, Coach Tian finally relented, moving daily training indoors to the athletics arena. With the central air conditioning activated, the heat became somewhat bearable. Nevertheless, after a day's training, they were still drenched in sweat. The training continued day after day. Another month passed, and Lu Jiong's testing results finally broke through, soaring to 10-23 seconds, reaching his peak state. Lu Li clocked in at 10-24 seconds, while Long Wuxing achieved 10-22 seconds, seemingly relegating Lu Li to third place once again. By the end of August, with just a month left until the national games, training concluded, and everyone dispersed. Coach Tian retained Lu Li. "Kid, after months of feigning ignorance and playing tricks on me, now," Tian pointed to the track. "Go, run again and show me your true abilities. I am the only one here. You need not hide." "Show my true abilities? Perhaps I should refrain to avoid startling you." Lu Li attempted to argue, but upon seeing Coach Tian raise an eyebrow, he conceded. All right. He stepped up to the starting line and assumed the proper stance. "Ready." Coach Tian raised his arm, his lips pursed around a whistle, and with a sharp blow, Lu Li launched forward like an arrow released from its bow. "Start. Accelerate. Catch your breath, and then sprint with explosive power. Sprint. Sprint. Sprint." At this moment, Lu Li had grown to a height of 1.8 meters, with a rapid cadence and broad strides, further elevating his sprinting speed. As he crossed the finish line, the sprinting test device instantaneously recorded Lu Li's 100-meter time. 1 second. What? 10 seconds? Coach Tian exclaimed in shock, unable to suppress a curse. What does 10 seconds signify? The current national 100-meter record stands at 10.16 seconds, while the Asian Games record is 10.5 seconds. If this were an official competition, Lu Li's current result would have shattered both the national and Asian Games records. With this achievement, Lu Li had ascended to the pinnacle of 100-meter sprinting in China and even Asia. When he joined the provincial team, Lu Li was barely within the top 100 in the nation. Now, in less than 6 months, he had risen to the top tier, even surpassing all of Asia. What extraordinary talent! Such an anomaly. Both his performance and the rapidity of his improvement are astonishing, almost beyond belief. "Coach, how's the result?" Lu Li approached with a triumphant grin. Observing Coach Tian's astonishment, Lu Li internally chuckled. "I mentioned not needing to reveal my true capabilities to avoid frightening you. Yet you refuse to believe me. Now you are startled, aren't you? Incredible. Remarkable. You are Quafu. You are the legendary pursuer of the sun. You have now reached the zenith in the nation and even Asia." Coach Tian grasped Lu Li's shoulders tightly, his expression brimming with excitement. "Do you understand? In the 100-meter event, we have long been at an absolute disadvantage. For years, we have toiled endlessly, yet breakthroughs seemed elusive. Today, through you, I see hope. I see the possibility of us standing on the world stage in the 100-meter event and even claiming the championship title. Lu Li, you must strive. You carry the hopes of countless athletes who have fought and struggled." Coach Tian pounded Lu Li's shoulder firmly. Lu Li winced in pain, but could only solemnly nod. "I will work hard." Good. Ha. Coach Tian laughed heartily. "Recruiting you into the provincial team was the wisest decision of my life. Being your coach will be my greatest honor. When others mention me, they will say, look, that's Lu Li's coach. You flatter me. Lu Li felt a bit embarrassed. However, he understood Coach Tian's fervor. In the 100-meter event, our nation has been weak for a long time, able only to assert dominance within Asia, yet unable to compete internationally. A 10-second 100-meter time can dominate all challengers in Asia, but on the world stage, it would not even qualify for the finals. Usain Bolt's world record of 9:58 seconds is an insurmountable chasm, instilling a profound sense of despair in everyone. All 100-meter athletes tremble under Bolt's might. Except for Lu Li. One day in the future, I will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of this world, surpassing Bolt. Coach, please delete this performance data. Lu Li pointed at the testing device and said to Coach Tian, yes, deleting it is advisable. Coach Tian nodded. Your result is too formidable. We must avoid undermining Long Wuxing and Lu Zhiyong's confidence and fighting spirit. Approaching the testing device, Coach Tian deleted Lu Li's testing information and remarked, I look forward to seeing you shine at the national games, bringing glory to all. Certainly. Lu Li raised his arm. I will deliver a satisfactory result to you, to the province, and to the people of the nation. I eagerly await. Coach Tian smiled and nodded. The two exited the indoor athletics arena. At that moment, Lu Li received a call from an unfamiliar number in Yuten. A call from my hometown? Who could it be? Lu Li answered the phone. Hello, is this Lu Li? A strange middle-aged man's voice came through. Yes, this is Lu Li. May I ask who you are? Hello. Lu Li. I am Yang Zhengkong from the Yuten County Education Bureau. The purpose of this call is to convey an important message. Is it Yang Zhengkong from the Education Bureau? Could it be Director Yang from Yuten Education Bureau? Lu Li found himself somewhat perplexed by the intent behind Director Yang's call. And after a moment of pleasantries, he said, Hello, Director Yang. Please feel free to share what's on your mind. With a hint of amusement in his voice, Director Yang replied, I am calling to inform you of this matter. I have been admitted to Yuten No. 1 High School. Lu Li felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. I am already a professional athlete on the provincial team. After the national games this autumn, I might even make it to the national team. What sort of maneuver is this, admitting me to Yuten No. 1 High School? It's quite the show of bravado. Chapter 99, An Unexpected Rival. 3 years later, in 2016, an Olympic year, the 31st Olympic Games will take place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in August. After concluding his conversation with Director Yang, Lu Li did not dwell on the matter. He thought, well, if I have time, I might as well participate in the college entrance examination. If not, it's no concern. Lu Li tossed his phone aside and settled onto the couch in the living room, picking up the remote to watch television. Huaxia Television. Huaxia Television. Dear viewers, we are live from the National Athletics Grand Prix. What? The national record has been shattered at 10. For seconds? A smile spread across Lu Li's face. Indeed, heroes emerge. Zhang Pei's 10. For seconds in the 100 meters merely stirred a sense of rivalry within Lu Li. However, for Long Wuxing and Lu Zhiyong, this was likely a significant blow. The gap in the 100 meters was nothing short of despairing. He hoped his two older brothers could maintain their fighting spirit despite this setback. The following morning, as Lu Li arrived at the athletics field, it was evident that his two older brothers were in poor spirits. Long Wuxing wore a darker expression, becoming increasingly silent, training with a fierce determination, gritting his teeth as he pushed himself to the limits. Lu Zhiyong's brow was furrowed, displaying a sense of despondency, his focus wavering during practice. His mindset had crumbled. Once a champion of the national games, he had waited for years to shine again at this year's event. Not winning a medal there would mean losing all hope of future accolades. Lu Zhiyong, being older, had little chance for further breakthroughs. Retirement seemed inevitable. As expected, the next day, Lu Zhiyong submitted his retirement application to Tian Hong. Lu Li silently observed, feeling powerless. Attempting to persuade Lu Zhiyong to stay would change nothing. It was utterly futile. A few days later, Lu Li, Long Wuxing, and Tian Hong gathered in Lu Zhiyong's room to bid him farewell. Coach, brothers, I am becoming a deserter. Lu Zhiyong's eyes were red, tears shimmering within them. I have practiced athletics since I was 6, nearly 20 years of effort. To give it all up so suddenly is truly heart-wrenching. But I have no choice. Lu Zhiyong collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. I am already 26. I am old. I haven't produced results in years, and I likely never will again. For all these years, I dedicated myself solely to athletics. At 26, I am considered old among athletes, yet in life, I am still young. I must consider my future. Lu Zhiyong, with tear-filled eyes, looked towards Tian Hong. Coach, master. You don't blame me, do you? Not at all. Tian Hong's eyes were slightly red. That's good to hear. Lu Zhiyong wiped his tears, reached into a plastic bag for a bottle of Liang, and tore off the cap. Come, I want a drink. After more than 20 years, I have never tasted alcohol. Today I must indulge. Grabbing the bottle, Lu Jiong tilted it back and drank hastily, leading to a violent fit of coughing. Lu Li and the others could not join him in drinking, merely watching in silence, their hearts awash with unnameable emotions. So this is alcohol? It's truly awful. The bottle slammed onto the table as Lu Jiong slumped in defeat, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Effort does not guarantee success. Not trying is indeed much more comfortable. Lu Li and his companions kept him company late into the night. Watching as Lu Jiong finished a bottle of Liang and collapsed onto the table, they helped him to bed, leaving in silence, their thoughts heavy. This path is fraught with challenges. Some individuals emerge bloodied and retreat in despair, while others struggle tirelessly, yet see no glimmer of hope. Many more never even leave a name behind. Lu Jiong's sorrowful departure is merely a reflection of countless others on this journey. He is neither the first nor will he be the last. Striving and struggling will never cease. With success, there will inevitably be failure. Coach Tian gestured for Lu Li and Long Wuxing to follow him as he turned to leave, his lonely silhouette tinged with sadness. Lu Shixiang was someone Coach Tian had nurtured since childhood. Long Wuxing exhaled deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Li's shoulder. Do not dwell on it. Focus on training and exerting yourself. Keep pushing forward. Training continued, yet the athletics field no longer witnessed Lu Jiong's swift strides. Time flowed relentlessly through their practices. In Lu Jiong's absence, Coach Tian's smile had diminished significantly. The pain of Lu Jiong's retirement weighed heavily on him, as he had personally guided him throughout his journey. Long Wuxing remained as silent as ever, training with even greater fervor. Coach Tian had to schedule therapeutic sessions for him both at noon and in the evening to prevent injuries from his rigorous training. Lu Li maintained his steady approach, quietly accumulating strength, steadily improving, and quietly growing stronger. Silently amassing his power, he awaited the moment when he would erupt like a long-dormant volcano, ready to astonish the world at the National Games. In October 2013, the 12th National Games were set to commence. The preparations were rigorous, and the time had come to showcase their skills. Coach Tian gazed intently at Lu Li and Long Wuxing, urging them to soar on the track and shine with brilliance. Victory is ours. Victory! Lu Li and Long Wuxing raised their arms and shouted with fervor. Behind them, the other athletes from the athletics team echoed their calls, raising their arms in solidarity. Onward! A great banner waved high as Coach Tian led the Xiangxiang Province athletics team onto the battlefield of the National Games. This battle shall surely lead to victory.